In pursuit of immortality, you have sacrificed your very essence. Then bury the entire skinned body deep within the earth. It is said that there exists a temple in this world, within which lies a piece of black stone. If one were to plant a person as one would a seed into the soil, they would attain immortality. In pursuit of locating this Taoist temple, your master, Qian Yuanzi, with the remaining 5 of your brothers, you have traversed mountains and valleys for a decade. 15. Last night, you dreamt of immortals once more. Upon hearing these words, a shiver coursed through your entire being. You hastily responded, "Indeed, I have dreamt. I dreamt of Guanyin drunkenly striking the Buddha, and of Sun Wukong ascending Mount Liang on a snowy night." Qian Yuanzi narrowed his eyes and recounted the tale. Desolate wilderness. The trees sway in the evening breeze, creating a haunting symphony. Only you, drenched in sweat, struggle to recount the haphazard tales of celestial beings. Moments latte, Qian Yuanzi bursts into laughter. How amusing these tales of immortal friends are. Truly delightful indeed. Yet in the next instant, he reveals a grin of yellowed teeth, laughing with an inexplicable darkness. 15. I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims. Yet I equally cannot prove that you are deceiving me. Qian Yuanzi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. I am not a celestial being at present, but one day, when I ascend to the heavens, I shall visit the celestial palaces of the 9 heavens, and see for myself those celestial friends you speak of. Obedient disciple, you must be aware of your impending fate. Upon uttering these words, he removed a thumb-sized earring resembling a clam from his earlobe, and carelessly cast it to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a bronze toad, the size of a grinding stone, adorned with lumps across its body. This toad emitted a sound akin to 7 ounces, and subsequently opened its wide mouth. What followed was an astonishing display. Pots, pans, and various utensils, along with rolled-up bamboo mats and a few thin quilts, each quilt expelled with a singular heave. As dusk approaches, you, esteemed disciples, kindle the fire, for I shall procure some livestock for the pot. With a few words of instruction, Qian Yuanzi vanishes into the dimming twilight, while you, unfazed by the scene before you, allowed a long sigh of relief. In truth, you do not truly belong to this realm, at least not in spirit. You recall that in your infancy, you were nurtured alongside 29 other infants by Qian Yuanzi. By the time they reached the age of 8, they had become a steadfast group, undeterred by the trials of wind and rain, surviving the harshness of the wilderness. Among the 30 brothers who once stood together, only a mere 5 remain. Tragically, the majority of their number have met their demise at the hands of Qian Yuanzi. At this moment, the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced, emaciated little Taoist brushed against you with his thin arms. 15. What a splendid opportunity. Shall we continue onward? If we do, we will surely fall prey to that old wretch's whims. The absurdity of his immortal aspirations. It appears he has completely lost his mind, ensnared by his obsession. Upon hearing this, you cast him a glance, then lowered your head to set a cast-iron pot upon the fire. As you kindled the flames, you remarked, "Can you manage to take it down from our feet? Or do you think you can outmatch the old man of the coffin?" Li Shiwu's peripheral vision swept over the bronze toad crouched beside him. He lowered his voice, cautioning, "Do not speak recklessly. This ghostly creature is not to be trifled with. It would not hesitate to claim your head." With the flicker of flames rising, the wilderness gradually began to teem with a semblance of life. A robust and stout young Taoist priest remarked, "I truly envy you for being able to dream of immortals. My master said that this is a sign of celestial affinity." Beside him, the monkey chuckled as well. Indeed, it is rather amusing how one can simply weave tales of the divine and manage to charm that old fellow into a state of blissful incoherence. He then turned his gaze towards another youthful Taoist, whose delicate features bore an androgynous quality. With a tone tinged with schadenfreude, he remarked, "There are some individuals who, under the cover of night, would not hesitate to warm that old one's bed. Yet, what is the outcome? Are they not akin to us, toiling daily under the burden of this bamboo sedan, their shoulders callous from the effort? How unlike the ease of 15, who forges ahead unencumbered, carving a path with nothing but empty hands." Xing Qingxiu, the Taoist known as Hua Erling, rose in anger and declared, "I have stated numerous times that Qian Yuanzi harbors a hidden ailment that renders him incapable of human interaction. Furthermore, due to his reckless consumption of elixirs, he has developed a lingering sensitivity to cold. Thus, he requires assistance to warm his bedding. It is not at all as you imagine." Upon hearing this, Ho Chi maintained his playful demeanor, smiling mischievously. 15, he said, "That moment beneath the moonlit sky in Tang Dynasty, where I performed for the Queen Mother. Shall I recount another tale? We relish in your stories and yearn to hear more. Speak of the moment, lacking the heart's clarity. You gaze with indifference." At that moment, the old man of the coffin called out 7 times, his voice piercing through the desolation of the wilderness, prompting several individuals to hurriedly turn their heads in response. Only a crooked-mouthed old priest appeared, treading an awkward, unorthodox gait, with 3 monkeys in hand, gradually emerging from the depths of the night. Upon witnessing this, a radiant smile instantly graced your face, as you scurried forward with light, delicate steps, the sound of jingling from your feet accompanying you. "Master, in this remote mountainous region, allow me to recount a tale of Tang Seng's playful encounter with the Queen Mother under the moonlight, and unveil the mysteries of the door." As the monkey's eyes twinkled, it approached with a lively spirit. Deputy Xing's demeanor transformed entirely, appearing as though a different person. Indeed, there's an old adage that states a single utterance of "master" holds the weight of half an apprentice. After sitting in the bamboo sedan for an entire day, one might feel somewhat weary. Perhaps it is time for your son to offer you a gentle massage. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yuanzi chuckled. Suddenly, a half-arm-length black iron dagger appeared in his hand. As the dagger gleamed with a flash of light, without any forewarning, Ho Chi's gaze became fixed, and the pungent scent of blood filled the air. Qian Yuanzi gazed down upon his fallen disciple, a fierce expression crossing his face as he kicked the hapless figure away. He then retrieved several white, steamed buns, dipping them into the snow that lay upon the ground, intending to offer them to the coffin's occupant. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "My dear disciple, I have regarded you as half a son yet. Alas, you are wholly unworthy of such regard. Thus, I can only afford you this meager offering. Furthermore, in this desolate wilderness, finding sustenance for the occupant of the coffin proves impossible, so I shall have to count you as a substitute." Beholding the scene before me, you bow your heads, your eyes filled solely with resentment and pity, daring not to utter a sound. Such occurrences, over the span of this decade, have become all too commonplace. With several bamboo mats, you simply erect 7 tents. Within the tents, a fire blazes. Beneath a wrought iron pot, simmering a cauldron of monkey stew. The entire creature is submerged, cooked to the point where flesh separates from bone. Yet the sight of that infant-like skull and claws unaccountably instills a sense of dread. Not far from the tent, the battered form of Monkey 7 lies alone on the ground, neglected and unnoticed. "Master, I have long wished to inquire about the tales surrounding this celestial realm. Where, pray tell, did you acquire such knowledge? And how shall we discern the truth from fiction?" As you dipped the white bread into the meat broth, you casually uttered a remark. Seated in the center was Qian Yuanzi. The hand of Chai Ji reappeared, his pair of eyes, one large and one small, shrouded in shadow. "You are the destined opportunity for your master to attain immortality." Upon witnessing this, the stout and affable Taoist swiftly spoke. "Brothers, there are only 4 of us remaining. With one more, we shall not have sufficient hands to carry your palanquin." Qian Yuanzi pondered for a moment and then laughed heartily. "Guan San, you truly think of your master," he said. "Enjoy the monkey head in the pot. Yet you wear a look of grievance, master. How could you harbor such thoughts towards your disciple?" "I merely ponder that we have searched for that Taoist temple for a decade, enduring countless trials along the way, yet we have not even caught a glimpse of it. It is only natural that I feel a sense of urgency on your behalf." Qian Yuanzi cast a sidelong glance. "Truly, you have donned the guise of a celestial being, yet my apprentice remains unambitious, merely hoping that with your ascension to immortality, we, your disciples, might bask in your glory and rise alongside you, akin to the fabled ascent of fowl and hounds." Qian Yuanzi laughed heartily, clapping his hands with great enthusiasm. "Together, we shall ascend to immortality, my disciples." Yet, the original poster remained skeptical. In your dreams, old Xingtian Emperor, seated in the Lingxiang treasure hall, while I, Qian Yuanzi, am unable to take my place there. Fear not, my disciples, for at the immortal cultivation pavilion, we shall undoubtedly find our way. The fire crackles and dances. In this desolate, frigid night, bringing forth a semblance of warmth. Qian Yuanzi gazes intently at the flames, gradually lost in thought. Have I not treated you well? I toiled to raise you, teaching you to recognize characters, even traversing mountains and valleys, in search of this celestial destiny. Yet you, why you seem inclined to flee? Ah, 50 disciples, and now only 4 of you remain. 15, among the multitude of students. I held you and Sure Erba in the highest regard, so much so that I would even share the teachings of the immortal view solely with Erba. What a pity! Upon hearing these words, you rolled your eyes and exclaimed, "That wretched fellow has abandoned the master. Sure Erba is the only one among you who successfully escaped. He fled 2 months ago." Qian Yuanzi nodded 7 times. Self-illumination resides within you. Guan San, the vibrant essence of the world flowed through the body of Hua Erling, ultimately resting upon the quiet little Taoist who had remained silent, curled up in a corner. Zhao Si, my disciple, do tell me, have I treated you well? Recall, if you will, a year ago, when we chanced upon a rustic fellow leading an aged steed. Upon that horse sat his newlywed bride, adorned in vibrant, celebratory attire, resplendent in its freshness. The couple, indeed, was embarking on a visit to her parental home following their recent nuptials. On that day, you gazed intently at that woman's ample bosom, remarking on the girls from the vast land of Hungary, suggesting that their temperaments must surely be amiable. Upon returning home, you resolved to seek out someone of a similar disposition. At this juncture, Qian Yuanzi could hardly contain his delight, chuckling heartily. As a master, how could I allow my apprentice to suffer such indignity? If you are fond of that woman, I shall assist you in winning her over. Why was that man so easily dispatched? Then, let us bring that woman down from her pedestal, allowing you both to be enveloped by the heavens as your bed and the earth as your dwelling, consummating your union on the spot. Zhao Si, how does your master treat you? The young Taoist named Zhao Si shuddered, raising his head in alarm. Indeed, my master is most benevolent towards his disciples. Yet, his voice is high-pitched, reminiscent of a child's, albeit with a peculiar timbre, more accurately likened to that of a eunuch. Qian Yuanzi sighed, expressing his concern that his disciple might become infatuated with the allure of women, thereby neglecting the serious pursuit of immortality. Thus, later on, he resorted to a trick, concealing an object within the disciple's trousers to divert his attention. You silently listened, observing Zhao Siqing's awkward demeanor, and an involuntary sense of sorrow welled up within you. Indeed, being by the side of Qian Yuanzi is not merely a matter of torment, it transcends such a term. At night, you dare not sleep soundly, fearing that in a moment of capriciousness, the other might swiftly deliver a fatal blow. The night breeze howls, swaying the desolate shrubs. From a distance, they appear as dark, ghostly silhouettes. Watching the traveler, you have spread a bamboo mat beside the fire, cloaked in 7 thin blankets, perhaps due to the 7th monkey's influence. This night, you find your heart in utter turmoil. Is there truly immortality in this world? You cannot help but question yourself, for throughout this journey, you and Qian Yuanzi have traversed countless mountains, yet have never encountered a practitioner, not even the shadow of a spiritual beast or mystical flower. Most notably, I have encountered peculiar and bizarre entities reminiscent of the coffin elder. Contemplating this, you slowly sat up, fixating on the distant remnants of the monkey's limbs. Turning, you made your way towards the tent of Qian Yuanzi, a fierce determination gradually manifesting in your gaze. You mustn't, you insisted, you're no match for him. At some point, Zhao Si, who had awakened, was shaking his head in disapproval, his eyes brimming with concern. You exhaled a sigh of relief, your face relaxing into a gentle smile. Yet, the morrow demands your journey to continue. At that moment, the once tranquil earth began to tremble violently, producing a terrifying rumble. The heavens trembled violently, and the heavy clouds above parted, revealing a crescent moon, seemingly stained by fresh snow. Beneath the snow-kissed moon, All things appear to be cloaked in a layer of crimson fire, infused with an indescribable sense of the sinister and the beauty of an apocalyptic world. You rose, momentarily taken aback. Then an overwhelming thought surged through your entire being, causing your blood to rush with exhilaration. The earth trembled. A fortuitous opportunity had presented itself. Yet, before you could take action, Qian Yuan's eye burst forth, his aged visage unusually flushed with excitement. No, the heavens and earth were cloaked in snow. All things quivered in unison. Could it be that a celestial vision had manifested in the mortal realm? Ha ha! I shall ascend to immortality. Old Taoist, I am on the verge of becoming an immortal. Qian Yuanzai's voice, hoarse and eerie, echoed. Disciples, come swiftly and seek with me the chance for ascension. You furrow your brow. The earthquake is unmistakable. What madness has this old thing succumbed to again? Yet, you are not in control of your fate. In that fleeting moment, under the snow-drenched moonlight, a group of individuals, navigating amidst the falling rocks on either side, stumble and search in every direction. After an eternity, a dusty Taoist temple unexpectedly materialized before you. Does the immortal realm truly exist? As you witness this scene, an overwhelming sense of absurdity gradually emerges within your heart. Guan Sanhua, Erling, Zhao Si, and others share the same sentiment. Only Qian Yuanzi, in sheer joy, unable to contain, gazes heavenward and lets out a long howl. Has found it. Ultimately discovered the seventh. Zhao Si too. Depart. Open the gate of observation. Zhao Si was taken aback. He immediately collapsed to the ground, continuously bowing his head in reverence. This celestial destiny, it is the master who is destined by fate. The disciple dares not overstep. Qian Yunzai narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. How dare you disregard my words? Upon witnessing this, Zhao Si had no choice but to rise, trembling as he made his way towards the Taoist temple. As he approached, he was greeted by a grand door of an unknown material, a somber shade of gray-brown, adorned with two brass door knockers. Just as Zhao Si extended his hand in preparation to push the door open. Yet, Qian Yuanzi descended with a wooden staff in hand, plunging downwards. After a fleeting moment of silence, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Zhao Si, caught off guard, found his limbs severed at the roots, collapsing amidst the tainted snow. Qian Yuanzi flicked his tongue, savoring the taste of the snowy droplets. His pair of eyes, large and small, glimmering with a sinister and cruel intent. I summon you, and you obey without hesitation. You are indeed fragile under scrutiny. It appears that you, my wayward disciple, have truly inherited the celestial affinity of your master. In the next moment, Qian Yuanzi's gaze fixates upon you, and Zhang, with a crooked grin, emanates an unsettling terror. 15. In the stillness of night, you dream of celestial beings. It seems you are indeed blessed with a connection to the divine. Now at this threshold, kindly open the gate for your master. At this moment, the heavens and earth have ceased their tumult. Everything returns to its usual state. You draw your neck in slightly. Master, I shall go. Qian Yuanzi stands outside the gate, a half-arm-length wooden staff in hand, his gaze fixed intently, like a tiger watching its prey, to the boundless Zhao Qian, lying back in a puddle of snowy water, with eyes wide open, in a state of bewilderment. 15. Rest assured, Master, I hold you in the highest regard. I would never harm you. You two possess a celestial affinity. In due time, the two of us, master and disciple, shall ascend to immortality together, and it would indeed be a remarkable tale. Qian Yuanzi gently persuaded. His words, when heard, resounded in your ears, like the fiery king's call for retribution, harsh and piercing to the soul. No, your gaze faltered, suddenly realizing that the situation, though seemingly tranquil, was far from right. You have lived under the meticulous supervision of Qian Yuanzi for many years, always treading cautiously. The other party exhibits erratic emotions, disregarding everything, as if whimsically acting upon their impulses. However, when the word immortal is mentioned, no one dares to intervene. Yet, the opportunity for immortality lies tantalizingly close, and astonishingly, he remains remarkably composed, allowing his disciples to step forward. What reasoning lies behind this? 15 disciples. Hasten your pace. Qian Yuanzi urged once more. You responded with great difficulty. You have indeed contemplated fleeing at once. Although Qian Yuanzai appears aged, his martial prowess is astonishingly formidable. You shall witness before your very eyes. Across the vast desert, dozens of horses are arranged, their forms painted against the yellow sands by the snow. 15. Caution. Hua Erling stand behind, her head bowed low, yet still kindly reminding you. You take a deep breath, steeling yourself to move forward. At this moment, you are approximately 100 steps from a gate. After walking about 50 steps, your pace suddenly halts. Previously, due to the great distance and the dim light, you cannot see clearly. At this moment, your gaze falls upon an object that should not be present in this place. It is a tattered and filthy robe, lying amidst a chaotic array of debris. The design and materials are strikingly identical to those of the robe draped upon your own shoulders. Recognize it, do you? Kanyuanzi squints his eyes and, unexpectedly, speaks up. The robes worn by you disciples are custom-made, you know. That mute tailor has long since been dealt with by me. Upon hearing these words, you hold your breath, instantly realizing that the robe on the ground belongs to the only little monk who managed to escape Shururba. Does this not imply that the other party has arrived here before you? Uncovering this temple, Qian Yuanzai let out a sigh, unexpectedly gesturing with his sleeve in a comical imitation of wiping away tears. 15. It seems that despite my lengthy search for celestial connections, that rebellious disciple has managed to seize the opportunity before me. Please, open the gates of the temple and observe how that apprentice fares. If he truly succeeds, as his master, I shall also extend my heartfelt congratulations to him. You remained silent, merely gazing intently at the Taoist robe. He often expressed privately that if he were to escape, he would not do so alone. Instead, he would devise a means to lay a false trail of celestial fortune along your path, embedding various hidden traps and snares within, or perhaps unleashing Koan to hinder your progress, all while maintaining a slow and deliberate pace like that of Qian Yuanzi. It will charge in without the slightest hesitation, only to fall into the trap. Upon this realization, your pupils constrict. Could it be that this is not a celestial spectacle, but merely a desolate mountain temple, arranged after the encounter with Shururba, intended as a place of demise for Qian Yuanzi? Meanwhile, Guan Sanhua Erling also gradually approached, gazing at the robe scattered on the ground, her head bowed in contemplation, lost in her thoughts. 15. Why are you in a daze? Qian Yuanzi spoke coldly. As your eyes dart about, contemplating these matters, you find yourself utterly unwilling to be the first to open this door to observation. Holding your breath and concentrating deeply, you take several large strides towards the threshold. After bowing respectfully to Qian Yuanzi, you reflect upon the meager fortune of Xing and Shi, pondering whether they truly deserve such celestial connections. You think to yourself that in this moment, they must not have achieved their aspirations. Thus, you beseech your master to personally clear the way. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yuanzi smiled with a profound significance. 15, you are indeed filial. If that is the case, I shall leave the matter of clearing the door to you. Your cheek twitched as you stammered. I believe it would be more appropriate for you to handle this matter. No worries. Consider it as if your master is taking action. No. It is far better when you, master, take care of it yourself. Qian Yuanzi fell silent, merely glaring with his pair of mismatched eyes, incessantly scrutinizing the three individuals before him with a chilling intensity. Suddenly, in a deep voice, he proclaimed, "This Taoist temple before us is a false celestial destiny orchestrated by that rebellious disciple, intending to lure me into their trap." The reason he cast aside his robe outside was simply to remind you all to refrain from entering. Young pups, attempting to deceive me, it seems your skills are rather insufficient. In an instant, your heart seems to halt, your face awash with an uncontrollable astonishment. How could this old man possibly know? By what right? You're acutely aware that it is precisely due to your recent insistence on persuading the other to witness, that you fear you may not survive the night. The gaze of Qian Yuanzi glimmers like a deep ravine, revealing a grin of yellowed teeth, reminiscent of a predator poised to devour. You truly are a dutiful disciple, fully aware of the treacherous depths within yet relentlessly striving for your master's approval. In this moment, whether you wish to enter or not, it is imperative that you comply. Listening to the ominous words echoing in your ears, you struggle to turn around, your gaze fixated upon Hua Erling. It was you who betrayed him. Upon realizing this, Hua Erling hastily waved his hand, shaking his head, insisting, "I did not sell you out." Standing beside him, the seemingly simple-minded and imposing Guan San suddenly broke into a smile, one that exuded an air of innocence. "I had informed my master about this matter in advance," he remarked, a hint of unexpected revelation in his tone. "The master claims to favor obedient disciples. Thus, I am the most compliant of all. Every action you take, I dutifully report to him. This includes several instances where fellow disciples attempted to flee. It was I who summoned the master, leading to their heads being demanded by the coffin elder. In front of the Taoist temple, the joints of your fingers crackle with a sound. You never anticipated that the issue lay with the seemingly most innocuous Guan San. Do not blame me, for on the 15th, I shall recount tales of celestial beings to delight the master. With 2 flowers, warmth can be found beneath the covers. Even the monkey, on the 7th, indulges in sweet nectar. Alas, I am but a simple soul, skilled only in the art of dining, lacking any significant talent. Yet I too yearn to live. Thus, I must heed the master's words, conveying every gesture and action of yours to him. This is my sole purpose. The surrounding Qianyuanzi gazes upon you as if observing 3 individuals. Let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed to the observatory. I am eager to witness what means that wayward disciple has prepared for me." Facing the ravenous gaze of Qianyuanzi, you take a deep breath. At this juncture, you have no choice. With a forceful thrust of your palms, a resounding echo follows, and the gate opens in response. Yet, contrary to your expectations, there are no intricate traps awaiting you, only a modestly sized room, and the overwhelming, suffocating scent of blood and snow. You gaze incredulously at the center of the room. On the ground lies a nearly consumed red candle. In the dim flicker of its light, a figure sprawls beside it, completely unclad, with half of his skin gruesomely flayed away, revealing a horrifying silhouette of blood-red flesh. And he is none other than Shiwu. You let out an exclamation, utterly astonished, for you had never envisioned that beyond this gateway lay such a breathtaking scene. Outside the temple, Qianyuanzi observed the scene with a cold gaze, not choosing to step inside even once. He merely spoke, "What mischief is this wicked disciple up to again?" 15. Go in and take a look. Under the watchful gaze of Qianyuanzi, you had no choice but to take a step forward. Entering the observatory, fortunately, the path was clear and unobstructed, and you encountered no traps or mechanisms. As you enter, you notice that the floor of the room is covered by a peculiar layer of black soil. Walking barefoot upon it feels surprisingly soft and quite comfortable. However, as you draw closer, you discover that in the palm of Shiwu's hand, Lan San is surprisingly holding a small dagger, her body as if stained by fresh snow. Yet the traces of snow have long since dried, revealing a hue of dark brown desolation. All of this signifies that the pieces of human skin scattered upon the ground have been meticulously severed by another's hand. Why, at this very moment, do you find yourself filled with questions and confusion? Why does the other party choose to meticulously peel away their own skin? At that moment, a narrow slit appeared in the tightly shut eyes of Shiwu. His gaze radiated with brilliance, yet upon recognizing you, he became overwhelmingly agitated. He uttered fervently, "Lower yourself. I have something to convey." Gazing at the person before me, their presence as faint as a wisp of silk, there is no time for hesitation. I swiftly leaned forward, bringing my right ear close to their lips. Only then did Shiwu, with barely perceptible lips, intermittently utter, "Immortal destiny is inherent. Various celestial perspectives are indeed true. Achieving immortality. Fortune." These few words seemed to exhaust all his strength. The luster in Shiwu's eyes began to fade, and the remnants of his warmth began to dissipate at that moment. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberates in your mind, surging towards the heavens, igniting a tempest within your very core. causing your scalp to tingle with electricity. Outside, Qianyuanzi casually inquires, "My obedient disciple, has that wretched being uttered anything?" He remains steadfast, not stepping into the temple even a single pace. You paid no heed, merely indulging in chaotic musings. If the Zhongshan temple is indeed authentic, then why did Shiwu choose to flay himself? What rationale lies behind this? As myriad thoughts surged, a scheme audacious enough to astound humanity gradually materialized within your mind. You discovered the method to manipulate the esteemed Luan Qianyuanzi, the 15 disciples. Qianyuanzi furrowed his brow, his tone increasingly ungracious. Within the realm, you gently closed Shiwu's eyes with your hand, then rose to your feet. Turning back, a broad grin adorned your face, your expression exaggerated to the utmost, as if you had encountered an extraordinary fortune. Success. What has been achieved? Qian Yuanzai, like an eagle gathering its prey, gazed at you with eyes full of scrutiny. Master, this temple is truly a celestial abode. You are on the verge of attaining immortality. We too may ascend alongside the fowl and hounds. What joyous tidings! Indeed, what splendid news! Qian Yuanzu let out a cold chuckle. Is that so? These revelations were just imparted to you by that unruly disciple, were they not? Did he also mention the means by which one might entrench oneself within? Some masters. You respond with a couple of acknowledgments, yet a hint of hesitation suddenly graces your countenance. As if uncertain of how to commence your words, Qian Yuanzi exclaimed with fervor, "Listen." You cast a glance at the skinned 3 households beneath your feet and slowly began to speak. Indeed, this is a celestial observation. The venerable Urba has just spoken of it. He would not deceive me. He recounted that upon his first entry into the temple, he discerned a voice in the void, which proclaimed him a fated individual destined to attain immortality. However, he must first shed his mortal skin entirely and plant it into this abundant black soil. Only then can one embark upon the path of cultivation. Afterward, one must await the sprouting of seeds, blossoming into immortality. Upon hearing this, you sighed deeply. Alas, Urba could not withstand the agony of shedding his skin and ultimately faltered. Having said this, you instantly donned a cheerful demeanor. Yet now, with my master present, celestial fortune is within reach. As for me, I shall simply follow along and savor the broth. Qianyuanzi was greatly amused, laughing to the point of doubling over, holding his belly in mirth, his laughter piercing to the ear. 15 disciples. That wretched creature stripped its own skin. Is it hoping to successfully cultivate into an immortal? 15. At this juncture, do you still wish to deceive your master? To be frank with you, from the moment I beheld that wretched figure in its robe tonight, I have already discerned your machinations. You, misguided disciples, have followed your master for so long, yet have failed to acquire even a modicum of cleverness, truly believing that by constructing a seemingly authentic Taoist temple, even to the extent of sacrificing one's own flesh, one could convince the master of the veracity of this celestial fate, this genuine cultivation of immortality, and even to trust in those wildly extravagant methods of cultivation. What a delusion. Standing outside the observation, Guan San, with a naive expression, chimed in, "Master, it must surely be that Urba and Mu Shiwu have conspired to deceive you, seeking to lead you into self-destruction." Inside the observatory, you wore a face full of grievance, exclaiming, "I did not deceive you, it was indeed Urba who conveyed this to me. What lies before us is a genuine, celestial observatory." Qian Yuanzizi, with an inexplicable and somewhat cruel smile, responded, "You truly did not deceive your master. Since that is the case, I shall allow you this celestial opportunity, for it would not be in vain that you have accompanied me through these many years." Qian Yuanzizi, with his distinctively mismatched eyes, glared with an air of disbelief, urging, "Hurry now. The time is ripe, and fortune favors you. Use the method I have imparted to you, and shed your human skin. It is indeed a chance to cultivate the celestial. With your master providing protection, you may proceed with peace of mind. No one shall disturb you." Beneath the dim candlelight, your face is etched with terror. You shake your head incessantly. Having sought the celestial realm of 7 for a lifetime, when a moment arrives, how could you relinquish it to your disciple? It is simply inconceivable. Outside the gate, Qian Yuanzi wore a fierce expression. 15. I place my words here. Tonight, you shall shed this mortal guise, or else you are well aware of my methods. Qian Yuanzi uttered a fierce remark, then scrutinized the interior of the temple with keen eyes. Subsequently, he turned around, his bony hands resembling the talons of an eagle as they seized Hu Erling and Guan Sanliang, casting them into the temple. Afterward, he picked up a handful of gravel from the ground and scattered it into various corners of the temple with a crisp sound. After confirming that no traps had been triggered, a lingering sense of unease remained. He removed the coffin master from his earlobe, transforming it into a bronze toad the size of a grinding disc. He sat cross-legged atop the creature's head. It was only at this moment that he leisurely entered the temple with an air of calm. The disdainful gaze of Qian Yuanzi met this scene, accompanied by a series of cold chuckles. To think that this desolate and broken temple could be mistaken for a celestial sanctuary was utterly laughable. Yet that rebellious disciple had indeed exerted effort, bringing in a pile of black soil to lay upon the ground. How foolish of me to have previously shared the matter of cultivating a celestial sanctuary exclusively with him. Qian Yuanzi rode around the temple on the coffin, pinching his chin thoughtfully. Nevertheless, he was indeed quite ruthless towards himself. In order to deceive his master, he even had the audacity to skin himself alive. After speaking, Qian Yuanzi tapped the head of the coffin with his finger. Suddenly, a frog-like creature emerged, and the shattered remains of Shirba were forcefully thrown against the wall, bursting apart. In an instant, a viscous mixture of flesh and a foul, icy liquid splattered throughout the room, invoking a sense of nausea. Guansan quickly interjected, his tone still echoing like a bell. You must not be deceived. Shirba and 15 are notorious for their cunning schemes. They merely intend to ensnare you. With a glint in his eye, he continued, It has just come to my mind. Master, there was a time when you were quite inebriated. It seems you mentioned the incident involving the abduction of a child during the tumultuous events of the past, when Shirba forcibly took away 100 souls from his estate, exterminating them all without mercy. A great fire raged for 3 days and nights, refusing to be extinguished, leaving only him as the sole survivor. I believe this may be the reason he is willing to go to any lengths to bring harm upon you, Master. Qian Yuanzi's eyes, slightly misaligned, reflected deep contemplation, his lips curling into a mischievous grin. In this light, everything begins to align and make sense. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, once again settled upon you. Obey, he commanded. Quickly strip yourself bare to entertain your master. Please do not compel me to take matters into my own hands. Within the chamber, the flickering candlelight continues to sway, casting the shadows of several figures that stretch and dance in an endless tug. In your eyes lies an indescribable terror and unease. This celestial fortune can only be savored by one. Once the disciple has cultivated their immortality, you shall no longer be of use. Obstinate and unyielding, the veins on Qian Yuanzi's forehead bulge. His face is unparalleled in its severity. Clearly, his endurance has been nearly exhausted. You tread with unsteady steps, gingerly approaching the corner of the wall, where you retrieve the small trumpet belonging to Shirba. Under the watchful gaze of Qian Yuanzi, you shed your tattered Taoist robe, revealing the sturdy physique shaped by years of relentless journeys. 15. Do not ceaselessly avert your gaze. You merely cast a glance at Qian Yuanzi, then took a deep breath. Subsequently, with your right hand grasping the trumpet, as if it possessed its own vision, you effortlessly carved a straight incision upon his abdomen. Crimson snow dripped rhythmically from the trumpet's tip, staining the ground in a vivid scarlet hue. You relinquish your grip, extending your arms wide. In that fleeting moment, the sound of weary separation resonates clearly within this realm and distinctly reaches a few ears nearby. Yet your entire being remains taut, curved into a grotesque form, with eyes of flame and crimson. From your mouth emerges a growl akin to that of a wild beast, as if pain has rendered you unable to endure. 15. With tears glistening in her eyes, as she gazes upon Qian Yuanzi, an overwhelming surge of hatred is unmistakably evident, a desire to rend apart the very architect of their suffering. Yet Guan San, despite his thick brows and big eyes, exudes a rather foolish demeanor at this moment, his lips curled in a smirk filled with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Gan Yunzi sits cross-legged atop the coffin, leisurely holding a pot of wine, appearing quite pleased with the performance unfolding before him. Indeed, he chuckles heartily, occasionally taking a sip from his cup. Only with your head bowed, your movements languid and slow. No one can perceive the flames that are fiercely burning within the depths of your gaze. As time slips away imperceptibly, it is precisely at this moment that in silent stillness, strange occurrences unfold. You gradually become aware of an intangible vitality surging from the dark soil beneath your feet into your very being. This essence is remarkably peculiar. It does not alleviate the agony of your peeling skin, yet paradoxically sustains your life, preventing you from succumbing to the excessive loss of blood. No wonder that Shiwu would willingly strip himself bare. A certain enlightenment begins to blossom within your heart. If this celestial vision were indeed true, perhaps one must truly undergo a self-stripping to successfully cultivate immortality. The act of shedding one's skin can be perceived as a bizarre ritual preceding the transcendence of the immortal. Once this ritual commences, it cannot be halted should it cease. The peculiar vitality that flows into the being will also come to an abrupt end. Shiwu could not endure the agony of being flayed, which resulted in the interruption of the ritual. Life ceased to flow in, ultimately leading to a futile loss of life. In the end, he lost his life in vain. Thus, what you must now do is solely to endure. Nothing more. Qian Yuanzi smiled mischievously at the snowy, blood-soaked scene before him. My dear disciple, how does it feel? Master, it cannot continue any longer. Disciple has reached a limit. It is not feasible to proceed further otherwise. This celestial destiny shall truly belong to the disciple. Listen to your faint voice. Qian Yuanzi couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. That simply won't do. Everyone knows that. I am most protective of my own disciples. I shall yield it to you. You no longer make a sound, merely striving to regulate your breath, to avoid succumbing to unconsciousness. In an instant, the dim crimson candlelight, the drenched, vivid snow, the menacing old priest, all elements converge, weaving a bizarre and absurd tapestry, gradually unfolding within this temple. Tonight feels exceptionally prolonged. Before you, fatigue clings to the fleeting snow, piling up in layered heaps. Inhaling the pungent, suffocating scent of snow, I gaze upon the harrowing scene before me. Hua Erling collapses to the ground, bowing fervently, his head striking the earth repeatedly. Master, have mercy. Grant Shiwu a swift end. Do not torment him any longer. I implore you. Qian Yuanzi had yet to comprehend the principles of the universe. He merely extracted a small dish from the mouth of the coffin elder and patiently reveled in the splendid performance before him. In the throes of excruciating pain, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, you persist resolutely. After enduring for so many years, you must not allow yourself to falter at this critical juncture. Upon witnessing this, Qian Yuanzi could not contain his delight and clapped his hands in joy. He then turned to Guan San and remarked, "Do you think this 15 resembles the skinned red monkey that we simmer for dinner? It is truly identical. That monkey head was indeed gifted to me by my master. It is exceptionally delicious." "Thank you, master." Qian Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, among the 30 disciples, you are the most considerate. Regarding the tender bond of teacher and disciple between the two, you remain utterly indifferent, relentlessly peeling away your own skin with increasing proficiency. After about the duration of a fragrant incense stick, perhaps wearied by the spectacle or finding the performance devoid of novelty, your attention wanes." Qian Yuanzi yawned 7 times, then waved his hand and said, 15, I shall not make things difficult for you. As for this earth beneath our feet, I find it quite fitting to use it as your burial ground. This way, no one can accuse me, as your master, of leaving my disciple to wander the desolate wilderness. At this moment, you find yourself stripped of much of your fatigue, as if your very being has diminished in size. Just as the two had remarked, you resemble a monkey that has been skinned. Yet, just as the words of Qian Yuanzi fell into silence, an astonishing event unfolded. Chapter 6. 2 choices this night felt particularly interminable. Before Li 15 lay a gruesome sight, flesh adhered to blood, piled in grotesque heaps. The suffocating stench of blood filled the air, and as he beheld this macabre scene, while Erling collapsed to the ground, fervently bowing his head. "Master, I implore you. Grant 15 a swift end. Spare him this torment, I beg you." Qian Yuanzi paid him no heed, instead extracting a small dish of delicacies from the coffin, patiently savoring the unfolding spectacle. As for Li 15, overwhelmed by extreme pain, he was on the verge of unconsciousness. Yet he steadfastly endured. After all these years, he could not allow himself to falter at this critical juncture. Qian Yuanzi, witnessing his resilience, couldn't help but clap with delight. Turning to Guan-san, he remarked, "Disciple, does 15 not resemble the skinned red monkey we are stewing tonight?" Indeed, Guan-san eagerly agreed. "It's a perfect match. And that monkey head was a gift from you, master." "So delicious, thank you." Qian Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. "Quite right. Among my 30 disciples, you are the most considerate." Li 15 paid no mind to their affectionate banter, focused solely on his own peeling, his movements becoming increasingly deft. After roughly the duration of a burning incense stick, perhaps weary of the spectacle, or perhaps finding it lacking in novelty, Qian Yuanzi yawned and waved his hand dismissively. 15. I shall not trouble you further. As for this black soil, it seems fitting as your burial ground, lest anyone accuse me of allowing my disciple to rot in the wilderness." At this moment, Li 15 had lost most of his flesh, his form appearing diminished. He resembled a skinned monkey, a sight both grotesque and absurd. Yet, just as Qian Yuanzi's words lingered in the air, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The black soil beneath seemed to possess a life of its own, beginning to breathe and writhe. It emanated a mysterious black luminescence, an unfathomable darkness that appeared capable of obscuring the heavens and burying all. Li 15 was momentarily transfixed by the sight before him. But soon, euphoria surged within him. He discovered that his body was uncontrollably sinking into this enigmatic soil. Simultaneously, a black light enveloped him, seemingly protecting him, making it difficult for outsiders to interrupt the process of planting immortality. He envisioned himself as a seed being sown into the earth, destined to become an immortal. "Old fool, is this not the very concept of planting immortality you spoke of?" With his safety assured, Li 15 could no longer contain his glee. The 18 years of pent-up frustration and gloom evaporated in an instant. Qian Yuanzi, witnessing this turn of events, was momentarily stunned, but soon his expression twisted into one of rage and near madness. This concept of immortality was indeed real. He watched as Li 15 slowly sank into the black soil, his previous arrogance and mockery evaporating entirely. In a sudden shift of tone, he exclaimed in panic, "Disciple, quickly come out and return the celestial opportunity to your master. I implore you, I truly beg you. I have searched for this Taoist temple my entire life." Li Shiwu shook his head, a murderous intent crystallizing in his eyes. "Old fool, hand it over. In your dreams, I would relish the thought of torturing you 1,000 times over, for my hatred runs deep." He glanced at the flesh on his own body and continued, "Let me speak plainly, old one. From the very beginning, I recognized this celestial abode as genuine. The reason I so brazenly revealed the skinning method was to deliberately mislead you into thinking this place was false. After all, with such an absurd technique, how could you, being so suspicious, ever believe it? The result is that the celestial opportunity you have sought for a lifetime has been handed over to me by your own hand." Li Shiwu let out a long sigh. "As for my willingness to skin myself, that was a gamble, a wager that such an act would bear fruit, that would inevitably trigger some unknown transformation. Fortunately, in this round, I emerged victorious." This declaration, of course, ignited the unfathomable fury of Qian Yuanzi. "You wretched spawn," he bellowed, leaping from atop the coffin with a woodcutter's knife in hand. Yet this forceful strike proved utterly ineffective. The terrifying power of the blade was completely thwarted by the black light emanating from the black earth below. Inside the temple, Guan-san's eyes widened in disbelief as he buzzed, "Master, you must not fall for this. This may still be Shiwu's trick. He seeks to harm you." Qian Yuanzi abruptly turned, his gaze akin to that of a man-eating specter. He took several strides forward, swinging his knife to cleave through Guan-san's entire chest. "You scoundrel! Were it not for your incessant prattling and misguided counsel, I would never have suspected this to be a trap, thus falling into the schemes of that rebellious disciple. At this moment, Li Shiwu's body was already sunken into the black earth below his neck. He realized that he must completely shed his arms and the human skin on his face until he was fully engulfed by the soil to achieve complete success. Hey, old one, I now offer you two choices. Would you care to hear them? Li Shiwu's eyes flickered as he spoke casually. Qianyuanzi narrowed his eyes. Speak. Li Shiwu nodded and continued. First, relinquish this opportunity for ascension to me, and let all your efforts serve as my garment. Secondly, a smile curled on his lips. As you can see, I have yet to successfully plant the celestial seed. If you possess the skill, then emulate my actions and skin yourself to complete the planting before I do. Upon hearing this, Qianyuanzi retorted coldly, rebellious disciple, do you wish for my demise? Li Shiwu rolled his eyes. Let us see what you choose. Qianyuanzi fell silent, merely retrieving a sharp dagger from his waist. He then stripped himself of his Taoist robe, revealing his gaunt body, marred by countless old wounds. In truth, even had Li Shiwu not spoken, he would have proceeded to skin himself to plant the celestial seed. After a lifetime of seeking the path of immortality, he found himself at a crossroads, fully aware that Li 15 intended to lead him to his demise. Yet, even with the faintest glimmer of hope remaining, he felt compelled to make an attempt. My dear disciple, I shall not allow you to succeed so easily, declared Qianyuanzi, his gaze fierce. In a manner reminiscent of Li 15's earlier actions, he plunged a dagger into his own flesh, methodically tearing away the human skin that enveloped him. As he sensed the revitalizing energy flooding into his being, regret and madness intensified in his eyes, prompting his hands to move with increasing urgency. Observing this, Li 15 held his breath and focused intently. He then brandished a small knife, using its sharp edge to strip away the flesh from his own arms and face. Thus unfolded a most extraordinary contest of self-flaying between master and disciple, a vivid spectacle in which only one could ultimately succeed in cultivating immortality and seizing the chance for transcendence. Chapter 7. The Death of Qianyuanzi inside the temple. Qianyuanzi was on the brink of madness. Witnessing this, Hua Erling felt a surge of determination within, picking up the machete from the ground and striking without hesitation. Get back! Qianyuanzi's arm trembled, causing Hua Erling to be uncontrollably slammed against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth as he fainted. The celestial destiny is mine. Qianyuanzi had completely lost his sanity. In a reckless bid to surpass Li 15, he began to tear his own flesh apart, disregarding his life. Upon witnessing this scene, Li 15 felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to a refreshing spring in the sweltering heat of summer, invigorating him. Countless nights had he awakened in terror, drenched in cold sweat, fearing that he might be cleaved by his opponent. But now everything was finally coming to an end. Master, thank you. I am grateful for you bestowing this celestial opportunity upon me. Once I become the immortal of the carefree world, I will not forget to seek out your 7 souls and 6 spirits, to burn them with the fire of the abyss for millennia. Upon hearing this, Qianyuanzi's face contorted in an expression of unspeakable fury. He raised his head, rasping, "You ungrateful wretch! I raised you, and you wish to blind me in return? You must be dreaming." Qianyuanzi's movements grew ever more frantic. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed throughout the desolate temple, reminiscent of a skinning hell, terrifying beyond words. Yet, with each calculated step, Li 15 had already seized the upper hand in this contest of cultivating immortals. Ultimately, only the skin on his scalp remained intact. Master, I shall go first. Li 15's tone was light and carried a hint of amusement as he gazed on. Qianyuanzi, upon hearing those words, was momentarily stunned. Then, without hesitation, he knelt on both knees, resembling a beaten dog, begging pitifully, "Unworthy disciple, no. Li 15, Master implores you, stop. Please stop. I have sought this temple my entire life, my whole life. You cannot do this. You must not." However, Li 15 remained unfazed, his eyes betraying no emotion as he maintained his composure in this final moment. He spoke softly, laced with a hint of mockery, "Master, thank you. I truly appreciate this celestial opportunity. As he exerted strength from his palms, after the last glimmer of blood, in that very instant, Li 15's entire body uncontrollably fell into the mysterious black soil, disappearing without a trace. No, no! Qian Yuanzi howled skyward, filled with resentment, frustration, and regret. Yet, as Li 15 successfully cultivated immortality, the unique vitality that had once surged into Qian Yuanzi's body ceased. Without that life force to sustain him, coupled with the reckless self-mutilation he had inflicted, Qian Yuanzi's body crumbled, and in that moment, he fell straight to the ground, a mere flickering candle nearing its end. Rebellious disciple, come out! You must come out! The celestial destiny is mine. The opportunity to cultivate immortality is mine. Return it to me. You must return it. Qian Yunzai cried with a voice tinged with the innocence of a child, laboriously crawling toward the vanishing figure of Li 15, leaving behind a trail of viscous blood. He had dreamt, pleaded, and schemed for a lifetime, only to find himself at the end of it all with nothing but emptiness, his efforts thwarted at the last moment, ultimately serving as a mere garment for another. Qian Yunzai perished, succumbing to his own cautiousness and suspicion, his hubris, his unjust deeds, and the whims of fate. He collapsed within the very sanctuary he had longed for, his eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. The cruel farce of cultivating immortality seemed to come to an abrupt halt at that moment. In the corner, Hua Erling curled up, her fingertips trembling, only awakening to reality at that juncture. 15, 15, she murmured. Coughing violently, she expelled a mouthful of blood before abruptly sitting up. A glance around the temple revealed the absence of Li 15. Meanwhile, Guan San, whose chest had been cleaved by Qian Yuanzai's blade, surprisingly still drew breath, emitting faint, intermittent cries for help. Two, save me, save me. We've grown up together. I do not wish to die. 15 has already cultivated immortality. Once he becomes an immortal, our good days will come. Please, just pull me up. Gazing at the robust man sprawled in a pool of blood, Hua Erling felt nothing but disdain. Huh, you don't wish to die? What about those brothers of ours whom you betrayed, leading them to their demise? Did they wish for death? She shouted in fury, tightly closing her eyes, opting to ignore the scene before her. Gradually, Guansan's breath faded away. Looking at the remains of her fellow disciples, Hua Erling sighed. Had I known it would come to this, why bother? She then cast a glance at Qian Yuanzai's corpse. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The desolate temple began to vanish before Hua Erling's eyes, as if it had never existed. What? Hua Erling was bewildered by the unfolding scene and quickly looked down. To her astonishment, the eerie black soil remained, resembling a well-tended vegetable patch, measuring 10 meters in length and width, spread out before her. The remnants of Qian Yuanzai, Guan San, and Shi Erba's corpses lay upon the black earth. Furthermore, the oversized toad-shaped coffin sat silently in place. Seeing that nothing was amiss, Hua Erling let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She then collapsed onto the ground, letting the cold wind brush against her face, her emotions tumultuous, oscillating between laughter and tears. They are all gone, all of them. Ho Chi, Zhao Si, Shi Erba, Guan San, and Qian Yuanzai. They are all dead. The following day, as daylight gradually broke, Hua Erling, supporting her wounded body, moved the corpses of Qian Yuanzai and the others from the eerie black soil. She feared that the three deceased might affect Li 15's cultivation of immortality. Once she completed her task, she stood beside the black earth. She called out, 15, are you all right? Can you hear me? Hua Erling spoke with genuine concern, her eyes devoid of any trace of greed. 15, you must persevere. You absolutely must succeed in cultivating immortality. Chapter 8. The eerie sunlight shone brightly, its warm rays caressing the earth like delicate threads. Hua Erling crouched beside the black soil, hesitating several times before succumbing to the urge to grasp a handful. Upon inspection, he found the soil remarkably fine, each grain distinct, resembling flowing sand. Furthermore, it was chilling to the touch, sending an icy sensation deep into his bones, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Not only that, But the weight of this soil was astonishing. Even a small handful felt heavier than copper or iron. Truly, it deserved the title of celestial soil. Hua Erling released his grip and turned his gaze towards the scattered corpses. He sighed deeply, rising to dig a grave for the fallen. Among them lay the remains of Ho Chi. Despite the latter's frequent mockery regarding his warmth for Qian Yuzi, death takes precedence. And they had shared a bond of suffering since childhood, rendering such grievances trivial. That night, after completing his somber task, Hua Erling erected a simple grass hut beside the black soil and settled in. Days passed, the earth gradually warmed, and vegetation began to bloom once more. Yet, Hua Erling remained in a state of constant anxiety. Each night, the black soil emitted a cacophony of eerie cries, sounds that echoed with the anguish of countless infants wailing, and the mournful lamentations of ghosts. In a daze, he could even perceive yellow paper offerings fluttering down from the heavens, drifting softly onto the black soil. As the night wore on, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The haunting cries ceased, replaced by a dense chorus of chanting, solemn and majestic, as though celestial deities were performing a rite of salvation. Was this not absurd? Was 15 truly a celestial being? As Hua Erling stood by the grass hut, his eyes filled with concern, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. This night, the stars and moon were obscured, casting an unusual darkness over the world. Yet, the black soil appeared eerily tranquil. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, filling the sky with blinding light, transforming the pitch-black night into a semblance of day. Awakened from his slumber, Hua Erling turned his head, his breath catching in his throat, his pupils narrowing in shock. 15. He beheld a fissure in the center of the black soil, from which emanated a deep crimson glow, suffused with a disquieting and ominous aura, as if it possessed the power to obliterate all and reduce it to dust. It was at this moment that Hua Erling observed a pitch-black skeletal figure gradually emerging from the soil. It resembled a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss, breaking free from its shackles to descend upon the earthly realm. 15. Is that you? Hua Erling gazed at the black skeleton, tears welling in his eyes, his throat nearly choking with emotion. He had never imagined that the last remaining brother of his sect would manifest in such a ghastly form. Yet in the next instant, a miracle unfolded. An invisible, indescribable force rose from the black soil, weaving around the skeletal figure in intricate patterns. Accompanying this phenomenon, flesh began to sprout and intertwine upon the black bones. The night gradually flowed onward, and time became an indistinct blur. A youth with hair cascading like a waterfall, possessing a visage both serene and gentle, with brows and eyes delicate yet somewhat wild, stood there unclothed. Erling, please cease your tears for a moment. Might we procure a garment? Li 15, one hand resting on his groin and the other upon his forehead, managed a resigned smile. After a brief interval, Li 15 donned his previous Taoist robe. A simple pile of firewood was arranged on the ground, with sparks occasionally leaping high before vanishing in an instant. 15. Have you ascended to immortality? The glow of the flames cast a rosy hue upon Hua Erling's face, and despite her hesitation, she could not suppress her curiosity. Immortal? Li 15 raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. I believe not. Thus far, I have merely taken the first step, successfully planted the seeds of immortality. As for what lies ahead, be it fortune or calamity, who can tell? As he spoke, he lifted his palm, concentrating. Beneath his fair skin, he could vividly sense the surging vitality coursing within him, powerful enough to rend apart tigers and leopards. Beyond that, his understanding of this new body was scant, requiring gradual exploration. Hua Erling sighed upon hearing this. Alas, the vision of immortality has vanished, and the patch of dark soil where you planted the seeds is also gone. Otherwise, we might have unearthed some clues. The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere by the fire turned somber. Li 15's expression shifted from lightheartedness to a grim countenance. The dark soil beneath my feet is gone? When did this happen? Just now, when you regenerated your flesh, I witnessed the dark soil disappear, Hua Erling replied, somewhat puzzled, unsure of the intent behind his query. Li 15 fell silent, merely lowering his gaze. For in his perspective, the peculiar dark soil he had used to plant the seeds of immortality remained. Not only that, the vision of immortality was still present, and he found himself within the Taoist temple. Erling, truly, you cannot see the vision of immortality or the dark soil beneath my feet. I cannot see it. Hua Erling shook her head. Li 15 ceased his inquiries, rising to his feet and stepping towards the temple door. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, an uncanny occurrence transpired once more. The vision of immortality seemed to cling stubbornly, shifting its position and preventing him from exiting. Huh, I do not believe it. A mere temple, and yet it seeks to confine me? Li 15 muttered under his breath, summoning strength in his legs and dashing toward a direction. Yet, even after 100 meters, he looked up to find the temple still trailing behind him, ensnaring him within its confines. What on earth are you doing? Hua Erling observed as Li 15 leapt about like a monkey, her confusion palpable. Nothing of concern, Li 15 responded tersely, attempting to lift his foot from the dark soil, only to discover it was utterly impossible. The dark soil clung to him like a parasite, binding his feet so tightly that he could not free himself. How can this be? How can this be? He questioned himself repeatedly, his thoughts in turmoil. Planting the seeds of immortality. Planting the seeds of immortality. Like a tender seedling, one cannot detach from its roots in the soil. Could it be that this celestial sprout, am equally unable to extricate myself from the dark earth beneath my feet and the cultivation of immortals? Contemplating this, Li Shiwu fell into an unusual silence, perpetually feeling that after extricating himself from the deep pit of Qianyuanzi, he had merely leapt into an even larger abyss. The night wind swept by, carrying flickering flames that danced in the breeze, stirring the hearts of the two men, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Thus a night passed. At dawn, Li Shiwu's gaze fell low as he extinguished the embers of the campfire before him with a swift kick. Through the previous night's explorations, he had gradually begun to discern certain truths. Both the cultivation of immortals and the strange black soil beneath him were imperceptible and untouchable to outsiders. Yet, from his own perspective, although both elements were entwined with him, they appeared as if transparent, having no bearing on his ability to perceive or act in his daily life. Old Master Coffin. Li Shiwu directed his gaze toward the bronze toad, which was the size of a grinding stone, and cautiously approached it step by step. Curiously, this fierce creature, who possessed little intelligence, now exhibited a rare expression of fear in its small eyes. Be good, behave, Li Shiwu said softly as he gently patted the toad's head. In the blink of an eye, the large toad vanished, leaving in the palm of his hand a finely crafted ornament resembling a bronze toad. After a moment's thought, he mimicked Qianyuanzi's actions, allowing the toad to clasp his left earlobe with its mouth, letting it dangle there nonchalantly. With this arrangement, an inexplicable aura of the uncanny enveloped the young and handsome Taoist. Having completed his tasks, Li Shiwu suddenly felt a jolt, as though a realization had struck him, and he swiftly turned back, inquiring, Erling, where is Qianyuanzi's body? He possessed a sheepskin scroll that he treasured dearly, which should contain records concerning the cultivation of immortals. Otherwise, how could this pockmarked old man have knowledge of such worldly secrets? Upon hearing this, Hua Erling promptly responded, the sheepskin scroll? Shiwu, follow me. That item should still be on the old man. Chapter 9. Tang City, accompanied by Hua Erling, the two ventured through the morning dew, arriving at a thicket of jagged stones and thorns. There lay the disfigured remains of Qian Yuanzai, grotesque and repulsive in decay, carelessly discarded. Even nearby weeds, once thriving, began to wither, tainted by the foulness of the corpse. I see no purpose in burying him. Leaving his body exposed in the wilderness seems fitting, Hua Erling explained. Li Shiwu glanced over, suppressing the urge to retch at the putrid odor, and bent down to search through Qian Yuanzai's Taoist robe. Before long, he uncovered a yellowed sheepskin scroll, its size approximately that of 2 palms. Upon unfolding it, an inexplicable sense of absurdity surged within him. Shiwu, what is the matter? Hua Erling inquired, leaning closer to peer at the scroll, only to be struck dumb in disbelief. Scrawled upon a sheepskin was a line of crooked, childlike script, reminiscent of a young child's playful doodles, exuding an innocence that was strikingly naive. It read, "Once there was a mountain, atop which stood a temple, within which lay a patch of earth. No flowers were sown, no grass was grown, only immortals were cultivated." At the bottom, the scroll bore a signature, Qingyang Temple, by the Master of Flames. Moreover, the parchment was adorned with a simplistic illustration of a small Taoist temple, accompanied by clouds, the sun, and blades of grass. Elements of simplicity. The first impression from the tender phrases and whimsical drawings was that this scroll could only have been crafted by the hand of a child, merely a few years old. How could this be? Was it possible that Qian Yuanzai cherished this scroll so dearly, only for it to be the playful scribblings of a mere child? Li Shiwu was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind it all. Shiwu, do not get lost in trivialities. The term Qingyang Temple is inscribed here. If we seek it out, the truth shall reveal itself, Hua Erling consoled. Li Shiwu nodded, realizing that in this situation, there was no other recourse. After all, he had successfully cultivated immortals. Thus, he must actively pursue everything related to the Taoist temple. Erling, let's incinerate Qian Yuanzai, Li Shiwu suddenly proposed. Ah, Hua Erling grimaced. Shiwu, burning this old wretch seems too lenient. Li Shiwu shook his head. No, I sense an unusual aura in this world, which is why entities like the Corpse Lord exist. Look, this old wretch's remains are decomposing at an alarming slow rate. To avert any malevolence, it is best to burn him, putting an end to it all. I wish not to witness Qian Yuanzai transform into some sinister entity, haunting us endlessly. Hua Erling shivered. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Subsequently, the two scoured the vicinity for dry kindling. Around midday, at the peak of the sun's radiance, they constructed a pyre of decaying wood in an open space. Li Shiwu gazed upward, squinting against the fierce sunlight. As a spark ignited, flames erupted, sending forth a wave of heat that tousled the strands of hair on the foreheads of the two youths. Shiwu, it seems we are all that remains, Hua Erling murmured, her head lowered, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Indeed, it appears that we are the last two remaining. Li Shiwu's countenance flickered in the firelight, his tone somber. These individuals have drifted through life like floating reeds, rootless and homeless, utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of a true home. They have merely followed Qian Yuanzi, traversing the vast expanse of the world, living in constant trepidation, enduring hardship and tasting the bitterness of life. At that moment, a series of mournful howls suddenly erupted from within the flames, sharp and piercing, as if something were on the verge of awakening. Instantly, the two regained their composure, exchanging a knowing glance. Erling, add more firewood. Understood. As for Li Shiwu, gripping Qian Yuanzi's axe tightly, he fixed his gaze on the decaying corpse within the flames, ever watchful for any unforeseen events. Master, rest assured, I shall fulfill your wishes. It was not until the night once again enveloped the surroundings that the fire gradually extinguished. Amidst the chaos, Qian Yuanzi's body was reduced to ashes, mingled with the charred remnants of vegetation, indistinguishable from one another. Observing this, the two finally exhaled in relief, yet a profound sense of dread rose within them. If that old wretch's corpse were to become a malevolent entity, what would we do? Li Shiwu chuckled, cursing lightly, feeling a wave of unaccustomed lightness. Almost immediately, however, he reined in his smile and inquired, Erling, where shall we bury them? Follow me. Under the cover of night, Li Shiwu stood before 4 small mounds, gazing intently for an extended period. Only when a chilling night breeze swept by did he retrieve an ancient coffin, extracting from its interior a map-like object. Upon unfolding it, he confirmed it to be a rudimentary topographical map. While lacking in detail, it was sufficient for his needs. Bingzhou, Li Shiwu murmurat, suddenly realizing that they were presently situated in a region known as Bingzhou. Even from the fragmented map in his possession, it was evident that Bingzhou was vast, with imposing mountain ranges stretching endlessly, intertwining and rising and falling in a majestic panorama. Erling, we shall head east. In that direction lies a city the closest to us. And thus, they embarked on a journey that would last 3 full days. On the dawn of the fourth day, after scaling yet another mountain, they finally beheld the city marked on the map. After extracting gold and silver from the ancient coffin and dusting themselves off, they slowly made their way toward the city gates. Before long, they arrived at Tang City. Beneath the city gates, Hua Erling stared at the two large characters inscribed on the city wall, his gaze drifting to the throng of bustling citizens entering and exiting. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, "Shiwu, shall we leave? There are too many people here. I find it quite uncomfortable, having dwelled in the wilderness for so long." The sudden immersion in the mundane world was indeed disconcerting. Just then, the thunderous sound of hooves arose, kicking up a cloud of dust as it approached from a distance. The townsfolk, upon witnessing this, hurriedly retreated to the sides of the road, heads bowed, seemingly too intimidated to obstruct the advancing procession. Moments later, Li Shiwu discerned the source of the commotion. It was a group of 10 men clad in white robes, adorned with striking red hats, leading 100 or more horses into the city. In an instant, Li Shiwu's attention was captivated by the unusual steeds they rode. These horses were extraordinary indeed. Each of these horses stands a head taller than an ordinary steed, their bodies devoid of hair, instead enveloped in a peculiar, fleshy, black substance resembling coagulated blood. Furthermore, these creatures lack hooves. In their place, 5 bony digits extend, akin to a human hand. After successfully cultivating his immortal seeds, Li 15 experienced a profound shift in perception. An inexplicable notion dawned upon him. These beings before him were not mere horses, but rather, they bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Chapter 10. The sect of tame beasts look quickly. These horses possess such vibrant spirits, as if they harbor emotions, unlike ordinary livestock, murmured Hua Erling. Li Shiwu, with a solemn gaze and an indistinct tone, responded, "To my eyes, these horses appear not as mere beasts, but rather as humans." Remarkably, this seemingly light remark was perceived by 10 men mounted upon the horses. Among them stood a middle-aged man, adorned with a crimson high hat and a goat-like beard. Around 40 years of age, he rode closer, casting a glance at Li Shiwu's robe, and chuckled with an enigmatic air. "My young friend, do you know who we are and whence we hail?" "Alas, I do not," Li Shiwu replied, bowing slightly. "If my previous words have caused offense, I beg your pardon." "No matter." The middle-aged man waved his hand with a smile, then continued, "We hail from the sect of tame beasts. Pray, take another guess at what trade we pursue." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu tilted his head, surveying the peculiar horses once more, yet shook his head in apology. The middle-aged man showed no sign of displeasure and instead elaborated, "In our sect of tame beasts, we delight in breeding livestock for sale. For instance, our 5-fingered horses are raised within our ranks. Do you not find them rather spirited?" Li Shiwu nodded, "Indeed. But according to your statement, why do you not name it the sect of tame beasts instead of the sect of tame humans?" This remark instantly provoked uproarious laughter from the 10 riders. The middle-aged man stroked his goat beard, gazing at Li Shiwu with intrigue. "My young friend, the more spirited the creatures, the better price they fetch. Would you not agree?" "Indeed," Li Shiwu concurred. "Humans are the masters of all beings, inherently wise. Would you not agree?" "Indeed." Given this, transforming humans into livestock not only saves time and effort, but also yields a handsome profit. Would you not concur? Li Shiwu's words faltered, his eyes wavering, evidently shaken by the inadvertent truth disclosed by his interlocutor. The middle-aged man chuckled softly, calling to his companions as they led their steeds into the city. "Ah, such Na'vi souls wandering about. In this grand Yinxian dynasty, they remain oblivious even to our sect of tame beasts. How pitiable, truly pitiable." Only after they had all entered the city did the bustling scene of the streets return to life. Li Shiwu lowered his head, his gaze complex. "Erling, did you hear that?" According to him, those over 100 peculiar horses are not horses at all, but rather humans. They're called 5-fingered horses because humans possess 5 fingers. Hua Erling, equally flustered, replied, I heard." Li Shiwu sighed. "I hope this world is not filled with the likes of Qian Yuanzi. Otherwise, life would become unbearable." Subsequently, the two entered the city with ease. They beheld broad streets lined with shops, red bricks, and green tiles adorning every corner, all in a state of meticulous order. In addition to that, the ubiquitous and densely clustered crabapple trees scattered throughout various corners reveal the origin of Tongqing's name. Li Shiwu sighed, and, alongside Hua Erling, they entered a ready-to-wear shop. After some selections, they each chose a pristine black Taoist robe to don, accompanied by a pair of shoes. However, upon trying them on, they found the fit quite awkward and uncomfortable, as they had grown unaccustomed to being restrained after years of traversing the mountains barefoot. Discontented, Li Shiwu tossed the shoes onto the counter. "Refund," Hua Erling asserted, slapping the counter with force. The somewhat drowsy and portly shopkeeper, displaying impatience, replied, "Dream on. You've paid the silver, now be gone." Observing this, Li Shiwu remained silent, mimicking the fierce demeanor of his master, Qian Yuanzai, as he forcefully slammed the hatchet onto the counter. "My master's surname is Qian, and his name is Yuanzai. Dare you refuse the refund? He'll cleave you in two." Moments later, both erupted into laughter as they departed. Naturally, they did not receive a full refund, having tried on someone else's clean shoes. A partial compensation was only fair. Continuing their leisurely stroll, they spotted a white-bearded old man by the roadside, dozing as he set up his fortune-telling stall. Li Shiwu approached and inquired, "Old sir, I wish to inquire about something." 10 copper coins, no bargaining, the old man replied without opening his eyes. "All right." Li Shiwu inhaled deeply. "Could you tell me where Qingyang Temple is located? Is the Fire Flame Master there?" "Oh, 2 questions are we?" The old man opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with shrewdness. "Young fellow, you've indeed asked the right person. The Qingyang Temple lies eastward beyond the city, about 1,500 miles, situated atop a low mountain. In the past, when this old man was spry, I even visited those Taoists for drinks and feasts." He clicked his tongue, then continued, "As for the Fire Flame Master, I've never heard of him. Who knows where that wild Taoist hails from?" Li Shiwu felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated acquiring such information about the Qingyang Temple recorded on the sheepskin scroll so effortlessly. However, scrutinizing the old man before him, he sensed an air of inscrutability. Thus, he bowed and asked, "Senior, do you have dealings with Qingyang Temple? Are you, perchance, a practitioner as well?" The old man chuckled heartily. "Young lad, that Qingyang Temple is merely a gathering of mundane folk, practicing nothing of significance." Li Shiwu's expression stiffened as he counted his copper coins and turned to leave. Yet, as he walked, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He lowered his gaze to the dark earth entwined around his feet, akin to a parasite, and contemplated the immortal seed temple that had enveloped him from the beginning. He could not possibly believe that the Qingyang Temple, from which the term planting immortals had emerged, could be a place of the ordinary. "Shiwu, do not be hasty. The truth will be revealed once we visit," Hua Erling whispered. Indeed, after a light meal, they discreetly stowed some cooked buns inside the coffin. Noticing that the day was still early, Li Shiwu resolved to directly investigate the Qingyang Temple. However, as they passed a certain location, they unexpectedly encountered a group from the Huanin sect who were busily selling over 100 five-fingered horses they had brought into the city that morning. Surrounded by a multitude of individuals, all adorned in vibrant attire, it was evident that they hailed from the affluent families of the city, the young masters and mistresses. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, each one fervently shouting, seemingly eager to acquire such a peculiar steed. A sharp whistle pierced the air, emanating from a middle-aged man with a goatee, clad in a red hat. He gestured toward the horses behind him, proclaiming, "2 young Taoists. Are you setting off on a journey? Purchase a horse, for once you pass this village, this shop shall no longer be available. After all, these creatures are rare and in high demand." Li 15 offered an awkward smile, performed a courteous bow, and promptly ushered Hua Erling out of the city. As for the 2 barefoot young Taoists, the townsfolk merely sneered dismissively, turning their attention elsewhere. Outside the city gates, beneath the sunlight, Hua Erling covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. "Li 15, what has happened to you?" To her astonishment, Li 15's once lustrous black hair now presented an eerie, withered yellow hue, as if it were on the brink of falling out. Moreover, his visage and even the flesh upon his body appeared gaunt and wrinkled, as if the very essence of vitality had been sapped away. Remarkably, all of this transpired in the mere instant they exited the city. Chapter 11. Under the city gate of Qingyang, Li Shiwu's body moved with a rusted stiffness as he extracted a copper mirror from the belly of the coffin elder. Gazing into the mirror, he was rendered speechless for an extended moment. The passers-by, upon witnessing his ghastly appearance, shuddered and hastened their steps. "Shiwu, what on earth is wrong with you? We must see a doctor. Speak to me," Hua Erling exclaimed anxiously. "Erling, you know that to cultivate crops, the soil must be enriched with fertilizer. Only then will the seedlings thrive and flourish," Li Shiwu responded, his voice low. "What do you mean?" Hua Erling pondered, suddenly enlightened. "Precisely," Li Shiwu affirmed heavily, casting his gaze downward at the peculiar black soil he could not escape. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I suspect that the black soil beneath my feet has lost its nutrients, causing my celestial seedling to wither and shrink as well." Upon hearing this, Hua Erling's spirit surged. Without a second thought, he strode forward and obstructed a dung cart that had just departed from the city, kicking the dung worker to the ground. He scattered a handful of silver coins, saying fiercely, "Get out of my way. Leave the dung and scram." Turning back, he asked, "Shiwu, do you think this is sufficient? If not, today I'll risk my life to make the entire Tang city erupt in chaos, with filth flowing through the streets." Li Shiwu appeared somewhat at a loss for words. "Erling, do not be reckless. It is not that simple." "What then?" Hua Erling's anxiety intensified. Li Shiwu remained silent, gazing into the distance, observing the undulating green mountains and the birds soaring in the sky. His gaze gradually grew resolute. "Erling, let us enter the city." With that, the two turned around and re-entered Tang City. The horse trading at the Huaran sect continued unabated. In a brief span, over 100 five-finger horses had dwindled to merely 20. The wealthy and powerful, their faces flushed with excitement, were engaged in a frenzied scramble. "Step aside, all of you." Li Shiwu wielded a hatchet single-handedly, unyieldingly pushing people out of his way, exuding an aura reminiscent of a bandit. The surrounding crowd, struck by his terrifying visage and fierce demeanor, instinctively recoiled. Interesting. A middle-aged man with a goatee adjusted his red hat, observing Li Shiwu's approach with keen interest. "Young friend, you seem to have encountered some trouble. The situation appears dire." His tone was calm, glancing casually at the coffin elder hanging from Li Shiwu's left ear. "Senior, may I purchase a horse?" Li Shiwu clasped his hands, his demeanor earnest. "Certainly, 200 gold. Not excessive, quite reasonable." Without haggling, Li Shiwu retrieved 200 gold pieces from the belly of the coffin elder and placed them before the man. "Splendid. In that case, choose a horse," the middle-aged man said with a smile, gesturing to the horses behind him. Li Shiwu, without hesitation, led the nearest five-fingered horse and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, senior, for your generosity. Do not rush. Here, take this one." The goat-bearded man retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his bosom, adorned with mysterious symbols drawn in red cinnabar. And on the reverse side, a prominent character one. "This artifact serves as the life token of my Huanan sect. Henceforth, the power of life and death over this steed rests entirely in your hands. Should this creature prove disobedient, you may dispose of it as you see fit." Li Shiwu accepted the yellow paper with both hands, expressing his gratitude once more. The goat-bearded man inquired, "Young friend, what is your name?" "I am Li Shiwu, and may I ask for your esteemed name?" "Pang Dahai." The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he retorted unkindly, "Youngster, conceal that presumptuous and distasteful demeanor of yours. The surname Pang is ancient and carries significant weight. You cannot even begin to fathom its implications." Li Shiwu nodded, casting a serious glance at the middle-aged man before leading the horse away, with Hua Erling following closely behind, not daring to look back. "Boss, that lad seems a bit peculiar," Hua Erling remarked. "Nonsense," Pang Dahai replied nonchalantly. "In this world, strange occurrences abound. This boy has likely attracted some trouble. As for that toad, a mere coffin-bearer means nothing before my Huanan sect." Outside the city gates, Hua Erling scrutinized the five-fingered horse, particularly its eyes, increasingly convinced it possessed human-like qualities. "Shiwu, what shall we do now?" Li Shiwu gazed up at the sun, and without further ado, mounted the horse. pulling Hua Erling up with him. He felt the horse's back, flat and robust, a far cry from the donkeys he had previously ridden. The distance to Qingyang Temple was a staggering 1,500 miles. Given my current state, I estimate I can endure for at most half a month. After that, I fear I shall wither away, my soul dissipating. Thus, it matters little whether the creature is horse or man. We must reach Qingyang Temple without delay. Li Shiwu, sensing his physical condition, reached out to stroke the horse's head and spoke solemnly. Your life contract is in my hands. This journey of 1,500 miles requires your utmost speed. As for my senior brothers, though they have faced hardships, they are not tyrannical. They will not be too difficult on you. At that moment, a wealthy young master, adorned with a feathered hat, having fortuitously acquired a 5-fingered horse, approached the city gates with a retinue of servants, intending to take a leisurely ride. Upon seeing the 2 young Taoists riding the 5-fingered horse blocking the entrance, he could not suppress a derisive laugh, igniting a sense of competition. Affectedly, he called out, "Esteemed Taoist, how about a horse race?" Li Shiwu turned around, squinting and brandishing his blade, scram. "I have no time to waste with you. Speak another word, and I shall cut you down. Get lost, get lost. We are busy," Hua Erling echoed. The black horse beneath them suddenly exhibited a look of terror, rearing its hooves and galloping forth like an arrow. The horse mused. Wasn't it agreed that we would not resort to brutality? The 2 young men, however, felt helpless. After all, they had followed Qianyuanzi since childhood, and such behavior was quite natural given their upbringing. Thus, they journeyed eastward. As for the 5-fingered horse from the Huanren sect, one could say that 200 gold coins was an exceedingly reasonable price. Its steps are as swift as the wind, yet remarkably steady, requiring no conscious guidance from its rider, nor any concern about straying off course or becoming ensnared by its hoofs. Thus, as dusk approached on the following day, the 2 riders, in their haste, successfully arrived at the foot of the low hills where the Qingyang Temple is situated. Even from that vantage point, they could glimpse the temple's eaves glimmering in the fading light of the setting sun. "Let us proceed," said Li Shiwu. The 2 dismounted, leading their horses along a mountain path as they began their ascent. After a short while, a temple named Qingyang emerged distinctly before them, exuding an ancient charm and a tranquil, natural grace that soothed the hurried hearts of the 2 travelers. "Esteemed Tao brothers, have you come seeking refuge for the night?" A young acolyte, noticing their Taoist robes, approached them with eagerness. However, upon recognizing Li Shiwu's countenance and the 5-fingered horse behind him, a look of trepidation instantly crossed his face. Li Shiwu, perceiving this reaction, took no offense. Instead, he responded courteously, "I apologize for the intrusion. This esteemed brother, what of your horse?" The young acolyte hesitated, words caught in his throat. "No need for concern. Simply tie it somewhere and offer it some steamed buns," Li Shiwu replied thoughtfully. He then produced a piece of gold, adding, "As a token of goodwill for disturbing your esteemed temple, consider this a contribution to the incense fund." The young acolyte's eyes brightened, and a smile blossomed on his face as he eagerly accepted the offering. "Your words are gracious. The Taoist community is united as one family. Allow me to inform the temple master." As the acolyte departed, Li Shiwu began to scrutinize the temple before him. Aside from its tranquility, it was indeed as the old man with the white beard had described. It bore an ordinary aura, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Li Shiwu furrowed his brow in confusion. How can this be? Given its connection to the immortal cultivation temple, how could Qingyang Temple appear so mundane? Chapter 12. Non-existence. As dusk settled, the master of Qingyang Temple, a man of around 60, donned in a green Taoist robe and holding a whisk, appeared amiable. Perhaps it was due to the gold piece given by Li Shiwu that he prepared a simple vegetarian feast in a side hall, accompanied by a few middle-aged Taoists. During the meal, they engaged in lively conversation. "Young friend Shiwu, your journey brings you to seek a temple known as Zhongshin Temple, does it not?" The master's expression revealed a hint of curiosity. "Indeed," Li Shiwu nodded. "If the master is aware, I would be profoundly grateful for your guidance." Upon hearing this, the master's face clouded with difficulty. "Young friend, to speak candidly, I have held the position of temple master for over 20 years. and my predecessor was my own teacher. Therefore, I am well versed in all matters pertaining to the temple. However, I have never heard of this Zhongshan temple. My apologies. Young friend, he continued. At these words, Li Shiwu's hand, poised with chopsticks, froze mid-air as thoughts swirled in his mind. Was the master's statement true or false? Noticing Li Shiwu's reaction, the master could not help but add, young friend, your current demeanor suggests that you may be suffering from a grave illness or have encountered something unclean. In any case, you should seek out a great sage for a solution. Unfortunately, at Qingyang Temple, we are merely ordinary mortals and are of little help. In response, Li Shiwu merely lifted the wine jug and poured a cup for the master, remaining silent. Esteemed elder, since you are unaware of Zhongshan Temple, have you perhaps heard of a figure known as Huoyin Shanshi? Huoyin Shanshi? The master furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. Young friend, we have no Huoyin Shanshi in our temple, only a Huoyanzi. Among the over 200 Taoists at Qingyang Temple, he is merely a humble bell ringer, very low-key and seldom ventures outside. Is he the one you seek? Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu sprang to his feet, joyfully exclaiming, esteemed elder, where might Huoyanzi be at this moment? Young friend, please follow me, the master replied. A moment later, the group arrived at the temple's rear courtyard, where in one of the rooms, they found a lean old Taoist, over 50 years old, preparing for sleep. Master, the old Taoist inquired, it is late. Have you come to instruct me on something? He lit an oil lamp with care, placing it on the windowsill, the flickering glow illuminating the group. Apologies for the disturbance. Huoyanzi, the master said, performing a respectful gesture and stepping aside to reveal Li Shiwu. It is not I who seeks you, but this young friend. Huoyanzi focused his gaze, and upon seeing Li Shiwu's current appearance, he was taken aback. This fellow Taoist, I have never sought fame or fortune, nor do I engage with outsiders. May I inquire about your purpose? Li Shiwu, unreserved, responded directly, esteemed elder, I seek information. Do you know Zhongshan Temple? This matter is of utmost importance to me. I implore you. Huoyanzi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head and saying, I apologize, but I have spent my entire life at Qingyang Temple and have never visited any other temple, nor do I know of such a celestial abode. Upon hearing this, Li 15 felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fatigue wash over him. He staggered a few steps and exclaimed, impossible. How could this be? The parchment clearly states Qingyang Temple, Huoyanzi. I have undoubtedly arrived at the right place. Why do you claim ignorance? Have I been searching in vain all along? He pulled the parchment from his pocket, muttering incessantly, deeply questioning himself. At that moment, Huoyanzi suddenly spoke. Young friend, may I take a look at that parchment? Li 15, coming back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed it over. By the faint candlelight, Huoyanzi's hands trembled slightly as he gazed at the parchment in silence for a long while. Finally, he said, young friend, I understand now. But may I ask where you obtained this item? Li 15, seizing the glimmer of hope, replied eagerly, this item was left by my master. And the celestial abode inscribed upon it was the culmination of his lifelong endeavors. Now that my master has passed, we, his disciples, merely wish to see if we can fulfill his final wish. Li 15's words were a mixture of truth and half-truths, carefully crafted. Huoyanzi sighed deeply, revealing a bittersweet smile. Nearly 50 years have passed, and I never expected to see this item again. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable and unfathomable. Young friend, you need not search for that celestial abode, for it does not exist in this world. This response left Li 15 feeling as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he retorted sharply, Senior, how can it not exist? Are you deliberately deceiving me? Observing Li 15's agitation, Huoyanzi seemed to drift into memories and began to speak slowly. Do not be anxious, my young friend. Allow me to share my tale. About 50 years ago, a notorious villain came to Qingyang Temple, a man so wicked he seemed to devour souls. He forced us to reveal the secrets of immortality, threatening to slaughter us all if we did not comply. Beside them, Hua Erling immediately inquired, Senior, is the villain you speak of the one with a face full of black spots, a crooked mouth, and mismatched eyes? Huoyanzi nodded. Indeed, that is him. Alas, Qingyang Temple is but an ordinary temple. We have no secrets of immortality. Yet that villain was insistent, refusing to relent until he had what he wanted, or else he would take our lives. At that time, I was merely a young acolyte, having just entered the temple. Hui Yinzi's expression softened with nostalgia as he gazed at the parchment in his hand, murmuring, "Once, there was a celestial abode that did not cultivate flowers or grass, but rather immortals. To be honest, I do not fear your laughter. This parchment was but a child's plaything. As children do, I enjoyed scribbling and imagining, and thus, I concocted a tale of a celestial abode." With a sigh, he continued, "At that time, the old abbot pressed by that villain had no choice but to hand over my whimsical parchment, claiming that there existed a celestial abode where one could attain immortality. Once again, he deceitfully claimed that I was a natural prodigy, capable of perceiving the mysteries of the universe. This celestial opportunity for enlightenment arose from my own insights." Huiyanzi fixed his gaze upon Li Shiwu and continued, "I recall that during those times, that fierce individual was relentless. He lamented the vastness of the world, questioning where he might seek such a celestial perspective. In a bid to swiftly rid himself of this nuisance, the old master deceived him, advising him to walk barefoot to connect with the earth, with his head held high towards the heavens and his feet firmly planted on the ground, thus achieving unity with the cosmos. Ideally, he should accompany a group of barefoot disciples. After that, as long as he continually envisioned the celestial perspective in his heart, it would manifest before him. Therefore, there was no need to wander far. A mere stroll in the nearby hills would suffice." Huiyanzi's tone held a hint of nostalgia as he sighed. "Alas, time has flown by, and decades have slipped away in the blink of an eye. Life is fleeting indeed. I have transitioned from a young acolyte to a figure with white hair, my youth long gone." The master beside him, having listened for a considerable time, finally responded. "With this reminder, I too recalled that such events did indeed transpire. That old master from years ago was none other than my own mentor. Young friend Shiwu, the celestial perspective you speak of does not exist at all." Chapter 13. Farewell. The candlelight on the windowsill flickered, swaying incessantly in the gusts of wind, nearly extinguishing. The fire Yinzi wore a melancholic expression and addressed Li Shiwu. "Young friend, the truth is as such. Your visit today surely pertains to that malevolent figure, who must be the master you spoke of. However, the celestial observatory and the method of barefooted exploration were but deceptions we employed to mislead that fiend in our desperate times. He performed a ritual of respect. Thus do not cling to it." Seeing Li Shiwu and Hua Erling walking barefoot, the crowd from Qingyang Temple understood the situation well. "Senior, are you truly not deceiving me?" Suddenly, Li Shiwu thrust his axe against Fire Yinzi's neck, his eyes radiating a chilling light. He could not believe that the 30 youthful disciples had endured such wretched conditions merely due to the deceitful words of the old temple master. His tone was devoid of warmth. "But what if I assert that I have indeed discovered that celestial observatory? After all, the black earth beneath my feet is as tenacious as a parasite, leaving no room for fabrication. Yet the tender script on the parchment, even the descriptions of Qianyuanzi, all seemed plausible and without flaw, stirring doubts within him. Young friend, remain calm," the temple master hastily urged with gentle words. Despite the fear of the blade, Fire Yinzi shook his head resolutely, saying, "Young friend, do not cling to it. The celestial observatory truly does not exist." After a long silence, Li Shiwu sheathed his axe, turned, and walked away without a glance back. The night was desolate. The mountain wind howled with a chilling intensity. As Li Shiwu descended the mountain path, his steps faltered, and he appeared utterly lost and dejected. Hua Erling, leading the five-fingered horse, followed closely behind, full of compassion. "Ah, Fadse, it doesn't he exist?" Li Shiwu murmured to himself. If it were false, what would it signify that Qianyuanzi meticulously plotted for decades, killing countless souls and abducting 30 infants? What would that be? If it were false, what the suffering we endured, the brothers who perished? What of the agony I endured, peeling away my own skin? If it were false, what then is this black earth that clings to me, this haunting celestial observatory? I refuse to believe it. Gradually, Li Shiwu's disheveled hair hung loosely, his appearance growing increasingly haggard. The sensation of his body withering was more excruciating than the pain of skinning, almost driving him to the brink of self-destruction. Erling, you should go. Do not follow me any longer. Li Shiwu suddenly turned, glaring at his companion, who had known him since childhood. At this moment, he was far too unstable and feared that continuing on this path would lead to lifelong regret. What nonsense are you speaking? Hua Erling shook his head frantically. At this time, how could I abandon you? No, absolutely not. Li Shiwu stepped closer, forcing a strained smile. Erling, listen to me. You often mention that you bear a square mark on your shoulder, adorned with an extraordinary design. Perhaps you are of noble lineage, and who knows what the future holds. Now that you are free, you have ample time to seek your true heritage. As for me, do not worry. I shall be fine. Before Hua Erling could refuse, Li Shiwu removed the coffin elder and compelled it to release a considerable treasure of gold and silver, along with various jars and bottles. Listen to me, he advised. When you seek your relatives, you must carry ample gold. If by chance you do find them, it would be unwise for those unfamiliar with you to regard you with disdain. As for those jars, they contain the old man's collection of poisons, subtle tools for nefarious deeds that allow one to kill without bloodshed. Take them all with you. Remember, we are disciples of Qianyuanzi. When we venture into the world, we must not allow others to bully us. We have always been the ones to exert influence over others. Li Shiwu spoke slowly and softly, a smile gracing his lips. If we were truly to be bullied, that old man would surely mock us from the depths of the 18 hells. He added, oh, and take this dagger with you. It was used by Qianyuanzi for skinning and is capable of cutting through iron as though it were clay. I won't give you the coffin elder, for its temperament is fierce, and you would not be able to control it. Listening to his words, Hua Erling was already in tears. Shiwu, can you not go? I beg you, truly beg you. I have no desire to seek those family members, none whatsoever. Seeing her distress, Li Shiwu sighed, his gaunt visage appearing particularly unsettling. Erling, you see my current state. I must find a solution. You cannot assist me in this matter. Do not worry. I will be fine. Once I discover the path I seek, I will come to find you. In the next moment, Li Shiwu suddenly struck her neck with a swift hand, rendering her unconscious. Erling, forgive me. He then placed her on the back of the horse, securing her with ropes, and loaded various bundles atop her. Next, he tucked a tattered map of Bingzhou into her embrace. Li Shiwu then stroked the horse's mane, his gaze icy. Steed, I am aware of your sentience. Your life is bound to mine. You shall carry this burden until we meet again, at which point I shall grant you your freedom. Off you go. With a horse's neigh, both man and steed vanished into the night, leaving behind the echo of hoofbeats that lingered in the air. As the distance grew, the night grew colder. Huffing heavily, Li Shiwu gasped for breath, his expression fierce, before collapsing into the tangled underbrush behind him. He felt an insatiable hunger in his body and soul, yet he was at a loss as to what could alleviate it. In the wilderness, the cacophony of animal roars and strange sounds reverberated, instilling a sense of awe. Yet, none of this mattered to Li Shiwu. He staggered to his feet once more and ambled aimlessly in a singular direction, his steps unsteady. The following day dawned bright and clear, with a warm breeze caressing the face. Li Shiwu, covered in mud, swayed into a bustling market, drawing curious glances from the crowd. It was early market day, filled with monkey performers, vendors selling puppies and saplings, the sounds of bargaining between buyers and sellers mingling with the steaming baskets releasing plumes of white vapor, all creating a continuous hum of activity. Li 15 surveyed his surroundings, feeling as if countless flies were buzzing around his ears, provoking an inexplicable irritation within him. When he finally lifted his gaze, his eyes were filled with a savage fury. The black hatchet glinted in his grasp, and in that moment he resembled a tyrant, brandishing his weapon to intimidate the passing merchants and townsfolk. Shut up! Get lost, all of you! Scram! He bellowed, wielding the hatchet as he chased the merchants, who fled in every direction, their panic evident as he threatened them with violent intent. Instantly, the once bustling morning market descended into chaos, with cries of despair echoing through the air. After a brief interval, A group armed with long staves approached, led by a formidable figure exuding an intimidating presence. "How dare you stir trouble on my turf?" he roared. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li 15 collapsed as if drained of all strength. The leader's expression twisted in disbelief. "Is this the caliber of opponent I face?" He is already frightened out of his wits upon my arrival. "Someone, bind him and take him into custody." Chapter 14, the so-called demon. When Li Shiwu awoke, he found himself ensconced within an iron cage. A black iron collar tightly clasped around his neck, evidently rendered a prisoner. "Ah, you monstrous creature, have you finally roused?" A burly man, sporting a full beard, perched upon a tiger-skin chair, scrutinizing the captive with evident wariness in his eyes. "Pray tell, what manner of being are you? It is no easy task for the common folk to make ends meet, yet you, vile creature, choose to wreak havoc. Can you not contain yourself?" Inside the cage, Li Shiwu slowly rose to his feet, feeling a semblance of strength return, though the gnawing sensation of hunger, as his body gradually withered, persisted in tormenting him. "Open it," he commanded, his tone devoid of warmth. "You dare to raise your voice?" The man brandished a whip, cracking it through the air, seemingly eager to stretch his limbs and mete out punishment to the troublesome prisoner. Yet in the next moment, he beheld a sight most astonishing. A bronze toad, the size of a millstone, unfurled its tongue, and the iron cage visibly warped as Li Shiwu's shackles fell away. By the time he focused again, Li Shiwu stood before him, resembling a specter of dread, his emaciated hands clasping the man's throat, pinning him against the wall. "Where's this place?" The man struggled to turn his neck, gazing towards the dungeon's entrance, where his ruffian companions were engaged in revelry, utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama within the cage. "Master, let us speak. Let's speak reasonably." Li Shiwu loosened his grip slightly, casting a glance at a discarded knife in the corner, beckoning the old coffin-bearer to retrieve it with his elongated tongue. "Master, I am Lu Xiaohu, merely a town protector tasked with maintaining peace. If I have offended you, I implore your forgiveness. This place is called Jewel Town, within the jurisdiction of Tang City." Li Shiwu nodded, a thought sparking in his mind as he cautiously ventured. "Ah, last night, I partook in wine with several esteemed figures from Qingyang Temple and may have indulged a bit too much." Lu Xiaohu paused, a wry smile crossing his face. "Master, do not jest with me. Qingyang Temple is not far from here, merely a congregation of old codgers. Even I could dispatch them with a single punch. They hardly warrant the title of esteemed figures." Li Shiwu's expression remained impassive. "Oh, then I must have erred in my recollection. In that case, enlighten me. Where do these practitioners of the arcane seek their path?" Lu Xiaohu's eyes brightened with delight. "Master, at this very moment, there are indeed such practitioners in the town, as you described. There are 3 of them, preparing to vanquish demons." "Demons? What sort of demons?" Li Shiwu's brow furrowed deeply. Having followed the old coffin-bearer for over a decade, he had spent most of his days in desolate wilderness. He had yet to encounter any demonic entities, let alone human-like demons. "Master, I am but a humble town protector, quite unrefined, and possess no knowledge of such matters. You have dealt with them before. Surely you can inquire and learn for yourself." Li Shiwu released his grip and allowed the coffin-bearer to produce 2 gold pieces, tossing them to Lu Xiaohu. "This morning's incident was my folly. Please use this to compensate the townsfolk on my behalf." Very well, Lu Xiaohu agreed with a grin, perceiving that despite the priest's fearsome visage, he was, in truth, a reasonable and discerning individual. In the blink of an eye, Li Shiwu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the face of his adversary, his voice laced with malice. "As a disciple of Qian Yuanzi, do you think I can endure this humiliation, allowing you to languish in a dog cage for nothing? The remaining gold shall suffice for your medicinal wine." Lu Xiaohu remained speechless. Subsequently, Li Shiwu donned a black hat and covered his visage with a dark scarf to conceal his gaunt features. He trailed behind the burly man until they arrived at a grand hall. Inside, seated were 2 men and a woman, a young swordsman clad in brocade, an elderly monk in yellow robes, and a beautiful woman carrying a bamboo basket. These 3 formidable individuals were also here to subdue the demon, the more allies. the greater the assurance against the malevolent creature. Lu Xiaohu bowed deeply, exuding utmost respect, as he introduced Li Shiwu to the trio. "What is your name, esteemed sir?" inquired the swordsman, his gaze indifferent. Li Shiwu came to reply. "Which sect do you hail from?" Zhongxian Temple, Li Shiwu articulated slowly, his eyes fixed intently upon the reactions of his audience, still determined to uncover the origins of the Zhongxian Temple. "Ah, I have not heard of it," the young swordsman mused, shaking his head with a smirk. "Without a recognized lineage, how can we ascertain your capabilities? It seems you shall not be accompanying us on this journey." The woman with the bamboo basket chimed in with a radiant smile. "This esteemed Taoist, is that a coffin spirit you have hanging by your ear?" "Indeed. What of it? Do you desire it?" Li Shiwu tightened his grip on the firewood cutter in his hand, adept in chopping wood, and equally prepared for combat. "You misunderstand, Taoist," the woman laughed lightly. "Since you possess such a coffin spirit, you must possess some skills. You are welcome to join us on this demon-slaying expedition." Li Shiwu's gaze sharpened. "Coffin spirit?" The swordsman, observing this exchange, scoffed. "You do not even know what a coffin spear is? Are you some wildling who has just emerged from the mountains? I have just returned and am unaware of such matters. Is that a problem? Ah, so you are but a novice. Did your master not enlighten you, allowing you to venture forth with a coffin spirit?" The young man's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. "Oh, my master, he met a gruesome end, flayed alive and burnt to ashes. Would you like to join him?" Li Shiwu's casual remark resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. Even the old monk, who had been meditating quietly, suddenly opened his eyes, scrutinizing the scene before choosing to mediate. He spoke. "Esteemed one, within the realm of Dayo, the spiritual beasts recorded in ancient texts no longer exist, nor do demon beasts. Only curses remain." Li Shiwu furrowed his brow. "Master, when you speak of Dayo, do you refer to the Dayo, celestial dynasty?" He had previously encountered this term while procuring horses in Tang City from the Huanyan sect. The old monk affirmed, "Indeed, we are all subjects of Dayo, mere mortals among its multitude." He clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence and continued, "The term curse signifies calamity and misfortune. In conclusion, they are a bizarre and inexplicable phenomenon, terrifying in the extreme." The old monk sighed as he cast a glance at the bronze toad dangling from Li Shiwu's earlobe. Those with lesser intelligence, akin to the old coffin bearers, are referred to as cursed beasts. In contrast, those possessing intelligence comparable to humans, or even wisdom akin to that of spirits, are termed cursed demons. Currently, in the town of Jewel, a cursed demon is wreaking havoc, claiming the lives of many. The old monk clasped his hands together and recited a Buddhist chant. "Esteemed individuals, let us unite our efforts to eradicate this calamity." Chapter 15. The two national religions masterly. "You must now comprehend the nature of the cursed beasts and the malevolent spirits," the old monk declared, closing his eyes once more, seemingly entering a state of meditation. The sword-wielding youth and the basket-carrying woman regarded Li 15 with evident wariness, sensing that he brazenly spoke of the slaying of masters, a sign of a ruthless and unrestrained individual. As for Li 15, he pondered the monk's words, realizing that this coffin elder was merely a so-called cursed beast. Suddenly, he spoke again. "Pray tell, esteemed guests, the great Yi claims to be an immortal dynasty. Yet are there truly immortals among them?" The woman's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. "Master Li," she replied, "the concept of immortals is a distant one, and I am quite ignorant of it. However, there have long been rumors that the great Yi harbors great secrets. Even if there are immortals, they would not amount to much." Beneath the brim of his hat, Li 15's expression remained obscured. He continued, "Allow me to inquire further. Is the Huanren sect truly formidable? Can they transform humans into beasts at will and sell them freely?" Unable to contain himself, the sword-wielding youth interjected, "Li, are you truly from the Great Yi? How could you be unaware of the Huanren sect? Let me enlighten you. The Huanren sect is one of the two national religions of the Great Yi, and its leader holds the esteemed position of national master. Their status is so elevated that they dwell among the clouds, akin to deities gazing down upon the masses." Li 15's eyes widened in disbelief. A national religion? A sect that transforms humans into beasts? Surely, this is indicative of a cult. The basket-carrying woman chuckled softly. Masterly, do you not know anyone from the Huanren sect? How fortunate would it be to be acquainted with them? Li 15 nodded. A few days ago, while passing through Tang City, I purchased a five-fingered horse from a Huanren sect cultivator named Fat Dahai. Hence my inquiry. The sword-wielding youth gasped. Fat? That surname is held in high regard in our great Ya. He then expressed regret. Alas, you seem to have encountered all the fortunate opportunities. The Huanren sect, as the name suggests, specializes in taming humans, transforming them into beasts. The creatures they produce are quite charming, and many vie for them. Moreover, they are often claimed by influential figures long before they are offered for sale, so one must be exceptionally fortunate to encounter such an opportunity. The youth lamented, "Oh, what a pity! Had I known of such fortune, I would have surely journeyed to Tang City to acquire one myself." Suddenly, a smile illuminated his face as he attempted to ingratiate himself. "Li, my friend, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Might I offer you 3 times the price for your horse?" Li 15 nodded directly. "If you provide the payment, I shall accept it. But whether I can deliver the horse is uncertain." "You are deceiving me," the youth exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in anger. "Not at all. It is simply that the five-fingered horse is not in my possession," Li 15 clarified before turning to the woman carrying the basket. "I seek your wisdom. I find the Huanren sect quite sinister. How can they be deemed a national religion?" Upon hearing this, the woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Masterly, do not underestimate your perspective. Though the cult of Beastmasters transforms humans into beasts, the individuals they employ are predominantly those who have committed heinous crimes, engaged in debauchery, and perpetrated grievous sins. Rather than extinguishing their lives, they convert them into oxen and horses, thus ensuring that nothing goes to waste. For instance, there was a trafficker who sold infants, and upon being discovered by the disciples of the cult, he was transformed into a plow ox and given to a family, to toil for several decades, often subjected to brutal beatings, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. In such a manner, how can it not be regarded as a national doctrine? The woman took a sip of tea, smiling as she remarked, "The state religion of the great Yao has 2 branches, and the cult of Beastmasters is relatively benign. As for the other, it is truly sinister. It is called the sect of 10 manifestations." A moment of silence enveloped the hall, as the others seemed to have heard of this sect of 10 manifestations, yet were reluctant to delve further into the topic. "10 manifestations." Li 15 pondered these words, instantly sensing an extraordinary aura. His visit to confer with these individuals was primarily to gather intelligence, and although the results were modest, it was not an altogether fruitless endeavor. Additionally, he harbored a curiosity to witness the so-called curses and demons, to grasp the true extent of their terror. At that moment, the elderly monk, who had been meditating with closed eyes, stirred the prayer beads in his hand and suddenly spoke, "Esteemed guests, the hour grows late. It would be prudent for us to depart early and return swiftly, ensuring the tranquility of this region." With that, he strode forward with purpose. The youth and the woman followed closely, and seeing this, Li 15 did not hesitate to join them. The burly Lu Xiaohu called out, "Esteemed masters, this jewel town relies upon your prowess." As the sun set in the west, dusk began to envelop the sky. Birds skimmed the water surface, creating ripples that shimmered like fragments of gold, dazzling the eye. Outside Jewel Town, a broad river spanned Tianzhong. Li 15 and the 3 stood at the riverbank, gazing at the town, and were astonished to discover that despite its designation as a town, Jewel Town was of considerable size. Houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, stretching endlessly, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. The woman with the basket sighed, "Alas, in these times, I cannot fathom how those curses manifest." She lamented, "Our great Yao can only decree that the populace gathers together, for in a secluded village, should a demon beast appear, it would spell utter annihilation. As for practitioners like us, whether from sects or clans, we too dwell among the common folk, concealed within society." Upon hearing this, Li 15 experienced a moment of enlightenment. In recent years, they had spent nights in the wilderness, yet encountered none of the legendary practitioners who bathe in the morning wind and drink the dew. The reason for this, it seemed, was that they had long since blended into the mundane world. "Esteemed benefactors, please follow me," the old monk said, leading them along the riverbank to a local shrine. It was exposed to the elements on all sides, cobwebs thickly woven, and conspicuously lacking a statue of the earth god. What drew attention were the white cloths draped over several eerie corpses lying on the ground. The monk spoke somberly, "Esteemed benefactors, these are the citizens who perished at the hands of that cursed demon. 102 lives lost in a mere fortnight. Such is the plight of our times." Growing ever more dire, beside him, Shiwu surveyed his surroundings, inhaling the subtle scent of blood mingled with the unmistakable odor of decay that hung in the air. With a soft gulp, he could not suppress the involuntary motion in his throat. The sound of his swallowing resonated in the stillness of the dilapidated temple, piercing the silence like a drop of water in a quiet room, and it reached the ears of those nearby. Instantly, the expressions of the three individuals shifted dramatically. They regarded Shiwu with an intensity akin to that reserved for malevolent spirits, their faces etched with suspicion. The young man wielding a sword exclaimed in fury, "Li, are you not some foul practitioner, feeding on the flesh and blood of the living to enhance your dark powers?" The woman with the basket also turned pale, her voice trembling. "Li Taoist Li, could it be that in our haste to leave, your hunger has become unbearable? I have some provisions here. If you would care to ask for Shiwu." He too was engulfed in terror. The cursed soil beneath his feet seemed to drain the life from him, leaving him in a state of perpetual torment. Yet, confronted with the sight of over 100 corpses and the overwhelming stench of decay and blood, an insatiable desire began to stir within him. A primal urge whispered that consuming them might alleviate his suffering. To feast upon them would mean survival. Chapter 16. The faceless demon. As night descended, it enveloped the surroundings, and with the absence of the moon, the temple of the land exuded a dim and foreboding light, shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and eeriness that rendered the group breathless. The sound of Shiwu swallowing nervously echoed inappropriately, piercing the silence. "Li, are you truly a malevolent fiend, one who indulges in murder and bloodshed?" The young man unsheathed his sword, his eyes glinting with coldness. And in that moment, your act of slaying your master seemed all too ordinary. Inside the temple, Shiwu struggled to control the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind, trying to appear unfazed. "Do not overthink. I merely have a peculiar ailment that causes an instinctive reaction to blood." Observing his demeanor, the three companions refrained from further discussion, their wariness intensifying. Then, the young man, wielding his sword, lifted a white cloth from a corpse and drew the blade across the ground, igniting a spark that fell into an oil lamp on the wall. Instantly, a flicker of flame illuminated the space. By the light, Shiwu clearly discerned that beneath the cloth lay a swollen corpse, intact and clothed without a tear. The only horrifying detail was that the entire face had been meticulously removed, exposing the flesh beneath. The old monk spoke. "All the bodies in this temple share the same fate. They have been stripped of their faces. It appears that the demon-haunting Taoyao town employs this gruesome method of murder." Shiwu, puzzled, inquired, "Why does the demon kill? What benefit could it possibly derive?" In response, the woman explained, "Li Daozhong, whether these demons or beasts, their origins are a mystery to all. Moreover, one cannot fathom their actions through the lens of normal human understanding. Alas," she sighed, "historically, their appearances have been harbingers of disaster, causing great harm to humanity. Much like the old coffin master on your earlobe, who delights in consuming human blood bonds, he is exceedingly vicious." Shiwu nodded, indicating his comprehension. Subsequently, the four of them continued their investigation and, under the cover of darkness, returned to Taoyao town once more. "Pray tell, are the Taoists at the nearby Qingyang Temple truly just a congregation of ordinary practitioners? Or do they conceal some secret unknown to the outside world?" Shiwu probed subtly. Even at this juncture, he remained skeptical of Huoyanzi's explanations regarding the origins of the immortal temple. The woman shook her head. "Li Daozhong, I assure you, the Qingyang Temple is merely home to a group of ineffectual mortals. Li Shiwu replied with a non-committal, his expression unreadable. Thank you, I understand. As the night deepened, the eerie silence pervaded, broken only by the occasional whimper of cats and dogs, as every household shut its doors, creating an unsettling stillness. The old monk, grasping his staff, declared, "My friends, the demon only strikes at night. We must remain vigilant." The others responded with heightened alertness. Time passed slowly as the four meandered through the town, circling endlessly until a thin veil of mist began to rise, yet there was still no sign of movement. As for Li Shiwu, his throat persistently swallowed saliva. The mere recollection of the corpses at the land deity's temple ignited an uncontrollable desire within him. Additionally, he harbored concerns for Hua Erling, uncertain of her current state. Damn it, I cannot endure this any longer. The youth cursed vehemently, turning to fix a fierce glare at Li Shiwu, exclaiming, "What is your intention? Do you wish to consume us? It is merely a malevolent spirit. I would rather venture alone." With that, he embraced his sword and vanished into the mist. Observing this, the old monk shook his head. "You too possess the courage to confront demons, which indicates you harbor some confidence. Thus, let's split up. Should you encounter the malevolent spirit, call for aid immediately." With that, he too disappeared from sight. The woman with the basket similarly offered a respectful gesture. Li Daolong, "Be cautious." As he watched the others disperse, Li Shiwu could not help but turn, facing the direction of the land deity's temple outside the town. His gaze filled with profound longing. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as he forcefully struck his own face. Beneath the black cloth, his already withered skin was rendered raw and bloody. Li Shiwu gasped for breath, struggling to withdraw his gaze. Having followed Qian Yuanzi for many years, he had inevitably been influenced by him, yet he could not tolerate becoming a being more vile, more repugnant than his mentor. Cultivating immortality, cultivating immortality. I cultivate immortality. Not ghosts, not demons, nor fiends. He murmured repeatedly, grappling with the existence of this fabricated yet real Taoist temple. An inexplicable fear surged within him, as if it were a tide threatening to engulf him entirely. Meanwhile, the sword-wielding youth strode along the cobblestone street, still seething over Li Shiwu, deeming him a harbinger of misfortune. Bah! Slaying masters, devouring humans, that scoundrel is no good. However, he failed to notice that the white mist behind him was thickening. A vague, childlike voice murmured from within the fog, unmistakably that of the malevolent spirit. It muttered, "There are elders who have spoken of solitary, sword-wielding youths. They must be approached with caution, as they often wield formidable abilities and are exceedingly challenging to confront." Subsequently, it turned its gaze toward the old monk. As for this old monk, it is best to avoid engaging. Though they may appear kind and gentle, when provoked, they can be as fearsome as a wrathful deity. It then glanced towards the woman with the basket. And as for this solitary, beautiful woman, one must be even more cautious. They may seem delicate, yet one misstep could lead to an untimely demise. The malevolent spirit appeared to ponder, shifting its attention to Li Shiwu. There's that fool. With his erratic laughter and tears, he seems rather dim-witted. I suspect he has yet to encounter this malevolent spirit and is already terrified out of his wits. In light of this, do not blame me. In the town of Jewel, a young swordsman abruptly turned around. The blade unsheathed, he called out, "Who goes there? Step forth." Yet, aside from a thin veil of mist, there was no response. In another direction, as the fog visibly thickened before him, Li Shiwu's gaze grew peculiar, as if he had discerned something. Indeed, a towering figure, draped in a gray robe, emerged from the mist like a phantom. Upon witnessing this, Li Shiwu exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, as he looked up, he realized that this creature possessed no facial features. "Can you see my face?" The faceless entity suddenly inquired, its voice hoarse and grating. "No," Li Shiwu replied, shaking his head. "Then, how about you give your face?" "I have no intention of doing so. Do not be so hasty to refuse. I shall pay you, and I assure you, you will be satisfied." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's expression turned to one of surprise, and he instinctively touched his own wrinkled, gaunt visage beneath the black cloth. "What? I can sell my face? Such fortune exists?" Chapter 17. The 10 Aspects and Unforeseen Circumstances. A thick white mist enveloped the surroundings, surging with an even more intense density. The faceless demon, with disheveled hair and a tilted head, gazed at the masked Taoist in the conical hat before him. "I say, my face has vanished," he declared. "Indeed," nodded Li 15. "Yet I desire your face," the demon replied sharply. "Understood. You offer the gold, and I deliver the goods. This is quite reasonable," Li 15 remarked, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the peculiar creature before him. He felt that its form was neither flesh nor blood, nor a spirit of any kind. He simply could not fathom what it truly was. "Ah, right," Li 15 cleared his throat and inquired. "Did you acquire the faces of the 102 souls who perished in Jewel Town?" The faceless demon nodded. "Naturally, I am no deceiver." Each individual consented in advance to the exchange of their visage for 100 gold pieces. Upon hearing this, Li 15 was perplexed. "You are a demon, yet you pay ordinary folk for their faces?" The demon, growing impatient, retorted, "What are you droning on about? Hurry and make your offer. My resources are dwindling, and after this transaction, I must seek another means of earning before continuing my work of face extraction." Without further ado, Li 15 removed his conical hat and the black cloth covering his face, revealing a gaunt visage. He proclaimed, "This face is worth 200 gold. To his astonishment, the demon paused momentarily before shaking its head. "No, you're far too unsightly. To me, it is worth at most 10 gold. At these words, Li 15's gaze turned fierce, and his fingers clenched into a fist. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from his being, radiating outward in all directions. "Wretched beast, perish." Yet, in the next moment, the faceless demon nonchalantly tossed a piece of yellow paper, which landed precisely on Li 15's chest. Instantly, Li 15's formidable energy dissipated, his clenched fist loosening as he felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire. The faceless demon clapped its hands dismissively. "Is this all? Given your age form, the ability to unleash such physical prowess is somewhat impressive. However, I am a demon. Who has the time to engage in fisticuffs with you? That would be foolish." At that moment, the yellow paper on Li 15's chest began to manifest a line of script. "One face exchanged for 10 gold. Both parties bound by contract without regret." The faceless demon chuckled. "Fear not. This yellow paper is my life contract. Neither of us may retract our agreement. I am a being of principle. Otherwise, what if I were to claim your face and then refuse to pay?" Having said that, it stepped forward, grasped Li 15's hand, and pressed a thumbprint onto the yellow paper. Subsequently, it appeared as though Li 15 became a marionette, wielding the black wooden knife of Qianyuanzi, tracing along the line of his jaw. It was at this moment that the white mist shrouding Jewel Town began to slowly dissipate. The swordsman, the woman with the basket, and the elderly monk in yellow robes all noticed the unfolding scenario. Their pupils constricted in alarm as they rushed to intervene. However, when they were still 100 meters away, a young woman, adorned in a floral white dress with her hair simply tied back, exuding an air of innocence, suddenly appeared and halted the 3 individuals in their tracks. "Esteemed lady, saving lives is of utmost importance. Please step aside." The old monk tightened his grip on his staff. "Little girl, though that Li is indeed malevolent, I cannot stand idly by while a life is in peril," the sword-wielding youth retorted with a fierce gaze. The woman smiled gently. "You shall not proceed. This faceless monster is a sight I have yet to behold. I must first observe its methods." The youth glared. "Why should I heed your words?" The woman merely smiled in silence, a radiant pen manifesting in her hand. This pen, pure white as jade and glistening like snow, bore an intricate carving of a clearly defined higginbana flower. Upon seeing the pen, the basket-carrying woman among the 3 was struck with profound terror. The birthless pen, one of the 10 aspects of the 10 Aspects sect. Upon hearing these words, both the old monk and the youth bowed in respect. "We, the subjects of the great Yao, pay our respects to you, my lord." The 10 Aspects sect stands as one of the 2 principal national religions alongside the cult of the tamed beasts, compelling utmost caution in their dealings, especially considering that each practitioner of the 10 Aspects is notoriously formidable. Meanwhile, Li 15 had already removed his own wrinkled visage and casually handed it to the faceless monster. The creature accepted it, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. Here are 10 gold coins for you. With that, it tossed 10 gold coins, each the size of a thumb, towards him. However, it soon found itself frozen in place, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Before their eyes, Li 15's flesh writhed and pulsated, and in the blink of an eye, a new human face emerged from thin air. Although still gaunt, it had undeniably materialized. Li 15 reached up to touch his new visage, clutching the yellow paper contract in his hand. Calmly, he inquired, "You say this yellow paper is your life contract? What of it?" "So, what if it is?" The monster feigned composure. "You should not regret this contract." "Indeed," Li 15 replied, his gaze fixed on the strange black soil beneath him. He could sense that with the emergence of his new face, the nourishment from the soil had diminished slightly. Raising his eyes, his pitch-black orbs were now filled with a savage fury. I've endured enough skinning at the immortal view. How dare you demand I shed my face as well? If that is your wish, then so be it. I shall give you more than enough." With that, Li 15's fingers curled like blades, tearing away the newly formed face in one swift motion. "Pay me." As he did, the words "one face for 10 gold" on the yellow paper contract shimmered momentarily. This indicated that the monster before him was bound to adhere to the terms of the agreement. "Very well, I shall comply." The monster gritted its teeth and continued to hurl 10 gold coins. Yet by this time, Li 15 had already peeled away his third face, casting it bloodily onto the ground, where it lay amidst the dust. 100 meters away, the old monk and the two others stared at this dramatic scene, rendered speechless and unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The young woman in a delicate floral white dress at the 10 Fragments gate wore a smile that sparkled with surprise. Who would have thought? Truly, who could have anticipated that today, not only would I encounter an entirely new type of malevolent spirit, but I would also meet such an intriguing young man? I have a premonition that in the future, this grand narrative will surely unfold into something extraordinary to behold. In the briefest of moments, before Li 15, the ground was littered with a horrifying array of human faces he had discarded, a sight that was both shocking and ghastly. As for him, his hands, still clad in his robe, appeared as though they had been soaked in blood, adding to the terror of the scene. The malevolent spirit quivered in fear, pleading, "Cease. You must stop. I have no gold to offer you, nor do I desire your faces any longer. Please, halt this at once." Chapter 18. Unblemished by dust under the veil of night, Li Shiwu observed the faceless demon, which, despite its lack of features, seemed to exude an unmistakable aura of fear. The figure before it was engaging in a reckless act of self-mutilation, embodying a terror that surpassed its own. Simultaneously, the demon lamented its ill fortune for venturing out without consulting the auspicious calendar. Out of 4 potential targets, it had unluckily chosen the most formidable one to confront. Is it over? That cannot be. Li Shiwu cast aside another withered, hollow visage. The demon was at a loss for words. It had no desire to perish while adhering to the terms of the contract inscribed on yellow paper. Its existence was predicated on a cycle of signing contracts, skinning faces, and receiving payment, an unending loop it could not forsake. "Please, Master Dao, I beseech you, do not strip me of my skin." The towering figure, resembling a small giant, knelt before Li Shiwu, its voice laced with sorrow. "I have no more gold, truly, none left. I exchanged my visage for that of a woman and spent a century singing in the brothels of Tang City, scraping together a modest fortune. It is all gone, utterly depleted." At this revelation, the 3 elderly monks and the woman from the 10 manifestations sect stood agape, their expressions betraying a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Even Li Shiwu paused, momentarily taken aback by the sheer absurdity of the situation. What now? He could not help but inquire. The faceless demon continued to wail. "You have stripped me of 32 faces, and I have only compensated you with 200 pieces of gold. Therefore, I owe you an additional 120. I must repay this sum within a year, or I shall be erased by the life contract." Li Shiwu responded with a nonchalant "Oh," before resuming his grim task of skinning the demon. "In that case, let us settle at 200 gold pieces." From a distance, the woman from the 10 Manifestations sect's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she casually asked, "What is the name of this Taoist?" The woman with the basket replied, "To answer your question, it is Li Shiwu." The girl nodded, producing a pen and a blank ledger, beginning to inscribe the following. In Dayo, within the borders of Binho, in Tang City, there exists a faceless demon that skins and harms many, causing countless deaths. A Taoist by the name of Li Shiwu, with a face as luminous as the full moon and a demeanor as radiant as the spring blossom, stands tall like an immortal descended to earth. Their encounter culminated in a fierce battle lasting 10 days and nights. Ultimately, the demon bowed in submission, vanquished in respect for the deceased. Only our Lord 15, clad in ink-like robes, remains untainted by dust. As the woman recited her notes, the young swordsman beside her widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? This Li character. Even a dog would seem more handsome than he. How can he be likened to an immortal? And look at him, drenched in blood and resembling a demon himself. And yet he is described as unblemished by dust? However, the woman with the basket gestured frantically, urging him to refrain from further commentary. Meanwhile, Li Shiwu found himself at a loss, realizing that his current skills may not suffice to eliminate the demon before him. He turned to the 4 onlookers. "Hey, you over there, could any of you assist in dispatching this creature?" Upon hearing these words, the faceless demon turned its gaze in the same direction. After a moment of observation, it concluded that the woman in the white floral dress appeared to be easily intimidated, as those with such cheerful countenances are often fledgling novices. Thus, it menacingly declared, "You foreseek to subdue this demon? Little girl, what are you staring at? Do you believe I would gouge out your eyes?" In response, the woman from the 10 Aspects sect produced a thunder whip, brandishing it as it extended to a length of 100 meters, crackling with lightning and exuding a formidable aura. With a light chuckle, she remarked, "Ah, a demon that has lingered in this world for quite some time possesses a rather audacious spirit." In an instant, the air was charged with thunder, and the whip's crack echoed relentlessly, accompanied by the demon's piercing cries of anguish. After a brief incense's duration, the woman from the 10 Aspects sect smiled and nodded at Li 15. "Li, this demon is quite intriguing. I shall leave it in your care. However, while you possess some extraordinary abilities, it appears you have yet to formally embark on the path of cultivation. So do take heed." With that, she vanished like the wind, leaving no trace behind. As she departed, the sword-wielding youth continued to murmur, "How can someone like Li, claiming to be a fallen celestial, remain untainted by the dust of the world?" The basket-carrying woman chuckled wryly. "Such statements are rather misleading. That woman is from the 10 Aspects sect, known for stirring trouble with her pen. It is said that even in death, one must avoid the gaze of their pen, for otherwise, one shall find no peace in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, the youth could not help but shudder, his gaze towards Li 15 now filled with pity. Meanwhile, Li himself was preoccupied with thoughts concerning the demon before him. "If I were to kill you, would that mean the contract is nullified, thus freeing me from the debt?" The faceless demon shook its head. "No, for I would perish as well." The following day, a hazy drizzle enveloped the world, leaving the ground muddy and treacherous. In Jewel Town, the town protector, Lu Xiaohu, had prepared a small courtyard for several individuals to temporarily reside. Gazing out at the chaotic raindrops, Li 15 felt a tumult of emotions. He turned angrily. "Faceless man, can you please leave me be? I don't need your 200 gold." The faceless demon, still draped in its gray robe and devoid of features, insisted, "No, I must repay you the 200 gold within a year. Otherwise, my life force will be extinguished, and I cannot afford to lose track of you." Li 15 furrowed his brow and looked to the elderly monk in the yellow robe. "Master, please subdue this demon swiftly." The monk performed a Buddhist gesture and then shook his head. "Li, it seems my Buddhist powers are insufficient at this moment." Nearby, the sword-wielding youth reveled in the misfortune. "Oh, the fallen celestial, untainted by the world, is in quite the predicament." At that moment, town protector Lu Xiaohu entered the courtyard, trembling upon seeing the faceless man. He quickly averted his gaze and addressed Li 15, "Taoist, I have gathered information. 102 individuals have perished in the town. each household receiving 100 gold pieces. I found it rather peculiar. Despite the tragic losses in their families, they remained eerily calm, even laughing as if nothing had transpired. The faceless man approached, exuding confidence as he remarked, "This is how I conduct my affairs." Leaf 15 casually inquired, "Those whose faces are removed will surely perish. Is that not so?" The faceless man elucidated, "When I remove a face, I typically extract the very essence of their being and infuse it into the visage." Leaf 15 retorted, "If that is the case, why did you not apply this method last night when you took a face?" The faceless man stammered, "Your visage is simply too unsightly, worth no more than 10 gold. Who could have anticipated that your face could regenerate?" Leaf 15 exclaimed, "This is preposterous. Where's my knife?" Chapter 19. The 10 Aspects. The irrational monkey. The rain in the heavens grew ever more dense. Shiwu stood beneath the eaves, gazing longingly towards the direction of the Earth Temple outside the town. His body had become increasingly emaciated, and after the exhausting ordeal of last night as face peeling, he could distinctly sense that the nourishment within the soil was scarce. At most, he had 7 days left. He would inevitably wither away like a seedling on a parched riverbed under the blazing sun, ultimately succumbing to death and being reduced to ashes by fire. What should he do? What on earth should he do? He repeatedly questioned himself in his heart. At that moment, the faceless man transformed his visage into that of a beautiful woman, his towering figure gradually shrinking. In the blink of an eye, a fair-skinned and alluring lady clad in a flowing red dress appeared before him, exuding an air of worldly charm. She even produced a pipa, and, as she strummed it, her voice flowed in a soft Wu dialect, sweet enough to soften one's teeth. Shiwu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I'm going out to sing for coins, to repay you in gold." The woman, a guise of the faceless man, replied with a graceful bow. "Of course, I must continue to save money to peel others' faces." Shiwu asked again, "Do you repeatedly engage in such acts?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "What is the meaning behind it?" "Meaning? I do not know. I have simply existed this way since my inception." With a flourish of her hand, the faceless man-turned-woman exited, pipa in arms. Watching her retreating figure, Shiwu's gaze became unfocused. The fabricated yet tangible visions of celestial beings, the absurd and bizarre monsters, the anthropomorphized national religion, and last night's inexplicable 10 Aspects gate. This world is increasingly nonsensical. At that moment, a young swordsman entered from outside. Draped in a raincoat, he urged Li, "Come quickly." Such excitement is rare. Upon hearing his voice, Shiwu donned his straw hat and followed him outside. The sky today was desolate, with few pedestrians on the streets. Standing on the bluestone pavement, Shiwu gazed into the distance. Through the misty rain, a group of figures, no taller than an ordinary person's calf, marched in unison towards the town. As they drew nearer, Shiwu's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a throng of brushes. Indeed, they were brushes, specifically a bronze-hued variety, as thick as an infant's arm. At this moment, they were frolicking on the bluestone, hopping step by step, oblivious to their destination. Furthermore, they recited human speech with resonant and synchronized voices, reminiscent of diligent scholars in a study. Books are like medicine. A good read can cure ignorance. Time flies when reading. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold. Listening to the resonant recitations, Shiwu pointed and asked, "What are these things?" The swordsman chuckled. "They are known as scholarly gentlemen, a type of monster. These scholarly gentlemen have a deep fondness for reading, hence their refined title." Beside them, a woman carrying a basket chimed in, "Li Daozhong, do you know what these scholarly gentlemen will eventually become?" Shiwu turned his head and asked, "What will it become?" The woman chuckled softly, her gaze resting on the bronze toad adorning Shiwu's left ear. "Naturally, it will transform into a coffin master. Of course, the probability of that is exceedingly slim. The vast majority of scholarly gentlemen never get a chance for metamorphosis in their lifetimes. As for the causal relationship, you may ponder it at your leisure. Taoistly, I shall refrain from elucidating further." Upon hearing this explanation, Shiwu appeared contemplative, struck with awe. It turned out that his coffin master had such an origin. It was indeed fortunate for Qian Yuanzi to have fortuitously acquired such a relic. As expected, this group of scholarly gentlemen brazenly entered a bookhouse in the town, engrossed in perusing and reciting texts. While several were deeply absorbed, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A gaunt figure, with elongated limbs and a sunken visage reminiscent of a monkey, quietly approached, stepping through puddles, and stood before them in silence. Then, with a meaningful gaze and a smile, he fixated on the Shiwu. Ah, so you are the one, an ethereal being untouched by earthly filth. I had anticipated encountering a talent of extraordinary caliber, yet it appears you are merely this sort of character. The man shook his head, but to justify his visit, he resolved to eliminate Li Shiwu instead. As his words faded, he seemed to distort like light, stepping forward. When he re-emerged, he was alarmingly close, almost adhering to Li Shiwu's back. Friend, what does this signify? Li Shiwu's eyes turned frosty, his tone devoid of warmth. The man exhaled gently upon his neck, a taunting grin adorning his face. You are Li Shiwu, correct? Fear not. I have ample time today to play with you slowly until your demise. Li Shiwu remained silent, summoning a black iron hatchet that he swung fiercely backward. Yet, predictably, the strike met with nothing but air. Get away from me, Li Shiwu Waluba, lunging forward in an attempt to shake off this inexplicable man. However, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The man, like a specter, adhered closely to Li Shiwu. No matter how fiercely he struggled, escape was impossible. The three elderly monks, equally bewildered by this sudden occurrence, found themselves at a loss. At that moment, the woman with the basket seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of terror. Li, Taoist Li, I remember now. This man appears to hail from the 10 Manifestation sect. The monkey manifestation, an unreasonable monkey. Their practices are exceedingly strange. They entangle their victims from behind and impose all manner of absurd demands until the person is tormented to the brink of despair and agrees to their terms. Taking a deep breath, the woman continued, I understand now. This monkey man must have been drawn here by that woman from last night. Upon hearing this, the 10 Manifestations sect man revealed a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Speak too much and seek death. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear, pressing against the back of the woman with the basket. As he whispered seductively against her neck, he said, Be good and allow me to delve into your depths, to behold the state of your heart. Since you are aware of the monkey's visage, you must understand that with your cultivation, once ensnared by me, escape is a futile endeavor. Therefore, comply and cease your struggles. At that moment, despair flickered in the woman's eyes. She trembled as she replied, Very well. I agree. In an instant, the man plunged his hands into her abdomen, tearing it open to extract a pulsating heart, which he carelessly discarded onto the ground, where it tumbled into the mud. Following this, the man's form dissipated, only to reappear, adhering to the back of Li 15. It was as if a persistent leech had spoken, untouched by dust. Li 15. Our game begins now. Chapter 20. GMO. The rain intensified, and Li Shiwu lowered his gaze, observing the still, quivering heart, drenched in blood, lying in the mire. He spoke in a somber tone, You all should leave. The young swordsman, his eyes wide with horror, fled in a panic. Master, you should go as well. Not receiving a reply, Li Shiwu raised his head and saw the old monk in yellow robes had already escaped several miles away, his staff discarded. Lifting his monk's garment to reveal his hairy legs, a sight most comical. Ah, indeed, it is the master. Li Shiwu inhaled deeply, his gaze dark and profound as a deep pool. Friend, what do you go by? At that moment, a man resembling a monkey was close behind him, less than half a step away. He smiled and replied, GMO ha. If you're lonely, why not visit a brothel instead? Why cling to me? G Montak. Upon hearing this, merely leaned forward slightly, his lips brushing against Li Shiwu's ear, whispering softly, Of course, to play you to death. At that instant, Lu Xiaohu, clad in a raincoat, hurriedly approached through the downpour. Esteemed gentlemen, I have prepared a celebratory feast, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Moreover, a talented singer has come from afar. Her figure so enchanting she seems to exude water. As he drew near and caught sight of the two, his expression turned awkward. GMO was still pressed against Li Shiwu's back, their positioning undoubtedly leading to misinterpretations. Li Daozhong, I had no idea you had such tastes. He stammered before hastily turning and fleeing. Watching him retreat, Li Shiwu's gaze hardened. Monkey-faced, an unruly creature, is it? Today, I shall see what you are truly up to. With that, he strode forward. A short while later, Li Shiwu arrived at a small tavern by the street. Approximately 7 or 8 men and a few elderly gentlemen were warming their wine, exchanging lewd tales under the influence of alcohol. Upon seeing the two newcomers, they could not help but spit out their drinks, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Owner, a pot of wine, Li Shiwu called out, then, disregarding the others, approached a window seat and drew out a long bench to sit down. Behind him, GMO spread his legs, sitting closely beside him, resembling two large men embracing from an observer's perspective. Your wine, Daozhong. The young waiter set down a pot of aged brew and filled a cup before leaving begrudgingly. Li Shiwu, unperturbed, lifted his cup to drink. Just then, cough, spit. GMO leaned forward, expelling a viscous liquid akin to egg white into Li Shiwu's cup. What do you mean by this? Li Shiwu's brows furrowed, clearly on the verge of eruption, yet he was helpless against the man behind him. Just having some fun. GMO maintained his teasing tone. Li Shiwu forced himself to endure, reaching for another clean cup, just pouring the wine when cough. Spit. Hey, just having fun. The tavern was filled with their antics. The other patrons, witnessing this scene, covered their eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight. They murmured incessantly, TSK. That old Taoist truly knows how to indulge. As a cacophony of derogatory remarks reached his ears, Li Shiwu gently closed his eyes, striving to steady his breath. He spoke. The national religion of Daya, the 10 manifestations sect. The monkey manifestation, a capricious creature. Is this your method of dealing with others? As you practice the doctrines of the national religion? Upon hearing this, GMO remained unfazed, merely retorting, you, a mere mortal, understand nothing. The so-called unreasonable monkey is one that acts without reason and makes excessive demands. Ancient texts of the 10 manifestations sect record that one of my ancestors, before achieving immortality, once ensnared a celestial being to death. Li Shiwu's heart stirred. How could one ensnare an immortal? GMO chuckled and replied, my ancestor was unable to defeat that immortal. Fortunately, the lineage of the monkey manifestation is steeped in peculiarities. He employed mystical arts to bind that celestial. Just as I'm binding you now. Despite the immortal's vast powers, he could not escape my ancestor's grasp, no matter the means. GMO cleared his throat, casually seizing the wine jug from the table and pouring it over Li Shiwu's head. He continued, now, this shall become quite interesting. That immortal was ensnared by my ancestor for 200,000 years. Yes, 200,000 years. Whether meditating, traveling, concocting elixirs, or seeking companions for pleasure, my ancestor followed closely, either causing disturbances or offering unsolicited advice. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Li Shiwu's spine. He had barely endured being bound for a short time and could scarcely fathom how that immortal survived for 200,000 years. You monkey manifestations are nothing but a bunch of persistent leeches, he exclaimed, unable to contain his anger as he slammed his hand on the table. Observing his fury, GMO leaned closer to his ear and whispered, indeed, we are but a pack of leeches. You are not alone in this sentiment. The entirety of Daya shares your view. Once ensnared by us, unless you can summon a powerful elder to eliminate us, prepare to be bound until death. To ensnare a person to death is the ultimate pursuit and delight of our monkey manifestation lineage. Just as his words fell, the tavern, neither too large nor too small, welcomed a new guest, a middle-aged man, donned in a Taoist crown, exuding an imposing presence and an air of menace, entered. However, a rather astonishing sight unfolded behind him. A figure clung closely to him, scarcely half a step away, resembling a persistent leech. Upon entering the establishment, they paused momentarily. The imposing middle-aged man inquired, that old Taoist, you don't seem to be a cultivator. How did you end up ensnared by this monkey manifestation? By the way, how long have you been bound? Li Shiwu pondered briefly before responding with cupped hands. I was just ensnared today. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's temples throbbed. Huh, merely one day, huh? Yet I have been ensnared by this wretched creature for an entire 60 years. Tears trickle from the corners of my middle-aged eyes, as if I have found someone to confide in. Do you comprehend how I have spent these 6 decades? This vile being follows me relentlessly, even during my most private moments, and dares to claim that I lack vitality, likening me to a deceased matriarch of his own kin. Meanwhile, the man with the simian visage behind me shook his head and remarked, "Young one, the goal you have chosen carries little significance. It is better to meet your end sooner." I shrugged nonchalantly, saying, well, since there is nothing pressing, I might as well take my time. Li 15 then turned to the domineering middle-aged man, inquiring, "Elder, is it truly the case that this simian face cultivator is so utterly unrestrained?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a bellow, gazing up at the heavens. This 10-aspect sect is the national religion of the great Yao Kingdom. There are countless cultivators of the simian aspect within, and to slay one would provoke a multitude. Hence, who would dare to offend them? Chapter 21. A twisted fate. Amidst a torrent of tears and snot, the obstinate middle-aged man departed, leaving behind a scene of profound sorrow. The monkey-faced cultivator who trailed closely behind him remained unwaveringly at his side. Meanwhile, the patrons of the tavern shook their heads and sighed, lamenting the decline of societal morals. For they had never witnessed such an unconventional spectacle, especially involving 2 couples. If you are so inclined to cling on, then cling you shall. After all, I fear I may not have many days left to live. Li 15 cast his gaze downward, the dark earth still beneath his feet, with the Zhongxian temple enveloping him in its embrace. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He boldly inquired, "Have you heard of the Zhongxian temple? It is said that within its soil, immortals can be cultivated." GMO displayed a look of skepticism. Zhongxian temple? The myriad lineages of the great dynasty are as numerous as the stars. I have never heard of the Zhongxian temple you speak of. As for the notion of cultivating immortals within soil, are you jesting? The concept of immortals is far too distant in this era. Li 15 ceased to engage further, instead staring out at the rain, which fell like cotton, ensconced in silence for a long while. Abruptly, he spoke again. "GMO, tell me, do seeds require nourishment to grow? Otherwise, will they wither away?" "Of course," GMO replied casually. "And if a person is planted instead, regardless of what is sown, be it object or person, all must draw upon their so-called nourishment. Even the legendary immortals are said to sustain themselves through the offerings of heaven and earth." Li 15 rubbed his stomach, suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of hunger, a gnawing emptiness that surged through him like a tidal wave, shattering the last vestiges of his rationality. Unsteadily, he rose to his feet, his gaze unfocused, and allowed the rain to drench him as he staggered towards the land deity temple outside the town. Though GMO was perplexed, he remained steadfastly at Li 15's back, never straying from his side. Soon, they arrived at the land deity temple, where 102 faceless corpses, reeking of decay, lay sprawled before them. Gulp, gulp. The sound of Li 15's throat swallowing was distinctly audible. "Hey, what do you intend to do? I want to toy with you, not be disgusted to death by you." Noticing Li 15's demeanor, GMO suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. His fists clenched and veins throbbed on his forehead. He realized that the target he had chosen this time was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Li 15 fixated on the corpses, his eyes bloodshot as he gasped for breath, questioning, "Do seeds truly require nourishment?" "Why, yes, they do," came the hesitant reply. "Seeds must require nourishment." Li 15 reiterated, his voice growing increasingly wooden, as if he had lost his soul. "Why, yes," GMO stammered. "Seeds indeed need nourishment. Do they truly require it?" Li 15 asked for the 3rd time. "They do. What are you trying to accomplish, Li?" GMO exclaimed, his voice rising in anger, glancing down to discover his palms slick with an unexpected sheen of perspiration. "Oh, I see now." Li 15 nodded in understanding. In an ephemeral moment, the black earth beneath his feet seemed to come to life once more. The unparalleled darkness surged like tumultuous waves, instantly breaking free from the constraints of the immortal cultivation temple and spreading outward in all directions. It howled and leaped, traversing hills and rivers, crossing mountains and plains. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire expanse of land was drenched in that eerie, inky hue, transforming into an endless ocean of black soil. At the heart of this darkness stood a solitary temple, where Li Shiwu sat, resembling a deity gazing down from the heavens, observing the world below. He also appeared akin to a captive demon, shackled and unable to take a single step, forever barred from rebirth. How could this be? How could it come to this? Within the temple of the earth, Li Shiwu suddenly regained his clarity. Peering through the temple door, he gazed into the distance, clearly seeing the boundless land outside, now seemingly stained by the black soil beneath him. Deep, profound, and hauntingly beautiful. GMO, can you see it? Can you see what? The earth has turned black. Have you lost your mind? GMO's expression darkened. He felt that ever since Li Shiwu entered the temple, he had become increasingly unhinged. Ah, so you cannot see it. Li Shiwu realized that the land, tainted black, was visible only to him, just like the immortal cultivation temple. It was then that his gaze fell upon the 102 corpses before him. He saw them melting, turning into particles of milky starlight, merging into the black earth, becoming the nourishment it harbored. A fleeting understanding arose within Li Shiwu. All that had passed, be it human, livestock, or otherwise, once immersed in the black soil, could become sustenance for the immortal seedling he nurtured. It was not his desire to consume the dead. Rather, it was the black soil beneath him that craved it. What is happening? GMO exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the corpses dissolve in an uncanny manner. Yet, even more astonishing events unfolded. Li Shiwu's emaciated form appeared to be revived, as if quenched by long-awaited rain. His flesh and blood expanded, regaining their rosy hue, and his once dull hair shimmered anew. Who are you? GMO, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively distanced himself from Li Shiwu, his eyes filled with trepidation. However, the horror was far from over. A new leg sprouted from Li Shiwu's waist, followed by a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. In the blink of an eye, Li Shiwu transformed into a grotesque figure with 10 legs and flowing black hair. You, GMO stammered, visibly shaken. Just then, a faceless demon hummed a cheerful tune, entering the earth temple with a money pouch in hand, joyfully scattering silver coins across the ground. It pointed at Li Shiwu, bursting into laughter. Ha, I knew it. I just knew it. Li 15. The fact that you can continuously sprout a face indicates that you are not human. Rather, like myself, you are a malevolent spirit, a demon. Li 15 bowed his head, observing his current appearance. He began to deduce the circumstances. If his previously emaciated form was due to a lack of nourishment, then now, the excessive nutrients provided by the tainted earth had caused his celestial seedling to grow uncontrollably. However, it seemed to have grown awry. I am a celestial seedling, not a vegetable seedling. Li 15 roared in fury, his gaze fixed upon the direction of Qingyang Temple, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Fire Yanzi, dare to assert that the celestial view is a fabrication of yours. In an instant, 10 legs stepped forth sequentially, comically bursting from the earthen temple, vanishing into the downpour. Chapter 22. The death of Huayanzi. The rain poured incessantly, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Li Shiwu felt as if he had sprouted 10 legs, unable to discern priority or maintain balance. He resembled a comical, unsteady duck, swaying awkwardly through the muddy terrain, allowing the rain to inundate his mouth as he trudged forward with great difficulty. This scene was both absurd and ludicrous. Not far behind, the faceless man and GMO followed closely. I always suspected he wasn't human. The truth is out now. The faceless man chuckled at the peculiar figure before him, having long believed that a creature as steady and cautious as himself would never easily falter before a mere mortal. Perhaps he truly isn't human, but he is certainly not a demon. GMO mused, hands clasped behind his back. Regardless, let's follow and see. Qingyang Temple. Faith is the root of the Tao. Deep roots allow the Tao to flourish, and firm stems enable virtue to prosper. Within the grand hall, fragrant incense wafted gently, clearing the mind. A group of elder Taoists sat cross-legged, engrossed in their scriptures, while some younger disciples listened attentively, resting on the cushions, their bottoms in the air as they dozed off. Disciple, focus on your studies. An elder Taoist scolded sharply, tugging at the ear of a young disciple, filled with frustration. At that moment, a series of urgent bang-bang sounds echoed from the mountain gate. Master, let go quickly. With such heavy rain outside, are there still pilgrims arriving? I shall go take a look. The young disciple sprang up and rushed outside. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew increasingly frantic, as if determined to break down the door. They're here, they're here. So impatient. The young disciple grumbled under his breath, visibly displeased. Creak. As the temple door slowly creaked open, a figure emerged, caked in mud and tattered, with long black hair matted against its back, resembling a grotesque creature with 10 legs, brandishing a machete, and eyes ablaze with fury. Ah! The young disciple's eyes rolled back in fright, and he collapsed. Shiwu cast a glance before forcefully entering the temple. Instantly, chaos erupted within Qingyang Temple, filled with screams of terror, pleas for mercy, and shouts of indignation. Come out! Get out here, or I'll chop you down. Shiwu meticulously searched each room, seizing the Taoists by their necks and unceremoniously tossing them into the rain outside. His physical strength was overwhelming, far exceeding normal limits. Perched atop the temple roof, GMO observed the pandemonium below, unable to suppress a murmur. Soon, over 100 Taoists, young and old alike, were herded together, drenched to the bone. At this moment, they gazed at the distorted, deformed figure ahead, unable to refrain from bowing their heads repeatedly, their foreheads bruised, blood seeping forth, appearing utterly desolate. Well done, well done. You all performed splendidly, so convincingly. Shiwu clapped his hands and fixed his gaze on one elderly Taoist, over 60 years of age, Huiyanzi. Hiss, old man. Do you still remember me? In the rain, Huiyanzi brushed the water from his face, incredulously exclaiming, Li Xiaoyu, is that you? How have you become like this? Why? Shiwu, with 2 consecutive rhetorical questions, appeared to waver in proximity, kicking Huiyanzi into the puddle. Well then, let me make it abundantly clear. Did you not claim that the sheepskin scroll was merely a product of your imagination, and that the Zhongxian temple was a fabrication of your own making? Yet behold, I have transformed into this ghastly figure precisely because I discovered the Zhongxian temple and embedded myself within it. Now, what say you to that? Upon hearing these words, Huiyanzi's face contorted with bitterness, and he could not help but shake his head. Impossible, it cannot be. The Zhongxian temple does not exist. It was merely a whimsical sketch from my childhood, a fleeting thought. Li Xiaoyu, why must you torment yourself so? The rain fell incessantly, and a fierce light glimmered in Li Shiwu's eyes. With one arm wielding a knife, he pressed it against the neck of a middle-aged Taoist, the blade sharp and drawing droplets of crimson blood. Old man, do you still wish to play your tricks? Do you believe I would hesitate to take a life? I could sever his head with one stroke, then cleanse your temple of its inhabitants, setting it ablaze. Veins bulged on Li Shiwu's forehead, his visage contorted in rage, his entire being twisted like a demon. Yet Huiyanzi continued to shake his head. Li Xiaoyu, your current appearance is reminiscent of your master from decades past. Fierce and menacing, he too wielded a knife, coercing us to reveal the path to immortality. Memories unfold as if they were yesterday. Li Shiwu's expression grew even more ferocious and violent, his grip on the knife tightening. Old man, do you truly think I would shy away from murder? At that moment, however, Huiyanzi's demeanor turned solemn as he adjusted his already drenched Taoist robe and, with great difficulty, raised his frail form to stand. Lowering his gaze, he reflected, time flows like a river. 50 years pass like water, hastening the aging of the spirit. My life has been spent ringing bells and reciting scriptures, laboring under the weight of monotony, even sleeping lightly at night, fearing the ridicule of the young acolytes in the temple. Huiyanzi appeared aged, resembling a withered pine standing amidst the rain. He adjusted his Taoist crown and bowed 3 times before the ancestral tablet in the main hall, then said, Li Xiaoyu, the Zhongxian temple originated with me, yet I never imagined it would become an obsession for you and your master, leading to today as calamity. Li Shiwu's eyes widened. Brandishing his knife, he gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, what trickery do you intend now?" Hui Yinzi shook his head, a look of bitterness crossing his face. "It began with me, and it shall end with me. Li Xiaoyu, the Zhongxian temple does not exist. Do not dwell upon it. If you doubt me, I shall prove it with my life. I only implore you, after I am gone, do not trouble the people of Qingyang Temple again." With that, Hui Yinzi leaped forth, crashing against the jagged edge of a stone lion. Blood flowed forth like a torrent, his life extinguished. Witnessing this scene, Li Shiwu nearly succumbed to madness. Unable to intervene in time. "How can you die? How dare you die? Old man, why? Tell me why." With a clang, the chopping knife fell to the ground. Li Shiwu staggered away, dragging his legs, his Taoist robe thin as gossamer, bloodshot eyes filled with despair. "Old fellow, you continue to deceive me. All I seek is the truth, the reality of what has transpired in my life. I fear neither the specter of immortality nor death itself. I merely yearn for clarity. Rise, I implore you, rise." Upon the eaves of the Taoist temple, the faceless man inquired, "What has transpired?" GMO shook his head, replying, "I cannot fully comprehend, but it appears that Li Shiwu has forced that old man to his demise. Furthermore, I sense that he bears considerable anguish within, yet this youth does not seem aged. What experiences has he endured?" As time trickled away and the clouds dispersed, dusk approached, casting a crimson hue across the sky. Li Shiwu remained, 10 legs propped against the threshold of Qingyang Temple, the body of Hui Yinzi laid aside. Li Xiaoyu, please allow me to take my junior brother's remains, so he may find peace in the earth." The master of Qingyang Temple stood nearby, sighing deeply. "Moreover, do not bear excessive guilt for Hui Yinzi's death. We, the old ones, have but a few years left to live. Take care of yourself." Chapter 23. Submission after the departure of Master Qingyang. GMO approached, hands clasped in contemplation. "I have discerned that the old man fabricated a Taoist temple capable of cultivating immortals, which ultimately led to his own entrapment. This, indeed, is the root cause of your current predicament. Yet whom should I trust?" GMO nudged Li Shiwu with his foot and continued, "If your words hold any truth, then Hui Yinzi must be suspect, yet he chose to prove his innocence with his own demise. Are you, perchance, losing your sanity? Bah, what a vexing matter this is." Li Shiwu raised his gaze and inquired, "Did you not intend to ensnare me?" GMO replied, "Ah, your presence is tainted. I fear it may attract malevolent entities." He hastily stepped aside. Then, with a sudden shift in thought, he asked, "Li Shiwu, what are your plans henceforth? Why should that concern you? Come now, lend me a hand. With a villain such as you, I hardly believe we share any camaraderie." Upon hearing this, GMO rolled up his sleeves and retorted me, "A villain? Who was it that forced a mortal elder to his death?" Li Shiwu's brow twitched. "The woman from Thailand in Jewel Town. Do you dare claim her demise was not due to your heartless actions?" GMO scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe she was an ordinary person? Cool me. Let's have a look." Li Shiwu rose, casting one last glance at Qingyang Temple, sighing deeply, his heart heavy with bitterness. He discarded a few gold coins and instructed a disciple, "Procure a fine coffin for me, and daily offer incense at my grave. I appreciate the trouble." By the time they returned to Jewel Town, darkness was descending. Li Shiwu tied a large piece of black cloth around his waist. Though it was ill-fitting, it concealed the grotesque appearance of his 10 deformed legs. "What the woman's corpse?" he asked. The town guard, Lu Xiaohu, stammered, "Li Daozhong, follow me." They soon arrived at the location where the woman had last been seen. Instead of her, there lay only the dismembered body of a sheep and its heart. "Daozhong, upon discovering the immortal's body in broad daylight, we dared not disturb it and merely stationed guards. Little did we know it would transform into a mere sheep carcass." Listening to Lu Xiaohu's account, Li Shiwu turned to GMO. "Why is this?" GMO glanced around and replied, "Because that woman was also a member of the 10 Forms sect. Otherwise, how could she have recognized me at first glance? Also of the 10 Forms. Indeed, a scapegoat." GMO's expression grew serious as he continued, "This scapegoat is no trifling matter. They're the most deceptive, delighting in causing trouble and compelling others to take the blame. Li Shiwu appeared pensive and asked, "What other forms are associated with the 10 Forms sect, besides the troublemaker, the unreasonable monkey, and the scapegoat?" GMO answered, "There are also the opportunist, the backstabber, the stumbling block, the used mule, the stirrer of discord, and the troublemaker. That only adds up to 9. Well, the last form? I know not. Then how can you call it the 10 Forms sect? Ask me not, for I know not who to inquire of. Must the 10 Forms sect truly consist of 10 forms?" Li 15 was left speechless, merely spitting out a dismissive sound. "Regardless, it is evident that you are not a virtuous character." "Ah, I appreciate the compliment," GMO replied with a smug smile. "The reputation of the 10 Xiong sect is well known throughout the land, and it has never been commendable. Indeed, within the 10 Xiong, our monkey-like practitioners constitute the vast majority, accounting for at least 98%, GMO boasted. Li 15 retorted, "Oh, rarity lends value, yet what is common is hardly impressive. Why the arrogance?" He then, with a stoic expression, pressed, "Now, tell me, what is it that you truly desire of me?" Noticing Li 15's demeanor, GMO glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "Brother Li, you must understand that I hail from the esteemed Yaogua. My purpose here is to assume the role of the local land official, safeguarding the populace from malevolent spirits. As you have observed, the land temple outside has remained abandoned for an extended period. Yet, I am not one to remain idle." Li 15 could not help but interject, "Are you suggesting that I should take up this so-called position of land official?" "Precisely," GMO confirmed. "You possess an extraordinary manifestation of 10 legs, clearly setting you apart as an individual of significance. The common folk are easily deceived." Li 15 fell silent. The matter of the fiery incident during the day still plagued his mind. From the onset, his foremost objective was to uncover the origins of the immortal cultivation view and the truths that lay behind it. "Brother Li, your silence is an affirmation," GMO interpreted. With a sigh of relief, GMO mused, "As for what follows, we must continue our pursuit of beauty, perhaps in search of a suitable wife." "Pursuit of beauty?" Li 15 scrutinized him skeptically. "Do not misconstrue. Wherever I venture, I delight in gazing upon lovely maidens, yet thus far, none have captured my heart." GMO sighed again and casually beckoned an elderly passerby. "Old man, are there any unmarried, virtuous, and exquisite young ladies in Jewel Town?" "Ah, indeed there are," the old man replied. "The second-to-last household on the far east side." "Well, you are quite helpful," GMO remarked with satisfaction, hastening to take Li 15 along. The old man scratched his ear, puzzled. "What do you mean by exquisite?" "I meant they are as appealing as a pig." "Perhaps due to the daytime rain. The moonlight that night was crystal clear and refreshing. You are not an ordinary person. Must you truly seek a common woman?" Li 15 casually inquired. "Precisely indeed." The faceless man, having observed the sparse crowd, chimed in. "Let us first meet the person," GMO suggested, pulling out a golden hairpin as he approached the door and cleared his throat. "I am GMO, and I apologize for the intrusion." With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and upon seeing the visitor, even Li 15 felt a jolt of surprise. Before them stood a corpulent figure marked by 7 dark spots, with yellowed teeth, swollen lips, and ears that caught the wind. "Young master," the woman cooed, casting a seductive glance. GMO's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. Observing this, Li 15 quipped, "Ah, it seems you have made this trip in vain. How disheartening. My master, even in ashes, has always said that returning empty-handed is akin to a loss. One can only commend the disciples of the national religion. They truly lack the art of living." GMO's eye twitched as he growled, "Li Shiwu, spare me your sarcastic remarks. How would you fare against such a character?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shiwu glanced over and replied, "It's quite simple. If she cannot be a wife, then I shall bring her home as a mother. After all, as long as I do not return empty-handed." Instantly, the atmosphere fell into silence. Both GMO and the faceless man, who was lurking nearby, were taken aback by Li Shiwu's response, as if they had encountered a deity. "Master Li, I am truly in awe, utterly humbled, bowing down in reverence." GMO immediately inclined his body in a deep bow, The faceless man nodded vigorously. I have learned. I have learned. You truly live up to your reputation. Losing to you is no disgrace. Beneath the moonlight, GMO paced back and forth. Brotherly, you are indeed a person of insight. A wife may show affection, but a mother will show even greater care. If she cannot be a wife, bringing her home as a mother would be even more splendid. Wouldn't it? I am enlightened, truly enlightened. Observing the fervor on Li Shiwu's face, GMO's expression turned peculiar. GMO, are you serious? Li Shiwu replied, quite serious. Does she truly wish to accompany you? That you need not concern yourself with. Chapter 24. The Great Hunt for Mothers the following day. In front of the Earth God Temple in Jewel Town, GMO held his head high, his deeply set eyes brimming with pride. Behind him, a robust woman, reminiscent of a pig, carried a basket laden with fruits and snacks, her gaze imbued with a hint of maternal affection. My child, if you're thirsty, have some fruit first, she said. Mother, there's no rush. I have some urgent matters to attend to, GMO replied. Listening to their exchange, Li 15 felt a wave of confusion wash over him, utterly helpless. At that moment, GMO sighed, Brotherly, it's a pity we didn't team meet sooner. Had I your guidance, my household might not have been devoid of wives, but rather filled with mothers aplenty. GMO glanced up at the sky and continued. The vastness of the great domain is beyond description. Just the term mother encompasses so many variations. Matron, mother, housekeeper, mama. So many names. Unable to bear GMO's rambling any longer, Li 15 retorted, why not forego the pursuit of beauty altogether? Simply rename yourself the Great Hunter of Mothers. To his surprise, GMO's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brotherly, it is indeed you who possesses such a formidable title. I would gladly accept it. Li 15 fasapalmat. Resisting the urge to chastise himself for his loose tongue, GMO cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He produced a dark wooden plate, square in shape, roughly the size of 2 palms, adorned with intricate golden patterns and faintly depicting mountains and rivers. Brotherly, as I mentioned last night, I wish for you to take on the role of the local land official. What I hold here is the river and mountain plate, encompassing a radius of 3,000 miles east of Jewel Town. It can be used to manage water, fill mountains, and create roads. Of course, the extent of its power also depends on the wielder. Li 15 accepted the river and mountain plate, feeling its weight and the coolness reminiscent of jade. You would entrust me with something so significant? GMO smiled and shook his head. Brotherly, I know little of your background, but I sense you are somewhat disconnected from this great domain. To be frank, positions like mountain officials, river officials, and city gods are abundant in the great domain. Who would care about a mere river and mountain plate? Li 15 remained silent. He had no intention of staying in one place. The troubles stemming from 10 troublesome legs had yet to be resolved, and wandering about would likely invite disaster. GMO continued, Brotherly, I must confess, I want you to take on a land official role because I need to return to the Tenxiang sect and stir up some trouble. After all, as a disciple of a national cult, it would be degrading for me to handle such a trivial task. Li 15 maintained a stoic expression, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh." However, GMO's eyes gleamed with a new idea. Brotherly, I see potential in you as well. Why not join the Tenxiang sect? It could be quite entertaining, truly. Huh, if I were a white lotus in the mud, how could I associate with your kind? I would rather die than join, Li 15 retorted. GMO pouted slightly and added, Brotherly, I must elaborate a bit more on the Tenxiang sect. Those who practice superficial appearances are but a band of charlatans, at most evoking a sense of revulsion. What truly merits your attention are those who delve into the art of profound insights. They're the ones who wield the power to inflict harm without a blade, spreading malaise like a festering wound. Li Shiwu nodded in understanding. I comprehend. However, he continued, I am unversed in the art of stabilizing the realm. Moreover, if I desire to cultivate, what should I do? Upon hearing this, GMO's expression turned peculiar and intricate. He replied, spiritual energy, renowned as the essence that nurtures all things under heaven, is an essential requisite for the seeker of the path to immortality. Regrettably, countless eons ago, the Great Era saw the disappearance of spiritual energy without a trace, its reasons lost to time. With a heavy sigh, GMO lamented. I recall an elder of the 10 Manifestations sect once stating that the waters of the Great Era are akin to an unfathomable abyss, turbulent and chaotic, capable of eroding one's soul and bones, leading to certain death without the promise of rebirth. Li Shiwu furrowed his brow, for it was no wonder that, traversing mountains with Qian Yuanji, he had never encountered any spiritual herbs or flowers. If that is the case, how do you practice cultivation? GMO responded, Brother Li, though your 10-legged form may seem absurd, it is indeed beyond the realm of mortals. As for your cultivation, I suggest you journey to Tang City. There you will surely find your answers. With that, he patted Li Shiwu on the shoulder. Brother Li, enjoy your adventures. Upon my return to the 10 Manifestations sect, I may even find a few more companions along the way. When we next meet, do prepare some proper gifts for them, as they are akin to elders. Li Shiwu remained silent. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, town guardian Lu Xiaohu appeared, accompanied by a throng of rustic farmers. Master Li, have you truly become our land official? The previous one met a gruesome fate decades ago, his intestines chewed through. The title of land official does not sound quite fitting. Henceforth, refer to me as Mountain Officer. Master Mountain Officer, shall we assist in refurbishing this dilapidated temple? It is in dire need of restoration. What are your wishes? Li Shiwu turned to scrutinize the crumbling shrine. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Let's change the plaque and rename it. To what shall we rename it? The Immortal Cultivation Pavilion. On that evening, the small temple outside the town was restored, having previously served as a resting place for the deceased. Many enthusiastic townsfolk employed cinnabar, glutinous rice, and other offerings to ward off evil spirits. Firecrackers were ignited, fresh couplets were affixed, and a lively banquet was arranged, creating a bustling scene. Even the faceless specter transformed into a woman clad in red, strumming a stringed instrument and engaging in flirtatious banter with the men, exhibiting an air of familiarity. Li Shiwu stood by the riverside, the shimmering reflections dancing in his eyes as he quietly observed. Perhaps due to his prolonged sojourn in the mountains or his personal experiences, he felt strangely out of place amidst the revelry. Master Mountain Officer, do you not feel lonely here alone? Inquired the woman impersonating the faceless specter, her voice melodramatic as she feigned leaning into his embrace. Not at all, Li Shiwu replied, casually, shifting slightly, causing the woman to tumble into the river with a splash. Her beauty momentarily marred by shock. Bah, Vidamun. Even I, a century-old specter, understand the nuances of daily life. Rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. The mundane joys of human existence are also delightful. What pretense of depth are you putting on? As the water rippled, a faint smile graced Li Shiwu's brow, and he nodded lightly in agreement. Indeed, since that is the case, let us be generous today. Double the 200 gold you owe me. No need for thanks. The faceless man was overjoyed. Very well, very well. In the next moment, what? Double? Meanwhile, Li Shiwu sat at the table. My dear father-in-law, I do not drink. Just a sip will suffice. No, life is fleeting. It must be filled to the brim. Chapter 25. The Arsonist. As night deepened, the lively atmosphere faded, leaving behind a profound silence. Li Shiwu observed his 10 legs. Aside from the original 2, the remaining 8 were slightly elongated and spread in 4 directions, resembling an octopus at first glance. 10 legs? Was this not a touch absurd? Taking a deep breath, he concealed his 10 legs beneath a dark cloth. Li Shiwu raised his head and gazed into the distance. Before him, the earth was shrouded in darkness, seemingly endless. He found it incomprehensible, shaking his head in resignation. He had no inkling of the celestial phenomena or the strange occurrences happening to him. At that moment, a man in his 30s, of short stature, approached stealthily, holding a lantern. Mountain Officer, I know you are a being of great wisdom. Could you enlighten me? I am not, nor do I possess such knowledge. You are. Please do share. The man fidgeted. Sir, as you can see, I lack any significant abilities, and my looks are rather unremarkable. For years, I have been unable to find a wife. This has led to constant gossip from relatives and neighbors, making me hesitant to return home. Li Shiwu examined him. Seeking a wife? I cannot assist you with that. Then, sir, is there a way to silence their chatter? After all, what does it have to do with them? Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu shook his head and spoke with earnestness. Ah, you are not young anymore. You should visit home more often. The man paused in surprise. Visit? At that moment, Li Shiwu's axe suddenly revealed a glimmering edge. Do not misunderstand. I mean, you should often return home to chop wood. However, as soon as this was said, Li Shiwu slapped himself hard, hastily dismissing the man. Do not listen, nor imitate. He continued to curse. Curse you, Qian Yuanzi. After being with you for so long, you have led me astray, turning me into this mess. Had I known, I would have scattered your ashes 1,000 times. In a daze, half a month slipped by. Li Shiwu packed his belongings and closed the small temple door, feeling a throbbing headache. During this time, even the elderly women would come to inquire about their sow's missed cycles. It had become quite bothersome. Enough. I shall venture to Tang City. He thought to himself, I am curious to see how the beings of this world cultivate. The journey to Tang City spanned nearly 1,600 miles. With his extraordinary physical form, Li Shiwu gradually acclimated to his 10 legs and sprinted forth, arriving in just 2 days. Tang City, this was his second visit. I wonder how Erling is faring now. At this moment, gazing upon the familiar city, Li Shiwu felt a wave of concern wash over him. The townsfolk, noticing his peculiar attire, could not help but cast sidelong glances. Look, or I shall cut you down. Li Shiwu muttered a fierce remark before retreating, inwardly cursing Qian Yuanzi 1,000 times. A moment later, a particularly opulent residence caught his attention. Before its grand entrance, a throng of dozens had gathered, dressed in simple clothing, their faces streaked with tears, seemingly victims of a grave injustice, pleading for redress. What has transpired here? Li Shiwu intercepted a traveling merchant and casually inquired. Does that matter? The oppression of the weak. The merchant, a man in his mid-40s, sighed and replied, This powerful family, surnamed Zhu, possesses both wealth and authority in this city. Yet peculiarly, he favors girls aged around 11 or 12, seeking out those from impoverished households, abducting the more attractive ones through coercive means. At that moment, the grand vermilion gates of the estate swung wide open. A rotund man, draped in a bear fur coat and bearing dark spots on his face, swaggered out, exclaiming, Oh, esteemed fathers and mothers-in-law, it is a dire time at home, and I have come to beg at my son-in-law's doorstep this early morning. An elderly blind woman fell to her knees, pleading, Master Zhu, I beseech you, spare my daughter. She is but a child. Upon witnessing this scene, the portly Zhu appeared unfazed, merely turning to respectfully welcome a young woman adorned in a floral dress from within the estate. Is it she? Li Shiwu's pupils dilated in shock. This woman was unmistakably the one who had previously described him as untouched by dust in her calligraphy. Sir, I am in your debt. The rotund man complimented earnestly. Of course, the woman nodded, producing a sheet of white paper and a pen that resembled glass, beginning to write. The world is desolate. The people suffer. Life is burdensome. Yet there exists a benevolent soul named Zhu, with a heart of a bodhisattva, who adopts young maidens, providing them with clothing to cover their bodies and food to fill their bellies. He is truly a rare philanthropist. As she paused her writing, Li Shiwu distinctly sensed an invisible force emanating from the paper, enveloping the gathered crowd of citizens. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The blind woman knelt once more, but this time her face radiated gratitude as she repeatedly bowed, saying, Master Zhu, my daughter has the fortune to be with you. This old woman pays her respects. Not only her, but others followed suit, kneeling in appreciation as if enchanted, unable to discern right from wrong. Li Shiwu, observing this spectacle, felt a tumult of emotions. Rendered speechless. This is the art of calligraphy, the pen of fate. It stirs discord and causes chaos. Before the Zhu estate, the rotund man laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance. Ha! I am a benevolent man, a great benefactor. Bow down, continue to bow. I am graciously receiving your homage. Master of calligraphy, you must keep this paper. I shall announce to the entire city tomorrow that I am the foremost benefactor of Tang City. As for the reward I promised you, rest assured." At that moment, the calligraphic woman seemed to notice Li Shiwu, waving her hand towards him with a radiant smile. Then, as if a gust of wind had vanished, Li Shiwu heard a voice behind him. "Li Shiwu, she smiled at you." The faceless man had assumed a more human guise, standing behind him unnoticed. "I'm not blind," Li Shiwu retorted, feeling a chill creep down his spine. "No wonder GMO warned me to be cautious of calligraphers. These individuals are truly sinister, their methods unfathomable. In my opinion, they ought to be dealt with harshly." Beside him, the traveling merchant appeared equally perplexed. What is happening here? As Li 15 made a bold declaration, he quickly urged, "Young man, you are still quite young. Do not invite calamity upon yourself. The world is inherently unjust." Li 15 rolled his eyes in response, replying, "Selling your goods, and yet you prattle on endlessly. I am a disciple of Qianyuanzi. Do you think I am a good person?" He gestured towards the faceless man, declaring, "That fellow surnamed Zhu is even more arrogant than I. It is simply outrageous. He is not even a disciple of Qianyuanzi." With his hands clasped behind his back, Li 15 strode away, only to glance back and remark, "Good people do not live long." However, he had scarcely taken a dozen steps when a sudden commotion erupted. The crowd around him surged like a tide, rapidly dispersing, leaving the street eerily desolate. 8 men clad in white robes and adorned with red tall hats encircled Li 15 in an intricate formation reminiscent of the Bagua. This striking and peculiar attire unmistakably marked them as members of another significant sect, the Hu-Nar Inzong. "You cannot escape. Arsonist, surrender without resistance," one of the Hu-Nar Inzong practitioners declared coldly. "Me, an arsonist?" Li 15 was momentarily bewildered. While he would not be surprised if they accused him of murder. After all, he had openly proclaimed his intentions of violence. This charge of arson was utterly unfounded. On the long street, a tempest had begun to rage, whipping through the air and making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. The Hu-Nar Inzong practitioner, his expression frigid, added, "Stop feigning ignorance. Your doctrine states that a life lived by the book often falls victim to those madmen who dare to set fire to probability. The great Xia has decreed that anyone associated with the arson cult is to be executed without exception. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. These days have been rather busy. I shall return to my regular updates soon. Moreover, many fellow cultivators have suggested I write a sequel to Immortal Fader, introduce new elements to it. Facepalm. Chapter 26. Baishi, ladies and gentlemen. I have always been honest and straightforward, so please do not mistake me for someone else. Li Shiwu's expression was devoid of warmth. Upon his arrival in Tang City, he had been mistaken for an arsonist, an extraordinary misunderstanding indeed. Surrounding him, 8 disciples of the Hu-Nar insect remained silent, forming an octagonal formation, each stepping forward with a chilling gaze, their fingers deftly weaving various incantations. In unison, they recited the Hu-Nar Sutra, break the spine to mold the bird's bone. The throat restricts human speech, uttering animal sounds. Transform the mortal body into that of a beast, gathering humanity to feed the 8 desolations. In an instant, invisible ripples emanated from their fingertips, resembling autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, all converging upon Li Shiwu, seemingly innocuous yet imbued with a sinister intent. At the center of the 8, a crack echoed. Li Shiwu distinctly felt his leg bones being crushed and then reformed, while his flesh began to transform. In merely 3 breaths, his legs, once human, shed their form, morphing into 2 donkey hooves. Take heed, with our cultivation, we can at most temporarily alter your legs, but that shall suffice. No sooner had the words left their lips than 2 donkey hooves beneath Li Shiwu retracted, revealing 2 human legs once more. Witnessing this spectacle, the Hu-Nar insect disciples were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in fury. "Demon, you are undoubtedly a member of the arson cult. Brothers, unleash your powers." Yet, Li Shiwu, sensing a shift within, reached into the belly of the old coffin and retrieved the mountain and river stabilizer. "Wait, I am an official of the mountain. I am also somewhat connected to the esteemed officials, hence we are akin to comrades." As he spoke, the surrounding tempest subsided. and the throngs that had vanished from the long street reappeared, bustling as before. The 8 who in our sect disciples donned cheerful expressions, casually converging around him. Why did you not mention this sooner? It appears we are kin. Please pardon any offense. Come, have a soul incense. I shall light it for you. Observing their demeanor, Li Shiwu's expression shifted, and he inquired, Am I absolved of my transgressions then? One of the who in our sect disciples exhaled a plume of colorful smoke. To be frank, we, the who in our sect, capture transgressors in a set quantity each month. You do not meet the criteria, so we merely muddled through, attaching a random charge to account for numbers. Moreover, your peculiar appearance did not suggest a respectable individual, thus you became our target. Faced with such a casual, yet seemingly logical rationale, Li Shiwu found himself at a loss for words. However, glancing at the mountain and river stabilizer in his hand, he felt a surge of confidence. The old adage, with skin intact, one need not fret when stepping outside, rang true. Brothers, let us withdraw. But I must advise you, the arson cult is the most notorious evil cult of the Great Ya. Do not align yourselves with them. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu hastily obstructed their path. Gentlemen, what will you do with the captured individuals? What else? Naturally, they are sent to the who in our sect to be transformed into livestock for sale. With that, the 8 who in our sect disciples dispersed into the crowd. Yet one of them, casting a casual glance back at Li Shiwu, wore an expression rich with meaning. Li Shiwu remained frozen on the street for a long while. The chill of the world felt as piercing as ice penetrating the bones. After the passage of another incense stick, Li 15 arrived at a tranquil area within the city, a faint scent of blood lingering about him. The cause of this was his recent act of severing his own 8 legs at the roots, seeking solitude to do so, and meticulously wrapping the wounds in white cloth. He had previously attempted this in Jewel Town, where he discovered that after approximately 2 hours, they would regenerate. Thus, he had to time his visit to the Star Officer's residence with precision. GMO had stated that to understand how cultivators practice in the absence of spiritual energy, one must come to this abode. Muttering to himself, Li 15 gazed at the unguarded entrance of the Star Officer's residence and, without hesitation, strode inside. Following a long corridor for about 200 meters, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man dressed neatly in the garb of a steward. Young Taoist, what brings you to the Star Officer's residence? I am the newly appointed mountain official from Jewel Town. Here to register, Li 15 replied. Nonsense. All mountain officials and land officials within Tang City are determined by the Star Officer. Where do you come from, you wild Taoist? Li 15 remained silent, producing the mountain and river stabilization disc, along with a token engraved with the symbols of the 10 aspects, pen sheep, dog, monkey, and so forth. After a moment, in a quiet chamber, a man clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, sporting 2 black beards and appearing around 30, smiled and shook his head. So you are one of the personnel placed by the national religion. I shall grant you this courtesy. Young brother, I will assist you in your official registration. By the way, my name is Baishi. Li 15 respectfully bowed, hesitating for a moment before asking, Star Officer, have you ever heard of the Zhongxian Temple? The Zhongxian Temple? I have not. Suppressing a hint of disappointment, Li 15 bowed once more, saying, Sir, to be frank, although I have had some minor opportunities, I have not formally embarked on the path of immortality. Thus, I wish to inquire how one cultivates in the absence of spiritual energy. Baishi's gaze scrutinized him, yet he maintained a smile, replying, Young brother, has the 10 aspects not spoken to you about this? To be honest, I have only met them by mere coincidence. I do not enjoy prying into personal matters. However, since today is rather quiet, it would not hurt to share this with you. Baishi regarded the young man before him and continued, Spiritual energy is the bridge through which cultivators connect with the forces of heaven and earth. The disappearance of spiritual energy does not imply the vanishing of other earthly powers. Mountains, rivers, and flora all harbor the essence of the 5 elements. It is merely that the bridge has been severed. Li 15 furrowed his brow and asked, If the bridge is severed, what then? Baishi, witnessing his concern, shook his head with a light chuckle, his tone resolute and powerful. Do not panic. The essence of cultivation is but borrowing fire from the ancient long night, and we ourselves are the wicks that are ignited. Now that spiritual energy is absent, the bridge is severed, and the fire is extinguished. It is our task to change the atmosphere, reconnect the bridge, and reignite the flame. Li 15 nodded, feeling that the person before him truly embodied the qualities of a star officer, articulating thoughts in a manner both pleasing and comprehensible, unlike the coarse butcher, Qian Yuanzi, who had led him astray. Since there is no spiritual energy, what other form of energy shall we exchange it for? Follow me, said Bai Shi. As they meandered through the pavilions and towers for about half a stick of incense, they arrived at the entrance of a basement. Do not be afraid, my young friend. Let's enter together. In the dimly lit passageway, oil lamps flickered on the walls, casting shadows that danced ominously. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they finally reached a circular pit extending 100 meters, its depths unknown. Within the pit roiled a mass of black energy, bubbling and surging, accompanied by a chorus of terrifying roars. Bai Shi's gaze remained tranquil as he remarked, "This is the energy that practitioners now use to replace spiritual energy, serving as a bridge to connect heaven and earth. We refer to it as malevolent energy." Chapter 27. Resentment and malice. Li Shiwu found himself perplexed. Indeed, Bai Shi responded with a faint nod. Spiritual energy emanates from the heavens and the earth, whereas malice originates from humanity. Anger, for instance, is a confluence of negative emotions. Where emotions gather, life persists. The energy of the deceased, the essence of spirits who have not traversed the path of the afterlife, is known as ghostly energy. There is also sinister energy, arising from the amalgamation of desires and malevolent thoughts. Additionally, we encounter death energy, resentment, hostility, and murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, Bai Shi continued, "Young brother, allow me to be candid. Beneath the entirety of Tang City lies a formation of astonishing proportions. It perpetually gathers these 7 forms of energy, merging them here, ultimately culminating in this malevolent pool spanning 100 meters. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's face twitched. Sir, can this truly replace spiritual energy to commune with the cosmos? And at one T lead to the death of the living? Will it? Rest assured, we have conducted trials. Bai Si Zipli, that is reassuring, Li Shiwu responded, though the ominous truth hung in the air. Many lives would be lost, countless souls extinguished. Bai Shi chuckled lightly and continued. In the days when spiritual energy still flourished, practitioners were often categorized by the strength of their spiritual roots. However, that is no longer the case. Regardless of one's spiritual roots, as long as one is human, there exists the possibility of endeavoring. The sole prerequisite is the preservation of life. As his words settled, a throng of youthful figures began to pour in from the entrance, approximately aged 16 to 18. Each was vibrant and full of life, reminiscent of the rising sun. Soon, around 1,000 young men and women surged in, with the majority being male, nearly filling the cavern before them. Your Excellency, what is this? Do not panic. You are an official as well. Maintain your composure, Bai Shi instructed, observing the scene. The malevolent energy derived from humanity is not as gentle as spiritual energy. It is tumultuous, akin to a ferocious beast from primordial times. A deep sigh escaped him. I wonder how many of these children will survive. Li Shiwu, perplexed, remained silent, watching intently. He observed as the 1,000 youths, guided by various officials, sequentially leaped into a smaller, darker pool nearby. Throughout it all, their eyes exhibited little fear, instead reflecting smiles, hope, and determination. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Returned to the star official, an official stepped forward. Of the 1,000 youths, 50% could not endure the influx of malevolent energy. Their meridians and heart channels eroded, resulting in their demise. Another 20%, fortunate to escape death, have been rendered mentally incapacitated, likely to wander in a daze for the foreseeable future. Only 20% were capable of withstanding the malevolent energy and exhibit potential for cultivation. At that moment, as Li Shiwu absorbed the words and witnessed the scene unfolding within the dark pool, vibrant lives extinguished so casually and inconsequentially, He felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Heh, Qian Yuanzi, and he has only claimed a few lives. Li Shiwu pondered. Cultivation is akin to traversing a frigid night alone. Not everyone is fortunate enough to witness the dawn and the first light of day. Bai Shi's tone bore a weight of seriousness. Are they aware of the staggering mortality rate? Li Shiwu inquired. They are, Bai Shi replied. Then why are they so composed? Ah, they fear at once. Listening to Bai Shi's sigh, Li Shiwu suddenly attained clarity. Once again, at the 10 aspects gate, the pen aspect is the pen aspect that stirs up discord, leading them to firmly believe that embarking on the path of cultivation is meaningful, even if it costs them their very lives. Bai Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the Great Xia, there are 36 provinces, each with 72 cities, all similarly afflicted. Yet, there is no choice. Calamities persist, and fresh blood must be continually replenished. Even you, Li 15, being of similar age to them, must face this trial if you wish to cultivate. Li 15 said nothing, merely gazing at the ground beneath him. The black earth, the lingering specter of the seed immortal, still clung to him. Though it is called seed immortal, at present, it has rendered him neither human nor ghost, providing no discernible benefit. Naturally, I must engage with this so-called malevolent aura. Are you not afraid of death? Living is not without its merits, but the vast and boundless expanse that awaits after transcending into immortality beckons me even more. As Li 15's words fell, he bent his knees and leaped, akin to a fledgling eagle plummeting from a cliff, crashing into the depths of the vast and treacherous pit below, vanishing from sight. Foolish boy, what vast expanse awaits? It is merely a narrow path where no one returns. Bai Shi shook his head, seemingly mocking him lightly. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, they returned to the surface. Li 15 felt little difference in his body. His form, after becoming a seed immortal, was impervious to the corruption of the malevolent aura. Who were those people? At that moment, the two arrived at a place resembling a martial arts arena, where over 1,000 men, women, and children awaited eagerly. They're the parents and friends of the 1,000 youths from before, Bai Shi replied casually. As the two approached, an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a bamboo cane, shakily came forward, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Good, sir, have you seen my dear grandson? He was chosen to cultivate immortality. My good sir, I recall the child you brought when you came. I am sorry, he has perished in his quest. Bai Shi stated bluntly. Perished indeed. The old man murmured twice, then turned away, still using his cane, trembling as he departed. Witnessing this scene, Li 15 took a few steps forward to intercept the elder. Old man, your grandson has died. Do you not feel resentment or hatred? Hearing these words, the old man slowly raised his head. His murky eyes, concealed within the crevices of his wrinkled face, seemed to regain a flicker of clarity. He retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom and displayed it to Li 15. It read, Those seekers of longevity, practitioners understand the greater righteousness. One should take pride in death and shame in life, thus not betraying this existence, nor the heavenly path. The old man murmured, 40 years ago, my younger brother died. 20 years ago, my youngest son perished. Now my grandson is gone as well. The great Xia has spoken. They fall, yet their souls transform into stars, guarding the mountains and rivers, illuminating the ages. The old man departed, yet in a daze, a murky tear welled in his eye. Perhaps he merely felt that the wind in the training ground was too fierce, causing him to squint. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Li 15 lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while. He understood that it was still the pen aspect of the 10 aspects gate, wielding the power of divine arts to distort these individuals' thoughts and beliefs. Who is truly mocking whom? Trapped within the realm of the immortal observation. While you are ensnared by the Grand Yao, we find ourselves in a similar plight, listening to the barely perceptible sigh that lingers in the air. Bai Shi shook his head. Li 15, the affairs of the world are often beyond our control. At the very least, one must first manage oneself. By the way, accompany me for a moment. Following Bai Shi, Li 15 kept his gaze lowered. This time, they arrived before a concealed chamber. When he lifted his head, he noticed over 20 individuals present, both men and women. Li 15, they are not like you. You were inserted by the 10 Aspects sect, while they're newly appointed officials of the mountains and rivers by my own hand. Baishi smiled and continued. Have you ever considered accepting the legacy of the 10 Aspects sect? Me? Li 15 shook his head vehemently. I refuse. I shall not learn. Yet, he had no choice in the matter. With a mere wave of Baishi's hand, an invisible force descended, and the 20 or so individuals were instantly swept into the chamber. Baishi clapped his hands. Why not give a try? After all, the 10 Aspects sect has ample legacy throughout the Grand Yao. Entering the national teachings holds far greater promise than merely serving as a minor mountain official. Chapter 28. Within the secret chamber, the chamber was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, rows of red candles ignited spontaneously, casting a subtle glow. Li Shiwu looked up and noticed that a layer of black gauze had been draped over the faces of himself and his companions, obscuring their visages and figures, even blurring their voices. What does this signify? He inquired, perplexed. Do you truly not know, my friend? One of them responded with an air of incredulity. Indeed, I am quite unaware, Li Shiwu admitted. Seeing his confusion, another companion chuckled and explained, in truth, it is not of great consequence. After all, the 10 Manifestations sect is notoriously ill-reputed in the Great Yao. Thus, practitioners often conceal their abilities. For instance, if someone possesses the manifestation of a dog and resorts to treachery, who would dare engage with him? Li Shiwu pondered this and nodded in agreement. That is indeed reasonable. The 10 Manifestations sect deserves its ill fate, and treachery is a path to ruin. Sighing, he added, I initially had no desire to enter, yet I was compelled by the Star Officer. Such is the way of things. The other two echoed, Your sentiments resonate deeply with us, my friend. We might as well stand aside and observe the spectacle. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated within the chamber. Subsequently, 9 towering bronze statues, exuding an ancient charm, slowly emerged from the ground, presenting themselves before the assembly. Their presence was enigmatic and inscrutable, captivating the minds of those present and inducing a sense of disorientation. The statues represented pen, grass, monkey, goat, stone, donkey, stick, horse, and dog. This is the inheritance of the 10 Manifestations sect. Utterly unremarkable, Li Shiwu remarked with a scornful salute. Behind him, the 2 companions chimed in, devious paths such as these are hardly worth consideration. We wouldn't accept them even if offered for free. At this, a woman turned slightly and interjected, the national doctrine and teachings should not be subjected to your ridicule. If you possess any courage, speak thus before the practitioners of the 10 Manifestations sect. Li Shiwu raised his head defiantly, his eyes blazing with anger. My master, Qian Yuanzu, fears no foreign doctrine. It is the foreign doctrine that should tremble before me. The assembly fell into a collective silence, taken aback. Who is this Qian Yuanzu? A figure so formidable that he had never been heard of before? Meanwhile, Li Shiwu silently derided him. That scoundrel Qian Yuanzu, with paths to immortality readily available, chose instead to wander the wilderness for decades in pursuit of some elusive vision of ascension. Yet, it was understandable. In his mortal frame, he would likely find himself at the mercy of even a disciple of the taming cult, much less in the presence of the Star Officer's estate. Within the secret chamber, gradually, some began to step forward, attempting to see if they might win the favor of the inheritance. Meanwhile, Li Shiwu engaged in idle chatter. My friend, as mountain officials, might we ascend to the ranks of the Star Officers? You wish to rise in rank? The individual replied, his tone tinged with mockery. Is that not possible? Let me enlighten you. In the Great Yao, there are 36 states, each with 1 moon officer and 72 star officers. In total, there are 36 moon officers and 2,592 star officers, with 3 sun officers above them. The individual shook his head and remarked, It is said that the positions of the sun, moon, and stars have remained unchanged for countless years, each one akin to an ancient tortoise. As for your aspirations for promotion, dream on. We, however, possess a modicum of power, allowing us to oppress the common folk and indulge in a bit of authority. Contentment brings true happiness. Upon hearing these words, Li Shiwu contemplated deeply, yet he replied, esteemed brothers, since the three of us have no intention of passing on a legacy, why not step outside and enjoy a few drinks? Indeed, that sounds reasonable. Meanwhile, others were attempting to acquire the legacy. They stood before the 9 bronze statues, their hands clasped as if they were trying to sense something profound. Unfortunately, their efforts evoked no response whatsoever. One individual behind Shiwu scoffed, aside from the monkey visage. The 10 aspects is nothing but a loathsome, sticky mess, a source of disgust. The rest are mere nuisances, harmful to the group, and particularly that backstabbing dog. Whoever it favors is surely born of ill fortune. Shiwu concurred. Indeed, so foul it is that it oozes. As time passed, soon only the 3 of them remained without having attempted anything. Gentlemen, please hurry. Let us go through the motions so we can leave this chamber, he urged. Observing their reluctance, the 3 stepped forward, albeit begrudgingly, standing about 10 feet from the 9 bronze statues. How tiresome, Shiwu sighed. Alas, let us depart. As the trio turned to leave, a sudden, vivid scarlet light erupted without warning, akin to the evening glow tearing through the heavens, cascading downwards. Then, under the gaze of more than 20 pairs of eyes, a blood-stained dog mask materialized from one of the dog-headed statues. In the glaring light of scrutiny, it descended upon Shiwu's face before vanishing entirely. The backstabbing dog has appeared, someone exclaimed. It seems to be the most infamous of the aspects. What heinous deeds must one have committed to attract its attention? Everyone stepped back. In an instant, the crowd distanced themselves from Shiwu, fearful of being associated with him, their disdain palpable. Brothers, please allow me to explain. Shiwu, now flustered, implored. Enough! It is you, the backstabbing dog. You must reflect on your malevolence and the numerous grievances you've caused. At this proclamation, Shiwu was equally bewildered. Bowing his head in contemplation, he muttered, I am uncertain. I simply ended the life of my mentor who raised me, then orchestrated his own skinning by his own hand. Each slice was most gruesome. Afterwards, I seized the immortal destiny he pursued all his life and ultimately set fire to it all. Shiwu raised his head, instinctively scratching the back of his neck as realization dawned upon him. Ahem, this is a misunderstanding. We are colleagues. It is not as it seems. Everyone, please listen to my defense. At that moment, the door to the chamber slowly creaked open. The crowd exclaimed in outrage. Such an individual, whose transgressions are beyond enumeration, must be exposed at once. There is a veiled figure in the chamber, and we cannot discern his identity. We must unmask him. Otherwise, we harbor a traitor among us, and this is intolerable. In an instant, they surged out in unison. Shiwu, equally anxious, realized that this treacherous identity must not be confirmed. Forgive me, my friend, he murmured as he unleashed a surge of formidable strength. Seizing the shoulder of the very man with whom he had just shared amiable conversation, he then cast him aside and dashed out, leaving the latter seething with indignation. You! How could you betray me so soon after our introduction? Outside the chamber, over 20 officials exchanged wary glances, their mutual vigilance palpable. Suddenly, Shiwu brandished his axe and took a decisive step forward. His eyes, resembling icy pools, conveyed an aura so frigid that it was akin to frost flowers glimmering in the moonlight, rendering others reluctant to meet his gaze. Who is it? Step forward. Chapter 29. An unforeseen scene. 15. What is this? Outside the secret chamber, Shi observed the scene with a peculiar expression. Your Excellency, the Star Officer. Within that chamber, someone has acquired the manifestation of the dog, inheriting its sinister legacy. And that individual, cursed be their name. Li 15's voice resonated with conviction, his words imbued with a palpable disdain and a fierce animosity. Indeed, Your Excellency, you cannot fathom the horror that unfolded when that person summoned the dog's inheritance. The chamber was awash in a deluge of blood, utterly terrifying. Moreover, their confession of committing murder against their mentor is simply appalling. Listening to the cacophony of voices among the mountain officials, Shi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Eventually, he fell silent, stepping away from Li 15 by a few paces, yet maintaining an air of nonchalance with a serene smile. Ahem, everyone, please remain calm. I am present. In this star officer's residence, none dare to commit acts of violence. He then turned, his azure robe flowing without a single crease, and addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, follow me to the main hall. A moment later, in an elegantly antiquated hall spacious enough to accommodate hundreds, she sat at the front. A wisp of pine, smoke curling beside him. Over 20 individuals, including Li 15, sat cross-legged on their respective cushions. She spoke every 20 years. Various regions select a group of youths to enter the abyss of malevolence, testing their endurance against its dark energies. In Tang City, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. However, following this incident, you must each select a group of youths and bring them here. She glanced at Li 15 and continued, in your jurisdiction of Jewel Town, with a population of approximately 180,000, you are to select 300 suitable candidates. This is your duty as mountain officials. Upon hearing this, Li 15 rose, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Your Excellency, what if I refuse? If you choose not to act as a mountain official, someone else will gladly take your place and undertake the selection, Shi replied, shaking his head. Li 15, you cannot alter the course of events. True rebels reveal their lethal fangs inadvertently amidst obedience, rather than resorting to blusterous threats that invite ridicule. Furthermore, do not burden yourself. The citizens of Da Ye have been conditioned for years and will not resist. Li 15 sat back down, his head bowed in contemplation. Noticing this, Shi smiled and continued, Gentlemen, this event every 20 years also coincides with a regular court assembly of Dia. There are still 3 days until this assembly commences. You shall remain here, meditating quietly, awaiting patiently. Instantly, the mountain officials displayed expressions of excitement, seemingly filled with anticipation. Li 15, however, felt a sense of pity for Qian Yuanzai, reflecting on how he had only recently emerged from the mountains, while the Dia Court Assembly had already become a part of his reality. At that moment, a robust young man stood outside the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaiming, from Qinglong Town, Land Officer Huayang pays respects to the Star Officer. Additionally, the 300 youths destined for the abyss of malevolence have been brought forth. Shi nodded, enter and take your seats. Li Shiwu turned back and discerned that this individual was likely an experienced mountain official, exuding an undeniable aura. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar tingling sensation in his lower back, as if new flesh were sprouting. Esteemed Star Official, I find myself in need of a moment outside. Very well, go ahead. Within the secluded confines of the Star Official's residence, Li Shiwu couldn't help but shake his head. Fortunately, there are ordinary folk here as well. He then lifted his robe, revealing 8 additional human legs sprouting beneath it, growing at a visible pace, both bizarre and absurd. 10 legs. Was this an accident or an inevitable consequence of planting immortals? Li Shiwu fell into deep contemplation, inhaled deeply, and brandished his hatchet, striking down with precision. He then fixed his gaze upon the foul matter beneath him, steeling his resolve. In the grand hall, the mountain officials turned their noses up, expressing their disdain. You, surnamed Li, have fallen into the latrine. What a stench. Li Shiwu, do you even deserve to be a mountain official to stand among us? As the insults rang in his ears, Li Shiwu nodded apologetically. I beg your indulgence. I beg your indulgence. He intentionally soiled his robe, fearing that the scent of blood on him might attract undue attention. The wait felt interminable, especially for Li Shiwu. After another 2 hours, he pleaded, Esteemed Star Official, I find a pressing need to relieve myself once more. Very well. 2 hours passed again, esteemed sir. I feel a strong urge to pass gas. And thereafter, sir, I am in desperate need. Finally, the mountain officials in the grand hall could endure no longer, their glares filled with ire. Shi could not help but shake his head. Li Shiwu, perhaps you should remain in the latrine for a couple of days. And for heaven's sake, stop intentionally soiling yourself. Li Shiwu was taken aback, then bowed respectfully, retreating slowly until he was entirely out of the hall. That night, the stars hung low, resembling the Milky Way suspended in the sky. Li Shiwu sat atop the latrine, gazing upwards. Qian Yuanzi, I am faring better than you, can you see? You must be seething down below. It must infuriate you, old man. At that moment, A figure clad in azure suddenly materialized beside him. Qian Yuanzi, is that your master? Esteemed star official, Li Shiwu hurriedly bowed. He nodded, affirming, indeed. Bai Si Gulang Set Sai Wei. Is your bond with your master profound? Quite deep, as we are willing to confide in each other wholeheartedly. Bai Shi nodded and remarked, to be born with 10 legs is indeed peculiar. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's pupils dilated, gripping his hatchet in a defensive posture. Esteemed sir, do you know? Put down the blade. You cannot deceive me. Bai Shi smiled and continued, in these tumultuous times, calamities abound, and strange occurrences manifest incessantly. Your mere 10 legs are trivial in comparison. Moreover, since you can withstand the influx of malevolent energy, why not attempt to cultivate now? Li Shiwu was taken aback. Now, Bai Shi affirmed, indeed, spiritual energy serves as a bridge for living beings to commune with the heavens and the earth. As the essence fades, we must adopt a different spirit to raise the bridge. Li 15 hastily exclaimed, Your Excellency, the star official, I possess no skills nor any cultivation methods. Bai Shi displayed a serene smile, his azure Taoist robe billowing gracefully in the wind. Fear not, I shall teach you. In an instant, several black crystal stones appeared in his hands. Upon being crushed, they released tendrils of dark energy that coiled like dragons, all converging upon Li 15. Gazing at the young figure seated beside him, eyes closed in meditation, Bai Shi softly intoned, at the dawn of understanding the essence of heaven and earth. The mortal heart remains entangled in dust. This signifies the path to immortality, as myriad phenomena begin to unfold. In the days when spiritual energy still thrived, ascending to the celestial realms required traversing 9 stages, refining qi, establishing a foundation, forming the golden elixir, and nurturing the primordial infant. The night stretched long. Unbeknownst to him, delicate white threads began to weave between Bai Shi's fingers, expanding rapidly, dense and intricate, resembling a spider's web, surging toward the entire Tang city. Ultimately, they descended upon the millions of citizens within. This scene was both unfathomable and enchanting. Bai Shi resembled a masterful puppeteer, yet what he manipulated was not mere paper figures, but the countless souls of Tang City. Chapter 30. The Grand Assembly of the Great Xia in the early morning, at a time when daybreak was indistinguishable from night. Li Shiwu exhaled deeply and abruptly opened his eyes. Beside him, Bai Shi wore a faint smile. Li Shiwu, you are truly remarkable, he remarked. In a single night, you ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement, encountering no obstacles or hindrances along the way. Everything unfolded effortlessly. One can only say that your current physique is indeed extraordinary. Li Shiwu, somewhat bewildered, glanced down to find 8 additional legs sprawled out in an awkward position, causing his expression to shift to one of embarrassment. Observing this, Bai Shi reassured him, fear not. It is common for extraordinary beings to exhibit unusual phenomena. I shall not mock you. Li Shiwu forced a chuckle, then turned his gaze towards the horizon. He felt akin to a budding sprout in early spring, experiencing the vastness and mystery of the world for the very first time. However, when he scrutinized his hands, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He noticed 2 crimson lines etched onto the first segment of each of his 10 fingers, appearing exceedingly sinister. What has happened? He questioned, bewildered. Bai Shi explained, as you are aware, malevolent energy differs from spiritual energy. It is a fusion of resentment, death energy, and ghostly essence. Hence, the impression one gains after cultivation may not exude the ethereal elegance one might expect. Moreover, as one progresses, the appearance may increasingly resemble that of a demon. Clearing his throat, Bai Shi continued, your current realm is still low. We shall see how it evolves in the future. Li Shiwu scrutinized the figure before him, asking, Star official, why do you not exhibit any peculiarities? I do not, Bai Shi replied. Why? I do not cultivate malevolent energy. Li Shiwu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Bai Shi, who, feeling somewhat helpless, turned his attention to the morning light on the horizon. Li Shiwu, you and I are not of the same era. To be precise, the sun, moon, and star officials of the Great Xia are not of your time. For instance, I attained a profound level of cultivation long before spiritual energy dissipated. Baishi withdrew his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. Of course, if you were to inquire how high I have ascended, in the next moment, his eyes opened with a brilliance that soared into the heavens, radiating an aura that extended for countless miles. Let be said, I gazed down from the clouds, and all beings appear as mere ants beneath me. Li Shiwu stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless by the figure before him. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to choke out, "Star official, what about your current state?" "I have forgotten," Baishi replied succinctly. "Forgotten?" "Indeed, I have forgotten not only the extent of my cultivation, but also much more." Baishi inhaled deeply, his expression somber. "I have forgotten most of my past, so much so that I no longer comprehend why spiritual energy has vanished, why the Great Xia is as it is now, or what Shui truly signifies. It is not just me. The other sun, moon, and star officials have also forgotten." Baishi patet li su shishao. "Thus, I do not cultivate malevolent energy. As for you, young one, strive diligently. After all, while three-legged toads are common, a 10-legged being is a rarity indeed." Li Shiwu, feeling quite embarrassed, took a piece of black cloth to cover himself. At that moment, he suddenly realized that a new memory seemed to have emerged in his mind, an ancient technique entitled cultivating immortality. "Allow me to explain it to you." The corners of Li Shiwu's eyes twitched. "My lord, can we not be so casual?" Baishi replied with a chuckle. "Ah, this was once my own practice. You need not return it to me. As for the title, I find it quite agreeable." Li Shiwu responded, "Very well, thank you, my lord." Baishi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I have been this star official for countless years, and I have given away this technique at least 1,000 or 800 times." "What became of them in the end?" Li Shiwu inquired. "Oh, they likely perished." Baishi Ansu Nun Jialen. Hearing this, Li Shiwu rolled his eyes, uncertain of how to respond. Baishi continued, maintaining his indifferent tone, "It is merely a technique. The world is fraught with peril, and the path to immortality is no different. Ascending to the pinnacle is not so simple." With that, he waved his long sleeves. A cascade of black crystal stones fell from the sky, accumulating into a small mound before him. "These spirit stones," he declared, "are formed from condensed spiritual energy. As for the ones before you, I refer to them as malevolent stones. Li Shiwu, you may store them in your coffin. Should you require more, simply seek me out." Observing such generosity, Li Shiwu remarked, "My lord, you are quite magnanimous." Baishi chuckled. "The malevolent pool has existed for countless years. There is an abundance of these stones. Furthermore, in Tang City, regardless of the small immortal sects, clans, or individuals, as long as they come to me, I shall provide an ample supply of malevolent stones." After speaking, Baishi cast a sidelong glance at Li Shiwu. "By the way, refrain from any foul play. It is rather off-putting." With that, he vanished like the wind. Once Baishi departed, Li Shiwu bowed his head in silence, contemplating all that Baishi had imparted. Finally, he sighed. "Qian Yuanzai is but a wild path in the mountains. The true power lies among mortals." "Huh, old fellow, you truly are lacking." After muttering a few words, he fell silent, feeling as though the depths of the great Yao water were so profound that even upon first hearing of it, it felt like an abyss, leaving him breathless. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, he continued his attempts at cultivation, aside from his magical power becoming more solid. He made no significant progress. However, the blood patterns on his 10 fingers grew increasingly deep and eerie. At this moment, Li Shiwu, without hesitation, severed 8 of his legs, wrapped himself tightly in white cloth, donned a brand new Taoist robe, and entered the grand hall. "Greetings, everyone, it has been a while." He cheerfully greeted, and then returned to his original seat. At that moment, the grand hall was filled with 81 mountain officials, all seated with fervor. Baishi stood at the front of the hall, hands clasped behind his back, and said calmly, "Everyone is present. Let us proceed to the court." As his words fell, the mountain officials each retrieved their respective mountain and river stabilizers, placing them upon their knees. Then they channeled a thread of consciousness, slowly sinking into them. Observing this, Li Shiwu naturally followed suit. After a few breaths, in the span of a mere instant, the scene before him transformed dramatically. Before him lay a golden expanse, an atmosphere so grand, solemn, and majestic that mere words fail to encapsulate its essence. Li 15 gazed upward, where two towering figures, each adorned in resplendent dragon and phoenix robes, stood at the pinnacle, their faces obscured, resembling supreme deities surveying the mortal realm below. Beneath them, three figures stood, each towering approximately 100 zhang, their visages equally hidden, yet exuding an aura akin to a blazing sun reigning over the ages. Below these 36 figures, each 50 zhang tall, were arranged in two lines, standing resolutely upon the steps. Their bodies shimmered with a radiant glow, reminiscent of the moon's luminescence gracing the earth. Further down the jade stone staircase, 2,592 figures stood, each 10 zhang in height, similarly aligned in two rows upon the steps. Above the heads of these figures circled a halo of stars, embodying an indescribable spectacle. Among them was Bai Shi. Li 15 observed this scene, feeling a wave of surrealism wash over him, wondering in disbelief, can this truly be a place where I belong? Chapter 31, A Red Thread. At this moment, not only Li 15, but also the other mountain officials stood in bewilderment, feeling as insignificant as ants, questioning their worthiness to witness such a celestial spectacle. Li 15's chest heaved as he comprehended that the two towering figures above were likely the true sovereigns of this grand world. Beneath them, three figures radiated like the sun, representing the three solar officials. Below them were 36 lunar officials, followed by 2,592 stellar officials, including Bai Shi. The lesser mountain officials, land officials, and river officials numbered over 200,000. The celestial staircase before them was vast, yet they were utterly unworthy to ascend. They could only stand at the very bottom, gazing up at the gods like ants. Even so, the majority of the mountain officials flushed with excitement, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Li 15 pondered the might of Bai Shi and wondered how formidable the lunar and solar officials must be. What are the two towering figures? Furthermore, he questioned whether the place he had arrived at with a mere wisp of consciousness was real or merely a fabrication of some treasure. Unable to comprehend, he instead envisioned the possibility of capturing the scene on canvas, vowing to send it to Qian Yuanzi, ensuring that the old man would find no peace. As time trickled by, a melodious chime resonated as if emerging from the mists of antiquity, echoing across the golden expanse. Two more figures materialized alongside the chime, standing on either side of the two towering figures. Their positions were evidently superior even to that of the three solar officials. Li 15 widened his eyes, straining to see, and faintly discerned that one appeared to be clad in a white robe, adorned with a tall red hat. Recognizing this striking attire, he immediately realized this individual must be the national master of the Huanin sect. As for the other, it required no elaboration. He was undoubtedly the national master of the Shixiang sect. The court assembly commenced. With a commanding utterance from the national master of the Huanin sect, the solar, lunar, and stellar officials, along with the 200,000 mountain officials, all bowed their heads. We, the subjects, pay homage to the Yao Emperor and Yao Empress. May the Emperor and Empress transcend time, harmonizing with the Tao. Li 15 was unfamiliar with these phrases but mimicked their utterance, fearing that any misstep might provoke the enigmatic celestial gaze. Yet, as he bowed, he caught a glimpse of Bai Shi standing motionless, her expression as cold as an ice mountain, refusing to pay homage. Bai Shi, why do you not bow to the Emperor and Empress? The national master of the Huanin sect inquired from his lofty perch, demanding an explanation. Bai Shi replied, Esteemed master, I was momentarily distracted by a curious thought, leading to this lapse in decorum. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged, reminiscent of a phoenix's call, imbued with an unparalleled aura that illuminated the heavens. Bai Shi, what intriguing matter could have captivated you so thoroughly that it caused such distraction? Pray, share it with us. This was, of course, the Yao Empress. At that juncture, Li 15 felt perplexed. Bai Shi's demeanor seemed remarkably unrestrained for such a grand occasion. He then heard Bai Shi chuckle, Your Majesty, I have a minor mountain official under my command who has astonishingly grown 10 legs. Is that not amusing? In the golden expanse, there was a moment of stunned silence, followed by a chorus of laughter. By June, what merit is there in such a tale? It is indeed remarkable. Perhaps Bai Jun has been lonely for too long to take such trivial matters to heart. As for Li 15, he stood frozen, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Bai Shi's intentions. At that moment, it was Yao Ho who spoke. Bai Shi Jun, is that mountain official of yours present? I wish to see him. Yes, Bai Shi nodded, and with a flourish, pointed at Li 15's ethereal form. Instantly, Li 15 sprouted 10 legs, his stature indistinguishable from his true self outside. Yao Ho chuckled lightly. In such a state, neither human nor crab. How do you manage to walk? At this juncture, myriad gazes converged upon Li 15, as if possessing an ability to perceive everything, leaving him trembling, as if seated upon a bed of needles. I usually walk by cutting off my legs, he stammered. Yao Ho remained silent, regarding Li 15, a mere insect, as inconsequential as a jest at the table, unworthy of her attention. The national master of the Huanin sect remarked, calamities persist. This insignificant mountain official has undoubtedly attracted something beyond his capacity. Now, to address the matter at hand. At this, the national master of the 10 aspects spoke. Listen, all celestial officials. We must arrange for every capable practitioner to attempt the inheritance of the 10 aspects. Our ranks are still insufficient. Furthermore, the arson sect must be eradicated at all costs. As for the calamities, they remain as before. We cannot intervene. Li 15 listened in silence, some portions comprehensible, while others utterly baffling. What did it mean that the celestial officials of the sun, moon, and stars could not intervene regarding the calamities? Time seemed to freeze within this gilded realm. After an indeterminate period, in Tang City, within the celestial official's residence, Li 15 slowly opened his eyes, as did the other mountain officials. Celestial official, what malice do you intend against me? He could not resist exclaiming. Bai Shi chuckled lightly. I harbor no ill will. It is rather amusing. At that moment, a man clad in official robes, also a practitioner, entered, his face stricken with terror. Celestial official, dire news. The arson sect has infiltrated Tang City. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi merely lifted his gaze slightly, unconcerned. It is of no consequence. Let them create a ruckus. If they commit crimes, someone will take the blame. The mountain officials, witnessing this, grew increasingly impatient, yet seeing Bai Shi remain seated, they had no choice but to endure. After a stick of incense had burned, the official returned with further news. Celestial official, calamity strikes. The members of the arson sect have looted the malice pool, absconding with countless malevolent stones. Bai Shi yawned, let them take what they will. Another stick of incense later, the official reported again. Celestial official, it is worse. The arson sect has dismantled the pen's influence left by the 10 aspects in Tang City. Bai Shi waved his hand. Do not panic. Someone will take the blame. Once more, after another stick of incense. Celestial official, disaster. A lecherous member of the arson sect has taken the intimate garments of all the widows in the city. Bai Shi shook his head, chuckling, widows? What poor taste. However, do not fret, someone will take the blame. As noon approached, the official's demeanor had grown despondent. Leaning against the entrance of the grand hall, the celestial official remarked, My lord, look at the deplorable state of Tang City. You must step outside and witness it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi rose slowly. Very well, let us proceed to apprehend the culprits. In his hand, a red cord materialized, its thickness akin to a finger, woven from an unknown material. He continued, This red cord serves the purpose of tracing causality. Let me discern who the true mastermind is. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Shi released the cord, which gracefully ascended and twirled in the air several times. Then, right before the astonished gazes of the crowd, it ensnared Li 15, enveloping him like a crimson rice dumpling. Ah, here lies the scapegoat. Bai Shi could not help but chuckle. Li 15, you truly are unfortunate. Chapter 32. I bear the burden of Tang City, the star official's residence. A crimson cord descended, binding Li 15 into a comical bundle of red. Within the hall, the mountain officials paused momentarily, only to subsequently voice their concerns. My lord, Li 15 has been here all along. How could he possibly be connected to the arsonist's intrusion? Indeed, my lord, his cultivation is rather modest, merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, and thus he lacks the capacity for such deeds. The mountain officials refrained from taking malicious advantage of the situation. Instead, they meticulously unraveled the truth, questioning the authenticity of the matter. In front of the hall, Baishi chuckled lightly and remarked, "The Crimson Cord of Causality recognizes only cause and effect." At this moment, Li 15's eyes bore no fear. Instead, he gazed intently at Baishi and muttered, "I suspect I have been made a scapegoat by the sheep aspect of the 10 aspects sect." Baishi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is precisely the case. A scapegoat is merely one who is observed and imitated, ultimately bearing the blame. Li 15 fell silent. At that juncture, Baishi waved his robe, and a gust of wind swept the mountain officials outside, firmly closing the hall doors behind them. "Given your awareness of my unjust predicament, why have you still bound me?" Li 15's tone was far from amiable. "If only I could confront this fellow directly, otherwise my temper." Baishi displayed a look of resignation. "I have stated that I recognize only cause and effect, not individuals. However, you ought to reflect on when you last interacted with one of the sheep aspect, unaware that you have been entangled in causality." At this moment, Li 15 wriggled his body, attempting to sit up. Can the practitioners of a sheep aspect truly intertwine causality? Are they that formidable? As far as I know, those who deal with causality are typically formidable cultivators. Are they not? Baishi responded, "It is not the sheep aspect practitioners themselves who are powerful. Rather, it is the inheritance they receive from the 10 aspects sect that is formidable." As Baishi spoke, his gaze grew exceedingly grave. "Li 15, consider this. Your inheritance from the backstabbing dog. Do you truly comprehend what it entails?" "Ah, you are aware that I possess the dog aspect?" Li 15 muttered, then closed his eyes in introspection. He distinctly sensed a blood-colored canine silhouette quietly resting within his spiritual platform. Baishi continued, "From my years of observation and interaction with certain practitioners of the 10 aspect sect, I find this sect to be particularly peculiar. They possess no so-called techniques or mystical arts, only the essence of that which resides within your spiritual platform." Taking a deep breath, Baishi elaborated, "Let us consider the sheep aspect, or scapegoat, as an embodiment of a complete source. What the 10 aspects sect does is disperse this source into numerous fragments, seeking suitable individuals to amalgamate with it. As long as the merger is successful, even a minor qi refiner can wield the power of intertwined causality." A fleeting smile crossed Baishi's lips. "Li 15, once your essence of the backstabbing dog is integrated, do keep your distance from me. I too fear the repercussions of such betrayal." In the hall below, Li 15 pondered deeply. It dawned on him that the inheritance he had received from the backstabbing dog was not merely a technique, but rather a corresponding essence of the dog aspect. He could not help but sigh, pondering how fortunate it would have been had he acquired this object earlier and successfully fused it. Then, Qian Yuanzi would have been blessed. Meanwhile, Baishi, with his eyes closed in deep contemplation, rhythmically tapped his fingers upon his knees while softly murmuring. The 10 Manifestations sect, renowned for its 10 manifestations, had only 9. Furthermore, I vaguely recall that it was never a true celestial sect. But what could it possibly be? Alas, I forget. My head aches. At that moment, an astonishing change occurred. The once clear skies transformed abruptly into a pitch-black void, as if a colossal primordial beast had devoured all light. Then, a towering figure emerged, standing with hands clasped behind his back in the vast expanse of the heavens, exuding no discernible aura, yet radiating an ancient essence, as if born of the cosmos itself. "Baishi, where art thou?" the man inquired softly. "In the star official's residence." Baishi raised his gaze. He shook his head towards Li Shiwu, saying, "TSK, they have come to apprehend you." As the hall doors swung open, the imposing figure appeared outside and stepped inside with a calm demeanor, stating, "Baishi, the Tang city has fallen victim to the arson sect's rampage." "What are you doing?" Baishi stood up, casually gesturing towards Li Shiwu. "Yuguan, the causality lies with him. Apprehend him." The man paused, taken aback. "ISNT this the 10-legged toad." a mere 9th-level Qi cultivator? Nevertheless, we adhere to causality. The level of cultivation is inconsequential. Seeing the unfolding events, Li Shiwu exclaimed urgently, "Where are you taking me?" The man replied, "Naturally, to the national master of the 10 manifestations sect. And then, no matter who you are, if you are associated with the arson sect, the national master will flay your skin, extract your bones, refine your soul, and you will face an inevitable death." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu felt a chilling dread course through him, but suddenly his eyes darted, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Shi. "Lord Yuguan, I wish to report. When the arson sect attacked, Lord Bai was fully aware, yet remained unmoved, merely reclining and sipping tea, without allowing us to confront them." Li Shiwu believed it was evident that Bai Shi had betrayed him, and thus he felt no remorse. The man turned slightly, furrowing his brow. "Bai Jun, is what he said true?" Bai Shi nodded. "Indeed, it is true." With a hint of exasperation, he continued, "Li Shiwu, you truly live up to being chosen by the essence of the dog manifestation. I have taught you cultivation, imparted techniques, and provided you with a malevolent stone. Yet, you betray me without the slightest hesitation." Li Shiwu's expression faltered. Could he truly be blamed? Yet he retorted, "Lord Yuguan, does this mean I am absolved of my guilt?" The man shook his head. "No, you are tainted by the causality of the arson sect and have betrayed your superior. Your crimes are compounded. In that case, I decree your soul shall scatter into oblivion." In an instant, a brilliant radiance emanated from the man's palm, breathtakingly beautiful, yet seemingly capable of annihilating all. Just at that crucial moment, Bai Shi appeared before Li Shiwu, intercepting the lethal intent. With a light-hearted smile, he said, "This lad's causality I shall bear." With a mere thought, the invisible threads of causality entwining Li Shiwu instantly severed. Then, a series of loops entwined around his own fingertips. The man gazed intently. "Bai Jun, since you neglect the arsonist sect, I shall take you to meet the Emperor Yao, the aftermath of Yao. If that is the case, any words you have can wait until then." As these words fell, Bai Shi and the towering figure vanished in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Li 15's head buzzed with confusion. Simultaneously, the red thread of fate that bound him untied itself effortlessly. Li 15 sprang to his feet, unable to suppress his frustration, exclaiming, "Bai Shiyu, you are burdening me with this nonsensical fate. Does this not make me seem even less human?" After cursing a few times, he bent down to retrieve the red thread from the ground. However, as soon as he grasped it, his mind was abruptly engulfed, and a figure materialized before him. Clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, it was none other than Bai Shi. Chapter 33. Neither Emperor nor Aftermath. "Why are you here, Bai Shi?" Li 15 asked, taken aback. Bai Shi smiled and shook his head. "This is merely a fragment of my consciousness, left here within this red thread, to convey a few words to you." Li 15 nodded. "What do you wish to say?" At this moment, Bai Shi's expression was unusually grave. Li 15, listen closely. Neither the Emperor is truly an emperor, nor is the Aftermath genuinely the Aftermath. Upon hearing this, Li 15's face contorted in confusion. "Star official, can you please refrain from speaking in riddles? I'm just a simple country bumpkin, unacquainted with the ways of the world. I truly do not understand." Bai Shi note that. "Very well. What I mean to convey is that I have recalled a minuscule part of the memories I once forgot. This revelation leads me to believe that the Yao Emperor is not genuinely the Yao Emperor, and the Yao Aftermath is not truly the Yao Aftermath. But what exactly are they?" Li 15's eyes widened in shock. "What? The Yao Emperor and Yao Aftermath are false? Is that why you did not bow when you ascended the court, and even revealed my 10-legged predicament?" "Hesidi, Bai Shi Apfim. Moreover, my decision to leave the fire cult unchecked was a deliberate ploy to provoke the Moon official into capturing me, thus granting me an audience with the Yao Emperor and Yao Aftermath. We star officials seldom have the opportunity to meet them directly." Bai Shi chuckled lightly and continued, "I am indeed curious to see what manner of beings occupy the imperial throne." Upon hearing this, Li 15 finally grasped the implications of their conversation. He glanced at Bai Shi once more, unable to suppress a gesture of slicing across his throat. "Hey, aren't you afraid of being caught and executed if you go alone?" Baishi shook his head nonchalantly. We shall see what their capabilities are. Seeing his demeanor, Li 15 pouted. You're truly something else. By the way, why are you telling me this? Baishi's gaze was laden with significance. Li 15, because I sense that you're not entirely human. In an instant, Baishi's fragment of consciousness dissipated, and Li 15 regained awareness, returning to his true self. How dare you, Baishi? You are the one who is not human. Li 15 muttered indignantly, then fell into a tranquil state, his eyes deep and serene. Neither emperor nor aftermath. Such matters are still far beyond my reach. As for you, Star Official, I wish you good fortune. For now, he needed to address the predicament of his 10 legs and uncover the origins of the immortal observation. After glancing at the red thread in his hand, he tucked it away in the coffin and strode away purposefully. A few days later, on the 7th of March, a day designated for honoring the deceased and remembering ancestors, the sky was overcast with a fine drizzle. Li 15 exited Tang City, seeking a secluded spot, and retrieved a mound of incense, candles, and money. These offerings were, of course, for his former brothers, with whom he had grown up since childhood. Next, he produced a 10-meter-long painting. The artwork depicted the scene from his time in court, where he had wielded a machete, rather rudely compelling several painters to capture the moment. Of course, he had generously compensated them with gold as well. Afterward, Li 15 took a bowl of rice water and poured it on the ground, murmuring to all wandering souls and restless spirits, partake of this offering and depart. Do not disturb the painting I am preparing for my master. Beside him stood a middle-aged man who had appeared without notice. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Young brother, you are truly considerate. Your master has acquired a worthy disciple. Alas, my father passed away early, leaving no grave to honor him, so I must resort to such casual tributes. With that, he produced some yellow paper money and set it alight in remembrance of his deceased father, softly reciting, "May my father find peace in the afterlife." Li 15 followed suit, a spark igniting as it fell onto the 10-meter scroll. He murmured, "Master, as you dwell beneath the 9 springs, may you find no rest." The middle-aged man paused, glancing sideways before continuing his incantation. With this offering, I wish for my father to be reborn and return to the mortal realm. Master, may you never achieve liberation, but instead remain forever in the depths of the underworld, lost to eternity. Instantly, the man's expression contorted as if he had tasted something foul, and he stepped aside. Gritting his teeth, he recited, "May my father's spirit be manifested, bestowing glory upon our family, and may his descendants attain high positions." He added, "Master, if you possess the power to rise from the grave, come forth and take vengeance upon me." Observing the overly youthful yet vulgar little Taoist beside him, the middle-aged man averted his gaze and departed, muttering curses about his ill fortune for not consulting the almanac before encountering such a fool. Meanwhile, Li 15 cast a fleeting glance at the man before continuing, "Master, do you see this painting? You sought immortality for a lifetime, yet it merely led you down a wild path in the mountains. Look at what I have become embroiled in. How envious you must be." As his words fell, a tempest arose, causing the flames before him to flicker wildly. Li 15's expression turned icy. "Old fool, are you still haunting me?" After cursing, he turned to leave, leaving behind the 10-meter scroll, which remained unquenched by rain and undiminished by wind, until it was ultimately reduced to ashes. 3 days later, Li 15 departed from Tang City and returned to Jewel Town, where he unexpectedly encountered 2 uninvited guests. "Is it you?" "Indeed, it is I, Taoist Li." Before him stood the woman with the basket, the very one he had first met when GMO feigned death. "Are you a practitioner of the sheep lineage?" "Indeed. You brought the fire cult to Tang City, intertwining the fates with mine?" "Correct. As a member of the 10 Phases sect, why do you associate with a fire cult?" "Simply put, I am a traitor." Li 15 twitched at the bluntness of her reason. The woman chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "Using the art of scapegoating, I transfer the karma to you to make it difficult for the Star Official to trace us. However, Taoist Li, you appear quite intact. How intriguing your circumstances must be." Li 15 scoffed at her words. With Baishi's capabilities, such petty tricks could not escape his notice. His indifference stemmed merely from a desire to meet the emperor of the afterlife. At this moment, his gaze fell upon another individual. This man was strikingly handsome, with eyes reminiscent of peach blossoms, exuding an effortless charm. What astonished Li Shiwu the most was that this person's pupils resembled a pair of dice, imparting an indescribable sense of enigma. Clearing his throat, the man introduced himself. I am Luoyang, a disciple of the fire cult. Esteemed Taoist Li, consider joining our ranks. It presents a tremendous opportunity. Luoyang spoke confidently, his words laced with subtle persuasion. Li Shiwu, deep in thought, inquired, what is your cultivation level? Mid-stage foundation establishment. A gambler of fortune, Luoyang replied nonchalantly. He then turned his attention to the woman with the basket, asking, and you? Early stage foundation establishment, she responded, her smile radiant. Li Shiwu pressed further, with just the two of you, do you possess the capability to cause a stir in Tang City? Luoyang shrugged, certainly not. We are merely accompanying a few senior members of our sect and are tasked with assisting. And where are they? Li Shiwu inquired. Naturally, they have returned to the sect. Luoyang answered. Nodding thoughtfully, Li Shiwu suddenly revealed a glint of cold light from his hand as he drew his axe. With a voice as chilling as ice, he declared, the officials of Dayo Mountain are present. You fiends, surrender at once. Chapter 34. The gambling den outside the town of Jewel. The sun was setting, casting a blood-red hue across the sky. Li Shiwu, holding a knife, pointed it with an air of frosty determination. Luoyang, tilting his head, gestured towards his own forehead. Li Shiwu, has your mind rested? You, a mere ninth layer of qi refinement, dare to act? Li Shiwu smirked coldly, and what of it? 2 against 1. Foundation establishment versus qi refinement. The advantage lies with me. Very well. Enlighten me on how the advantage is yours, Luoyang countered. Li Shiwu remained silent, merely glancing behind him. Everyone advance. In an instant, figures appeared at his side, 9 mountain officials from Tang City and other regions. Their gathering was prompted by a message from a government official in Tang City, transmitted through the Shanhe Dingpan, warning of the appearance of evil shadows in the area, prompting them to investigate. Thus, they had pursued the matter for 3 days, arriving just outside Jewel Town. Li Shiwu, you just instructed us to conceal our presence. Have you finished questioning? One of the mountain officials inquired. Almost, Li Shiwu nodded. Colleagues, have you heard clearly? It is the sheep-like figure that has entangled me in this injustice. A fierce light gleamed in his eyes. The crucial point is that here there are only these 2, without any protection. Therefore, let us strike. In that instant, Li Shiwu pointed his axe menacingly. The mountain officials erupted with killing intent, soaring into action. One individual, with a single hand forming a seal, struck his forehead with force. By my command, I grant the fire's decree. Suddenly, a flame ignited in the wilderness, surging forth like a tide, transforming into 9 dragon-shaped flames that roared towards Luoyang and his companion. Another person manifested a lightning pattern on his forehead, his stature multiplying, radiating electric light, charging forward with unyielding ferocity. The 9 mountain officials each displayed their unique abilities, spells unfurling from their hands. Only Li Shiwu, wielding his axe, circled the battlefield, preparing for a stealthy ambush. Do not inquire. It is merely the teachings of Qian Yuanzi over the years. Meanwhile, Luoyang remained steadfast in the center of the battlefield, his demeanor unyielding. Yet, within his eyes, 2 6-sided dice replaced his pupils, ceaselessly tumbling and dancing. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. Strange, why is my fire extinguished? The mountain official who had conjured the flames exclaimed in disbelief. Well, my lightning. Another, wielding the thunderous palm, found his power inexplicably muted. Brother, your sword is aimed at me. Cease at once. Another mountain official bellowed in anger. As for Li Shiwu, he too was taken aback. Just as he prepared to strike, his axe slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. In that moment, the entire scene fell into profound silence. You boy, have employed the sorcery of arson, a female mountain official accused vehemently. Luoyang scoffed lightly. Sorcery? You, lackeys of the great Xia, dare to defile my teachings as sorcery? This is a perversion of the heavens, utterly nonsensical. Amidst the chaos, Li Shiwu suddenly recalled that when the adversaries disclosed their cultivation levels, they had mentioned the term fortune gambler. But what could that possibly mean? At this very moment, the setting sun stood with arms wide open, wearing an expression of rapture as if entranced by some unseen force. The doctrines of the arson cult reveal us to be mere madmen who revel in the probabilities of igniting chaos. Just moments ago, we merely cast a spell, subtly altering the likelihood of trivial events occurring. Li 15? What does this mean? How absurd. At that moment, a woman with a basket stepped forward. Everyone, please remain calm. Both Luoyang and I have come here for the same purpose regarding the demon. Since our objectives align, why not temporarily set aside our grievances? As soon as the woman finished speaking, a startling transformation took place. With the last remnants of the setting sun casting their glow, the world around us was engulfed in utter darkness. The town of Jewel, which had once accommodated nearly 200,000 people, underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. What was once a bustling marketplace had now been transformed into a vast gambling den, sprawling nearly 10,000 square meters and towering 50 meters high. Inside, the atmosphere was ablaze with light, and the air was filled with frenzied shouts that reverberated like thunder, accompanied by the incessant clatter of dice. Additionally, a thick, metallic scent of blood swept in with a night breeze, provoking an involuntary sense of nausea. How could this be? Li 15 and the other 9, along with Luoyang, turned to witness this scene, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After a brief span of several breaths, a mountain official could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Such wickedness! This town has been instantaneously transformed into such a grand gambling establishment. It is not merely a demon, but a demon spirit." Luoyang, too, gasped deeply. However, there was a glimmer of delight in his eyes as he swiftly darted forward, unhesitatingly plunging into the gambling den. "Luoyang," the woman with the basket called out, her face betraying urgency. With a determined stomp, she followed him inside. "Bro, what about us?" One of the mountain officials stammered. "This demon spirit is far too formidable. With our strength, we are likely to perish in vain." "Enough. I shall return to deliver the news. Preserving one's life is paramount," another declared, turning back. Gradually, several others followed suit. Along with Li 15, only 5 remained. "What about you all?" Li 15's breath grew heavier. One individual replied, "To speak frankly, the position of mountain official is despised, save for the opportunity to attend court sessions. After all, the chances of death are exceedingly high. Those like us are merely sent here by our families or sects, ostensibly to protect the peace of the region." The man narrowed his eyes. "The demon spirit is perilous, yet it also offers opportunity. I shall venture forth." With that, a gust of wind surged beneath his feet, carrying him into the gambling den. Fortune favors the bold. If not now, then when? The remaining 3 made the same choice to enter. In an instant, only Li 15 was left standing there, grumbling. "Ah, UGMO. I wondered why you were so generous as to casually bestow this position of mountain official upon me." It was at this moment that within the gambling den, a voice, aged and weary, echoed, "Travelers, why not step inside for a game of chance?" In an instant, the entrance of the gambling den resembled a ravenous maw, swiftly swallowing Li Shiwu whole. "Damn it, this is a den of iniquity. I have always been benevolent and never gambled," Li Shiwu cursed in anger. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck as if by lightning, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. What a ghastly sight it was! Skulls served as cups, eyeballs as dice, flesh constituted the stakes, and lifespan became the wager. Over 10,000 souls were ensnared in this macabre spectacle, reveling in their victories, only to meet their demise. Chapter 35. Rolling the Dice Without Regret. Joy in the reveal within the gambling den. Li Shiwu's pupils constricted, leaving him momentarily speechless, rooted to the spot. He beheld a cascade of deep crimson lanterns, 9 strung together, descending from the heavens, casting a ghostly red glow that illuminated the entire establishment. A staggering 10,000 gaming tables were meticulously arranged throughout the venue. The 18,000 denizens of Jewel Town, men, women, the elderly, and the frail, were scattered among these tables. The clattering of bone dice, the rhythm of racing hearts, bloodied eyes, and the piercing cries of infants created a surreal tableau that left Shiwu gasping for breath, nearly suffocating. "What are you all doing? Stop this at once," he exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the nearest gaming table, surrounded by a throng of 10 or so individuals. Among them stood a man clad in coarse linen, his chest exposed, with a countenance that appeared to have succumbed to madness. This man was familiar to him. He had once assisted in the repair of the local temple. "Cui daño? What are you doing?" Shiwu shouted, delivering a kick in frustration. "Ah, Lord Mountain Officer, it's you," Cui daño replied, glancing up momentarily before returning his gaze to the table, his eyes a fierce crimson, as if he had been utterly ensnared. He turned to another player and declared vehemently, "I still have a son. This time, I'll wager his other arm. Is that a sufficient bet?" As his words hung in the air, he produced a bloodied oil paper from his waist, revealing a severed limb of a child. Behind Cui daño, a woman in a dark blue short dress cradled a child, both arms severed, her expression equally deranged. She cooed to the infant while exclaiming with unsettling excitement, "Dearest, let's gamble with him. If we win even once, we shall possess everything. And if we lose, fear not, our dear child still has his legs." Witnessing this, a flash of fury ignited within Shiwu's eyes. Armed with a hatchet, he swung it towards the gaming table. Yet in an instant, an invisible force surged forth, propelling him 10 paces away. A figure cloaked in black, with 2 eerie blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, turned to regard him from the table. The game had commenced. Outsiders were to retreat. It then raised the bone dice, shook them thrice, and brought them down forcefully upon the table. In a tone that seemed to mesmerize, it proclaimed, rolling the dice without regret, joy in the reveal. "Gentlemen, will you wager high or low?" Shiwu inhaled deeply, compelling himself to withdraw his gaze. Refusing to witness this brutal scene any longer, he noticed that every one of the 10,000 tables was occupied by a similar cloaked figure, which appeared to be the so-called bankers. "Damn it, how dare they draw me into this? Just wait." Shiwu cursed under his breath, then slowly moved forward, navigating through the rows of gaming tables, progressing deeper into the den. It was not that he was indifferent. Rather, this place was steeped in an uncanny mystery that his current cultivation could not hope to thwart. Even if he could, with 10,000 tables before him, he would be utterly overwhelmed. Inside the gambling den, the townsfolk of Juelo were growing increasingly frenzied. Shiwu kept his eyes straight ahead, resolutely advancing. The cacophony of cheers and anguished screams echoed relentlessly in his ears. I wager my lifespan, 20 years. I too shall wager. I stake one of my eyes. This is my wife. Who among you desires her? She is exquisite. I shall wager my kidney." The cloaked dealers declared, "Listen, gamblers, the house takes 30% from every bet, regardless of the outcome." It seemed that in this gambling den, everything could be wagered. With their fervor and adhering to the local rules, the final result was predictable. The house would take all. The gambling den spanned a vast area of 10,000 square meters. Li 15 quickened his pace, his urgency mounting. He was in search of Luoyang and the other 4 mountain officials. At last, in the heart of the gambling hall, he encountered a circular table, approximately 10 feet in diameter, seemingly soaked in blood. At the head of the table sat an elderly man, stooped and emaciated, with graying hair and a face marked by age spots. He donned a loose gray robe, his yellowed eyes fixed intently upon Li 15. Aside from him, Luoyang, the woman with the basket, and the 4 mountain officials were all present at the table. "Old East, Elder, are you the malevolent spirit?" Li 15 inquired, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone not particularly impolite. "Yes," the old man rasped, his voice hoarse and aged, as if something lodged in his throat rendered it uncomfortable to hear. "Why do you harm others?" "I do not know. It seems that since my existence began, my purpose has been to lure people into gambling. Perhaps this is the very meaning of my existence." Li 15 furrowed his brow deeply, recalling how the faceless man had once articulated that his purpose was to incessantly amass wealth and then seek out faces to peel away. What, precisely, is a malevolent spirit? Taking a deep breath, Li 15's gaze became unfocused, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. "Dear friend, come, let us gamble," the old man urged. "Bah! May all gamblers perish," Li 15 retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. "What basis do you have for such a claim? And what your family?" The old man was momentarily at a loss for words. As a mere spirit, he had no family to speak of. Nevertheless, he persisted. "Young friend, come. Let's have a game. If you can defeat me, you shall obtain what you desire. I assure you, you will relish this experience." Li 15 shook his head, resolute in his refusal. "I shall not gamble. Elder, I advise you to release the captives swiftly. Should my master Qianyuanzi arrive, you will find it impossible to escape." At that moment, Luoyang abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Not gambling? Then go play elsewhere." As his words fell, his breath became heavy and labored. "Elder spirit, I wager 50 years of my lifespan for a single match against you." "Very well, what shall we wager?" "Let us bet on the ownership of that die in your hand." Luoyang's gaze fixed upon the old man's bony fingers, which held a die, entirely black, rendering its material indiscernible. "Agreed," the old man replied, subsequently tossing the die into a bone cup, striking it against the table, causing it to shake autonomously while accompanied by the haunting wails of tormented spirits, exceedingly eerie. Simultaneously, Luoyang's eyes, shaped like dice, began to whirl wildly. The elderly man observed the scene and simply stated, 1, 2, and 3 signify small, 4, 5, and 6 signify large. Do you comprehend? Naturally, the answer was affirmative. "Shall I wager on large or small?" "I shall wager on large." "Will you regret your roll of the dice?" "I shall not regret." With those words, Luoyang abruptly rose, fervently lifting the dice cup, exclaiming, "No regrets on the roll. Let joy be revealed." As the cup was cast aside with clang, the obsidian surface of the dice revealed 3 glaring points of crimson. These were not mere numbers. Rather, they resembled 3 inflamed eyeballs fixed upon the crowd. 3 points, small. "I triumph," the elderly man uttered lightly, and with a mere wave of his hand, it became apparent that Luoyang's vitality visibly diminished. "No, I refuse to believe it. I shall continue. I shall raise my bet to 50 years of lifespan. I cannot accept defeat to a mere specter." The elderly man nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 36. 15 takes a seat. The pair of dice within Luoyang's pupils spun ever more rapidly. The game began, and joy ensued. "I bet on a higher number." Yet, the elder prevailed once again, leaving him in defeat. The game continued. As time passed, Luoyang suffered 4 consecutive losses. His head rested despondently upon the gambling table, his white hair contrasting sharply with the pallor of his visage, reminiscent of a soul on the brink of decay. The elder cast a sidelong glance, seemingly sighing. "After all these years, why has no one been able to best me? Winning continuously has grown tiresome. Young friend, you possess no stakes that pique my interest. Perhaps you should venture to the mortal table." Upon uttering these words, he observed Luoyang, hunched and swaying, as he made his way to the mortal gambling table. The elder shook his head and continued, "In truth, every game at the gambling table is accompanied by a second wager. But alas, sharing it with you would be futile." At that moment, a woman with a basket spoke up. "Old sir, I stake my life, should I win. You must restore Luoyang's lifespan." Thus commenced yet another round of dice rolling. Naturally, the woman lost. At that instant, her gaze sharpened, and with hands clasped, she began to chant, "By my cause, receive my fruit. With the power of the Lamb, take my place in atonement." In an instant, the energy of a mountain official at the table waned. In the blink of an eye, his form withered, leaving behind naught but a mere shell of human skin. "Apologies, my friend, but Luoyang cannot perish. You must bear the weight of this death in his stead." With her words concluded, the woman turned and sprinted forth, cradling Luoyang in her embrace, employing a method of escape to vanish from sight. Witnessing this scene, Li 15's eyes turned icy. After casting a glance backward, he advanced to place the mountain official's remnants into a coffin. Previously, when he had been bound by Shiwu with red cord, the mountain official had spoken on his behalf. The other 3 mountain officials, witnessing this, felt a mixture of dread and sorrow, yet refrained from voicing further sentiments. The elder sighed, "They cannot escape. Once entangled in my gambling den, the only outcomes are victory over me or losing everything until one's very life remains. Dear friends, let's continue. One mountain official inquired, Elder, if we win a game, may we depart? Indeed. Very well, I shall wager. The game persisted upon the crimson gambling table. However, Lee 15 lifted his gaze, surveying the myriad tables, observing the townsfolk whose eyes were bloodshot and faces contorted, resembling malevolent spirits of gambling. Gamble on. Continue to wager your very lives. His tone dripped with sarcasm, his words growing ever quieter. A moment later, the mountain official lost 5 consecutive rounds and, having suffered the loss of an arm, was once again cast to the mortal side. Old man, are you cheating? Lee 15 suddenly inquired, his words becoming increasingly insolent. After all, how could someone consistently win at such a simple game of chance? The elder merely shook his head and chuckled. Observing this, Lee 15 added, Colleagues, why do we persist in this charade? Let's see how this old gambler fares. Dear friend, it will not work. The elderly man gestured towards the cluster of gaming tables. Do you see those figures in black cloaks? They are the dealers at each table. If you do not venture out tonight, you will fade into nothingness, leaving behind only a wandering soul, destined to become like them, forever trapped here. Upon hearing this, Lee 15's brow furrowed deeply. The old man continued, Dear friends, let us proceed. I have grown weary. It would be easier to gamble you to your demise swiftly. Alas, for many years, no one has uncovered the hidden second game. At that moment, however, Lee 15 gripped the 2 mountain officials with a forceful grasp, lifting them from their seats and carelessly casting them aside. What do you mean by this, Lee 15? One of them questioned. The old demon has stated that one must win a round to leave. I fear that if you two linger any longer, you may lead to my undoing. Thus, I shall take the lead and show it how to be human. Observing Lee 15's reckless demeanor, the two exchanged glances and decisively retreated to a distance of 10 paces. At this moment, at the circular gaming table, only Lee 15 and the old man faced each other. As he caressed the crimson patterns on the table, Lee 15 shrugged, pondering how to describe the sensation, somewhat exhilarating. The old man chuckled, Young friend, the feeling of sitting at the gaming table is quite distinct, is it not? After all, many have immersed themselves in this experience. Indeed, Lee 15 replied, Since that is the case, let's place our bets. If you lose, I shall grant you what you desire. Lee 15's eyes twinkled as he nodded in agreement. Very well, I wager that if I lose, the remnant soul of my master will instantly vanish, never to be found again. The old man's cheek twitched. That seems unfeasible. I cannot ascertain whether your master still possesses a remnant soul. Lee 15 added, Every being has its fate. If I lose, I shall wager my master's ghostly essence. The old man sighed, Young friend, it is rare to encounter such filial piety. Even in death, you do not spare your master. However, I regret to inform you that this cannot serve as your wager. Lee 15 smiled, murmuring to himself, If even this old demon cannot sense that Qian Yuanzi has a remnant soul, then it appears he has truly perished. Excellent. That reassures me. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression grew peculiar, rendered somewhat speechless. Dear friend, can we be serious? I find dealing with you rather exhausting. Having reached the end of his statement, he urged, Now, please begin placing your bets. Yet, before he could finish, Lee 15 acted swiftly, retrieving 10 human legs from the coffin. His gaze sharp and his words pointed, he declared, I wager 10 rounds against you. I refuse to believe I cannot win even a single round. The elder was taken aback, staring intently at the severed legs for a moment before responding with a grunt. He then tossed the ominous dice into the cup, allowing them to spin independently, repeating the incantation, No regrets in the roll. May fortune be revealed. Moments later, Lee 15 gasped for breath, a vein of crimson appearing in his eyes. He had lost consecutively in 9 rounds. Old man, you are deceitful. The dots on your dice resemble human eyes, far from being mere trifles. Therefore, I demand a change of gaming tools. Lee 15 fixed a fierce gaze upon the old man, then retrieved a dice cup and 3 dice from the old coffin's belly. Taking a deep breath, he shook them with one hand. As you wish, the old man nodded. However, When the results manifested, silence enveloped Li 15. A mere 1, 2, and 4 appeared, while he had bet on a higher outcome, resulting in his defeat. I refuse to accept this, he bellowed, and with a flick of his fingers, 10 human legs were severed with precision, displayed conspicuously upon the gaming table. Let's continue. At that moment, the atmosphere within the gambling house grew tumultuous. Beams of light surged forth, harnessing various escape techniques, and in the blink of an eye, figures descended. These individuals were, of course, the reinforcements summoned from various sects, many possessing profound cultivation. Without uttering a word, they unleashed a barrage of magical assaults akin to falling stars, their vibrant colors teeming with lethal intent. Alas, it proved futile. Outside the crimson gaming table, a circular shield of light emerged, intercepting all attacks. The old man glanced at the scene and shook his head. The game is set. No one shall disturb it aside from the players involved. As for you, wait your turn. For tonight, none shall depart without besting me. Chapter 37. Reversal. Approximately 200 cultivators gathered at the scene, their expressions reflecting a momentary panic upon hearing the elder's words. At that moment, Shiwu abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Hey, can we keep it down? I'm in the midst of a wager. How dare a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner act so brazenly? By she taught me this cultivation. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the cultivator's face reddened, and he forcefully swallowed back what he was about to say. Shiwu took a deep breath, his eyes now marred by bloodshot veins, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to the gamble. Old man, let us continue. Instantly, the sound of the dice cups shaking resumed, mingling with the pervasive and acrid scent of blood, an undeniable tension spreading among every onlooker. Yet, the outcomes remained unchanged. A roll of 1, 4, and 2 was small. Shiwu lost. A roll of 5, 5, and 6 was large. Shiwu lost. A roll of 2, 2, and 3 was small. Shiwu lost. In the blink of an eye, he had lost 10 times consecutively. I refuse to believe I can't win even a single round. Shiwu's eyes glinted with ferocity, feeling an overwhelming heat coursing through him. His mouth parched. His current state mirrored that of desperate gamblers among mortals. Young friend, it appears you have no more chips on the table. How about a leg? Well, if it's yours, I can accept it. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Shiwu waved his hand, producing severed legs that filled the gambling table, stacking them into a small mountain, no fewer than 200. The elder, the assembled cultivators, witnessing this absurd and horrifying scene. The crowd fell silent, at a loss for words, feeling as if they were trapped in a surreal nightmare. Meanwhile, Shiwu loosened his robe, hoping to find some relief, and retrieved another set of gambling tools. Let us continue. Time trickled away, and the other 10,000 gambling tables in the establishment gradually fell silent. No longer engaging in bets, all eyes converging upon Shiwu. Unfortunately, the outcomes remained unchanged. Loss. Again and again, he faced defeat. Shiwu's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding a terrifying aura. The cultivators present felt their spirits plummet, their palms sweating profusely, breath constricted with anxiety. In 231 rounds of gambling, Shiwu had not won a single game. Let us continue. I may lack in many things, but I certainly have legs to spare. Shiwu shouted hoarsely, taking up a cleaver without hesitation, prepared to sever a leg before them. Seeing this, the elder quickly reached out to stop him, shaking his head. Young friend, do not proceed with such drastic measures. I find this exceedingly tedious. Therefore, I cannot accept any further bets involving legs. The elder gazed at him, silently. Dealing with you is truly exhausting. Shiwu's eyes widened. What do you propose? Naturally, let us indulge in something thrilling. Raise the stakes. Raise the stakes. Indeed, the elder nodded and remarked, earlier, I heard whispers in my ears that you are the mountain official of this town, and these common folk fall under your jurisdiction. Thus, their lives have become your new bargaining chips. Young friend, would you dare to wager with me on this? If you manage to win even a single round, all that you have previously lost will be returned to you. Li 15 paused momentarily, Then a grotesquely sickly smile spread across his face. Without a moment's thought, he nodded vigorously. Very well, let us gamble with their lives. At this declaration, the gathered cultivators erupted in outrage. You, Leaf 15, as a local mountain official, how can you treat this matter so lightly, wagering the lives of nearly 200,000 souls? They warned him. Even if you share a deep bond with the star official by Shi, undertaking such a gamble would surely incur his wrath. Madman. Leaf 15 scratched at his ear, feeling inexplicably disturbed by the cacophony surrounding him, and dismissively declared, Then let us wager the lives of these cultivators as well. What say you? At this, a profound silence enveloped the room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The elder responded, Young friend, let the game commence. In this first round, I seek the arm of one among these 18,000 souls. Leaf 15 scoffed, agreed. He then shook the dice cup vigorously, his blood-red eyes fixated on the elder. No regrets in the roll. Let joy arise. As he unveiled the cup, the numbers revealed a mere 3 points. He had lost. In an instant, an invisible force severed the arms of the town's inhabitants, blood cascading down like a crimson rain, staining the lanterns with a gruesome hue. In the second round, I desire their eyes. Very well. Leaf 15 continued to shake the cup, grinning maniacally, his face contorted in a grotesque manner, resembling a madman. No regrets in the roll. Let joy arise. Yet again, he lost. At that moment, countless bloodied eyeballs fell to the ground, rolling aimlessly. In the third round, I demand their faces. Agreed. As Leaf 15 responded emphatically, he shook the dice cup once more, the sound escalating in urgency, mirroring the suspenseful breaths of the gathered cultivators, who were nearly breathless. Still he lost. Faces, drenched in blood, were peeled away, lying on the gambling table like exquisite masks. The air was filled with screams, curses, and wails. The elder merely sighed at the sight. This has indeed turned thrilling. For this fourth round, I desire their lives as well as yours. Leaf 15 was taken aback for a moment before bursting into a maniacal laugh that echoed eerily, chilling the bones of all who heard it. Very well. I accept your challenge. Let us wager the lives of nearly 200,000 souls on this final round. Around him, the cultivators trembled uncontrollably, their bodies shaking like leaves in a tempest. Li Shiwu, you carry such a heavy burden of bloodshed. You are destined to eternally descend into the abyss, never to be reborn. How dare you, Li Shiwu? You wretched creature, if we survive, we shall expose your heinous deeds to the world and summon the 10 realms to ensure you bear the weight of eternal infamy. Laoyang, with his white hair and frail frame, supported by a woman carrying a basket, gazed upon this scene, his eyes lowered, lost in thought. Get lost, do not disturb me. Li Shiwu writhed, his body in a frenzy, seemingly willing to wager everything in this final gamble. He took a deep breath, focusing on the demon before him. For this last bet, you shall shake the bowl. The elder reached for the dice bowl on the table, shaking it thrice before slamming it onto the gambling table. Bet high or low? High. So be it. I shall reveal the result. With his head bowed, the elder began to exert pressure with his fingertips, gradually lifting the dice bowl. The dice fell without regret, revealing joyful outcomes. All present were captivated by this scene, their emotions taut with anticipation, as if their very souls trembled. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Li Shiwu's eyes widened with fury, his body surged with strength, and with his hands gripping the edge of the table, he lifted it before the astonished crowd. Old man, let me show you joy. Today, I shall make you witness blood. With a thunderous crash, an unforeseen event transpired. The elder's head shattered like fragile porcelain, crashing into his chest, leaving him gasping for breath. Is this truly possible? Li Shiwu was equally stunned. Then, adopting a defiant posture, he growled, Old man, if I cannot win at the table, I still have the table itself. Before him, the elder smiled. Marvelous, marvelous indeed. I had forewarned you. Within each gamble lies a hidden second wager. A second wager? Li Shiwu was perplexed. Yes, the elder replied faintly, continuing, This second wager tests your courage and resolve to extricate yourself from the game before the outcome is revealed. Alas, people often focus solely on the results within the bowl, never considering the notion of overturning the table. Young friend, do you realize? You only had the opportunity to strike me at the very moment I unveiled the bowl. Such chances are fleeting. Congratulations, you have succeeded. Li Shiwu murmured. Is that so? I had not contemplated so deeply. I only recall that Qian Yuanzi enjoyed playing chess with Lu Shilu, who possessed extraordinary talent in the game. Eventually, Qian Yuanzi discovered that no matter how he strained his intellect, he could never defeat him. Thus, in the final match, before the result was revealed, he raised the chessboard and crushed Lu Shilu to death. Chapter 38. The conclusion at this very moment. The gambling hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. Over 200 cultivators present wore expressions of disbelief, their gazes vacant. How could it be that Li 15, having wagered the lives of nearly 200,000 souls on that final game, suddenly overturned the table? Was such a thing even conceivable? How had he dared do so? Thoughts whirled in their minds like rusted gears, unable to comprehend the situation. My young friend, you are remarkable. The old man's voice grew weaker, his body marred by cracks resembling a spider's web. Look, these people are merely spectators. Even at this moment, they remain oblivious to the final gamble's true nature. Yet here you are, entangled in the web of fate, bearing the weight of nearly 200,000 lives. Yet managing to extricate yourself from it all. The instant before the dice were cast was your sole opportunity, and likewise my only vulnerability. Yet over all these years, it was only you who dared to overturn the table. Before the old man stood Li 15, hunched over, gripping the edge of the table as if still poised to strike. His hair was disheveled, his robe partially open, revealing a gaunt visage. Muttering under his breath, he remarked, I told you, I hadn't thought that far ahead. Why all the fuss? By the way, does this mean I've won? The old man nodded vigorously, even as his head sank into his chest, desperately clinging to his dignity. My young friend, I once spoke of 2 rounds. The round at the table, with the dice yet to be cast, remains unresolved. The round outside the table, however, is yours, undeniably the rightful victor. Li 15 inquired, So, I truly claim all the spoils? The old man chuckled. What you owe me, including your legs, shall be returned in full. As for the others who lost in this gambling hall, their fates are theirs alone. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the room. Within the gambling hall, the blood-stained lanterns suspended from above began to sway as if stirred by an unseen wind. The dozens of eyeballs scattered across the ground, the severed limbs, and the hollow faces of the flayed, all bore witness to the madness that had unfolded. At this moment, a young woman clad in a floral white dress, her hair simply tied back, peered out from behind the crowd of cultivators. With a jade-like brush in hand, adorned with patterns of the other shore, she retrieved a sheet of paper and began to write. In the realm of Tang City, within Binzhou, there exists a malevolent gambling demon, whose gambling prowess is unparalleled, bringing suffering to the world. 18,000 citizens of Jewel and 200 cultivators are ensnared, their disgrace laid bare, their lives hanging by a thread. In this very moment, only Lord 15 stands resolute, embodying righteousness, willing to sacrifice his own life to save the 18,000 souls, bravely contesting against the demon. With a multitude of clever strategies, he engaged the malevolent spirit in 300 rounds, emerging victorious each time. Ultimately, the Lord departed, a smile like the stars upon his face, clad in robes untouched by dust. Instantaneously, Li 15, the old man, the cultivators. One cultivator, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Excuse me, miss, when did we disgrace ourselves? And how is it that Li 15 embodies righteousness? Did he truly risk his life for the sake of 18,000 souls? He was undeniably malevolent, wagering the lives of 180,000 souls for his own advantage. The elder remarked, Mississippi, when have I ever lost 300 games to Li Xiaoyu? As for Li 15, he lowered his gaze to his own attire, his Taoist robe disheveled, thoroughly soaked in a mix of blood and sweat. Clinging to him, was this truly a state of being untainted? Cough, fellow Taoist, cease your words, a voice murmured. Look at that brush in her hand, the 10 manifestations brush, a cultivator whispered. Yet, Li 15's eyes darkened, radiating a fierce light. You again? What's your name? he demanded. The official from the mountain informed you that the brush in your hand possesses a certain sharpness, but the woman merely smiled, withdrawing her head and employing a form of concealment, rendering her momentarily elusive. Witnessing this, Li 15 felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Those adept in brush techniques were not to be trifled with. Yet, was her action born of mere boredom, or did it harbor another intention? At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded silently. The tens of thousands of severed arms on the ground were lifted by an unseen force, vitality surging from their severed edges, merging once more with their original owners. The bloodied eyeballs and faces followed suit, all restored to their former state. Was this gambling house truly so extraordinary? Li 15 murmured, gazing at the numerous human legs before him, his heart steady as he collected them into the coffin of the old master. Fortunately, the old master devoured the blood buns, growing larger with each meal. Considering Qian Yuanzi's temperament, one could only imagine the vast space within his belly. Farewell, young friend, the elder said, his sunken eyes and the myriad wrinkles on his face resembling a barren field. Yet, he was neither lost nor afraid. Instead, he bore a sense of relief and liberation. Endless gambling is rather dull, he whispered as wisps of crimson flames ignited from his being, spreading like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, suddenly engulfing the entire gambling house. The flames blazed brightly, yet bore no heat, appearing to take the establishment with them into oblivion. Li 15's hair danced in the wind, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, standing gracefully amidst the obscurity. He pondered the origins of the curse. After a long while, the flames began to wane, and silence reclaimed the space. The gambling house had vanished completely, and Jewel Town finally re-emerged. As the dust settled, Li 15 collapsed to the ground, lying on his back, gasping for breath like a parched fish returning to water. Having suffered nearly 300 consecutive losses, wagering 180,000 lives, the burden he bore was far heavier than it appeared. In this moment, gazing at the distant horizon, where the faintest glimmer of dawn could be seen, a smile crept upon his lips. This night had indeed been long. Furthermore, unbeknownst to anyone, he clutched tightly in his palm a pitch-black die, the very ghost die held by the elder. Was this truly the end? A cultivator present could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Some were indignant and exclaimed, Li Shiwu, with your mere cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, you dare to wager the lives of 18,000 souls. You utterly disgrace your position as a local official. Other cultivators murmured. It appears the demon's weakness lies in that fleeting moment before it awakens. This lad has merely been fortunate. If I had taken a seat at that gambling table. Naturally, there were those who cast wary glances at Li Shiwu, their expressions rife with complexity, deeming him too steeped in demonic essence to be a suitable companion. As daylight faded into twilight, the chill grew more intense. Over 200 cultivators gradually dispersed. The two local officials exchanged glances and promptly assisted Li Shiwu to his feet, asking, My dear brother, where is your official residence? Not far away, an elderly woman, supported by a basket-bearing matron, spoke in a frail voice, Let us rest for a day. Though the demon had been vanquished, the wounds inflicted upon Jewel Town remained, necessitating a lengthy period for healing and recovery. Chapter 39. In front of the Earth God shrine the following day, in the afternoon, the sun no longer blazed fiercely. White clouds gathered and dispersed in a gentle rhythm. However, the town of Jewel was enveloped in a veil of sorrow and cries. Li Shiwu had merely reclaimed what he had lost. Meanwhile, the townsfolk had also partaken in the gamble, some losing years of their lives, others parts of their bodies, and some even wagering their own children. Outside the town flowed a broad river, 10 zhang wide, coursing from east to west. Nearby stood a modest earth god shrine, marked with the characters Zhong Xianguan. Brotherly, is your residence not a tad too humble? Outside the shrine, a square stone table was set. An official, furrowing his brow, sighed, Though we as mountain officials occupy the lowest tier, we are still officials, overseeing hundreds of thousands of citizens. It is only fitting that we indulge ourselves occasionally. Not far away, Li Shiwu squatted by the riverbank, laboriously sharpening his axe. though it was merely a mundane tool, and its utility to him now was minimal. It had lingered in his heart like a haunting nightmare throughout the past 18 years. By the way, where did so many cultivators come from last night? He suddenly inquired. The mountain official explained, Brother Li, you ought to know that every 20 years, the great Yao sends numerous young souls into the pool of malevolent Qi. Those who manage to survive and possess commendable cultivation talent are then appropriated by various immortal sects or cultivation families. As for the great Yao's celestial officials, the sun, moon, and star, they stand like deities in the heavens, gazed upon by mortals, yet they pay no heed to the calamities that befall us. With a sigh, the mountain official continued, we, on the other hand, are akin to scattered scouts. When faced with insurmountable calamities, we are generally obliged to report to those immortal sections. However, it is fortunate that we have witnessed the 20-year assembly, which is indeed a fulfillment of our lives. After taking a sip of wine, the longing in his eyes was palpable as he mused, the sight of the assembly. I wonder how high their cultivation truly is, and by what measure they surpass the rest. No wonder the Great Yao is also referred to as the Great Yao Immortal Dynasty. Li Shiwu nodded, having grasped a general understanding of the structure and operations of the Great Yao. I wonder how Bai Shi is faring. Recalling Bai Shi's departure and the cryptic words the emperor is not an emperor, the ladder is not a ladder, an inexplicable urgency surged within him. Perhaps Bai Shi had already met an untimely demise? With a long sigh, he lowered his gaze. Noticing that the dark soil beneath his feet clung to him like a parasite, the Zhong Xianguan ever present like a shadow. At that moment, the mountain official spoke. Brotherly, how did you come to possess those 10 legs? He continued, nonetheless, you did make an appearance before the Yao during the assembly. I am uncertain whether to envy you or pity you. Li Shiwu chuckled softly and replied, it is a long story. In any case, I have attracted some unclean entities. At this moment, he appeared somewhat composed, having taken the time to recuperate. Yet, unable to endure the sight, he had severed the 8 legs once more. The mountain official nodded and rose, clasping his hands in respect. However, Brother Li's valiant efforts last night were indeed commendable. It seems a distinguished master has produced an exceptional disciple. Li 15 raised his hand with a flourish and declared with a hint of arrogance. What does it matter to him? I was born for grand occasions such as this. Why should I be taken aback? Another mountain official spoke up. It was those celestial sect cultivators last night who claimed that Brotherly harbors a heavy demonic nature. Do not take offense. Li 15 frowned, replying, what heavy demonic nature? It is merely my master, who deserves 1,000 cuts, that has tainted me with such attributes. The 2 mountain officials exchanged peculiar glances. And while one continued to drink, he wisely chose to remain silent. At that moment, an elderly figure with flowing white hair approached slowly, supported by a splendidly adorned woman. Demonic woman, you dare to return? The 2 mountain officials at the stone table exuded a palpable aura of menace, and even Li 15 stood straighter, his expression darkening. 3 of you, I come with confidence, the woman stated, neither servile nor arrogant. Then let us see. Li 15's gaze sharpened, concealing within his hand the causal red string belonging to Bai Shi. What do you intend? It is my life, I wager. It is a fight to the death. Li, my friend, the elders of the arson sect have come to your aid and are currently hidden within the town. Then that changes everything. Li 15's demeanor relaxed instantly, a genuine smile gracing his face. At this juncture, Luoyang lifted his head, bearing the weariness of age, and inquired, Li 15, last night you gambled with the lives of nearly 20,000. Why did you not hesitate? Do you not realize they were all vibrant individuals, each possessing their own joys and sorrows, not mere chips in your game? Are you truly devoid of reverence? As the wind blew, creating ripples on the river's surface, Li 15 felt a refreshing sensation. He yawned and absent-mindedly touched his nose, responding nonchalantly, how should I put it? I have been raised amidst bandits, robbers, murderers, and madmen. I have grown up in confusion. Reverence for life? I suppose I'm not entirely wicked. Luoyang shook his head. Li 15, Though our encounters have been few, I can see that you delight in absurdities and speak insincerely. Li 15 shot him a glance. What do you know? By the way, could you teach me that technique of yours that alters the probabilities of events? And those pupils that transform into dice, they look quite intimidating. I would like to learn that too. After a moment's thought, Li 15 continued, I shall exchange with you my master's lifelong efforts. Luoyang paused in surprise. What has your master accomplished? The treatise on deceiving the fool, he replied. Is that not a technique or a secret art? Neither, Li 15 clarified. It is simply a method of deceiving fools, exchanging the filth in one's hands for gold in another's. To put it simply, it is a trade of excrement for gold. Luoyang was momentarily speechless, his pale complexion regaining some color in indignation. Pointing at Li 15, he exclaimed, How can someone like you exist? If you wish to learn my techniques, should you possess the skills, come of my arson sect. In response, Li 15 poised himself, the blade's edge angled, standing resolutely against the wind as his hair danced in the breeze, his expression stern and his words resonant. The official of the great Yao Mountain, I shall not share the heavens with your wicked cult. Do you comprehend? Upon witnessing this, Luoyang found himself so enraged that his lips trembled. For quite some time, he struggled to articulate a response, nearly losing his breath. Let us depart, he exclaimed in a low voice, casting aside his robe and turning his back on the basket-bearing woman. As he gazed at their retreating figures, Li Shiwu's eyes glimmered with contemplation, murmuring to himself, Is life merely a game? What other conclusion could there be? Given the events of last night, what is there to deliberate? Chapter 40. The origin of the red thread. As night descended, an eerie silence enveloped the world, including Li Shiwu. 5 mountain officials had ventured into the gambling den last night. One had lost his life and was reduced to merely a human skin, while another had forfeited 200 years of lifespan along with an arm, leaving in despair this morning. Alas, humans are but dust, and lives are as fragile as grass. Gazing at the gently flowing waters before him, Li Shiwu murmured softly. For days prior, they had just completed the grand court assembly of the Dayo dynasty. Upon exiting the star official's residence, the mountain officials were filled with grand aspirations, eager to challenge the heavens. Yet, regrettably, I still possess far too little knowledge. With a deep sigh, Li Shiwu began to introspect. Within the spiritual ocean of his mind, a blood-colored dog shadow lay there, merging with him at an exceedingly slow pace. According to Bai Shi, this was a source of canine nature. Once integrated, it would enable him to wield corresponding mystical arts, akin to that woman's scapegoat technique. Li Shiwu's gaze sharpened. Could it be that I am destined to become a master of betrayal? Yet, it seems I am already that. Shaking his head, he glanced around to confirm his solitude before retrieving 2 items. The first was a red thread, thick as a finger, imbued with the essence of cause and effect. The second was the 6-sided black die left behind by the old man after his demise, its faces adorned with blood-red, wide-open eyes that were particularly chilling. At that moment, a slender figure clad in red, with features that tantalized the heart, suddenly appeared before him. Her voice, melodious and enchanting, sang, Tonight is long and endless. 2 itches to scratch. However, in an instant, a flash of cold light erupted, descending with the force of a mountain. Li Shiwu remained unperturbed, standing tall by the riverbank, his gaze fixed upon the blade in his hand. In stark contrast, the performer found herself abruptly severed, her body cleaved in 2 and sinking into the water. Yet almost immediately, a towering figure clad in a gray robe, with long hair flowing and devoid of facial features, leapt out from the river's surface. Shaking off the water, it spat out curses. Li Shiwu, prepare to be a lifelong bachelor. In Tang City, a single performance fetches at least 10 gold coins. This malevolent spirit was none other than the faceless man. What brings you to seek me? Li Shiwu inquired with a sidelong glance. I owe you 200 gold coins, the faceless man replied, tossing a coin pouch that contained 100 gold coins. I still owe you half. Once I settle this debt, I can resume my earnings and find someone to skin a face. Upon finishing its words, the creature bent down, leaning closer to Li Shiwu with a merchant's tone. Li, what treasures do you possess in your hand? Let me have a look. Nothing of importance, Li Shiwu responded. Huh, are you attempting to fool a ghost? I've already seen it. Those are two cursed treasures. Hearing this, Shiwu questioned, cursed treasures? Indeed, cursed treasures. The faceless man sprawled on the ground, inspecting the substantial items. As the term suggests, cursed treasures are derived from curses. For instance, that yellow paper we previously signed a contract with is my cursed treasure, emphasizing irrevocable agreements. You are aware that beings like us, though nefarious, often possess some bewildering powers. Li 15 nodded slightly and then retrieved the causal red string, gazing at it momentarily before inquiring, how does one utilize it? The faceless man replied, first, one must open their abdomen, extract a segment of their intestines, and connect it to this string, while the other end is tied to the heart, securing 36 auspicious knots in between. Li 15 nodded and then delivered a swift kick, resulting in a splash as the faceless man fell into the water once more. As for himself, he sliced open his index finger, allowing crimson droplets of blood to fall steadily onto the red string. After the passage of half an incense stick's time, even Li 15 began to feel a bit dizzy before finally reacting. Li Yi, do tell, what is the purpose of this red string? The faceless man reemerged, his tone filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Li 15 closed his eyes, striving to sense the faint, almost imperceptible connection between himself and the string. After another half an incense stick, he felt his eyelids twitch in disdain, exclaiming, "Pa, I thought it was some precious treasure, but it turns out to be just this trinket. What is it? Speak quickly." The faceless man grew increasingly curious. Li 15 glanced at the red string in his hand and stated, "This string can locate the fate line representative of a person's romantic connections and make random pairings. Is this truly worthy of being called the causal red string?" Upon hearing this, the faceless man pondered with his head bowed, suddenly lifting it to exclaim, "Oh, I remember now, it is indeed that. Approximately a century ago, when we first came into existence, there was a malevolent spirit within Tang City that delighted in indiscriminately meddling in romantic fates, pairing fathers with daughters, daughters-in-law with their fathers-in-law, men with men, and even brothers-in-law with sows." The faceless man shuddered, saying, "You cannot fathom the chaos it caused. Families were shattered, and the bloodshed was severe, with kin turning against one another, leading to a complete moral collapse. That spirit was far more wicked than us. Unlike us, who must pay 100 gold for each face we peel, many impoverished families toil their whole lives only to earn a fraction of that." Li 15 raised his hand in a gesture of respect, seemingly impressed. "I admire your candor. In that case, you are indeed a malevolent spirit. Given this, your debt to me has now doubled. No need to be polite." To this, the faceless man lamented, crying out for a considerable time. Eventually, it remarked, "A romantic connection arises from causes and ends in effects. Thus, calling it the causal red string is not incorrect. This string must have been left behind by that malevolent spirit a century ago, though I wonder how it came into your possession." In the next instant, the faceless man appeared to have an epiphany. Excitedly, it exclaimed, "Li 15, you may be in for a stroke of luck." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Li 15 Karia. The faceless man shook its head vigorously and continued, "Consider this. With this red string, you can simply select any woman to conjure romantic entanglements at will. From this day forth, don't just think of 3 wives and 4 concubines. You could easily manage a harem of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards." Li 15's expression twitched, and he chose not to respond, instead fixating on the red string in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Ahem, do all individuals possess that fate line representing their romantic ties? Including you. Do you possess one as well?" The faceless man pondered for a moment and replied, "Of course there is. It is not just beings like us, but even a mere stone possesses its own fateful bond. Much like certain creatures who are enamored with inanimate objects, preferring the allure of a stone over that of a beautiful person. This signifies a connection of destiny between them and the stone." Li 15 nodded slightly, his gaze lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the faceless man twisted his ample figure, muttering in a rather lascivious tone, "The 3 palaces, the 6 courtyards." At that very moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Li 15's mind, and his eyes began to shine ever more brightly, resembling twinkling stars, increasingly radiant. He softly intoned, "A thread of fate ties us. The wheel of karma turns. The origin of destiny lies in the azure void. Only through trials do I come to know myself." In that instant, the red string in his hand let out a piercing cry, soaring skyward, heading straight for the faceless man. Chapter 41. The one who hangs. The abrupt transformation unfolded with such swiftness that even the faceless specter found itself momentarily taken aback. "You 15. What on earth are you attempting to do?" It bellowed, turned to flee. Yet, in the air, the red thread seemed to transcend the constraints of distance, hauntingly persistent, coiling around the neck of the faceless entity and suspending it in midair. Lee 15, stop, please." The faceless figure kicked its legs in a futile struggle, but the red thread grew ever tighter. "You, cease this, huh?" It called out with great difficulty towards Lee 15. In this fleeting moment, it became entranced, as if witnessing a vivid tableau. In the dimness of sky and earth, there lay a desolate expanse, seemingly an endless abyss of darkness, where a tattered robe draped over a disturbingly youthful figure, whose head hung low, unkempt hair cascading down, kneeling in a state of oblivion. Behind him, countless corpses lay strewn about, their eyes wide open, each bound by red threads, dangling lifelessly in the air, their bodies swaying with the breeze. Meanwhile, Lee 15 remained lost in contemplation, muttering, "All things under heaven are intertwined by fate. Fate is both a bond and a calamity. Why not utilize the fate thread of living beings to directly bring about their demise?" Lee 15 rambled on. Perhaps even he could not grasp the meaning of his own words. Moments later, he suddenly collapsed, as if drained of all strength, not from physical exhaustion, but from a spiritual depletion that left his essence utterly spent. Concurrently, the red thread slackened, and the faceless entity fell to the ground, clutching its throat, its chest heaving violently. Under the moonlit sky, the night was serene, with nocturnal birds sweeping across the river's surface, shattering the moonlight into rippling fragments. As midnight approached, Lee 15 finally regained consciousness, gasping for breath, leaning over the riverbank to drink hastily. The faceless figure, meanwhile, was vociferously cursing, its voice resonating with indignation, as though it had suffered a grave injustice. "You, Lee 15, this karmic red thread is meant to signify fateful connections, yet you have misused it to hang someone. Such a precious thing squandered, like a rat gnawing at the rear of an ox, simply disgraceful." Listening to the incessant complaints, Lee 15 merely raised his head, approached, and gently patted the shoulder of the faceless figure, his gaze unwavering. "I apologize. I was not in control of myself just now." No sooner had he spoken than the anger of the faceless entity seemed to dissipate significantly, its demeanor calming. "What were you thinking, using the red thread to hang someone?" Lee 15 pursed his lips and began to elucidate. "I was merely contemplating your assertion that everyone possesses a fate thread that symbolizes their connections. Fate can signify both love and entrapment. I cannot fully articulate it, but I sense a connection to destiny, karma, and the trials of life." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Essentially, it involves directly manipulating the fate thread of a being, tying it into a noose, and manifesting it to suspend that being in midair." Li Shiwu revealed a bittersweet smile. "As a mere cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, how could I possibly perceive the fate threads upon a person? It is indeed the red string of causation that possesses such capability. Thus, it has ventured forth. So, the prior events likely unfolded in this manner." He lowered his gaze, fixating on the red string in his hand. He continued, "Perhaps in the future, once my cultivation reaches a certain pinnacle, I shall comprehend this technique thoroughly, able to wield it without the aid of this red string, rather than merely invoking it inadvertently as I did tonight. Moreover, the effort expended during those brief moments nearly drained me." Beside him, the faceless man sat on the ground, tilting his head. Despite lacking facial features, he still bore a perplexed expression. "Master Li, we find it somewhat hard to grasp, yet we can discern that your prowess is quite remarkable. With such limited cultivation, how did you manage to execute such a technique?" After a pause, the faceless man added, "However, it does seem a tad misplaced. while it is meant for binding destinies. You have resorted to using it for harm. Shiwu merely raised an eyebrow and smirked with a hint of arrogance. He then assumed a fighting stance, earnestly attempting to mimic the demeanor of a grandmaster, albeit with his 10 legs appearing rather comical. The faceless man, witnessing this scene, was momentarily transported back to the image he had seen while suspended in mid-air. That vision gradually faded from his memory until it became indistinct. What am I dwelling on? He mused, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the thoughts. He then turned and submerged into the lake, and in the blink of an eye, several lively carp weighing over 10 pounds were tossed onto the shore. Following this, he skillfully scaled and gutted the fish, igniting a fire with seamless efficiency. You lack a mouth. Why are you roasting fish? Shiwu inquired with a chuckle. The faceless man waved his sleeve and transformed his visage into that of a beautiful maiden, sweetly responding, "Young master, I can eat too." Shiwu was taken aback. You can eat just by changing your face? How wondrous. But this face is rather unappealing. Do change it. The faceless man waved his sleeve again. My lord. What about this one? Unacceptable. It appears too demonic. Husband, does this one suit your fancy? Stop being coy and get away from me. Young friend, what do you think of this face? It's passable. I suppose it will do. The faceless man hesitated, approaching the riverbank to check his reflection. He beheld the visage of an elderly Taoist with a scarred face, grotesque and unappealing. Masterly, is your taste truly this peculiar? As the night breeze gently caressed the human face, Shiwu chewed heartily while gazing at the world around him. He couldn't help but reminisce about the grand figures that had stood upon the celestial ladder, overlooking all beings during the court of the Dayo dynasty. Why, she had mentioned that they were the beings from the era before the disappearance of spiritual energy. There were also the Unemperor and the Unpost, the 10-faced gate, and the Sui. Shiwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Ah, forget it. The immortal view hasn't settled yet. Muttering a few words, he then queried, Faceless man, must you peel human faces? Indeed, the faceless man replied, maintaining the guise of the old Taoist. He added masterly, you wouldn't consider slaying me, would you? Upon witnessing this, Li 15 lowered his head with a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. However, No Face, while fervently chewing, interjected, Masterly, I must express my thoughts to you. The ability to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is indeed a virtue of the highest order. How splendid it would be to use that red thread for the weaving of fates rather than for the taking of lives. By the way, what name do you intend to bestow upon that technique of hanging a person in midair? Without raising his gaze, Li 15 merely tended to the flickering flames before him, adding a few more twigs to the fire. He replied, suspending a person in the air bears a resemblance to those who choose to end their lives by hanging. Given this similarity, there is no need for excessive elaboration. Let us simply call it the suspended man. Chapter 42. Transformation in the early morning. A veil of white mist floated over the river surface. Li 15 stepped out of the temple, stifling a yawn. The faceless man had already departed, having made his way to Jewel Town. According to his account, the townsfolk had just suffered a robbery with lives lost, and were in dire need of someone to perform music and oversee the funerals. Thus, he had donned a new visage and hurried off. Naturally, he was still seeking gold. Even the smallest morsel had its worth. At this moment, Li 15 lowered his gaze, fixated on his palm. There lay the ghost dice he had received from the elder, gleaming conspicuously. Last night, he had attempted to nourish it with his fingertips' blood, but alas, there had been no outcome. Nevertheless, it was a treasure, and his venture to the gambling den had not been in vain. Muttering to himself, he made his way to the riverbank, where he found a smooth, round stone to settle upon. He then retrieved a handful of ominous stones, and in an instant, a stream of dark energy began to flow from his 9 orifices, merging slowly into his being. As time passed, Li 15's breath deepened and elongated. The malevolent energy coalesced within his dantian, then erupted, coursing through his meridians. It was not until dusk that he gradually opened his eyes, murmuring, having broken through to the 9th level last night, there's no need to rush the next breakthrough. Steadiness and calmness are essential. He then examined the first segment of each fingertip, noting that the black patterns had not only deepened but now protruded visibly. How to describe it? It felt as if something were poised to emerge from his fingertips. He recalled by she mentioning that those who cultivated malevolent energy, unlike those who once pursued spiritual energy, did not possess an ethereal demeanor. Did this imply that they might undergo some form of aberration? While he 15 pondered, he glanced beneath him and felt a sense of relief. I have 10 legs now. Why should I worry about such things? Just then, the faceless man approached, carrying a large bamboo basket. Business is good today. We have plenty of wine and meat. Li 15 accepted the basket with both hands and inquired, by the way, you've lived for a century. Have you encountered the arson sect? No, but their reputation is rather notorious, the faceless man replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. It seems there was an old practitioner among them who, long ago, went mad and rampaged through a city. Really? Li 15 pressed. Intrigued. Indeed, he ended up killing nearly half the population there, the faceless man continued. And then, the local star officer struck him down, leaving his body hanging from the city walls for a century, with no one daring to retrieve it. Li 15 contemplated this tale, recalling vividly how Woyang had caused him to drop his machete. Come on, the faceless man urged. All this wine and meat were gathered at the feast, and it didn't cost us a thing. Days flowed by, the sunlight becoming increasingly blinding, and a hint of summer heat began to creep into the air. A month passed in this manner. What are you all doing? At the entrance of the temple, Li Shiwu busily wrapped a piece of black cloth around his lower body. Before him, one after another, the townsfolk of Jewel gathered, their numbers steadily increasing. Some bore the marks of age upon their faces, while others had lost their sight or fingers, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. What is it that you seek? Li Shiwu, overwhelmed by the scene, felt a rare moment of helplessness. Yet, in an instant, the townspeople knelt before him, repeatedly bowing their heads in reverence. Lord Mountain Officer, you have saved our lives. We have come to express our gratitude, they proclaimed. Indeed, my lord, we have delayed our visit due to various matters over the past month. Please forgive us, an elderly man implored earnestly. Li Shiwu furrowed his brow and gestured for them to disperse. Go, do not trouble me. I wagered your lives. Have you considered the consequences if I had lost? Think well about how you will live from now on, instead of indulging in these frivolous gestures. Leaning against the doorframe and yawning, he dismissed them. The citizens of Jewel bowed once more, chanting, "We shall forever remember your kindness, my lord. We will also recite your name day and night as a prayer for your blessings." With that, they began to depart. However, at the moment they turned to leave, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Golden beams of light, reminiscent of intricately carved crystal, slowly ascended from each individual, shining with clarity and brilliance. They danced and weaved through the air, converging from all directions, filtering through the unseen temple, and ultimately enveloping Li Shiwu. Confused, Li Shiwu was uncertain of the events unfolding before him. Yet, he could sense his spirit being enveloped by a warm embrace, an indescribable joy coursing through him, and a newfound stability settling within. As his spirit solidified, his eyes widened in astonishment. He realized he could control the extra legs that had manifested. "You must leave. Hurry, do not disturb the rest of the Taoist," he barked, resuming his fierce demeanor to shoo the people away. The townsfolk, however, seemed unaware of the golden light emanating from them. With a thud, Li Shiwu entered the temple and shut the door behind him, then loosened the black cloth. "Indeed, it is possible," he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. As he concentrated, the extra leg vanished into thin air, and with another thought, it reappeared. How to describe it? It was as if the 8 legs had become an integral part of his being, and now he could freely control their emergence and disappearance. This is splendid. After several attempts, he discovered that he could only conceal one leg at a time. This realization plunged him into contemplation. But what precisely are those golden rays? Faith, incense, or something else? His gaze grew increasingly distant as he murmured to himself. "The black soil beneath my feet requires the dead to provide the so-called nourishment. Otherwise, I will wither and perish." The golden light emanating from the living serves to fortify my spirit. Shiwu seemed to recall something, murmuring repeatedly, the departed build my form. The living solidify my soul. The departed build my form. The living solidify my soul. The departed build my form. The living solidify my soul. It was precisely at this moment that a tremor, both urgent and profound, surged from within the old coffin as the mountains and rivers settled into place. All mountain officials, hasten forth. Chapter 43. The abundant galaxy within the small temple. Shiwu's eyes, once scattered, began to converge slowly. Whether this is good or ill remains uncertain. He sighed, feeling both joy and concern. His worry stemmed from the 8 additional legs that had seemingly become an integral part of his being. Even if severed, they would inevitably regenerate due to the fertile black soil beneath. However, there was a glimmer of joy in his newfound ability to freely control one of those legs. Does this not imply that having 10 legs is not a mere coincidence, but rather an inevitable aspect of the celestial realm? Yet, what could be the reason for it? The so-called cultivators of immortality claim to be sowing immortality. But what kind of immortality is this? Shiwu pondered, increasingly perplexed. Moreover, the radiant golden light emanating from the people of Jewel Town made him wonder if it was truly a manifestation of faith or incense offerings. No, that cannot be right. Baishi had mentioned that the spirit energy in the Great Zhou had dissipated, indicating a severance of the bridge to cultivation. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, they were willing to forge a new path, gathering malevolent energy to reconnect the bridge, sacrificing countless lives across generations in pursuit of the immortal path. They did not seek to mock living beings or collect incense for divine ascension. Shiwu tapped his head, a smile gradually appearing. Regardless, being able to retract one leg is undoubtedly a good fortune. With a deep breath, he retrieved the mountains and rivers stabilizing plate from the coffin, attuning himself to the fluctuations of thought within. The mountain officials were gathering. What could this signify? After a moment's contemplation, with a flash of cold light, a machete appeared in his hand. He lifted his robe and began to chop decisively. Once he had arranged his belongings, he opened the temple door. The faceless man stood outside, clad in a gray robe, devoid of any facial features. Li, are you heading out? Indeed. Take me along. You? The following day, at noon, in Tang City, within the residence of the star officials, 81 mountain officials had convened, with 2 who had perished or been maimed due to a gambling incident replaced. The atmosphere among them felt rather peculiar. Each person's eyes were marked with a palpable wariness, clearly on guard against one another. Ladies and gentlemen, it has come to my attention that among us lurks an individual skilled in the art of backstabbing. I kindly ask this person to step forward. Otherwise, as colleagues, we will inevitably interact in the future, and harboring a backstabber among us breeds distrust. A female mountain official, her gaze as icy as the mountains, spoke calmly. Li Xiong, who do you suspect that person might be? A man of ordinary appearance, approximately 20 years old, patted Li Shiwu on the shoulder, whispering, his name is Fong Tang, one of the mountain officials who entered the gambling den a month ago and emerged alive. Beside him, Li Shiwu clasped his hands, his expression serene as he remarked, the more guilty a person feels, the more they strive to showcase themselves, attempting to mask their insecurity. The female mountain official narrowed her eyes, retorting angrily, 10-legged toad, you should not speak carelessly. Li Shiwu cast a sidelong glance, replying, the more guilty a person feels, the more prone they are to anger. I will strike you down. The woman's face contorted with rage as she lunged at him with her sword. Li Shiwu observed the situation with a shake of his head and uttered softly, those who harbor guilt are often prone to excessive reactions. Observe. With that, he casually grasped Fong Tang's arm, drawing the individual in front of himself. Fong Tang, the woman, the mountain officials. It was at this moment that a middle-aged man, donned in a cerulean official robe and a light gauze cap, with 2 prominent mustaches, approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Fellow colleagues, why must you exhibit such anger? My lord, that Li Shiwu is a malignant tumor. I have heard that he gambles with the lives of nearly 20,000 under his command, the woman stated, bowing with righteous indignation. The middle-aged man nodded. I am already aware of this matter. His merits outweigh his faults, and there is no need for further discourse. Furthermore, the star official is currently absent from the residence and will return shortly. As for now, I shall take charge of all affairs. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu could not help but frown. Was Bai Shi truly planning to return? He speculated that if Bai Shi were to directly confront the Yao Emperor with lethal intent, it would certainly be a spectacle to witness. The middle-aged man, noticing the silence from the crowd, continued, In 5 days, a celestial treasure shall descend from the heavens, and this time it will be near Tang City. As mountain officials, you are obliged to be present to receive guests from all directions, upholding the dignity of our Tang City. Having said this, the middle-aged man turned to depart. Li Shiwu, however, was left in a state of bewilderment. What was this celestial treasure? Moments later, at the entrance of the star official's residence, a faceless man with the appearance of an elderly gentleman awaited. He exclaimed, Master Li, look quickly. That woman has a malevolent glint in her eyes. Bring forth the fateful red thread and bind her destiny as a wife. Without turning around, Li Shiwu strode forward her, merely a dog in human form. Her crimes do not warrant death. The woman retorted, Li Shiwu, I shall slay you. The faceless man followed closely behind. Master Li, heed my counsel. The fateful thread is not meant for murder. That night, we seem to witness something that has caused us restless nights. It feels decidedly wrong. Having left that area, they arrived at the main thoroughfare. Observing the ceaseless flow of people, Li Shiwu noted the multitude of practitioners among them. Yet soon, he was taken aback by a peculiar sight. 2 minor cultivators of the 9th layer of Qi were carrying a jade bed adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, weaving through the crowd. However, upon this jade bed lay 2 elderly gentlemen, embracing in a rather indecorous manner, provoking vivid imaginations and causing discomfort to onlookers. The passers-by could not help but whisper among themselves, pointing and gossiping. Seeing this, Li Shiwu hesitated for a moment before approaching to intercept them. You 2 minor cultivators, why do you parade about with these individuals, attracting unwanted attention? Are you not aware that many factions have gathered in Tang City? If seen, people might think our city is rife with decay. The 2 bearers of the jade bed, upon hearing this, carefully set it down, embarrassment etched on their faces. Esteemed mountain official, we did not wish to draw attention, but we had no choice. We need to enter the city and find a suitable place to settle these 2 elders. Li Shiwu cast a glance at them before turning to leave, stating, Follow me. Half a fragrant stick of incense later, in a spacious and elegantly antiquated suite, 2 elderly gentlemen were present. What? One was a venerable elder from your esteemed sect, while the other was a monk of the monkey lineage. Li 15 spat out his tea, for he was aware that the monkey lineage was notorious for being tenacious, and although he had previously surmised this, he still found it somewhat exaggerated. A Qi refining practitioner glanced at the 2 elders resting upon the jade bed and nodded, saying, Indeed. The gentleman before the character is, without a doubt, the most exceptionally gifted elder within our sect over the past 2 centuries. As for the one behind, he is undoubtedly a monk of the national religion's monkey lineage. He sighed, It is truly lamentable and regrettable that, despite a promising future, he has been dragged down to such a state. Li 15 inquired, upon observing these 2 elders. It is evident that their meridians are severely compromised, leaving them devoid of any cultivation. From my perspective, you could easily dispatch this monkey elder without hesitation. Why then? Do you allow them to remain entangled together? Chapter 44. The sect of divination within the confines of the guest chamber. Fong Tang and the faceless man were present together. Indeed, if we simply eliminate him with a single stroke, wouldn't all troubles vanish? The faceless man mused, stroking his chin with an eager demeanor. At that moment, the elder from the 10 manifestations sect, reclining upon a jade bed, revealed a set of yellowed, missing teeth, and scoffed derisively. Youngster, if you slay me, he shall not survive either. The technique I have employed is the ultimate art of the monkey manifestation, a life-binding technique. In essence, our fates are irrevocably intertwined. If I perish, he perishes. If he dies, I too shall meet my end. The Qi refining practitioner shook his head in agreement. It cannot be done. My sect has inquired about this technique. The life-binding technique of the monkey manifestation is indeed a true method of mutual destruction. He sighed, alas. Our venerable elder is in a pitiable state. Upon hearing this, Li 15 nodded thoughtfully. He then turned his gaze towards the elder seated before him, and, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, Esteemed elder, given your current predicament, it may be better to end your suffering swiftly rather than endure this torment. The elder, upon hearing this, became exceedingly agitated, his aged visage contorting into a more ghastly expression, brimming with rage. The indignation within him soared to great heights. No, I cannot die. Once upon a time, I was unparalleled, revered by thousands, surrounded by countless admirers. How could I allow this wretch to drag me down to death? I refuse to accept this fate. The elder of the monkey manifestation, with a wicked grin, extended his tongue to lick the ear of the elder before him, smearing it with his foul saliva, while incessantly whispering into his ear. This grotesque display was enough to induce nausea. TSK, TSK, if you do not die, then neither shall I. I shall cling to you, relentlessly, unyieldingly. What will you do to me? Accept your fate. From the moment I decided to employ the life-binding technique, your doom was sealed, and you shall forever remain tethered to me. Witnessing this, the others present, including the faceless man and the malevolent specter, felt a chill run down their spines. They were unaware of the history of animosity between the two elders. Yet, the thought of being ensnared by the monkey manifestation's life-binding technique was chilling. The Qi refining practitioner raised his hands in resignation. As you can see, this is the general situation. Given the elders' reminiscence of past bonds, and with the recent emergence of the falling treasure galaxy, we have decided to bring the two of them here in hopes of discovering a solution. Upon leaving the inn, the streets were bustling with activity, a scene of vibrant liveliness. Fong Tang sighed, the 10 manifestation sect is truly not to be trifled with. Take the monkey manifestation. For instance, this elder once had a promising future. Alas, discussing such matters only serves to destabilize one's resolve. Li 15 remained silent. He merely recalled Bai Shi's words that the 10 manifestation sect was not a celestial sect. Thus, what were its origins and purpose? Moreover, if the essence of betrayal were to merge, what sort of mystical arts could it invoke? In recent days, Tang City has been bustling with throngs of people, leaving little room to stand. After meandering through several streets, the three finally discovered a quaint tea house nestled beneath an ancient locust tree. However, the mere 4 tables available were already occupied. The faceless man cast a sweeping glance and ultimately focused on a young man adorned with a Taoist crown and draped in a bagua robe. Step aside, you fortune teller. The mountain official has arrived, and you should know your place. The man chuckled lightly and lifted his gaze. His enchanting almond-shaped eyes radiated an air of nobility. He extended his hand, beginning to calculate. I have a divination. Your possessions are fated to intertwine with mine. In an instant, a bagua array manifested beneath his feet, enveloping the faceless man within its confines. After a brief moment, the faceless man stood frozen, a look of despair etched on his face. Gold. All the faces I have peeled over a century. They are all gone, the young man replied with a smile. So, it is merely a minor malevolent spirit that dares to disturb my divination? At that moment, the patrons at the other 3 tea tables were startled and hastily departed. It was then that the young man obstructed their path, continuing to calculate. I have a divination. Your fates do not align with mine. Bah, I have no intention of marrying you. So what does it matter? A burly man retreated in terror. If our fates do not align, it will surely hinder my cultivation. Thus you must perish. Upon uttering these words, the young man took a single step forward. In that instant, the 5 individuals froze, their expressions turning to horror as their eyes bulged, as if their hearts had ruptured and blood erupted from their bodies, leading them to an untimely and inexplicable demise. As for the self-proclaimed master of divination, he merely turned to face Li Shiwu, smiling. This esteemed mountain official has come to cleanse the area. Do not allow the tea house to become sullied, as it is your duty. Also, I go by the name of Ting Zhu. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Li Shiwu gazed at the retreating figure and inquired, "What is the origin of this divination sect?" Meanwhile, Fong Tang was indeed gathering the bodies, even communing with the elemental forces of heaven and earth, condensing vast amounts of vapor to cleanse the ground. When the tea house owner emerged and witnessed the scene, he was immediately paralyzed with fear and hurried back inside to hide. "Brotherly, this divination sect is no small matter," Fong Tang sighed. "Some even refer to them as the third national religion of Daya. Their practitioners are exceedingly domineering, and their catchphrase is often I have a divination, and so forth. Just like earlier, when he claimed that my fate does not align with yours. According to their logic, incompatible fates imply that you will bring about their demise. Thus they must kill you." Fong Tang observed the 5 lifeless bodies and continued, "The issue lies in their refusal to elucidate how they conduct their divinations, making it seem as though they speak casually. Each year, countless individuals are executed under the pretext of incompatible fates. Strangely, Daya seems to tacitly accept this as reasonable and never holds them accountable. Hence, it is widely believed that if there is a third national religion, it must be this divination sect." Meanwhile, the faceless man seethed with indignation. "Masterly, your Taoist sect is far more pleasant to the ear than this prognostic sect. I believe it would be preferable to establish your Taoist teachings as the national religion. This prognostic sect is unworthy." Upon hearing this, Li 15 wore an expression of bewilderment. "National religion? Taoist sect? Me, the national master? Thank you. I truly appreciate your regard for me." However, he also pondered the implications. If he were to become the national master and inadvertently betray the entire Greatya, what then? "National master?" The faceless man tentatively called out. "Why are you addressing me as national master?" Li 15 instinctively retorted. "Oh, Masterly, are you still claiming you don't wish to be the national master? Step aside." At this, Fong Tang could not help but shake his head. Truth be told, he too harbored a desire to be the national master, standing atop the towering celestial ladder, receiving the adoration of the masses. Who wouldn't want that? Chapter 45, A Single Mouth, the Cult of Taming Beasts, the 10 Manifestation Sect, the Arson Cult, and the Divination Sect. These celestial factions seem to harbor no virtuous entities. Li Shiwu mused as he seated himself beside the tea table. However, his gaze soon fixated upon the faceless man. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I have discerned that you possess a rather peculiar ability. Would you care to hear about it?" "Huh?" The faceless man scratched his head, puzzled. "It is that you consistently manage to identify the most formidable individual among a group to deliver a kick. In other words, you can invariably pinpoint the hardest fruit among a pile of soft ones to grasp." Impressive indeed. Li Shiwu's assertion was not unfounded, as he had observed this phenomenon on several occasions. "Nonsense," the faceless man turned away, clearly skeptical. 5 days later, that night, the sky was eerily silent, devoid of stars, and not a glimmer of light was visible. Outside Tang City, 100 miles to the west, lay a vast lake sprawling over 10,000 acres. The water was undisturbed, resembling a dark mirror, lying still in tranquility. Yet at that moment, numerous vessels, some towering multi-tiered ships, were densely anchored upon the lake's surface, creating a scene of exuberant activity. In the air, figures flitted about, seated atop rare mythical beasts, such as winged unicorns, 6-winged serpents, white lions, and women with serpent tails. Li Shiwu and the other mountain officials observed from a distance. Beneath them, it was likely that these beasts were transformed from humans by the cult of taming beasts. Indeed, but let us merely observe, Fong Tang sighed. Those creatures, even if we were to cultivate for a century, we might not afford a single wing. After all, it was said that the finer the beast, the higher the cultivation of the individual it was transformed from. "Brotherly, you must strive harder," he urged. Li Shiwu nodded, recalling the time he gifted Hua Er a 5-fingered steed, wondering where that individual might be now. "Brotherly, look, they're coming." Suddenly, Fong Tang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pointed toward the pitch-black heavens. In the firmament, it appeared as if a corner of the night sky had been torn open. Then, a river nearly 100 feet wide and seemingly composed of radiant starlight descended slowly from above, its magnificence beyond description, captivating all who beheld it. Is this the river of falling treasures? Shiwu yawned, suddenly feeling lackluster. This spectacle paled in comparison to the views from his celestial abode. Indeed, Fangtang, however, was visibly agitated, his palms sweating with anticipation. But where does this starry river originate? I do not know. Then how can we ascertain its position? At that moment, another mountain official, with good intentions, began to explain. This river of falling treasures indeed has an unknown origin and mysterious lineage. However, it appears every few years at various locations across the realm. As for its specific whereabouts, it seems to be deduced by the practitioners of the divination sect. He paused, his expression turning grave, and continued, friendly, do not underestimate this river. The reason it is referred to as the treasure-descending river is due to the myriad opportunities and treasures it conceals. You must be aware that the essence of the great hexagrams is absent, rendering any spiritual artifacts non-existent, and even materials for forging are nowhere to be found. Li 15 nodded, acknowledging that while there may be no spiritual objects, there are indeed cursed treasures, which are the true gems. At that moment, the vast starry river, stretching 100 zhang wide, descended gracefully onto the surface of the expansive lake, where the celestial river met the water, creating a scene truly worthy of the word extraordinary. At this juncture, a young man adorned in a Taoist robe and crowned with a Taoist cap, his phoenix-like eyes gleaming, suddenly soared into the sky, positioning himself before the multitude. His robe billowed in the wind, exuding an unparalleled elegance. He tilted his head slightly and proclaimed, I am Ting Zhu, hailing from the hexagram sect. This treasure-descending river has been calculated by my sect, and its location has been disclosed to all. Esteemed guests, my sect shall take the lead and first cast down 10 rots. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing these words, silence reigned among the crowd, tacitly accepting his declaration. Ting Zhu nodded slightly, then a silver-white thread materialized between his fingers. With a swift motion of his arm, it extended to 100 zhang, resembling a long whip, and plunged directly into the standing treasure-descending river. Ah, this individual must possess an extraordinary status within the hexagram sect. One cannot help but wonder what remarkable treasures he might unearth. It is likely to be something extraordinary. After all, the hexagram sect has never returned empty-handed over the years. As murmurs began to rise among the crowd, gradually escalating into a bustling marketplace of chatter, Ting Zhu exerted a single arm, his gaze sharp, and with the force of a divine thunder, bellowed, Rise. Yet, despite his efforts and the invocation of his own magical power, the silver thread remained steadfast and unmoving. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere erupted into a clamor. Could it be that a priceless treasure is truly about to surface? Given the circumstances, it certainly seemed so. The treasure's reluctance to emerge from the water was anything but ordinary. As time flowed slowly, Ting Zhu displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, his expression grew increasingly jubilant. Simultaneously, those previously restrained, the leaders of various sects, were stirred and began to rise, their expressions filled with eager anticipation. From a distant edge of the gathering, Li 15 scratched his nose in disbelief. Could it be that a treasure has indeed been encountered by that diviner? Just then, Ting Zhu formed a hand seal, and beneath his feet, a swirling black and white hexagram array gradually materialized, its power awe-inspiring. In an instant, a towering figure, nearly 50 zhang high and resembling Ting Zhu, ascended from the array. Come to me. Ting Zhu's voice thundered like a storm, as the divine figure behind him seized the silver thread and forcefully yanked it back. In the next moment, the world fell silent. Emerging from the depths of the treasure-descending river was a nameless giant fish, its body entirely golden and its scales shimmering like stars. Could it be that there is indeed life within the treasure-descending river? At this moment, an overwhelming wave of greed surged in the eyes of countless onlookers, their restless hearts barely restrained. Yet almost immediately, an unexpected event transpired. The large fish, with a flick of its tail, effortlessly broke free from the silver line and plunged back into the river. its golden tail creating a splash before it vanished completely from sight. Oof, is that all? Li Shiwu remarked, raising his hand in a gesture of satisfaction, a smile illuminating his face. He was not alone. Nearly everyone present mirrored his expression, their faces adorned with smiles and a sense of contentment. Witnessing the escape of the fish proved far more delightful and entertaining than observing its capture, a sentiment shared by both mortals and immortals alike. Look, this lad from the divination sect has not left empty-handed. What is that? A beak? Ah, let me take a look. As gazes shifted, it became evident that in the hands of Ting Zhu, the silver line led to a completely black bird's beak, or rather, it was simply that of a crow. This is utterly absurd. Ting Zhu, devoid of any lustful intentions, glanced at the object in his hand and, upon confirming that it was merely an ordinary bird's beak, hurled it away in a fit of rage, its trajectory unknown. Meanwhile, Li Shiwu yawned, preparing to return to Jewel Town, unaware that a shadow resembling a dark beak was targeting him, or perhaps the nearby immortal cultivation temple, racing towards its mark with lightning speed. Chapter 46. I have a divination. Our fates are incompatible, the night wind howled, causing the wild grass to sway and rustle. Above the vast expanse of the lake, silhouettes glimmered with smiles, seemingly at ease. Ah, while one's own defeat is indeed regrettable, it is the triumph of others that truly disturbs one's peace of mind. How reasonable, how reasonable. The crow's beak, caught by the fortune-telling friend, must have been the precious fish inadvertently swallowed. Yet alas, the fish has escaped, leaving only the beak behind. In the periphery, Li 15 patted Fong Tang's shoulder. Let us depart. The revelry here holds no relevance for us. Moreover, the past 5 days of patrolling Tang City day and night have been exceedingly tedious. Li 15 was eager to return to Jiulu Town to investigate the source of the golden light and its mysterious ability to control his additional legs. Suddenly, his eyes widened. No! Don't come closer! Get away, get away! He was a high official of the Yao Mountain, my master Qian Yuanzi. Panic flickered in Li 15's eyes as he perceived a palm-sized, jet-black crow's beak, formed by 2 mandibles, hovering ominously above his face at a distance of about 10 feet. Li brother, what troubles you? Asked the 10-legged frog, bemused. Listening to the voices around him, Li 15's throat constricted as he pointed. Can everyone see it? A crow's beak. His fear was understandable. After encountering the Zhongshan temple, he had become genuinely apprehensive of such inexplicable phenomena. Cannot see it. Fong Tang shook his head, furrowing his brow. Li brother, what nonsense are you uttering? Can't see? Li 15 was taken aback, and indeed, in the next instant, the crow's beak descended directly into the Zhongshan temple, coming to rest atop a beam above him, as if melding with it. It's over. Darkness engulfed Li 15's vision, yet a surge of anger rose within him. Damn it, a mere broken beak, and it still haunts me? With a hand wielding a hatchet, he swung wildly, yet it was in vain. It seemed that all tangible things could not touch that beak at all. Witnessing this, the officials exchanged glances, for in their minds, Li 15 had always been the least skilled, most burdened, and, well, the most incomprehensible. Meanwhile, in midair, Ting Zhu quietly focused, the silver thread in his hand extending with the wind, once more descending into the falling treasure river. Here it comes. His eyes narrowed slightly as he abruptly retracted his arm. At that moment, an incongruous voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. A rod of opportunity is truly marvelous. 2 rods empty provoke laughter. Instantly, all cultivators present were taken aback, for as Ting Zhu retracted the silver thread, it was indeed empty, devoid of any trace. This, the Zhongshan could predict and calculate. They had never encountered such an emptiness. Even just moments ago, Ting Zhu had lowered a living treasure fish, but alas, his strength had fallen short, resulting in its escape. Indeed, rather peculiar, the crowd murmured in discussion, subsequently directing their gazes towards a singular point. Li brother, why are you cursing others? The Zhongshan is not to be trifled with. Li 15, are you courting death? Amidst the towering mountains, the officials were drenched in sweat, for the incantation just uttered was unmistakably spoken by Li 15. It wasn't me. Li 15 protested, equally perspiring profusely. As he realized that since the emergence of that crow's beak, he felt as though his feet had taken root, rendering him utterly immobile. Even more eerily, the crow's beak spoke in his very tone, mimicking him so perfectly that it was nearly indistinguishable. In the air, Ting Zhu cast a cold glance. Even as he diverted his gaze, his fingers deftly moved, summoning 2 silver threads that fell into the resplendent river of stars. 3 strands of misfortune cling to you, and 4 strands of illness come without remedy. Li 15's voice arose once more. As the 2 silver threads surfaced, the ends revealed 2 ominous entities. One was a mass of pitch-black energy, while the other was tainted with vile filth. In an instant, the world fell silent. Then, a cultivator regained composure and bellowed, "Young friend of the divination sect, quickly evade. That is a mass of miasma and a mass of illness. To come into contact with them is to invite calamity and sickness. In this treasure-laden river, anything could appear, and one must not be careless." However, the warning was in vain, for the 2 masses of energy swiftly traversed the silver threads and entered Ting Zhu's body. Before long, his form was shrouded in alternating hues of darkness and filth, an exceedingly unsettling sight, suggesting that his condition was dire. Ignite! At that moment, Ting Zhu suddenly formed seals with his hands, and an intangible fire burst forth from the bagua robe he wore, its flames surging and enveloping him entirely. Meanwhile, the officials, in tacit agreement, took a step back, leaving Li 15 isolated. "Colleagues, please take me away. My legs have gone numb, and truly it was not I who spoke. It was that crow's beak." Li 15 stammered, a pained expression on his face. With a sigh, he understood that the matter at hand would be difficult to clarify. At this moment, the flames on Ting Zhu's body began to diminish, having nearly incinerated the miasma and illness. He turned his gaze towards Li 15, his fists clenched tightly, his forehead furrowed, clearly on the verge of an outburst. As for the assembled cultivators within Tang City, their eyes darted between the two, wide-eyed in astonishment, filled with a sense of awe. Who was this mountain official? A mere 9th-layer Qi refiner, yet so formidable? It was he, Li 15, who wagered the lives of nearly 20,000 souls against the demon. What? In my recollection, there was a Taoist who, with great compassion, exchanged his own life for the lives of the people. A female cultivator questioned, her tone laced with doubt. High above, Ting Zhu glared fiercely at Li 15, once more releasing 2 silver threads into the treasure-laden river. Yet, Li 15's voice rose again. 5 strands of heavenly thunder strike the 7 orifices, 6 strands of earthly fire scorch the 3 burners. In that moment, the heavens darkened as thunderclouds gathered, and earth fire suddenly erupted, soaring skyward. Caught in the midst of it, Ting Zhu was almost instantly engulfed. Is it truly the case that this mountain official is so defiant against the heavens? Or is there a powerful cultivator behind him deliberately targeting the divination sect? After all, they are more arrogant than the 2 great national religions. Below, a cacophony of voices erupted, with endless speculations swirling around. As for Li Shiwu, he gazed vacantly at the crow's beak, a peculiar entity seemingly summoned by the listening candle. Yet, why had it taken refuge within the immortal cultivation pavilion? And why did it exude such an eerie aura? In the next moment, his voice resonated throughout the realm with remarkable clarity. 7 rods of technique are turned upside down. 8 rods of kinship betray and turn to daggers. 9 rods of the soul fall into the abyss. 10 rods of the spirit are scorched by infernal flames. Upon utterance of these words, countless cultivators felt their faces twitch in disbelief, utterly incredulous. This was preposterous beyond measure. This brat, I shall make him silence. Everyone, join me in striking him down. He is merely a lowly Qi refinement official. Otherwise, when we later fish for treasures, the assembly of cultivators surged with fervor. With such a loquacious presence before them, who could still focus on the treasure river? Just then, the listening candle emerged from the tumult of thunder and fire, its entire body ablaze, resembling charred remains, a sight both tragic and pitiful. It produced an 8 trigrams compass, deftly adjusting its position. Then, with a voice as resonant as metal clashing, it gritted its teeth and proclaimed, Li Shiwu, I have divined your fate. Our destinies are irreconcilable. Chapter 47, A Love Letter. What is the matter? Is Li someone of great merit in need of your astrological insight? Upon finishing his words, Li 15 suddenly fell into a daze. After the crowing of that wretched tongue had uttered 10 phrases, he bizarrely found himself able to move once more. Alas, he had fallen into a dreadful predicament. Behind him, Fong Tang urgently whispered, "Brother Li, avoid their wrath." Simultaneously, Ting Zhu, accompanied by numerous cultivators, approached with unfriendly expressions. Advancing step by step, "Brother Li, think of a way to evade," Fong Tang urged once more. However, Ting Zhu had already drawn near, standing face to face with Li 15. "Lend me your ear for an explanation." "Not listening. What do you wish to accomplish?" Master Qian Yuanzi, spare me the chatter. I do not slay you now, but you must go fish at the Luo Bao River." Upon hearing this, the crowd of cultivators appeared perplexed. "Young friend, are you truly sending this fellow to fish at the Luo Bao River? Is that not too lenient?" Ting Zhu shook his head. This Li 15 must be the one who appeared at the grand court of the Great Ye dynasty, that 10-legged mountain official. He must be tainted with certain curses. Just now, he cursed me 6 times, causing me great distress. At this moment, I must return the favor. Upon hearing this, Li 15 was somewhat astonished. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to mention the crowing tongue incident and asked, "What if I go?" Ting Zhu replied, "If you catch something that pleases me, I shall retract my previous statement regarding our incompatibility." Li 15's complexion twitched. "Is that truly retractable?" Ting Zhu nodded. "The interpretation of the divination is solely at the discretion of my sect." The cultivators were left speechless. After finishing his words, Ting Zhu produced a silver thread the length of an arm and placed it in Li 15's hand. With a wave of his hand, a mass of clouds formed out of thin air, carrying him toward the banks of the Luo Bao River. His cultivation had indeed surpassed that of Li 15 by a significant margin. Simultaneously, Li 15 stepped onto the gathering clouds, arriving at the riverbank. He glanced up at that crowing tongue with a hint of trepidation. "Mouth master, do not jest, I beseech you." On the riverbank, Ting Zhu had already set up an altar, retrieving a long sword, vermilion powder, and a stack of yellow paper that spontaneously ignited without flame. He began to chant, "Paper ignites, vermilion scorches, wandering souls and wild ghosts. Come forth, young friend. What are you doing?" One of the cultivators inquired, bewildered. Ting Zhu explained, "Every individual has a flame of fortune atop their head. I am summoning the spirits and ghosts to temporarily extinguish his flame of fortune." When a person is devoid of luck, it is the time for misfortune to strike. At the banks of the Luo Bao River, Li 15 had yet to make a move. He pondered the origins of this crowing tongue, wondering how it could enter the Zhong Xian temple. Did they perhaps know each other? After all, Bai had not detected the existence of this bizarre temple initially. Li 15. Ting Zhu's incantation urged him to act. "Do not rush me." Li 15 turned back with a glare, unable to suppress a shiver. How peculiar! Why was it so cold? Then, he casually cast the silver thread from his hand. This thread seemed to be a treasure, elongating with the wind and proving indestructible. For one who delights in fishing, it was undoubtedly a prized possession. As time flowed by, each moment passed. Li Shiwu felt an increasing chill enveloping him, accompanied by the faint echoes of restless spirits. This is not good. He feared he might be in peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he waved his arm and began to retract the line. However, an uproar ensued among the gathered cultivators. "Look, something is indeed emerging. There are words, actual words." Unbeknownst to them, the source of the falling treasure river was shrouded in mystery. It was once said that it transcended the realm of the great hexagram, and thus, the most precious treasures contained within were not material riches, but rather inscriptions of profound significance. Even Hua Zhu was taken aback. Glancing at the altar before him, he pondered, "Wait, I extinguished its fiery essence. How could something truly valuable materialize? Had he perhaps mispronounced the incantation taught by his master?" As Li Shiwu retracted the silver thread in his hand, several sheets of white paper neatly stacked themselves in his palm. Upon witnessing this, the cultivators transformed into beams of light, hastening towards him. Soon, Around 500 renowned cultivators from Tang City had gathered. Young friend, may we have a glance at that item in your possession? Do not hoard it. Reveal it at once. They urged incessantly, with some cultivators fearing the gravity of the content on the white paper, employing their techniques to shield the group of 500 from prying eyes. Are you truly interested in seeing it, esteemed seniors? Shiwu asked, concealing the white paper behind him, his expression somewhat peculiar, having already caught a glimpse of its content. What nonsense! Hand it over. Huazhu seized it and tossed it into the air, whereupon tiny letters, akin to ants, became vividly apparent to all. To you, my beloved, began the letter. May you be well. The years fly by, and what year is it now? In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. The cultivators read each line, their expressions growing increasingly strange, for the words conveyed a woman's deep yearning and affection for a man. In other words, it was a love letter. Ahem, I am but a humble junior, presenting this love letter for your amusement, Shiwu declared, a hint of pride in his voice. Yet, his eyes darted around, searching for a means of escape. One cultivator remarked, 100,000 years of time, merely a fleeting moment for this woman. What might her cultivation be? Esteemed friends, let us read through the 3 pages of this love letter before discussing further. However, as they meticulously read each word, upon reaching the 3rd page, a line of blood-red characters abruptly captured their attention. A husband and wife should be intertwined in flesh and spirit, inseparable. Would you not agree? In an instant, the spirits of the 500 cultivators trembled, as if some peculiar thought began to sprout in their minds, rapidly growing until it became indelible. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of eager swallowing filled the air. Fellow Taoists, I believe I am quite hungry. So am I. Famished, utterly famished. Am I ill? Suddenly, I find my wife extraordinarily fragrant. She must taste delightful. No, you are not ill. The so-called companions of the Tao are, by nature, meant to be consumed. The sound of swallowing mingles with these seemingly nonchalant remarks, resonating among the 500 cultivators, yet invoking an eerie chill that sends shivers through the soul. Dear friends of the Tao, is your companion present? Indeed, they are accompanying me. In light of this, my esteemed colleagues, let us prepare the pot. Li 15 and listening candle stood amidst them, yet neither displayed any semblance of discontent. Rather, they found the situation both fitting and reasonable. Lo and behold, nearly half of the 500 cultivators transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the air. Father, where are you taking mother? My dear husband, the Luobao River is here. What are you doing? My love, you are hurting me. In this night, within this realm, there are at least tens of thousands of cultivators, most of whom are the younger generation from various families. Witnessing these scenes, they gazed in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. However, they soon discovered that their elders were, astonishingly, igniting a fire and preparing a pot. Some even sharpened their knives. Chapter 48. The nameless path. The night was shrouded in darkness, the wind howling fiercely. Among the 500 cultivators, some had found a smooth patch of ground by the riverbank. A large cauldron was set up there, flames roaring beneath it. Yet they offered no warmth, only a chilling sensation that crept into the heart. Dear husband, why have you bound me? Please release my meridians, a voice pleaded. What are you doing? Why are you sharpening your knives? Nearly 200 female cultivators, caught completely off guard, had their meridians sealed by their own partners and were carelessly discarded amidst the weeds. The more than 500 male cultivators were engaged in a coordinated effort, employing fire techniques and drawing water to add various spices to the cauldron, each with a clear division of labor. Hear me, gather the firewood for me. Only with firewood can the meat be truly fragrant. I used to do this every day when Qian Yuanzai was around, Shiwu cheerfully called out. Sometimes, I would even sneak in some dog droppings I found by the roadside for him to eat. Hearing this, the assistant indeed brought firewood and stacked it steadily aside. Dog droppings? Didn't you also consume it? Oh, you do not understand the hardships I endured back then. Who could be bothered with such trivialities? If my master found out, he would have sliced me to pieces, but perhaps that would have been a form of release. The flickering flames cast a crimson glow upon their faces, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere despite their mutual disdain. Brotherly, what are you doing? Fong Tang and several other officials approached, their brows furrowed in confusion. However, as they drew near, a middle-aged cultivator waved his sleeve, sending them 100 feet away with an unfriendly demeanor. "We are hungry. Do you wish to partake in our feast?" Not only them, but all the cultivators from various sects who approached were forcefully driven away, not permitted to come closer. The sound of knives being sharpened echoed eerily through the night, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. It was all too clear what their intentions were. Are they planning to slaughter their own partners for food? "Father, have you lost your mind?" "That is Mother. Please, Father, don't do anything foolish." In an instant, cries of terror and pleas flooded the air, fear washing over everyone like a tidal wave. The once majestic Milky Way, descending from the starry sky, became a mere backdrop, forgotten by all. "Li Shiwu, will you seek a partner in the future?" Huizhu suddenly inquired. "Why would I need one? Women only hinder my speed in striking down my master. However, they likely possess a delightful flavor." Huizhu nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I too have a few old men at home I wish to chop down. Have you ever done it? Teach me." "Ah, my skills are quite advanced." Time passed slowly. The overwhelming sensation of horror that could not be contained was nearing the point of consuming all the witnesses to this grim spectacle. The cauldron bubbled with water mixed with various spices, continuously boiling. A middle-aged cultivator stood up, unable to suppress his saliva, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Everyone, the water is boiling, and the knives are sharp. Thus, let us begin." As the voice faded, 200 female cultivators were seen arranged in a kneeling formation on the ground, resembling condemned prisoners on the verge of execution in a bustling marketplace. "Execute!" a middle-aged man bellowed, and 200 gleaming long swords were raised high into the air. "No, Mother!" Heart-wrenching cries pierced the heavens, filled with grief and despair, as the onlookers braced for the tragic event that seemed irreparable. Yet, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The 200 long swords halted midair, suspended by an unseen force. "This is sheer madness." Then, an indignant voice resonated from the heavens above. The cultivators hurriedly looked up to see a man clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, appearing to be around 30, descending slowly before them. Upon seeing this figure, the local officials of Tang City were momentarily stunned. They quickly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "The people of Dayo, pay our respects to the esteemed star official." Instantly, the mountains echoed with the sound of worship, like the roar of a tsunami, relentless and overwhelming. Within the realm of Dayo, no one dared to defy the authority of the sun, moon, and star officials, an unwritten rule upheld for countless years. This man was, of course, Bai Shi. He glanced around and waved his hand, saying, "In the territory of Tang City, hundreds of high-ranking cultivators have gathered to indulge in such shameful behavior. If this were to leak, it would be a tremendous joke." Moments later, Li 15 and the other 500 cultivators sat dazed on the ground, expressions of bewilderment etched on their faces. However, as they recalled their previous actions, their pupils widened in horror, fear flooding their entire beings. "By Star Official, you have returned?" Li 15 was taken aback, gazing at the familiar figure before him, a mix of surprise and confusion crossing his features. Bai Shi nodded, scrutinizing him for a moment before shifting his gaze and saying, "While others may have a justifiable excuse for their actions, what about you? This situation you find yourselves in is quite absurd." A middle-aged man bowed, his face etched with bitterness. "Star Official, we were unaware of what transpired. We simply lost control after reading a love letter." Bai Shi nodded. "Show me the letter." "Oh, certainly," Li 15 replied, busily rummaging through his belongings. Moments later, Bai Shi's gaze fixed intently on the letter. "Ah, what a remarkable wife-devouring love letter this is. The woman who crafted this spell possesses a truly malicious mind." "Sir, what exactly is happening?" one cultivator inquired, confusion marring his features. Bai Shi explained, "It appears that a woman, enamored with a man who sought another partner, sent this letter, upon which she cast a spell. I do not know the name of this enchantment, but you have already experienced its effects, so I need not elaborate." Sighing, Bai Shi continued, "This letter has existed for countless years, yet its power remains formidable even today. Even I find it no easy task to unravel its effects for you. As for the male protagonist mentioned in the letter, his fate is all too predictable. It cannot simply be described as tragic. By she surveyed the crowd. Where did it come from? Replying to the esteemed official, it was Lee 15 who fished it out from the falling treasure river. In response to the esteemed lord, it was not solely he, but also the young practitioner of divination beside him, who employed his art to extinguish the flames of fortune above his head, resulting in such a predicament. I implore you, my lord, to mete out severe punishment. A male cultivator, filled with indignation and sorrow, lamented that he nearly committed the unforgivable act of sacrificing his wife as one would a beast, consuming her flesh and eternally regretting it. These two scoundrels are utterly beyond forgiveness. At that moment, a young woman adorned in a floral white dress emerged from behind the crowd of cultivators, peeking forth with her head. One hand wielded a magical brush, while the other held a blank sheet of paper. Within the borders of Tang City, by the banks of the falling treasure river, hundreds of male practitioners, driven by lust and devoid of compassion, contemplated the disgraceful act of abandoning their wives for new affections. In such a critical juncture, our revered 15-path sovereign made his appearance, disregarding personal honor and shame, plunging into the depths of the falling treasure river with his flesh and blood, in search of an ancient love letter. The words within were imbued with profound emotion and heartfelt affection, ultimately swaying the hearts of the hundreds of lustful practitioners, leading them to reconcile with their wives, rekindling their love as if it had never waned. When all was said and done, our 15-path sovereign wore a serene smile, untouched by the dust of the world. Chapter 49, Truth and Deception Beneath the Darkened Heavens. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Hundreds of cultivators? Ancient love letters? Was Lee 15 truly the elder of the moonlight, destined to salvage our fates? The 500 esteemed practitioners bowed their heads in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. However, Lee 15, wielding a formidable long knife, exuded a piercing gaze. With one knee slightly bent and a surge of primal strength coursing through him, he charged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Enchantress, I'm a stranger to you. Why do you persist in defaming my name with your reckless scribbles? He exclaimed. If Qian Yuanzi possesses any spirit in the underworld, upon seeing that page in your hand, he would surely laugh at my expense. Witnessing this scene, the crowd grew increasingly bewildered. Although the young woman was scribbling indiscriminately, she portrayed this despised wretch in a manner akin to a celestial being, a rare and exalted figure. Each word was a commendation, every sentence a tribute. Ah, how could you possibly be displeased? Yet, the girl in the floral white dress merely squinted with mirth, raising the white paper in her hand. With an elegant flourish of her pen, she traced 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines in the air, effortlessly conjuring a portal that shimmered with a soft golden light. Lightly, she leaped into it, vanishing without a trace. Lee 15, with your limited prowess, do you truly wish to engage her? Bai Si Vima Gan Li. Star. Lord of Stars, who is she? Lee 15 stood frozen, realizing that in the face of her effortless display of skill, rushing towards her would render him a mere laughingstock. My lord, I am aware. Why I wish to inquire is the extent of her cultivation level, he responded. Bai Shi cast a fleeting glance at the spot where the woman had just stood and replied. If we regard the entirety of the source of penmanship belonging to the great divination as a whole, she monopolizes a staggering 80% of it. As for how much she has currently integrated, I cannot ascertain. Are you certain you wish to contend with her? Upon hearing this, Lee 15 lowered his head, enveloped in silence. The practitioners of the divination sect were also taken aback, their thoughts swirling in confusion. At that moment, the 500 esteemed cultivators, some of whom had nearly been consumed, bowed towards Bai Shi, their voices filled with sorrow. Please, Lord of Stars, impose severe punishment upon the two, and restore justice for us. This absurdity tonight has truly ignited the wrath of the masses. They could scarcely fathom the chaos that might have ensued had Bai Shi not been present or had he arrived even a moment later. The gathering of 500 cultivators threatening to slay their wives and feast upon their flesh would surely cause the historians recording the annals of the great divination to tremble in fear. hesitant to put quill to parchment. She nodded, his gaze fixed upon the two individuals. Li 15, I vaguely recall your penchant for soiled robes. Thus, you two shall enter Tang City and serve as mundane refuse collectors for 3 months. Upon hearing this, the practitioner of divination shot up, his eyes filled with resistance. My lord, I am of the divination sect. Silence. If you are dissatisfied, summon those old geezers from your sect. Let them speak before me if they possess any capability. Bai Shi's voice echoed, and with a sweep of his ceremonial sleeves, he vanished into the darkness. Falsehood, falsehood. Truth, truth. Suddenly, 2 voices emanated from Li Shiwu, still carrying his tone, albeit faint, wrapped in the howling night wind, rendering them nearly imperceptible. Naturally, it was the crow's beak speaking. False or true? Li Shiwu furrowed his brows, gazing up at the crow's beak perched upon the beam of the immortal cultivation temple. A sense of bewilderment dawning in his eyes. What did this statement signify? Was it referring to Bai Shi? Gradually, the night wind in the wilderness grew increasingly unrestrained, causing the robes of the cultivators to flutter and rustle. The river of falling treasures, cascading from the starry sky, also began to dim, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never appeared at all. Dear friends, let us depart. Encountering these 2 rascals has utterly dampened our spirits for the night. Do not blame me. The celestial officials have spoken. Would you dare to harm them? The throngs dispersed, the clamor of the wilderness fading into an eerie silence. Alas, what a spectacle! Li Shiwu sighed, his gaze fixed on the crow's beak, his expression filled with melancholy. Turning around, he noticed 2 9th-level Qi refining cultivators carrying a jade bed, passing right before him. Upon it lay 2 elderly men, nestled in a peculiar embrace, still as eccentric and attention-grabbing as ever. Ugh! This world truly is a source of relentless vexation, utterly maddening. The following day, within Tang City, the air was filled with fine raindrops, yet the atmosphere remained vibrant, with throngs of pedestrians bustling about, cries of vendors echoing incessantly. Li Shiwu and Ting Zhu each pushed their dung carts, strolling along the main street, one clad in dark robes and the other in white, both drawing considerable attention. Little Taoist, do you know of any suitable matches? My family possesses several acres of fertile land. Taoist, don't walk away. Here, as a handkerchief for you. A lovely maiden trailed behind, her eyes brimming with affection. As for Li Shiwu, he did not turn back, his mind devoid of any distractions. Dear maiden, do not dwell, do not ponder, do not cling. It is impossible. I, too, am a man with a sense of boundaries. Li Shiwu paused, scratching his head as he gazed at the sky. Why did I use the word too? Shaking his head, he resumed pushing the dung cart, whistling cheerfully as he strode away, leaving the girl with her hands on her hips, glaring at him in frustration. Brother, you possess great strength. A little girl of 2 or 3 years sat beneath an eave, clad in a short garment, clapping her hands and calling out cheerfully, her soft, adorable voice evoking affection in the heart. Li Shiwu merely cast her a playful grimace. Do not think that compliments will earn you sweets. I am a bandit, a rogue raised by lunatics, always taking in but never giving out, do you understand? With that, he continued on his way, only to inadvertently let slip a few copper coins from the corner of his robe, which rolled across the stone pavement, eventually stopping at the girl's feet. Behind him, Ting Zhu found himself encircled by numerous young women, his previous domineering demeanor entirely absent, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. I have a divination for you, all young master. You have a divination, a perfect match for this humble girl. Ting Zhu took a deep breath. I have a divination. You all young master, you have a divination. And for me, 3 children in 2 years. Ting Zhu, overwhelmed, finally tossed the dung cart aside. I am exhausted. Who will help me? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the women eagerly competed with one another. At midday, beneath a section of the city wall, Li 15 shook his head, teasingly remarking, still a fortune teller, is it? Such entanglements with women's fates are ill-advised. A fleeting chill flickered in Ting Zhu's gaze as he replied, no matter. Since they are willing to shoulder my burdens, let them be. Regardless, I shall erase their memories of me afterward. Li 15 responded, Ahem, might you enlighten me? He chuckled. Oh, I must decline. Ting Zhu took a deep breath, lifting his eyes to the vast expanse before him. Li 15. The crow's beak I caught last night, is it now upon you? At this, Li 15 was instantly enveloped in a chilling aura of menace. It seems you are aware. Ting Zhu, what will you do? Chapter 50. Huang Shiwu at this moment. Both individuals wore grim expressions, radiating an air of palpable tension. The ravenous beak of the crow seemed capable of uttering curses. Surrender it. As the sword appeared in Ting Zhu's hand, its blade pointed ominously. Do you think I desire it? Li 15 glanced toward a certain location within the city. If you possess the skill, accompany me to the star official's residence, and let Bai Shi adjudicate. Ting Zhu gazed intently for a long while before retracting his sword. He then remarked, a crow bears no intrinsic distinction between good and evil. Yet in the hearts of men, they are categorized into virtue and vice, darkness and light, ominous and auspicious. Li 15, Trad Karafuli. Li 15 remained silent, casually extracting a bamboo chair and taking a seat. I ask you, what exactly was the great cultivation you spoke of last night? Mostly golden elixirs. Is there nothing higher? Ting Zhu shook his head. You, too, cultivate malevolent energy. Thus, you understand it is not a commendable path, but one taken out of necessity. The deeper one cultivates, the more severely their character becomes eroded. More critically, it brings about irreversible changes to the practitioner's body. Hence, those who can still roam about are primarily of the golden elixir level and below. Li 15 nodded in comprehension. I see. It seems your cultivation level is not particularly high. Upon hearing this, Ting Zhu fell into an unusual silence, and after a considerable pause, he responded, you do not comprehend. I am unlike you. If circumstances allowed, I could elevate my cultivation to a height beyond your wildest imaginings in a remarkably brief period. For the future of the divination sect hinges upon me. Ting Zhu raised his eyes to the cascading rain. Li 15, do you know? In this world, apart from ascending to immortality, there exists another path of cultivation. This path is as perilous as traversing the edge of a precipice, dazzling yet as unpredictable as a sky full of blossoms, both beautiful and unfathomable. Ting Zhu sighed, captivating, truly captivating. Li 15 was momentarily taken aback. Is it the fire cult? Ting Zhu nodded. Indeed. Do not inquire further. I am not much older than you, and my knowledge is limited. You merely need to understand that the current great hexagrams are steeped in enigma, and individuals like you and I are but fish swimming within, each striving to navigate our own paths. Time swiftly passed. Another month elapsed. The two young dung collectors worked diligently, contributing significantly to the vibrancy of Tang City. At the star official's residence, Bai Shi sat quietly in the main hall, her gaze serene. Below, numerous mountain officials gathered. Ting Zhu, a malevolent spirit has manifested in a certain location. The mountain official there has already perished. Henceforth, you shall assume his position. Star official, are you jesting to deceive me? Ting Zhu retorted, somewhat indignant. You are aware of my origins from the divination sect. Bai Shi, visibili ano, intezet, silence. At this moment, Li 15 stood among the mountain officials, furtively observing Bai Shi, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Ahem, star official. The cultivation method you bestowed upon me. I am but a mortal yet to ascend, having just begun refining qi. I shall meet my demise in the heavens. Bai Shi cast a sidelong glance. Li Shiwu, when have I ever given you this? Li Shiwu forced a smile. Hey, gast ayist, mirli ayist. Furthermore, regarding the Yao Emperor and Yao after. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Bai Shi's eyes. He uttered a single word, stop, and the gathered crowd in the hall fell into a trance, as if their senses had been utterly severed. Yet Li Shiwu remained unaffected. What do you wish to test me on, Li Shiwu? Bai Shi's tone was stern, imposing like a mountain, but in the next moment his gaze softened. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. As of now, you lack the qualification to involve yourself, and remember, I am still Bai Shi. As for Li Shiwu, he bore the burden of unspoken grievances. He merely sought to inquire about the cultivation techniques. The name was merely an embellishment, a playful exaggeration. The mention of Yao Emperor and Yao after was simply a phrase borrowed from the crow's beak, articulated in his tone. Ah, esteemed star official. I truly have no intention of testing. Li Shiwu sighed, lowering his head in resignation. If the other party truly had issues, his blatant probing would only lead to foolishness, drawing unnecessary attention, and Qian Yuanzi would likely find it highly amusing. Moments later, the 81 star officials gathered before the star official's residence. Ting Zhu's expression darkened as he produced a palm-sized wooden boat, raising it with one hand until it expanded to 20 zhang, cleverly designed in 2 tiers. Come aboard. Let us swiftly deal with the malevolent spirits, so I may return to the divination sect and avoid lingering among you. In an instant, the crowd exchanged glances. Though somewhat disgruntled, they chose to board the vessel and set sail. High above the clouds, Li Shiwu gazed at the mountains and rivers flowing beneath him, momentarily lost in reverie. Yet, from his perspective, the earth bore a hue, a blackness tainted by the soil beneath his feet. What exactly are you, Immortal View? Li Shiwu murmured, noticing Ting Zhu approaching and casually inquiring, Hey, do you know the name of that woman associated with the Pen-S aura? I can't shake the feeling that she harbors ill intentions. It's quite unsettling. Ting Zhu, maintaining his focus, replied, Li Shiwu, you may be overestimating yourself. Do you understand what it means for her to embody 80% of the source of the Pen-S aura? What level of cultivation does that imply? Ting Zhu pondered briefly. Well, I can't quite say, but it seems her name is Huang Shiyu. Huang Shiyu, Li Shiwu echoed, murmuring incessantly, Elder Miss, I implore you, keep that pen far from me. Approximately 3 hours later, amidst the desolate mountains and wilderness, an ancient theater loomed before them, resembling a small mountain, structured in 9 layers, resembling a 9-tiered pagoda at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, the building was devoid of any figures. Strangely, haunting and sorrowful melodies resonated from within, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened, making them feel as if they were sitting on needles. In that moment, the gathered mountain officials held their breath, enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, in another space, the Yao, Li Shiwu, and others awaited their meeting. In the eternal embrace of golden splendor, majestic and solemn, one cannot help but feel that even heaven pales in comparison. At this moment, the emperor and empress of the Yao still exude their resplendent forms, seated atop the celestial staircase, gazing down upon the myriad beings below. The 2 national sages of the 10 manifestation sect and the Hu-Inar insect stand quietly by. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes. Esteemed sages, is there truly nothing you are willing to undertake? The sage of the Hu-Inar insect replies, Your Majesty. It is not a matter of unwillingness on our part, but rather a lack of capability. The emperor nods. In that case, esteemed sages, observe the multitude of sects within the great Yao. Is there anyone among them who possesses the qualifications to become the 3rd national religion? Chapter 51. Supreme persuasion. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, while a fierce wind swept across the ground. 2 towering vessels hovered mid-air, approximately 100 yards from the ancient theater. Li Shiwu leaned against the ship's railing, his robe billowing in the wind, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Amidst the desolate mountains and wilderness, there stood an ancient theater, 9 stories high, devoid of visible occupants, yet faintly echoing with mournful wails. Li Shiwu inhaled deeply. Strange, indeed strange. This malevolent spirit bears some significance. Beside him, the figure clad in divinatory robes, Ting Zhu, with a fierce expression, commanded, You mountain officials, stand back. It is merely a malevolent spirit. Li Shiwu, follow me inside. Why? Li Shiwu retorted. Ting Zhu glanced back and added, Though your cultivation is a level lower, your tenacious spirit is unlikely to succumb easily. Li Shiwu's expression darkened, his lips moving silently in frustration. Fine, very well. With a quick turn of his eyes, he nodded in agreement. Ting Zhu returned the gesture, and a gust of refreshing wind enveloped them, propelling them toward the grand redwood door of the theater. As they approached, Li Shiwu suddenly conjured a red thread of causality, imbued with supernatural power, capable of anchoring to the fate line above a living being's head. Farewell, he murmured, his eyebrows twitching as a smile crept across his face, and he activated the red thread. In an instant, it expanded to 200 meters, one end anchoring to the fate line of the mountain officials aboard, while he grasped the other firmly in his hand. Seeing this, Ting Zhu's eyes widened. Li Shiwu. At that moment, the redwood door of the theater burst open. An invisible force surged forth, and Ting Zhu's figure was almost instantaneously engulfed, disappearing from view. As for Li Shiwu, he clung tightly to the red thread, letting out a long sigh of relief. His body then lifted off the ground, returning to the safety of the vessel. "Well done," Li Shiwu remarked a female mountain official, her lips twitching, her expression unchanging. "Defamation, pure defamation." Li Shiwu Raturka. Lifting his chin, hands clasped behind his back, stepping forward. The other mountain officials, however, collectively took a step back. Seeing this, Li Shiwu felt compelled to clarify. "Who is Ting Zhu? From my interactions over the past few days, one might exaggerate and say he resembles the Prince of Divination. He beckons me to accompany him inside. Surely, he intends to use me as a cushion to pave the way." Upon finishing, he turned aside, introspecting within his spiritual core, realizing that the essence of canine origin had nearly merged by 1/10. Could it be that this phenomenon is influencing me? Indeed, he was utterly convinced. With this thought, Li Shiwu nodded solemnly, his eyes brimming with righteous conviction. "Esteemed officials, I am of virtuous nature, as the sun and moon can attest." Just then, numerous figures of cultivators appeared, either riding various beasts or commanding exquisite treasure ships, encircling their two-tiered vessel in the blink of an eye. There were nearly 1,000 of them, many exuding an imposing aura, their entire beings seemingly ablaze with fierce flames, rendering them difficult to confront directly. These are the so-called great cultivators, the Golden Core practitioners. Long, elder, as the mountain official stood in a daze, he noticed among the newcomers an elder from his own celestial sect, and promptly bowed in respect. "Master, you have arrived," he said. Fong Tang similarly paid his respects. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a tiger-patterned dark robe and possessing the cultivation of a golden core stepped forward, casting a sweeping gaze over Li 15 and the others. In a tone devoid of warmth, he commanded, "You mountain officials, swiftly enter the theater and investigate the truth within." Upon hearing this, Li 15 clasped his hands and replied, "Esteemed elder, this theater is shrouded in mystery. We know not the true nature of the lurking evil within. To rush in blindly would be tantamount to courting death." The middle-aged man regarded him with cold eyes, fell silent for a few breaths, and then spoke. "You self-styled mountain officials are merely scouts dispatched by various celestial sects, tasked with perpetually monitoring the lurking demons. Moreover, when faced with formidable foes, you are expected to act as sacrificial pawns and pave the way. Throughout the 36 states of Daya, this has always been a matter of silent duty." Behind him, Fong Tang tugged at Li 15's sleeve and whispered with a sigh, "Brother Li, it is as I mentioned before, we mountain officials are merely marginalized players, often sidelined by the sects, with a high probability of demise. The only advantage is the chance to attend the court assembly." In the air, the middle-aged man continued, "Your name is Li 15. Whether it pertains to gambling with demons or matters of romantic betrayal, your name resonates with us. Yet you are still young and unaware of the world's depths. Do you comprehend the current afflictions besieging the land? The populous clusters together. Take Tang City, for instance, with its millions. Do you grasp how much rice and meat they consume daily, or the expenses they incur? You cannot fathom it." With a long sigh, he added, "In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, we no longer dwell in the mountains, but instead hide among the mortals. Every aspect of the common people's lives, aside from their own farming, bears the shadow of us cultivators from various sects. We toil to sustain them. In essence, the Emperor of Daya and the celestial officials of the sun, moon, and stars are exalted deities, revered yet detached from worldly affairs. We, the inconspicuous sects, serve as the very foundation of Daya, the true pillars upon which the survival of humanity rests." The middle-aged man gazed skyward, seemingly lost in thought. "Young friend 15, you do not manage affairs. You are unaware that even a single grain of rice must undergo the cycle of seasons, and this grain can crush us cultivators, even topple the entirety of Daya. In a world of millions, every individual faces their own struggles, often hidden from the sight of others. As the mountain wind whispered through the trees, carrying his words, Leaf 15 and the others bowed their heads in contemplation. It was at this moment that a white-bearded elder poked the middle-aged man in the back and remarked softly, Ahem, you've recited that speech to the previous mountain officials acting as sacrificial pawns countless times before. Haven to you? Perhaps temper your emotions a bit. It comes off as somewhat insincere. The middle-aged man was taken aback and quickly nodded. Indeed, I shall be mindful next time. The mountain officials exchanged glances, speechless. On the boat, Leaf 15's eyelids fluttered incessantly. Goodness, this fellow is truly talented. It's a shame he isn't recruiting for a cult. His ability to brainwash is simply remarkable. On the other side, a middle-aged man cleared his throat. Dear friends, he began, though my tone may have been somewhat excessive, every word I spoke was indeed truthful. Each of us bears our own burdens and responsibilities. Therefore, let us proceed into the theater. At that moment, the gathered officials exchanged glances, and regardless of their willingness or the influence of so-called righteousness, they slowly made their way forward. Inside the theater, the figure known as Ting Zhu produced an altar, vermilion powder, and yellow paper, stepping into a 7-star formation to commence his ritual. As the yellow paper ignited spontaneously, he chanted, The yellow paper burns, the vermilion smolders, restless souls and wandering spirits hasten to arrive. Outside, a sudden sneeze escaped from Shiwu, who felt a chill enveloping him, prompting him to tighten his robe. Unbeknownst to him, the fire above his head had been extinguished by an unseen force. Abruptly, beneath a powerful golden elixir cultivator, a peculiar beast resembling a blue ox with 2 horns and 6 hooves became agitated, seemingly provoked by some unseen stimulus. In a chaotic burst of energy, it reared up, striking Shiwu sharply in the waist. By your mother, he exclaimed, his expression exaggerated as he was uncontrollably propelled towards the theater's grand entrance, having been struck by the beast. Chapter 52. The Flower Dan in the midst of the air. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The gathering of cultivators gazed at the figure, who, clutching their waist, descended into the theater and vanished from sight. Their expressions nothing short of extraordinary. A certain golden core cultivator called back his ox, a perplexed expression gracing his face. This ox of mine, though it has exhibited madness in the past, has behaved well in recent years. Should we deem Leaf 15 fortunate or unfortunate? Nearby, a middle-aged man, skilled in rhetoric, composed his demeanor and remarked, is still young friendly. Though his cultivation is merely at the chi refinement stage, his courage and resolve are commendable, worthy of both admiration and lamentation. Esteemed mountain officials, it is now your turn. Please proceed. Upon the ship, the remaining 79 mountain officials displayed solemn expressions and collectively bowed. We shall not disgrace our mission. They then turned their gaze towards the deep crimson wooden door, as if stained by blood, and without hesitation began to leap from the ship's bow. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed. In a tone devoid of warmth, he remarked, Last time, when that gambling demon appeared, did you 200 cultivators charge and without discerning the circumstances? At this, a young man promptly stepped forward, respectfully responding, Senior, it is not that we were careless. Rather, on that occasion, an impostor from the 10 Aspects sect infiltrated our ranks without our knowledge, leading us into a trap before we could react. The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, a true traitor to the group. You nearly faced total annihilation. He sighed deeply, alas. Though the 10 Aspects sect holds the esteemed position of state religion, who truly understands their intentions? At this moment, a cultivator, filled with indignation, murmured, Elder, the gambling demon has weaknesses. It is quite easy to slay. The middle-aged man cast a sharp glance, his tone harsh. Silence. Such talk is mere idle speculation. You will surely meet your demise with such folly. Should I inscribe the word caution upon your forehead with a blade? Meanwhile, within the theater, Leaf 15, supporting his waist, contorted his features in pain, feeling as if his bones might shatter. The ox appeared to be a transformed creature from the cultivator-s sect, boasting considerable prowess. For him to endure such an encounter and still stand upright, one must commend the quality of the flesh cultivated by the immortal view sect. So, this is the inside of the theater? Li 15 steadied his breath, centering his mind as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Before his eyes lay a wooden structure, exquisitely crafted in a deep gray hue. Above, a series of octagonal glass lanterns hung in perfect alignment, creating a harmonious display. At the forefront, a square stage lay shrouded in shadows, obscuring the details from view. Facing the stage were nearly 100 wooden chairs and several tables, all arranged in a manner indistinguishable from a mundane theater. Yet, everything here, from the furniture to the decor, exhibited an exceptional level of craftsmanship, adorned with intricate carvings that balanced antiquity with complexity. As Li 15 stepped cautiously, he noticed the pine floorboards were polished with age, a testament to the countless souls who had traversed this place over the years. How strange. These demon-infested locales always possess an unsettling aura. Li Shiwu murmured, his expression darkening. Not far away, Ting Zhu was tidying up his offering table, where vermilion powder and a long sword had just been gathered. So it was you who cast a curse upon me, leading to my collision with the bull. Nonsense. Where is your evidence? What about this pile of black ash on the ground? With a swift kick, Ting Zhu scattered the paper ash, his face remaining impassive. Are you trying to deceive the spirits with your divination? Indeed, what do you intend to do? At that moment, several mountain officials burst in, transforming the previously desolate theater into a bustling scene. What a strong scent of blood. One of the mountain officials sniffed, instantly on high alert. Look there, a female official exclaimed, her voice quivering as she pointed toward the 8 square wooden tables before them. I see it. Li Shiwu nodded slowly, his expression grave. Even in the dim light of the theater, he had noticed the items on the tables upon entering. Each table was adorned with several white porcelain dishes, containing grotesque shapes resembling dried fruits, made from blood-soaked ingredients that were nauseating to behold. I recall the star officer mentioning that before us, a mountain official had entered. Yes, I now occupy his position, Ting Zhu replied casually. Their brief exchange implied unspoken significance. Suddenly, it felt as though a gust of wind swept through, causing the glass lanterns overhead to sway and ignite, casting a dim, yellow light upon everyone present. Then, the sound of gongs echoed, and voices erupted. As the drumbeats grew more intense and the clamor escalated, Li Shiwu frowned, wondering where these sounds were emanating from, for he saw no one. At that moment, a piercing operatic voice broke forth, tightening their jaws involuntarily. Aya, 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 the performer on stage, severing souls, gambles with fate, sacrificing at the heavenly gate. How tragic! How tragic! The crowd looked up towards the stage, where a figure resembling a flowered actor appeared, her eyes adorned with elongated lashes, cheeks flushed with rouge. Wearing a crown of auspicious design and a bright red opera robe, she held an elegant hand gesture, her head tilted slightly, and a wide, exaggerated smile plastered on her face, fixed in place, gazing ominously at them. In that instant, every mountain official felt a chill run down their spines. The acrid scent of blood and the eerie presence of the performer conjured an indescribable sense of dread. As time trickled by in such a bizarre atmosphere, no one dared to move, while the flowered actor remained motionless, creating a stalemate between them. It wasn't until half a joss stick had burned that a few scattered applause broke the silence. Well done. Splendid performance. Li Shiwu cleared his throat and gazed at the officials beside him, exclaiming, how is it that the flower girl sings so beautifully? Let us show her some respect. Why do you stand there in bewilderment? Li, Brother Li. Fong Tang lowered her head, her tone filled with trepidation, as if signaling something. What is it? Li Shiwu turned his head, his pupils instantly dilating. He was astonished to find that the flower girl had, unbeknownst to him, approached and was now standing face to face with him, separated by merely a sheet of paper. Young master, do you find me beautiful? The flower girl inquired, her voice still resonating with that peculiar theatrical tone. Chapter 53. The performance, ah! Li Shiwu exclaimed, his body instinctively retreating while his chest heaved violently. Before him stood the beautiful flower performer, exquisite in her allure. Yet beneath that beauty lay an inscrutable terror that sent chills down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It was at this moment that the mountain officials finally regained their composure. In an instant, they unleashed a myriad of spells and concealed life-saving techniques without reservation. Even Ting Zhu held a bagua plate, reciting incantations, veins bulging on his forehead as if he were conjuring some esoteric divination. Li Shiwu, too, clutched the causative red string, subtly urging it forth to discern the fate line hovering above the head of the flower performer. However, in the next heartbeat, all the mountain officials collectively gasped in astonishment, for their formidable techniques seemed utterly ineffective, unable to approach the flower performer even slightly. Not even the furniture within the theater could be harmed in the slightest. Ting Zhu halted his actions, his gaze fixed, murmuring to himself, "Today's demon spirits appear even more formidable than before, increasingly elusive and enigmatic. Why is that?" Just then, the flower performer in her crimson attire once again approached Li Shiwu, delicately pinching the causative red string within her palm. After casting a glance, she gently pressed a finger to her lips, retreating in dainty steps, performing her signature flower dance. Her eyes sparkled with emotion, glimmers of longing evident. Meanwhile, her voice remained enveloped in theatricality. "My lord, do you wish to bind our fates with this red string? I am but a humble performer in this establishment. It is often said that performers are heartless. Yet who can say that the heartless are devoid of emotion? My lord, I am overwhelmed with gratitude." She turned her head away, as if stifling tears, her last utterance of a trailing off, seemingly destined to continue singing indefinitely. To the audience, her voice was a disquieting melody that sent shivers down their spines, causing their eardrums to ache. "Li Shiwu, please make her stop singing. My head is pounding," Ting Zhu urged, unable to contain himself. "Me?" Li Shiwu was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. "What can I do? This performer is utterly nonsensical. If you're so capable, you take over." At that moment, a fellow mountain official nudged Li Shiwu's arm. "Li, Brother Li, it seems the flower performer wishes for you to join her in the performance. Why not give it a try?" Li Shiwu. His expression was a mixture of bewilderment and incredulity. What is this? Am I to perform alongside this flower performer?" The mountain officials nodded in unison. Indeed, faced with their collective gaze, even though he felt utterly awkward, Li Shiwu realized he had no choice but to proceed. "Very well, I shall give it a try." He took a deep breath and straightened his posture. In an instant, he transformed into a refined young scholar before their eyes, his movements precise and practiced, as if he had rehearsed for ages. The mountain officials were left in stunned silence. "Li Shiwu, have you performed before?" "Brother Li, why would you learn such a thing?" Li Shiwu sighed in resignation. "Do you think I desire this? I once had a master who was fond of listening to operas. Thus, I often accompanied Hua Erling to perform the segment Tang Xing's play Under the Moonlight for the Queen Mother. I portrayed the young scholar, Tang Changlao, while he took on the role of the flower girl. If you dare not sing properly, my master would not hesitate to cleave you with an axe and send you off to meet the king of hell." With a tone of exasperation, Li Shiwu continued, "Why don't you give it a try?" "Never mind. I shall refrain from saying more." The others were somewhat bewildered. They could not comprehend a single word, yet it seemed rather intriguing. At that moment, Li Shiwu commenced his performance anew. He adjusted his robe, then waved his sleeves gracefully, stepping towards the flower girl with the poise of a young scholar. He sang, "My lady, might you return the red string to me?" The flower girl turned around and seamlessly continued, "Young sir, this is the token binding our fates. How cruel your heart to wish to reclaim it." Li Shiwu maintained his elegant steps, nay, "My lady, allow me to explain. Born in the countryside, raised amidst the yellow earth, I grew up without father or mother, without siblings. Fortuitously, a down-and-out old scholar took notice of me, allowing me to learn some characters and acquire a modicum of knowledge. I have come to the capital to seek fame, yet my poverty prevents me from affording the journey. Thus, I must pawn this red string to obtain fun for my travels. My lady, you have misunderstood me. Turning his head away, Li Shiwu delivered his lines with impeccable artistry, appearing to be fully immersed in the performance. Meanwhile, the flower girl feigned tears, her voice growing increasingly melodious. Young sir, it is I who have erred, hindering your pursuit of success. Take this red string. Seeing her gesture, Li Shiwu hurriedly accepted it, singing, My lady, do you earn your living performing in this theater? Young sir, what troubles you? She replied, I was merely thinking, since you reside here, you must possess some silver. Might you lend a little to me? Li Shiwu made a gesture of reverence. I shall never forget your kindness, my lady. The officials were left speechless. The flower girl nodded and indeed produced a red cloth from her person, revealing a gleaming gold bracelet. Young sir, do not misunderstand the lady. She sang. Li Shiwu swiftly accepted it, continuing, My lady, as I prepare for the examination, I must present myself to the examiner and interact with my fellow scholars. All these expenses may prove insufficient. It is not that I am greedy, merely a reflection of society's nature, to which I am powerless. His gaze sharpened, he sang, My lady, should you be devoid of silver, if you possess any precious treasures, I would not disdain them. At this, the officials collectively held their heads in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. Hearing the words, one could see the corners of their mouths twitching in silent disapproval. Shameless. Yet, to their astonishment, an unexpected event unfolded. The flower girl, embodying the spirit of the demon, genuinely retrieved a small knife-like object from her bosom, seemingly intending to hand it to Li Shiwu. I would not dare to disdain it. He sang beautifully, with deep emotion, deserving of applause. No, it cannot be. Some officials gasped in disbelief. Li Shiwu, is this even possible? Listening to the candle, he was momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next instant, the demon flower maiden swiftly tucked the cursed treasure into her bosom, her figure vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she stood triumphantly upon the stage before them. In that moment, her gaze was devoid of compassion, almost cruel. Fixing her unwavering stare upon Li Shiwu, she taunted, You little rascal, having deceived me of my enchanted bracelet, do you still wish to swindle the cursed treasure? With a delicate wave of her theatrical sleeves, the numerous empty wooden chairs before her began to tremble incessantly. Soon, shadowy figures resembling humanoids emerged, taking their seats. The demoness chuckled, Just now I performed for you. Now, it is your turn to entertain them. Sing poorly, and it may very well cost you your life. Chapter 54. The grand performance. The sound of chirping echoed, accompanied by the gentle sway of the glass lantern above, its fragile resonance reminiscent of age and decay. Beneath the lantern, on 100 wooden chairs, shadowy figures enveloped in gray mist sat in eerie silence, exuding a nauseating scent that mingled the putrid stench of rotting flesh with the aroma of incense ash. The audience had gathered. It was time to take the stage. The performer, no longer affecting the theatrical cadence, spoke in an increasingly sinister tone. Yet, Li Shiwu trembled, startled by the unmistakable male voice. He pointed accusingly. Is this flower performer a male demon? In response, the flower performer merely gestured elegantly, saying, My lord, why concern yourself with distinguishing male from female? Besides, this is but a spirit. Li Shiwu nodded, unperturbed by the matter. After all, Flower Erling was also male and played the role of a flower performer. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a gold bracelet and tossed it onto the stage, declaring, The performance is complete. This belongs to you. He was indifferent to the material possession, having been urged by the mountain officials to partake in the performance. Uncertain of what he was to enact, he merely followed the adage. Historically, scholars are often heartless, while actors are hopeless romantics, and portrayed a heartless scholar. At that moment, Ting Zhu stepped forward, coldly asserting, You claimed we should ascend the stage. What authority do you possess to command us? Simultaneously, he communicated telepathically, Delay them. I shall employ divination to uncover the demon's vulnerabilities. However, as his words faded, the mountain officials gasped in horror, realizing their bodies had become utterly numb, resembling lifeless wooden figures, unable to move. Their Taoist robes began to transform, and invisible hands adorned them with makeup, painting their brows, applying rouge, and enhancing their features. In the blink of an eye, the 81 mountain officials morphed into figures clad in exquisite purple-gold crowns, adorned with peacock feathers, draped in fish-scale armor, and wielding floral spears, an ensemble befitting martial performers. What is the meaning of this, demon? Li Shiwu's eyes darted in confusion, feeling equally immobilized. The performer merely covered their mouth, laughing softly and ominously stated, "Gentlemen, behold the shadowy figures upon the wooden chairs. They are the theatrical gluttons, born for performance and perishing in the same pursuit. After death, they transform into gluttonous spirits. Your task is to take the stage and perform. However, should you fail to satisfy these theatrical gluttons, beware. The blood melon seeds, meaty peanuts, and heart-shaped longans upon the porcelain dish may very well signify your fate." Panic surged through the mountain officials, coursing through their limbs and bodies like a relentless tide. Even in their immobile state, beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Meanwhile, on stage, the performer extended a pale finger, tapping each mountain official on the head. "Ah, you shall do." Then they gazed beyond the theater, exclaiming, "Look, there's still so many spectators outside. In light of this, today we shall inaugurate the theater, setting the stage for an extravagant performance, freely offering them a grand show." In an instant, the crimson doors of the theater swung wide open. The square stage, accompanied by a multitude of gluttons for drama, emerged outside, glaringly exposed under the bright daylight. With the stage unveiled, the leading performer made their entrance, and the demon of drama sang out a clarion call. The drums resounded, and the audience erupted with fervor. The chosen mountain official, his body moving against his will, soared from the theater and landed upon the stage. In the outside world, amidst the air, "Elder, look, the malevolent spirit has emerged," a young cultivator exclaimed, unable to suppress a tremor. The seasoned orator nodded gravely, cautioning, "The malevolent spirit is treacherous. You must not act recklessly. Observe closely to discern the nature of its trickery." Meanwhile, the scene upon the stage was entirely different. The demon of drama, still adorned in the guise of flower girl, stood in one corner of the stage. The mountain official, transformed into a martial artist, stood befuddled upon the stage, his expression a portrait of confusion. Suddenly, dozens of robbers, masquerading as clowns, appeared on stage, brandishing long knives, their eyes glinting with menace as they prowled about. "How shall I perform?" stammered the mountain official, panic rendering his breath shallow. The demon of drama sang in a weeping tone, "I am but a princess of a fallen kingdom, tragically abducted by robbers. Fortunate to encounter a young general who comes to my rescue." At that moment, the mountain official comprehended the unfolding narrative. He was to enact a scene of the young general showcasing his prowess, valiantly rescuing the princess from the clutches of robbers. However, he still inquired, "What are these robbers, these clowns?" The demon of drama elucidated, "These robbers are merely the little spirits conjured by the theater, their cultivation akin to yours. Fear not, for you may slay them with abandon." After all, the performance must resonate with authenticity to satisfy the over 100 gluttons for drama in the audience. As the demon's mocking words lingered, the mountain official's gaze fell upon the audience, sending a chill racing down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, the gluttons had already opened their eyes. Their pupils, bulging like eggs, were laced with a network of crimson veins, fixated on him with a savage, brutal intensity, as if they longed to devour him whole. It was then that the mountain official suddenly realized his body had regained its freedom. Seeing this, the demon of drama chuckled, "Young master, do not flee. If you dare to run, your demise will be most gruesome." Resigned to his fate, the mountain official's expression hardened, and he summoned his internal power with fervor. With palms pressed together, he began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a tempest arose on stage, cloaking the mountain official within its swirling winds, rendering him elusive. Each time he reappeared, it was with the force of wind as sharp as a blade, targeting the throats of the robbers. After landing 3 successful strikes, the mountain official rejoiced. How easy it is to slay them. He realized that although the robbers were of similar cultivation, their bodies were unwieldy, akin to lifeless husks. making them no match for his wind-based techniques. In the distance, high above, a golden elixir cultivator stroked his beard in admiration, remarking, "This disciple has mastered his wind techniques commendably. What a pity it would be to waste him as a mere scout." Time flowed on, and after the span of a half-incense stick, the robbers, those clowns, lay vanquished. In the audience, a multitude of theater enthusiasts cracked open their blood-red melon seeds and savored roasted peanuts, utterly engrossed in the performance. On stage, the enchanting flower-faced actress sang, with a fractured gaze, "Brave young general, your efforts are commendable. I, a mere princess of a fallen kingdom, am not worth such sacrifice." The warrior, portrayed by the mountain official, mustered the courage to respond, "Princess, as long as you remain unharmed, what is the cost of my life?" Unbeknownst to him, the glances of the audience grew increasingly ferocious, indicating their dissatisfaction with the unfolding drama. After a brief interval, the performance concluded. The captivating actress turned to the audience with a chilling grin, remarking, "Alas, it appears they are not pleased. Young sir, you are in dire straits." Chapter 55. The 15th Appearance. Not satisfied? The mountain official, a martial artist, retreated step by step, his face betraying a look of horror. "Indeed, I am not satisfied." The theatrical spirit nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, over 100 grotesque figures, resembling ravenous demons, surged forth onto the stage, their mouths roaring with a primal hunger. "Vile creatures, do you dare to commit murder before us?" In the distance, a furious golden core cultivator raised a hand, casting a yellow talisman that ignited spontaneously without wind, conjuring a celestial phenomenon. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds swirled, and a bolt of silver lightning, broad as a yard, struck down upon the stage, connecting heaven and earth. Alas, it was all in vain. The theatrical spirit, eyes glinting with malice, sneered, "If you possess the courage, then come onto the stage and slay me. But I fear you may ascend, yet find it impossible to descend." Tension crackled in the air, the atmosphere thick with hostility. A golden core cultivator exhaled a cloud of foul air and spoke slowly. "The current malevolent spirits have become increasingly difficult to contend with. Let us observe the situation for now." Meanwhile, the scene upon the stage was grotesque. The mountain official lay in tatters, his body a disarray of dismemberment. The horde of grotesque figures feasted ravenously, blood and flesh staining their mouths. "Enough, you made a part now. It is time for the second act." The theatrical spirit shook its head and waved a hand, summoning another mountain official to the stage. The newcomer began to sing, "Brave general, I am a princess of a fallen kingdom." Within the theater, Lee 15 and his companions stood as if turned to wood, frozen in place. "It seems someone has perished." A female mountain official spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Though they could not see the stage, the stench of thick, cloying blood reached them clearly. How infuriating! Our consciousness is imprisoned within this confined space. We have no idea what play is unfolding on that stage. Someone could not contain their rage and shouted, "Listening candle, do you have any means?" Li 15 suddenly inquired. "Currently, I do not," Listening candle replied, shifting her gaze. Li 15, why not ascend the stage yourself? Your singing prowess may well appease those ravenous spirits. But be cautious, Li brother. One must not be careless. The stage is truly perilous, Fong Tang interjected. The voices of the group rose in a cacophony, their arguments growing ever more fervent. Seeing the commotion, Li 15 sighed. Even if he wished to ascend the stage, it would require the theatrical spirit selection. In the external world upon the stage, the mountain official who had taken the stage was robust, dressed in the attire of a martial artist, radiating a commanding presence. Learning from past experiences, he endeavored to entertain the ravenous spirits by vanquishing the bandit clowns with all his might, employing various sword techniques to deliver 81 strikes before finally slaying them. "Brave general, be cautious." The theatrical spirit sang from the edge of the stage, her eyes filled with concern. "Fear not, my lady. I shall protect you." The mountain official, amidst his battle against the bandits, glanced back with a charming smile, kneeling on one knee and gesturing with heartfelt sincerity. In the distance, A golden core cultivator furrowed his brow and asked, "Esteemed colleagues, do you discern any insights from this?" One individual shook his head, stating no. These malevolent spirits are exceedingly peculiar. Yet based on past experiences, they possess fatal weaknesses that render them ultimately manageable. However, I believe that for those upon the stage to survive, they must first perform their roles adeptly, satisfying the appetites of those ravenous spectators. My esteemed fellow practitioners, if you were to take the stage, how would you enact this drama? In an instant, the gathered practitioners fell into deep contemplation. A female practitioner ventured to speak. "I propose that perhaps the general should portray a deeper sense of emotion. It might just appease those discerning spectators." A young man interjected, "I contend that everyone is mistaken. If I were to take the stage, I would not expend myself fervently while slaying the bandits. Rather, I would emerge battered and bruised, subsequently fleeing with the princess. In essence, I would perform a tragic portrayal. I refuse to believe that it would fail to move those spectators." At that moment, the performance on stage was nearing its conclusion. Predictably, the spectators remained unsatisfied, surging onto the stage like a horde of ravenous demons. Down with it. It is time for the third act. The spirit of the theater sighed, and with a mere thought, the third mountain official was summoned to the stage. This official, upon understanding the script, indeed acted in accordance with the young man's suggestion, delivering a heart-wrenching performance. However, just as he reached the midpoint of his portrayal, the ravenous spectators rushed the stage, tearing him to shreds with a brutality surpassing that of the previous two acts. One could even faintly hear the sounds of chewing accompanied by low growls. "We as spectators have suffered so much. How dare you subject us to another tragedy? Perish!" Observing this grim spectacle, the spirit of the theater merely shook its head. "Oh, why must it be so? I have no desire to partake in this tragic performance." The fourth act commenced. The fourth mountain official, a woman, portrayed a warrior who vanquished the bandits but rejected the affections of the princess, walking away without a backward glance. Shortly thereafter, she too lost her head. The spectators, akin to true patrons of the theater, began to wreak havoc, demolishing the stage and assaulting the actors. However, their actions were far more severe and bloodthirsty. Witnessing such scenes, a foundational practitioner could no longer endure it. "Sirs, we practitioners are often preoccupied with our cultivation. Who among us spends their days contemplating the art of performance?" He gazed intently at the stage, his expression filled with compassion. "Though they are warriors, they are also part of us, part of the great human race. I cannot bear to witness their brutal slaughter. Their deaths are so senseless." This practitioner bowed respectfully. "Esteemed seniors, I shall swiftly return to Tang City, to the Pear Garden Theater, and seek out a few masters of this craft. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialists. Our idle musings here cannot compare to the expertise of those truly skilled in this art." Upon hearing this, a golden core elder nodded. "You possess a noble heart. Go forth. As you command." Within the theater, silence enveloped the crowd. They resembled fish imprisoned in a pond, unaware of when they might be selected for the butcher's knife. The sensation of being powerless over life and death was driving them to madness. "How many have perished?" someone suddenly inquired. "It seems this is the eighth one, is it not?" Fong Tang replied, his tone laced with bitterness, the specter of death evident upon his face. Li Shiwu remarked, "Listen, Zhu, are you not the prince of the divination sect? Moreover, the sect is known as the Formless One, the third national religion of the Great Yao. What if you were chosen?" Zhu, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, replied, "To be candid, even if that malevolent spirit selects me, and even if I cannot satisfy the whims of the theater gluttons, I believe it lacks the capability to bring about my demise. You see, I am fundamentally different from you." Li Shiwu rolled his eyes. This fellow was at it again. Previously, during their time in Tang City, pushing a dung cart, his catchphrases had always been twofold. First, "I possess a divination," and second, "You do not comprehend. I am unlike you." Just then, the sharp voice of the theatrical demon began to resonate in the ears of the onlookers. "You are Li Shiwu, are you not? For the ninth act, you shall sing with me." In an instant, Li Shiwu's figure soared forth, vanishing within the theater. Li. Brother Li has been chosen, Fong Tang stammered, his throat dry and voice strained. Well, I hope his demise is swift, Zhu remarked, his tone remaining unperturbed. This Li Shiwufen is truly exasperating. In the 56th act, the method of unraveling. Upon the stage, Li Shiwu flexed his wrists and stretched his limbs, feeling the stiffness from prolonged confinement. He gazed at the stage, where vivid crimson stains mingled with remnants of flesh and severed fingers, an utterly horrifying sight. Below, over 100 ravenous spectators, their mouths dripping with blood, stared at him with an insatiable hunger, as if they were poised to leap onto the stage and rend him to pieces. Huh, I thought you would choose me first. Li Shiwu's voice sliced through the air like a winter gale, devoid of warmth. My lord, I'm not one to bear a grudge. The actress, embodying the spirit of a tragic heroine, delicately gestured and performed a graceful bow. Meanwhile, from afar, a voice echoed, Look, it is the mountain official Li Shiwu. Alas, his cultivation was the weakest, and it seemed he was destined for doom. The onlookers shook their heads in sorrow, convinced there was no escape from his fate. One youth lamented, My friends, the specter is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Even after performing 8 plays, the spectators remained unsatisfied. This is a clear indication that regardless of how he performs, his demise is inevitable. The others remained silent, for they shared the same grim belief. On the stage, Li Shiwu nodded and touched the floral plume atop his cap, feeling quite splendid in his attire. I see. You portray a deposed princess, captured by bandits, while I am cast as a young general. These bandit clowns are but a step behind me in skill. The actress replied, Since you comprehend, it is time to commence our performance. Yet, Li Shiwu raised a hand to halt her. Hold on, will you truly cooperate with me throughout this? Indeed, she affirmed. After all, our aim is to captivate the audience below. As her words faded, the resounding clang of gongs and drums erupted, their rhythm intensifying. The bandit clowns encircled Li Shiwu, brandishing long blades. Young general, I am merely a deposed princess. Is my life worth this? The actress fell into her role, her voice imbued with sorrow, evoking sympathy. At that moment, Li Shiwu's eyes widened as he discarded his floral spear. In a matter of moments, he broke through the bandits' encirclement, stepping with martial grace to the side of the actress. Young general, there are too many bandits. You must flee, she continued, her tone laced with emotion. However, in the next instant, the actress was taken aback. Li Shiwu hoisted her effortlessly above his head and, without mercy, slammed her to the ground. He then seized her collar with a powerful grip. With resounding slaps echoing through the air, he chastised her. You bandits with such pitiful offerings. Dare to rob? No wonder you are fated to a life of piracy. You are nothing but rotten wood, unworthy of being sculpted. And this ill-fated woman is not worth your lives, nor is she worth my sacrifice as a general. Li Shiwu spat disdainfully and scolded vehemently. You incompetent fools are unworthy of existence in this world. A profound silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. On the stage, a band of bandits, their eyes visibly reddened with fury, brandished their knives and lunged fiercely at Li Shiwu. Below the stage, a multitude of spectators, captivated by the performance, audibly gasped and clapped their hands in excitement, marveling at the sheer brilliance of the unfolding drama. In the distant sky, a group of cultivators fell into a deep silence. One individual pointed at the stage, stuttering, How? How can this be? This is utterly absurd. Have you ever witnessed a general who, instead of rescuing a princess in distress, first mercilessly beats her and then audaciously mocks the bandits for their incompetence, drawing all the audience's ire? This is not the act of a man. It is beyond the bounds of decency. On the stage, Li Shiwu maintained a calm demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the theatrical spirit. You are to cooperate with my performance. The theatrical spirit's eyes flared with anger. Yet, seeing the excitement of the audience below, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Li Shiwu's gaze also drifted towards the spectators, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face. He then delivered a swift kick to the theatrical spirit's abdomen, followed by a swift draw of his knife, severing the head of one bandit. To kill without decapitating is akin to killing in vain. You worthless wretches, unable to even seize a woman, come forth and meet your demise. His figure moved like a specter across the stage, each strike of his blade resulting in another head rolling, accompanied by scornful taunts. Incompetent fools! This wretch is the best you can desire. Short-sighted and lacking ambition, you spineless creatures, I would disdain to soil my blade with your blood. As the absurdity of the performance unfolded, a cultivator in the distance could no longer contain himself. Your portrayal, though not without merit, is a disgrace to manhood. Shiwu turned around, casting a dispassionate glance. What does it matter? Once, my master and I encountered bandits who had abducted a woman to the mountains. Just as they were about to commit foul deeds, my master intervened. The woman, believing she was to be rescued, was about to express her gratitude. Yet, in an instant, her head was severed and sent flying into the air, blood splattering across my face. That old fool then boasted, ridiculing the bandits for their lack of discernment, claiming he alone could choose a woman, and ultimately, he slaughtered the entire bandit group. So, dear friends, I am quite familiar with this performance. Shiwu took a deep breath, steadying himself, seemingly wishing to cast aside the memories. His words left the cultivators in stunned silence. In just a few brief phrases, they vividly envisioned the true visage of a so-called villain. As for the performance on stage, it gradually approached its conclusion, culminating in Shiwu's final strike, which signified its end. Yet below, the eager spectators continued to bang their tables and clamored for an encore. Having long been accustomed to tales of generals rescuing princesses, they were now enthralled by the novelty of a general who began by mercilessly thrashing the princess and mocking the bandits. Such innovation warranted further indulgence. Indeed, the fallen brigands, once mere caricatures, reassembled themselves and rose once more. Upon witnessing this, Shiwu could not help but chuckle. Let us continue, my theatrical fiend. In an instant, he lunged forward, fists flying like the wind and kicks pouring down like rain, while simultaneously wielding his blade against the mock thieves. As time slipped by, the performance unfolded, one act after another, repeating itself countless times. Shiwu's eyes had turned crimson, and his strikes grew increasingly ferocious, as if he had wholly immersed himself in the role of the villain akin to Qian Yuanzi. Gradually, he began to perceive that he had become the very essence of the character on stage. In fact, he felt an ever-deepening connection to the stage beneath his feet. After an extended period, Shiwu suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red hue had vanished, replaced by a clarity akin to the bright, full moon of autumn. At this moment, he had seemingly acquired nearly half of the control over the stage beneath him. I understand now. The stage is dictated by the actors upon it. Thus, after numerous performances, I have gained the recognition of the audience, becoming one of the actors and obtaining half of the stage's control. Facing the theatrical fiend, Shiwu's smile grew more pronounced as he continued. As for you and the audience, you exist because of this stage, with you as the performer and the audience as the spectators. Therefore, you cannot refuse them. You must cooperate with me to enact this play time and again. At this moment, Shiwu grinned widely, joy illuminating his features. With a mere thought, the connection between the audience and the stage was severed. He turned toward the distance and shouted, "Esteemed predecessors, the stage is the cornerstone of this theater. The audience may be slain. I implore you to act swiftly." Meanwhile, atop the stage, the theatrical fiend merely held a mirror, delicately retouching the damaged makeup of the flower maiden. A sharp blade then materialized in her hand. In a melodious tone, she sang, "My dear sir, you have truly uncovered the method to unravel this theater. I am most impressed." Upon witnessing this, Shiwu's expression turned peculiar. "You, a flower maiden, wielding a blade?" The theatrical fiend nodded, her fingers forming a delicate pose as a playful smile danced within her pink-hued eyes. "My dear sir, I am indeed a monster of mischief, and a flower maiden as well. But who says a flower maiden cannot wield a knife?" Chapter 57. The onset of great war in the realm of existence. A tempest suddenly arose. Upon hearing Li 15's roar, a dozen or so formidable Golden Core cultivators stepped forth, their eyes swirling with wind and snow. their entire beings resonating with boundless power. Li Yan, an elder, gracefully flicked his fingers, causing the twilight clouds stretching for miles to ignite into a brilliant golden hue. A vermilion bird manifestation, akin to flowing lava, spread its wings, obscuring the heavens and the sun as it soared away. Star Rain, a middle-aged man, softly exhaled, coalescing droplets of water that shot forth, reminiscent of stars cascading from the firmament. Qishao, others wielded their swords, the sound of their blades singing in unison. In scarcely an instant, the theater and its surrounding stage were engulfed in their lethal assaults. Amidst the mountains and fields, it was as if a colossal stone had plummeted into a tranquil lake, the ripples of magical energy radiating outward, plowing the earth to depths of several feet, leaving no trace of fertile soil behind. As time elapsed, the swirling dust gradually settled under the gentle caress of the mountain breeze. The theater remained intact, the stage still standing. Yet, over 100 gluttonous spirits were reduced to ashes. Upon the stage, a flower maiden, one hand delicately forming a flower gesture while the other wielded a long knife, retained a breathtaking elegance. "Oh, esteemed sir, do you possess the strength to slay this humble maiden?" Her eyes glimmered with a tender affection, seemingly still immersed in the play as she continued. "However, you are indeed correct. The stage is the very essence of the theater's existence. The sole method to vanquish the demons is to perform a splendid play, satisfying the gluttonous spirits to gain a portion of control over the stage. As for my ability to restrain you, it equally derives from this very stage beneath our feet." On the other side of the stage, Li 15 had shed his warrior garb, donning a robe as dark as ink, his bare feet grounded, a coffin pendant quietly hanging from his left ear. "What is your cultivation level?" he inquired calmly. "Whatever the height of those upon the stage, that is my own stature, perhaps just a notch higher. Is there no upper limit?" "There should be, yet that limit is certainly not you, esteemed sir." The demoness chuckled lightly as she spoke. "My existence is intertwined with this stage. At present, you alone possess the opportunity to slay me. So, esteemed sir, shall you take the chance?" Li 15 remained silent, merely manifesting a thread of karmic red string in his hand, giving it a gentle flick, transforming it into a crimson whip that sliced through the air with a piercing sound. As the whip appeared, the surrounding drum beats intensified, growing ever more fervent, accompanied by an exhilarating aura of impending battle. "Be cautious, esteemed sir." With a melodious tone, the demoness concluded her verse, brandishing her long knife. Her vibrant red, theatrical robe swirling like a lone autumn leaf in the wind, exuding a fierce yet astonishing beauty. "Les fifins pupilles constricta," suddenly revealing an expression of disbelief as he felt time around him seemingly freeze, the world becoming increasingly sluggish. No, it was not time that had halted. Rather, the figure before him was so hauntingly beautiful, so ethereal, that he could not help but become enraptured, forgetting that he too was present upon the stage. Tick-tock, thick. Viscous blood trickled down the blade, each drop falling upon the stage. Almost there. Li 15's expression remained impassive as he grasped the knife with one hand, forcefully extracting it from his own chest. He could feel his heart pierced, blood surging chaotically within him. Opposite him, the trickster demon gripped the hilt of a knife, a smile blooming like a flower. "Young master, as a cultivator, do you not know any spells?" Just a mere 3 months of practice. Having only grasped some basic techniques, can I possibly slay you?" "No." The trickster demon shrieked, its eyes suddenly turning cold and cruel, reverting to its true nature. "Then perish." The trickster drew its long blade and struck fiercely at the young man's neck, accompanied by the sounds of anguished wails, as if countless vengeful spirits were tearing at him. Li Shiwu, witnessing this, simply pressed his finger against his brow as if it were a blade, and a fine crack appeared at that spot, a drop of blood falling from his brow, igniting in an instant. "With my blood, I curse my body and ignite my soul, blind my vision." At that moment, a layer of crimson shrouded the trickster's eyes, its spiritual perception engulfed in bloodlight, devoid of any brightness. Seizing this opportunity, Li Shiwu wielded his long whip like a sharp sword, aiming directly for the demon's neck, laughing sinisterly. Do you truly believe that just because I haven't learned spells, I am powerless? Ha! I may not have learned spells, but I have mastered curses. The whip pierced the trickster's neck, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished, reappearing at the edge of the stage. The trickster's gaze turned frigid. To sever me, you are far too shallow in your cultivation. In an instant, both man and demon lunged at each other. The trickster's long knife fluttered like a dying butterfly upon the stage, its fleshly power surpassing Shiwu's by a hair's breadth. As it proclaimed, the stronger the adversary on stage, the stronger it would become. You are too slow, too slow. Ha! You wish to bind me with your karmic treasures? Have you not heard? A performer has no compassion. Good luck finding me. On the stage, Shiwu found himself at a disadvantage. Blood continued to spill, soaking his Taoist robe. Yet, his gaze remained indifferent. This pain was nothing compared to the skinning he had once endured. He only thought of how to exchange injury for injury to strike the demon once. Above the stage, several golden core cultivators observed the battle. This Shiwu was too young, his cultivation too shallow, too little experience. Difficult. His means of combat were indeed lacking. Fellow Taoists, shall we ascend the stage? Patience, fellow Taoist, the trickster is cunning. If we enter the theater or the stage, new changes will surely arise, and we may be subdued in an instant. It was at this moment, perhaps due to the fierce battle between the man and the demon on stage, that the mountain officials, having regained their freedom, rushed out from the theater. Upon witnessing the scene on stage, they were momentarily stunned. It must be brotherly. Fong Tang's face flushed crimson as he forced out those words. Stop with the nonsense. He is nearly being beaten to death. This is pathetic. Ting Zhu glanced at the stage, his tone still indifferent, as if he were naturally superior. Yet, in the next moment, his Taoist robe fluttered without wind, and his phoenix-like eyes sharpened. He held an 8 trigrams compass, seated himself in place, and began to chant solemnly, his expression grave. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shiwu coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. Fuming, he exclaimed, as a flower performer, how can you wield a blade with such finesse? The young lord chuckled. I am as perplexed by my own mastery of the sword as I am by the very mystery of my existence. With that, he donned a crimson robe that blazed like fire, radiating an aura of fierce determination, and, with rhythmic footfalls, charged forward once more. It was at this moment that Shiwu's expression brightened. With his red-threaded pen, he directed it straight towards the malevolent spirit, exclaiming, I have found the fate line above your head. Yet, the theatrical demon merely stood there, a scornful smile gracing its lips. Then, with a casual flick of the wrist, it swung the blade above its own head, and a sound akin to something severing echoed ominously from the void. What does it matter if I found it? I can simply sever the fate line myself. Such audacity. Shiwu's countenance conveyed a blend of frustration and brilliance. Esteemed lord, the blade in my hand may be far more extraordinary than you can fathom. Meanwhile, from the audience, the candleholder's divination plate abruptly ceased its rotation, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. He shouted towards the stage, Shiwu, hasten to break through. My divination reveals that should you achieve this now, a glimmer of hope may yet remain. Chapter 58, Banter below the stage. Listening candle continued to shout, Li 15, you have already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. If you break through now, there may be a glimmer of hope. On the stage, Li 15 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling utterly bewildered. He cursed vehemently, Fortune teller, you know nothing. If I truly break through, this theatrical demon's cultivation will rise correspondingly, and it is already exceedingly formidable. At that point, it will be even more challenging to contend with. In the air, a certain golden core cultivator nodded in agreement. Young friend of the divination sect, this fellow speaks the truth. This stage is too treacherous. We dare not ascend lightly for fear of emboldening this demon's arrogance. Seeing both of them express such sentiments, listening candle's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed ahead. In a nonchalant tone, he remarked, regardless, my divination stands. Of course, if he perishes, Do not blame me for the inaccuracy. Ultimately, the interpretation of this divination lies with my sect. The gathered crowd of cultivators collectively gasped. As for Lee 15 on the stage, he coughed blood, a resolute glint flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Had it not been for the black earth beneath his feet, continually providing him with nourishment, he feared he would have already perished beneath the demon's blade. The opponent was utterly unreasonable, even severing the fate line. What kind of trickery was that? Thus, even if breaking through seemed futile, and his circumstances grew increasingly dire, what did it matter? At this moment, the heavens and the earth began to darken. The distant mountains glowed crimson under the setting sun, while the evening breeze felt cool against the nearby hills. On the stage, Lee 15's expression hardened. The black iron machete, resembling the length of an arm, suddenly fell into his hands, which he then hurled into the air before it plummeted straight down. The blade seemed to possess a will of its own, slicing directly along Lee 15's spine. With a hiss, Lee 15 gritted his teeth and let out a fierce cry, his features contorting in pain. Upon inspecting his back, segments of his spine were visible, drenched in blood, grotesquely exposed. Yet, his entire spinal column was an astonishingly deep black, as if stained with ink. In this moment, across the expanse of the earth, while the other cultivators could not help but inhale sharply, none found anything unusual about his dark spine, for they, too, were similarly afflicted. A certain golden core cultivator sighed. The spine, also known as the dragon bone, is referred to as the human body's dragon vein. In a realm devoid of spiritual energy, we cultivate malevolent energy. Yet, as our practice progresses, our own dragon veins gradually become tainted, turning as dark as ink. Beside him, an elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, ancient texts record that in the era of spiritual energy, cultivators who ingested a foundational elixir had the opportunity to break through, unlike our current arduous path. However, they had their own methods, and we have ours. After the elder spoke, he turned his gaze towards Lee 15. Young friendly, since you have made your decision, listen closely. For us cultivators, the foundation lies in establishing the dragon bone, reshaping the human dragon vein. You must use fierce fire to burn your spine, awakening it completely. On the stage, Lee 15 heard none of it. The techniques that Bashi had bestowed upon him had already been thoroughly explained, with all necessary details provided. He could be seen summoning a flicker of flame at his fingertips, which then clung to the entirety of his spine with an intensity akin to oil igniting. In an instant, it blazed fiercely. From a distance, the fiery glow emanating from Li Shiwu's back soared towards the heavens, rendering the scene both absurdly cruel and imbued with an inexplicable, eerie beauty. Young master, even if you were to break through in this moment, I would only emerge stronger and more inscrutable than you. So why bother? Sighed the trickster. Thus, the two faced each other once more in battle. With the malevolent specter in front and the searing pain of flames consuming his spine behind, Li Shiwu found himself in a precarious position, barely managing to evade the lethal strikes of his opponent. In the distance, a young cultivator of foundational stage could not help but exclaim, "Is he throwing his life away?" When we underwent our foundational transformations, we too reshaped our body's dragon veins, yet we were always meticulous, burning only a segment of our spine at a time. The agony involved is beyond what outsiders can fathom. Typically, the entire foundational process extends over a year, if not several. Even then, many succumb to madness or perish. Upon hearing this, no cultivator responded. They too were astonished that someone would dare to break through using such a ferocious and merciless method. Are you suggesting that Brother Li should undergo his breakthrough in this manner? Fong Tang asked, his voice strained with difficulty. Beside him, Ting Zhu cast a glance at the compass in his hand. Well, cough the divination results. Ultimately, it is our divination sect that holds the final say. As time elapsed, the twilight thickened across the realm. The flames upon Li Shiwu's spine grew ever more radiant, the dark hue gradually receding to reveal a lustrous, jade-like glow. The more it burned, the brighter it shone. Concurrently, a resonant tide-like sound began to echo within his chest, reminiscent of surging ocean waves crashing with overwhelming force. Gradually, the sound intensified, and the surroundings fell into an extraordinary silence, save for the relentless rhythm of the tidal waves, resonating clearly in the ears of the gathered cultivators. A certain Golden Core elder displayed a rare moment of discomposure. Isn't that sound rather excessive? It was as if the very heavens had transformed into an ocean, with the tides ebbing and flowing solely upon Shiwu. When we achieve breakthroughs, our chess title sounds never reached such a magnitude. The cultivators fell silent, all sharing a sentiment of disbelief, utterly absurd in its extremity. Moments later, an elder sighed. This reminds me of a certain saying. A young man beside him inquired eagerly, "Elder, what is this saying?" The elder shook his head. A saying is merely a phrase crafted by enthusiasts, inspired by the extraordinary phenomena witnessed during the breakthroughs of those with malevolent energies. The young man nodded. "So, elder, what is the saying for a foundational stage?" The elder gazed at the heavens and the earth. "Listen, does the sound of these tidal waves not resemble a person's sigh?" Thus, the profound words of foundation are encapsulated in the verse. Inquire of the immortal, "Are you bold enough to drink from this cup brimming with the ocean of sighs?" On the stage, the presence of Li 15 has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The vertebrae upon his back, resembling jade, now emanate an extraordinary luminescence, as the dark earth beneath him continuously nourishes him. Strands of deep crimson flesh writhe forth from either side of his spine, astonishingly growing to a considerable extent in merely a few breaths. Opposite him, the theatrical spirit merely shook its head. "Ah, young master, as you transcend your realm, so do I. But do you comprehend what power I shall wield when I attain the second realm of immortality?" Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Li 15 suddenly collapsed upon the stage, terror etched upon his features. He fixated on his fingers, overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that pierced to the very core of his being. Chapter 59. The actor's makeup falls away. The performance ends, and the audience disperses. The heavens and the earth were shrouded in darkness, devoid of stars and moonlight. Upon the stage, Shiwu bent his body into a bow-like shape, emitting a low, guttural roar, as if he were engulfed in inexplicable agony. What has transpired with Shiwu? The first to react was Ting Zhu, who hurriedly inquired from the audience below. The other cultivators also displayed expressions of astonishment, for they had not witnessed the theatrical demon casting spells to harm anyone. As for Shiwu, he merely spread his hand, fixating his gaze upon his fingers. He had once cultivated to the 9th level of qi refinement in a single night, during which he discovered that on each of his 10 fingers, at the first segment of the fingertip, there were 2 dark patterns. As his cultivation solidified, these dark patterns gradually became prominent, even discernible to the touch. Yet, at this moment, Shiwu struggled to swallow, his eyes filled with dread, as he seemed to perceive that the 2 dark patterns on his left thumb had come to life. They moved. They stirred. No, this cannot be. It is merely an illusion. Yet, in the next instant, a horrifying scene unfolded. Those 2 dark patterns on his thumb, akin to human eyelids, opened wide as if they possessed life. Subsequently, a bloodshot eyeball was exposed to the world, incessantly darting its gaze. However, the spectacle did not cease there. Before the astonished eyes of all, this eyeball detached itself from his thumb, transforming to the size of a human head, and then audaciously opened its mouth to bite down upon the theatrical demon. With that single bite, it devoured half of the demoness body, only to retreat back to Shiwu's thumb. The sound of relentless chewing could be distinctly heard emanating from the eyeball. A profound silence enveloped the realm, whether among the mountain officials or the numerous cultivators, even the Golden Core experts. Their pupils were filled with terror. I seem to have witnessed an eye sprouting from Shiwu's thumb. No, it is more than that. The eye has even sprouted a mouth, consuming half of the theatrical demon. Can you hear it still chewing? A certain Golden Core expert inhaled deeply. Fellow Taoists, we cultivate malevolent energies, and it is generally understood that only after reaching the nascent soul stage does one's body begin to undergo aberration. Yet he is evidently still in the foundation establishment stage. Another shook his head in disbelief. No, that cannot be right, even if there is aberration. Has anyone ever heard of a being devouring a demon? Are you aware that Li Shiwu has another moniker, the ten-legged frog? He fixed his gaze upon Li Shiwu, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Could it be that he harbors a malevolent spirit within his body, a great malevolence? Upon the stage, Li Shiwu's expression contorted in a grimace, his right hand pressing down firmly on his left thumb, feeling the eye move and chew. The horror of this sensation was beyond description. Meanwhile, the theatrical demon had restored its form, yet it was evident that it appeared significantly weaker than before. Even its face, adorned with a delicate makeup, now seemed dull and lifeless. How could this be? It questioned, astonished. Throughout the entirety of this performance, it had maintained an air of confidence, believing itself to be invincible. It thrived on the stage, growing stronger in tandem with the strength of its performers, harboring no reason for fear. Yet now, it was gripped by trepidation. "Young master, please proceed." As the voice of the theatrical demon fell, a peculiar arc was traced amidst the strokes, with the glint of the blade coalescing into a line, exuding an enigmatic power that defied comprehension. As for Li 15, he felt a piercing pain emanating from the eye embedded in his thumb and instinctively attempted to pry it out. However, no one could have anticipated the ensuing events. Instead of the eye being removed, a sharp blade was gradually extracted from within. "Get away!" In a moment of distraction, Li 15 grasped the blade and swung it backward, executing the strike with an artistry akin to divine inspiration, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming across the water surface, light and ethereal. With a resounding thud, the theatrical demon crashed against the edge of the stage. Only then did Li 15 regain his composure. In his hand was a blade, distinct from an ordinary knife, straighter and broader by a finger's width. The edge was frigid, and the body imbued with an air of lethality. Most notably, each side of the blade bore half of a vividly lifelike face of a flower maiden, with intricate patterns and vibrant hues that could only be described as alluringly enchanting. "What the hell is this?" Li 15 was utterly taken aback, for the face depicted was unmistakably that of the demon upon the stage. Was this a knife? A flower maiden's blade? A theatrical sword? Yet how did it possess such an entity within his eye? At that moment, the theatrical demon surged forward once more. Without a moment's hesitation, the two clashed. In an instant, the small stage was filled with the fleeting shadows of both combatants, their speed so swift that it unleashed a thunderous sonic boom, accompanied by a howling gale. Each, without mercy, collided with their physical forms, intent on vanquishing the other. Unbeknownst to Li 15, his sweeping strikes mirrored those of his opponent. However, while the demon's movements were imbued with beauty and unpredictability, his own were marked by a more direct and ruthless intent. In the distance, a foundational cultivator grimaced, "Li 15 is far too reckless. He doesn't even know how to cast spells." To which another replied, "Perhaps he has practiced for too short a time, lacking both the opportunity and the means to learn." On the stage, the performance was nearing its conclusion. The theatrical demon, having been partially consumed by the eye, found itself increasingly unable to defend against Li 15's relentless onslaught. "Gentlemen, cease your assault. I concede." The demon, with delicate fingers and graceful steps, retreated to the side, her pink eyes now reflecting a smile of resignation. "Why do you not employ the methods you previously spoke of?" Li 15 inquired, standing there perplexed. "Sir is unaware. Having been consumed halfway, I am now willing yet powerless." The theatrical demon responded with a bow. A moment of silence enveloped them. "You." Li 15 was about to utter something when the demon interjected. "Do not ask why you possess that blade or why it bears my visage. I am entirely ignorant of those matters." Clad in a resplendent red flower maiden's costume, her sleeves billowed gracefully in the night breeze, creating an ethereal tableau. She continued, "However, I can enlighten you as to why I wield this blade." Li 15 nudda. "I would be eager to hear more." The theatrical spirit nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "As for the performer, once upon the stage, amidst the resounding gongs and the clamor of voices, the audience ebb and flow, while the actor remains ensnared through the years. Often, one finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. Thus, this blade can sever ties of affection." The spirit smiled softly and continued, "For some performers, The days upon the stage grow tiresome, yet they find themselves unable to escape. Hence, this blade can also sever the self. Do not jest, my lord. I'm not certain why I possess this understanding, yet I do. After speaking, the theatrical spirit cast a glance at the stage, then retrieved a copper mirror, meticulously removing the elaborate makeup of a flower-faced performer. In due time, a remarkably handsome young man emerged, resembling a handful of clear water under the moonlight, before Li 15 and the assembled onlookers. He carefully removed the floral crown from his head, placing it beside the stage. "What are you doing?" Li 15 asked, taken aback. The spirit, responding in a male voice, said, "Naturally, I am here to perform the final act. However, I find this play rather dull." Shaking his head, he added, "How to put it? After all, I am indeed a spirit of mischief, and I have caused harm. So this fate is deserved." As he spoke, one hand delicately formed a gesture, while the other raised the blade and began to sing in a theatrical tone. The performer draws the brows. The grand play commences. The performer sheds their guise. The melody concludes, and the audience departs. With a flash of the blade, the flower-faced performer met their demise. Chapter 60. Returned to Tang City, the lingering echoes of dramatic tones gradually faded into the night. The flower actress lay upon the stage, her vacant eyes adorned with a faint smile, her vibrant red costume impeccably smooth, yet somehow resembling a shattered canvas. The performer, a specter of heartbreak. Witnessing his gamble with fate, he met his tragic end at the gates of destiny. "How sorrowful," Li 15 murmured softly, recalling the lines sung by the flower actress during her debut. Was this line merely a casual utterance, or did it harbor a deeper significance? At this moment, gazing upon the youthful yet strikingly vivid visage of the actress, Li 15 took a deep breath, imprinting her image firmly in his memory. He felt an unsettling notion that this flower actress was not merely an apparition, but had truly existed in some forgotten time. At that instant, the nameless blade in his hand, engraved with the face of the flower actress, transformed into glimmers of light and vanished with a thunderous sound. Suddenly, Li 15's pupils quivered violently. The excruciating pain in his thumb returned. He could distinctly sense that the eye within him seemed to struggle, yearning to escape and devour the remnants of the theatrical demon upon the stage. "Begone!" he bellowed furiously, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. The eye's desire to consume the demon, no matter how much, was of no concern to him. What he could not accept was that this entity, growing within him, appeared to possess a will of its own, resisting his control as its master. "Ha! You dare to rebel against me. Who bears you?" As the words fell from his lips, a black iron cleaver found its way into his grasp, and with a flash of blood, he severed his left thumb at the base, leaving it to rest upon the stage. Wisps of eerie crimson flames unexpectedly ignited behind the theater and upon the stage. Their origins unknown. Li 15 leapt down with agility, observing quietly. The flames mirrored the last encounter, still devoid of warmth. "Please step inside. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, and tea are served." The sounds of joyous festivities echoed through the realm, as the onlookers gazed entranced by the flames. In their ears, it seemed as though they could hear the bustle of patrons within the theater, the drums resounding, and the performers singing on stage, as if they were immersed in the scene. Yet, with each crackling ember consuming the theater, these sounds gradually faded into the wind. "Look, it has become a nine-legged toad," teased Jingzhu, casting a sidelong glance at her companion. Li 15, taken aback, hastily retrieved black cloth from within the coffin, adorning himself in a most unusual manner. Ever since he entered the foundational stage, he sensed a growing ability to somewhat control the additional legs, which originally required 2 hours to regenerate after severance. Now, he could slow their growth to 4 hours. Suddenly, Li 15's expression stiffened as he slowly lowered his gaze. The thumb he had severed on stage had miraculously regrown, and that eye was unmistakably present, blinking slowly as it fixated upon him. Moreover, the perspective of the eye manifested vividly in his mind. "I see my hand. My hand sees me." The bizarre sensation of 2 viewpoints and 2 images intertwining left Li 15 dizzy and disoriented. "Are you a green onion?" Will it regrow if it is cut? Casually remarked the candle listener. Indeed, you are correct, sighed Li 15, continuing. It is akin to pruning the roots and branches of a fruit tree. Ultimately, it is all quite similar, and one should not be surprised. As for you, your divination was astute, foreseeing my breakthrough and potential victory. In the distance, a streak of light swiftly approached. Moments later, a young man at the Foundation establishment stage appeared before the assembly of cultivators, accompanied by several elderly individuals who bore expressions of trepidation. Elders, I have not failed in my duty. These venerable men were masters from the pear garden. The youth bowed, but soon he froze upon witnessing the nearly vanished theater, his entire being in shock. Gone? Just like that? Have I missed something? Brothers and sisters, can anyone enlighten me on how the play unfolded on stage? My heart is itching with curiosity. Yet, the cultivators wore peculiar expressions, remaining silent and tacitly withholding information. It was Leaf 15, however, who glanced toward a corner at the periphery. There, two small cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement carried a jade bed, upon which two elderly men, resembling the character, still radiated vitality, leaving one perplexed. What are you doing here? Leaf 15 inquired. Returning from Lishan, we heard of disturbances in this area, so we brought the jade bed, hoping to chance upon a way to separate them. One small cultivator hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, atop a secluded hill, a young woman clad in a floral white dress clutched a sheet of paper, biting the pen with a furrowed brow. Whom should I cast as the antagonist in my writing? A demon? It is far too beautiful for that. I have it. The candle listener. However, in the air, a dozen golden core cultivators stared intently at Leaf 15, each harboring their own thoughts. Esteemed colleagues, let's not overlook that this individual possesses 10 legs. Not to mention the eye within his thumb that can consume malevolent spirits. This matter is peculiar. It seems Leaf 15 cannot be easily dismissed. At that moment, feeling the sharp gazes from above, Leaf 15 shifted his eyes, displaying little fear. Respected elders, my bond with by she is substantial. Observe this red string in my hand. It is a gift from a spirit. One golden core cultivator shook his head, stating, a single spirit treasure hardly suffices to demonstrate your connection, especially given the numerous doubts you have raised tonight. In response, Leaf 15 remained unfazed, casually stating, I once wiped his backside. In an instant, the cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, astonished and perplexed. On the following day, in Tang City, at the Star official's residence, she sat in the hall with his eyes slightly narrowed, a few wisps of fragrant smoke curling beside him, slowly burning. I'm already aware of the matters you have described. What I can assure you is that Leaf 15 harbors no malevolent spirits, nor is it possible for him to do so. This issue need not be revisited. You may withdraw. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so golden core cultivators bowed respectfully and gradually exited the hall, leaving only the mountain officials seated below. You may all leave. Leaf 15 shall remain. Indeed, esteemed astral officer. As he watched the individuals around him depart, Li Shiwu took a deep breath and raised his head to inquire, Sir, do I truly harbor any malevolent spirit within me? Over the past days, he had often entertained such doubts, pondering whether the immortal view might indeed be a mere specter. Baishi shook his head, his tone unwaveringly resolute. No, do not question my judgment. Then, sir, what this eye on my thumb? Baishi cast a penetrating gaze, his expression gradually becoming grave. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I cannot articulate the reason, yet I sense that your eye is more than just an eye. Very well, you may withdraw now. As Li Shiwu departed, Baishi turned his gaze towards the distant horizon outside the window, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. The theater, the flower maiden, the theatrical blades, the actor's swordplay. Why do I find this inexplicably familiar? Chapter 61. Reassembly at the entrance of the Star Official's residence. Li Shiwu slowly raised his gaze, observing the mist-like rain and the blooming begonia flowers that adorned the city amidst the downpour. What is happening? Li Shiwu raised an eyebrow, noticing that Ting Zhu was expressionlessly pushing a dung cart past him. The Star official had initially sentenced him to push dung for 2 months, with 1 month already elapsed. He was now ordered to continue for another day. Ting Zhu spoke casually, offering only a few simple words. As dusk approached, beneath the city gates of Tang City, a group of mountain officials gathered to bid farewell, their faces reflecting a subtle melancholy. 8 members of the theatrical troupe had perished tragically, leaving one to ponder how much longer the remaining would endure. At that moment, Ting Zhu emerged from the city clad in an ordinary divination robe. Yet his expression suddenly hardened. As the compass in his hand spun, he intoned, "I have a divination. Your fates do not align." In an instant, several beams of light shot forth from his palm, followed by strands of blood that descended, filling the air with an overwhelming stench of carnage. The crowd stood in shock as 3 men and 2 women clutched their throats, blood gushing forth as their lives were severed, collapsing to the ground. What is the meaning of this, Ting Zhu? One mountain official bellowed in anger. Ting Zhu, however, remained impassive, stating, "In my divination sect, we act solely according to the auguries." One woman among the mountain officials, unable to bear the sight, retorted, "But they are mere mortals. If you truly possess the ability, then explain the divination that you have calculated for us." Upon hearing her words, Ting Zhu turned to face her, reciting, "I have a divination in you. You." The woman recoiled in terror, trembling uncontrollably, chilled to the bone. "Do you dare question my divination skills?" Ting Zhu sneered contemptuously, shaking his head. "You do not understand. I am not like you." With that, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the vast clouds. "Li, Brother Li, they truly were just ordinary people." Fong Tang pointed to the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Li Shiwu looked down, seeing scattered fruits and various debris ensconced in the muddy ground, a disheartening sight. "I know," he murmured. The first time he encountered Ting Zhu, he too had abruptly taken lives, invoking the same reason of incompatible fates. Had he not? Li Shiwu gazed into the sky, pondering the nature of this divination sect. With his current insight, he could not fathom the depths of its mysteries. Meanwhile, the mountain officials wore expressions of indignation. "In my view, such conduct from the divination sect should be classified with the arson cult as a heretical sect." "Huh, is it useful to say such things? The great divination already accepts them. What can you do?" That night, Li Shiwu returned to the small temple in Jewel Town. A single red candle flickered, casting shadows on the wall that elongated and shrank with each flicker. These eyes, Li Shiwu fixated on the eye resembling a thumb, then glanced at his other 9 fingers, each marked by dark patterns. "No, it cannot be. Am I destined to grow an eye on each finger? 10 legs, 10 eyes upon my fingers. The realm of immortals," murmured Li 15, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over him, as if he stood before an endless abyss teeming with ferocious beasts, their gaping maws eagerly awaiting his every step towards the precipice. "Qian Yuanzi, Hui Yanzi, what have you 2 old wretches concocted? And what have you unearthed?" His gaze grew increasingly fierce, yet he found no outlet for his fury. Suddenly, his brow unfurled. He retrieved a stack of yellow paper from the belly of the coffin and made his way to the temple's entrance to ignite it. Simultaneously, he used his finger as a blade to draw a drop of blood from his brow, murmuring incantations. This was a soul-calling technique he had diligently studied in recent days, an attempt to summon the spirit of Qian Yuanzi. Alas, all was in vain. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a gray robe approached. It was the faceless man Li Yi. "What are you doing?" Li 15 cast a glance and ceased his summoning. Addressing the roaring flames, he declared, "To all wandering souls and restless spirits, consider these paper offerings as gifts. Should any of you encounter a specter named Qian Yuanzi, you are free to extinguish him. I shall bear the consequences." Beside him, the faceless man found the situation rather dull, pondering how such wandering souls could possess the strength to do so. Li 15 then inquired, "Where did you procure this face? Didn't you lose all your gold to the candle listener? How is it that you have this visage now?" The faceless man shrugged. "Li Yi, in a city as vast as Tang City, how many perish daily? I merely take a face from the deceased. At worst, I share a portion of my earnings with their relatives. They will surely commend my conscience." Gradually, life seemed to settle into a semblance of calm. Li 15 felt his cultivation had accelerated, considering that merely a few months had passed since he had dealt with Qian Yuanzi. Yet, the ominous crow's eye on his thumb, the golden light emanating from the townsfolk of Jewel Town, all of it troubled his mind. Before he knew it, another month had slipped by. Mountain officials gathered swiftly in a small temple. Li 15 focused intently on the mountain and river stabilizing plate in his hands, his brow furrowed. Could it be that another curse had arisen? The identity of a mountain official is indeed a hassle. Initially, he had been dragged into this predicament by 10 legs, feeling like a stray dog in a rainstorm, only to be appointed by GMO as the mountain official of this locale. Lacking understanding of the intricacies involved, he had naively accepted this burdensome task. Nevertheless, it was a mixed blessing. After all, he had witnessed the grand meeting of the great Yao and gained insights into certain secrets, acquiring a cursed treasure. With a deep breath, Li 15 concentrated, fixing his gaze upon the additional legs sprouting beneath him, his hand rising and the blade falling. In Tang City, at the star official's residence, within a spacious courtyard, Bai Shi did not make an appearance. Instead, a government official of golden elixir cultivation stood before him. At that moment, Li 15 scanned the area, noting that the 8 mountain officials who had perished previously had been replaced. Yet these individuals? Candle listener, why have you returned? Li 15's brow knitted in confusion. Not far away, a figure clad in a robe of divination addressed with unwavering focus. I possess a prophecy. He paused, his tone laden with disdain. Why should I share my insights with you? In response, Li 15 disregarded him, redirecting his gaze toward another individual. This person, adorned in a blue Taoist robe, with eyes sparkling like stars, was none other than Luoyang of the Arson sect, who had miraculously regained the 200 years of life he lost to gambling with the demon. My lord, I must expose him, Li 15 suddenly shouted, his voice resonating with clarity and righteousness, pointing an accusatory finger. My lord, this man is affiliated with the Arson sect. Moreover, his status is undoubtedly significant, perhaps even of utmost importance. Li 15 clasped his hands in respect, continuing, this individual has infiltrated our ranks. He must harbor a grand conspiracy. I implore you, my lord, swiftly eliminate this menace. His declaration ignited a commotion among the 81 mountain officials present, who had not anticipated such audacity from an Arson sect member brazenly mingling among them. Meanwhile, Luoyang appeared nonchalant, stifling yawn. He chuckled. It seems there is a traitor among this assembly of mountain officials. Now, since we are colleagues, Li 15, I wonder if that traitor might be you? Chapter 62. Beyond the study, Li 15, you are nothing but a treacherous dog. Luoyang's words were laden with intensity, his gaze fixed as if imbued with unwavering conviction. Faced with such an accusation, Li 15's countenance darkened, and he urged, my lord, please apprehend him. This is indeed a significant achievement. In the courtyard, the 81 mountain officials were arrayed in a formation of 9 rows and 9 columns, with Li 15 positioned in the front row, allowing him to clearly observe Luoyang in the second row. Meanwhile, Fong Tang, who stood further back, upon hearing the identification, hurried forward, nodded after a glance, and said, my lord, what brotherly has stated is not false. This man is indeed a member of the arsonist sect, and I have encountered him previously at the gambling den. At this moment, amidst the chaos, a middle-aged official raised a hand, his expression evasive, signaling for calm. He lowered his voice, hesitating slightly before speaking. Everyone, do not panic. This young friend, Luoyang, has been tacitly accepted by the esteemed star officer. Remember this in your hearts, and do not speak recklessly outside. Upon hearing this, Li 15 felt a chill run down his spine. Why would Bai Shi allow an arsonist into their midst? As he pondered, he continued to scrutinize the surroundings. The woman with the basket, a figure reminiscent of a sheep, had defected to the arsonist sect and was now among them. There was also a rotund man, his robe sleeves adorned with a faint silver pattern resembling the character for Fat, grinning at him with an unsettling smile. With the surname Fat, could he perhaps be connected to the sect of the tame beasts? Li 15 muttered, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Indeed, in the next moment, he spotted the white-clad woman, who wielded an impressive calligraphy brush, scribbling something on a piece of paper. 3 newly appointed mountain officials appeared equally formidable at first glance. Witnessing this, Li 15 could not suppress a gasp of apprehension. Listening candle, Luoyang the enchantress, the sect of the tame beasts, the sheep-like figure. Something is amiss. This is undoubtedly not simple. Instantly, emotions surged in Li 15's eyes as he spoke. My lord, my master toiled tirelessly to raise me, and his life was extinguished merely 3 months ago. As his disciple, my heart is heavy with sorrow, a grief I cannot share with outsiders. However, in private, I intend to honor him at his grave for 3 years, offering incense and reciting scriptures daily, as a final farewell. Lowering his head, each word dripping with sorrow, he implored, I beseech you, my lord, do not make things difficult for a disciple's piety. Behind him, listening candle's voice floated softly. Do you not recall the time you taught me the art of slaying one's master? I was once innocent. Perhaps you have mistaken me for another. Li 15 raised his chin slightly, his response firm and resonant. At that moment, the woman in the floral white dress, Huang Shiwu, appeared to have inscribed something on the paper, beginning with the name Li 15. She then inquired, Li 15, do you truly intend to burn incense and recite scriptures for your deceased master? To which he responded, naturally, if I were to lie, let the heavens strike me down. His voice, though somewhat wooden, rang out with undeniable sincerity. Observing this, Fong Tang shook his head. Though brotherly is somewhat enigmatic, his character should be beyond reproach. Meanwhile, listening Candle and Luo Yang exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that they had misjudged Li 15? At this juncture, Huang Shiyu pressed on, then tell me, what incense will you burn? Spirit-extinguishing incense. Li 15 replied without hesitation. Then let me ask you, what scripture do you recite? The Sutra of Never Rebirth. The crowd present was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, both Candle and the setting sun let out a sigh of relief. After all, none among them were virtuous souls. And as for him, he should not expect to uphold his integrity alone. Once Li 15 concluded his response, he suddenly became aware of the trap laid by Huang Shiyu. Yet he dared not direct his ire towards that individual, nor the pen he wielded, which he regarded with the caution one would reserve for venomous creatures. My lord, when I last confronted the theatrical demon, I suffered severe hidden injuries. Li 15 continued to prattle on. He was oblivious to the true purpose of their gathering. Yet the presence of these individuals led him to instinctively refrain from wading into murky waters. Very well, since you are insistent on making excuses, then do not go. After all, whether it be a gambling demon or a theatrical demon, your contributions are undeniable. The middle-aged official nodded in agreement. Thank you, my lord. Li 15, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The Ten Xiang sect, the Huaran sect, the divination sect, and the arsonist cult were all embroiled in this affair. Adding his own immortal view to the mix would make for the 5 great sects of the a thought that sent a chill down his spine. In the courtyard, with a wave of his hand, the middle-aged official caused a cluster of green leaves to transform into a floating mass nearly 100 meters high. Everyone, let us depart. With that call, the mountain officials leapt into the air, landing upon the leaves. Li 15, are you truly not coming? Candle inquired. No. Li 15 hastily shook his head. Then, with a beaming smile, he clasped his hands and said, wishing you all a safe journey. After all, should that old creature underground learn of my attendance, I fear he would poke fun at my spine, claiming I have not learned an ounce of his cleverness. As he watched the green leaves drift away, Li 15 finally settled his mind, but soon a thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. That wretched Candle. Not only was he a reckless killer, but he also practiced curses. It was he who had cursed Li 15 last time. Suddenly, his face lit up with inspiration. I've got it. I shall go to Bai Shi. I refuse to believe anything will go awry. As he spoke, he hurriedly made his way, weaving past pavilions and towers until he reached the study where Bai Shi had first encountered him. Upon arrival, he found Bai Shi indeed within the study, seemingly engaged in conversation, without any effort to conceal his presence. Li 15, recognizing his own humble stature, dared not approach too closely. After all, in the eyes of these beings, he was akin to an ant, making the sense of boundary all the more significant. He chose a foam mountain 100 meters away, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate his breath. High above, 80 mountain officials stood upon the green leaves, feeling neither cramped nor constrained, for the leaves were extraordinary. automatically shielding them from the surrounding gusts, rendering the experience akin to standing upon solid ground. Before Candle lay a 3-meter-high offering table, upon which were 3 tall incense sticks. Alongside yellow paper, vermilion, a long sword, and a bronze bell. Young Master Ting, why has the table for your ritual changed? Fan tang in quit popo. Candle replied calmly. As Li 15's cultivation has ascended a level, it is only natural to cast a more formidable curse upon him, necessitating a larger table. Fong Tang could only watch in silence as Candle, with a sword in one hand and a bronze bell in the other, stepped gracefully in a 7-star formation. As the talismans before him spontaneously ignited, while he chanted incantations. As the yellow paper burned and the cinnabar blackened, the ethereal spirits of heaven and earth gathered to report. Misfortune approached, the god of decline arrived, and calamity ignited fate. Observing this, the setting sun brightened with intrigue. Ah, how fascinating. In that case, allow me to stoke the flames further. In an instant, his eyes, resembling 2 rolling dice, began to whirl incessantly. In the residence of the Star Officer, Li 15 remained in meditation, a gentle smile adorning his face. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the chilling aura surrounding him, understanding that once more, a curse had been cast upon him by the Candle Listener. The minor diviners posed no threat. I refuse to believe they can harm me beneath the gaze of a Star Officer. Just then, a fierce argument erupted within the study. By see, this is the utmost leverage my arson sect can offer, bellowed a robust voice in anger. I do not accept your wager, Bai Shi retorted with derision, adding, how dare you presume to draw weapons against me? Begone. As Bai Shi's words fell, a wave of magical energy surged forth, akin to torrents cascading from the heavens. A bearded brute immediately spewed blood, hurtling from the study, along with his weapon, a spear-like implement adorned with a long hook, the name of which eluded identification. By mere chance, this weapon snagged the neckline of Li 15's robe, dragging him along as it transformed into a radiant beam, vanishing into the distant sky. All that remained was the heart-wrenching echo of a wail, reverberating through the air. Candle Listener, I curse you. Chapter 63. The Peculiar Magma in the Study. Bai Shi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes revealing no trace of emotion. The 4 great teachings, Huanren, Shixiang, Zonghua, and Guazong. What distinction exists between righteousness and wickedness? It is merely a divergence in ideals, paths, and aspirations. Bai Shi's gaze sharpened slightly. Unfortunately, I am unlike you. As his words faded, he turned to gaze out of the study, his expression remarkable before shaking his head. This Li 15 is rather intriguing. It seems he has been inadvertently involved. Nevertheless, he should survive this. Let it be. High above the ground, the sound of the copper bell in Ting Zhu's hand grew increasingly urgent, his incantations hastening in pace. While the 3 incense sticks on the offering table were nearly burnt out. Beside him, Luoyang's pupils, resembling dice, continued to flicker. Is this truly effective, young master? Fong Tang asked, astonished. Well, I cannot say for certain, but that Li 15 is exceedingly cautious. I suspect he will seek refuge from my curse. With a smile, Luoyang chimed in. You are not alone. I shall bolster your efforts. Regardless of the outcome, that lad shall not enjoy any favorable results. Yet, scarcely had their words left their lips when a resplendent streak of light, trailing a brilliant tail of fire, shot across the sky with exaggerated speed, resembling a meteor streaking through the firmament. Ah, a daytime meteor? A mountain official exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. Everyone, I believe I faintly heard Li 15's voice. Impossible. You must have misheard. That rascal is likely at some tavern, watching a performance, came the incredulous replies. In that moment, all the cultivators were filled with uncertainty. As for Li 15, he was truly beset by despair. His cultivation level, when compared to Bai Shi, was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Even the slightest casual strike from the latter would be catastrophic. Stop. Please stop. At this moment, his face contorted in agony as he yearned to shed his Taoist robe or to halt that strange weapon. Yet, under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Bai Shi, akin to the vastness of the ocean, he could not even manage to twitch a finger. Curiously, this weapon seemed to possess an odd protective force, its tail entangling his neck robe, ensuring that even in such high velocity, neither he nor his robe was torn apart by the fierce winds of the upper air. Ting Zhu, just you wait, someone howled, startling the birds in the nearby woods, who all lifted their heads in unison. As time passed from day to dusk, a sense of unease settled upon the mountain officials, their expressions betraying their anxiety. They were not fools and understood that this was no ordinary occurrence, fearing it might be a perilous ordeal. Finally, as the twilight dimmed, an endless expanse of black mountains loomed before them. Upon closer inspection, this land was barren, covered in thumb-sized, sharp black stones, resembling an abandoned mine, a truly peculiar sight. Have we arrived? Fong Tang leaped down onto the verdant ground, his feet making a crisp, crunching sound against the black pebbles beneath. Dear friends, please come down. The middle-aged official leading the group nodded, promptly tucking away a green leaf, and then, with purpose, he advanced in a determined direction. The other mountain officials exchanged glances, silently in accord, and quietly followed in his wake. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a circular volcanic crater, roughly 100 feet in diameter, appeared before them. Standing at the edge and peering down, they were met with a sight of seething, crimson magma boiling within, occasionally splattering outward with a resounding roar. The visual spectacle and the breathtaking beauty of the scene left even the cultivators momentarily entranced. Strangely, despite the vastness of the lava pool, there was no sensation of heat. One mountain official, his face flushed by the reflection of the magma, could not refrain from asking, "Why do we not feel the slightest warmth?" The others shared his confusion, for not only was there no heat, but they felt a chilling breeze surrounding them, akin to the bitter cold of midwinter, causing their teeth to chatter involuntarily. In stark contrast, the newly appointed mountain officials, such as Ting Zhu and Luo Yang, wore expressions of calm indifference, as if they had long been aware of the reasons behind this anomaly. At that moment, a haunting cry for help pierced the air, rendering the already bizarre situation even more peculiar. The mountain officials' hearts quivered as they turned in unison to locate the source of the plea, which echoed again. Is anyone there? Friends, can anyone lend a hand? Ali would be infinitely grateful. 200 meters away, a blurry figure was seen wailing in distress. This remote location, devoid of human presence for countless miles, led them to wonder if it was a specter. My consciousness is obstructed. I cannot probe further. Let us proceed and take a closer look, one official suggested. With that, they advanced swiftly surrounding the figure. To their astonishment, they found a young man clad in a black robe, ensnared by an unusual weapon that gripped his neck, face down in a large pit, utterly immobilized. The sight was comically absurd. The mountain officials exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Friends, can anyone help me remove this weapon? It is a rare treasure, and I shall offer it as a reward, Leaf 15 implored hastily. He found himself in a dire predicament, completely subdued by the weapon, seemingly abandoned by both heaven and earth. However, reflecting on the audacity of its owner to confront Bai Shi, he felt a sense of resignation regarding his own mere months of cultivation. Ting Zhu's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of inscrutable amusement. Then, adopting a different tone, he inquired, "Why are you here?" "We are bound for Tang City." Li 15's expression brightened at this. "Ah, my friend, I am an official from Tang City. Bai Shi sent word that I would be present at the assembly, and the Yao Emperor knows my name. He will inquire about my words." Ting Zhu smirked coldly. "Ah, so you are a lackey of the great Yao. Allow me to be frank. I am of the arson cult. Prepare to meet your end." Hold, my friend. Might you have someone named Luo Yang among your acquaintances? At one time, he was akin to a stray dog bereft of hope. It was out of pity that I, against my own principles of loyalty, chose to spare him. Just then, Luo Yang's voice emerged, now altered in tone, declaring, "I am of the divination sect, and I have long been displeased with the great hexagrams. You, a mere hound, shall meet your end." Hold. Do you not recognize Zhu? His nature is dull, incapable of grasping the crucial art of slaying one's master, and my heart is filled with great concern. Observing this, a portly figure clad in a flowing robe also stepped forward, proclaiming, "I am from the cult of the tamed." Li 15 was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly responded, "The rotund sea creature sold me 5-fingered steeds. My name graces Huang Shiyu's writings. I am well acquainted with these two esteemed national teachings." Witnessing this, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, for it is often said that one speaks of ghosts in the presence of humans and vice versa. Chapter 64. The Cycle of Malevolent Spirits Within the Depths of the Chasm. Li Shiwu's thoughts spiraled in myriad directions. He attempted to glimpse through his thumb's eye, yet his fingers remained immobilized, pressed down by the sharp aura emanating from the weapon. It was utterly confounding that these individuals were mingled together. In a fleeting moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening. "Li Shiwu, had it not been for the timely intervention of the senior from the sect last time, you would surely have seized me to claim credit, showing no mercy," spat Luoyang with unrestrained disdain. "Ah, I had my suspicions that it was you all along." Li Shiwu raturta, aquali insansa. Ting Zhu, with a faint smile, remarked, "Weren't you reluctant to come? What about now?" Ting Zhu, cease your nonsensical chatter. I merely found the throng of green leaves too congested and the pace too sluggish. Hence I requested the esteemed star officer to assist me for a while. At that moment, a towering figure cloaked in black, discernible only by its scruffy beard, materialized from thin air, bringing an overwhelming aura that rendered the surroundings silent. "You little trinket, did you just say you wish to bestow my treasures upon others?" Third Elder, Luoyang and the woman with the basket greeted the newcomer with utmost respect. Seeing this, the mountain officials fell into a hush. It was none other than a prominent figure from the arson sect. "Do not listen, do not look, do not judge, lest you draw the ire of flames upon yourselves." Fortunately, this so-called third elder merely plucked the weapon from Li Shiwu's grasp with casual ease. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Li Shiwu said, rising to bow. Though the fellow had been easily dispatched by Bai Shi, he still needed to maintain a semblance of dignity. Yet suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide with terror. "Li Shiwu, what ails you?" Ting Zhu stepped closer, shaking his hand before Li Shiwu's eyes. Li Shiwu, however, choked on his words, extending a finger toward the third elder's back. Forbear, it seems there are many specters following you." This was not what his eyes beheld, but rather what his thumbs I had inadvertently glimpsed in a fleeting moment. Behind the third elder were grotesque, humanoid figures, dark as shadows, each adorned with a pair of blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of unfathomable cruelty and savagery, as if poised to rend the living before them into shreds. Not only was he haunted, but Luoyang too bore witness to similar phantoms. Yet, the third elder's spectral entourage was densely packed, numbering in the thousands, while Luoyang's was but a little over 100. "You can see them?" The third elder's voice was gruff, tinged with surprise. "Esteemed elder, you are aware?" "Indeed." The third elder turned to gaze behind him, then sneered, "These wretches are all former losers. As for now, they are likely fixated on me, waiting to drag me down." With that, he spun around and laughed heartily at Li Shiwu. "My young friend, I have heard of your wager against the demon. Quite commendable indeed. Come join my arson sect, take Luoyang's place. It is far more promising than being a mere mountain official." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Shiwu forced a smile and replied, "Allow me to ponder this further." He had come to realize that the arson sect undeniably deserved its classification as a heretical cult, steeped in true malevolence. Once this interlude had passed, the thoughts of those present returned to the enigmatic magma pool. Strangely, despite its appearance of searing heat, it bore no warmth whatsoever. Standing at the edge, Li Shiwu gazed downwards and, gathering his focus, inquired, "Might this be the purpose of our visit, my lord?" The middle-aged official leading the group nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. You all must descend shortly." Observing this, Li Shiwu quickly shook his head. "Cough, cough. You may go. I shall remain outside to guard." Beside him, Ting Zhu's gaze was fixated. "That treasure within, we of the divination sect must possess it. You must not overestimate your own capabilities." Luoyang shook his head. With the arson sect present, would you dare to try? The stout member of the Huaran sect scratched his head and rumbled, I, too, desire that object. Meanwhile, Huang Shiwu, concealed behind the other cultivators, clutched a mystical pen, intently scribbling something in a trance. Witnessing such fervor, Li Shiwuxiu shrank his neck, wisely positioning himself behind the official. With a light-hearted expression, he remarked, My cultivation is modest. My aspirations trivial. Whatever treasure you seek, feel free to claim it. Ting Zhu cast a sidelong glance. Are you truly not going? If you do, may the heavens strike me down. At that moment, the middle-aged official fixated on the magma pool before him, his gaze profound, and began to speak. You may be curious as to why this magma pool is devoid of scorching heat and instead exudes an unusual chill. It is because hidden beneath lies the cycle. Upon hearing this, the officials were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting disbelief but also skepticism. My lord, I know not what the cycle is, nor whether it exists. Yet, for cultivators of our humble status, it seems we lack the qualifications to engage with such mysteries, spoke Fong Tang, following suit. The official shook his head and clarified. This cycle is not what you imagine. What lies beneath is a cycle demon. In an instant, the officials exchanged glances, bewildered. The official continued. This demon emerged approximately 5 centuries ago, reappearing every 100 years. Each time it surfaces, it captures numerous mortals or even wandering souls, dragging them into this so-called cycle. At this juncture, Ting Zhu interjected. In the grand scheme of the 36 provinces, each with 72 cities, why have we congregated near Tang City? To be candid, we have come for this demon. Upon it, there may lie a treasure our divination sect desperately needs. Fong Tang, with hands clasped, inquire, my lord. Have you never ventured down before? The official, deep in thought, replied, Naturally, many have descended, including those of considerable cultivation. Yet, the experience was rather unpleasant, yielding no results. At this moment, Li Shiwuxiu bowed his head, lost in contemplation. A cycle demon? Capable of ensnaring wandering souls? In the event that Qianyuanzi's remnant soul has fled and been captured, Li 15's breath grew, increasingly labored, his expression more ferocious. He was acutely aware that his thoughts were mere wild conjectures. Yet, this notion ignited within him like an inconsequential spark that swiftly transformed into an overwhelming blaze, as if it sought to consume him entirely. Step by step, he approached the precipice above the molten pool, peering down into its depths. It appeared as though Qianyuanzi's grotesquely deformed visage was materializing from the fiery abyss, grinning maliciously at him. Fear not, old man. I shall not grant you the slightest opportunity, Li 15 murmured under his breath. Suddenly, his left thumb opened wide, revealing a blade of chilling sharpness, yet possessing an alluringly sinister beauty, which he meticulously extracted inch by inch. The painted mask upon it remained vivid, more lifelike than ever. Without a trace of hesitation, Li 15 brandished the knife and leapt into the pool of seething crimson lava before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, thereafter vanishing from sight. Tapte Sashantasing, Reincarnation Li 15. This fellow is truly outrageous. At this moment, the expressions of the onlookers were remarkable, yet they could not comprehend the madness he was spewing. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear? He swore an oath like a dog, and now it seems he truly is one, said Luoyang, shrugging his shoulders, feeling only surprised but not overly concerned. As for Ting Zhu, who stood not far away, he had initially prepared to take out the offering table, but quietly released his grip, his expression easing. Consequently, he would not need to cast the spell himself. The middle-aged official observed this and shook his head, addressing the mountain officials. Rest assured, any malevolent spirit is but a bane to humanity. However, this reincarnation specter, though its reputation sounds formidable, guarantees your safe passage in and out. Thus, proceed without fear. Upon hearing this, the cultivators collectively exhaled in relief, having previously believed it to be a certain death trap. Now, they gazed at the rolling crimson magma before them, one by one leaping down until they vanished from sight. In a realm shrouded in gray, Li 15 held a flower drum knife, also known as a theatrical blade, staring blankly ahead. Before him stood countless iron trees, their branches sharp and menacing, rising from the earth. Dangling from these branches were translucent membranes, or rather, complete human skins. As a chilling breeze swept through, they began to sway, producing a sound akin to rustling paper, resembling the laughter of countless souls, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Gradually, Li 15 withdrew his gaze, gripping his knife as he traversed through the grove of human skin. Slowly, the air filled with the haunting cries and pleas for mercy. Is this the infamous skinning hell? No, this is merely a deceptive realm conjured by the malevolent spirit. Li 15 shook his head and raised his eyes, noticing several stark figures, stripped bare, impaled through their chests, hanging from the branches. Other branches transformed into sharp blades, slicing and separating the human skins. Skinning holds little interest for him, and he let out a soft huff, feeling no stir of emotion. However, soon thereafter, he felt a tremor coursing through his entire being, even his very soul. Disciple 15, is that you? Come save your master. The raspy, aged voices of pleas echoed in his ears. It was this very voice that had haunted him through countless nights, rousing him from slumber. Old fool. Li 15's gaze locked onto a specific spot, halting in an instant, and then he looked up to see a gaunt, crooked-mouthed old Taoist, suspended among the thorny branches, being slowly flayed alive. Master, what a coincidence we meet again. Li 15 sneered, leaping up to the tree. Before long, Tingzhu, Long, Huang Shiwu, and several other mountain officials arrived at the scene, their faces a mixture of confusion. What is he doing? I can't make sense of it, they murmured. Li, please don't frighten me. Fong Tang shrank back, his eyes filled with trepidation. Before them stood a tree with a leaden gray trunk, where Li 15 beheld a branch with an enigmatic smile upon his face. He muttered incantations. Master, it has long been said by my fellow disciples that your heart is darker than the bottom of a pot. I did not believe it until now, but I must see for myself. Ah, indeed your heart is dark. Even a dog would scorn it. Old man, do you see? Your disciple has ascended to immortality, something you have sought for a lifetime. Do you understand? As he spoke, Li 15 took a swift motion with his hand, severing one of his own legs. Master, observe closely. This is what is known as the divine ability of immortals, the art of rebirth by severing one's limbs. Allow me to demonstrate. I shall cut off one of your legs next. Hearing this, the expressionless Tong Zhu clenched his fist and then struck out. Moments later, Tong Zhu's gaze became intense as he murmured, Qian Yuan, Qian Yuan. This is the first time I have heard you mention this name. Are you certain he is your master? Is there a problem? Li 15 retorted while adjusting his robe. Is he immortal? Indeed. Who bestowed this title upon him? According to him, he found a fortune teller by the roadside, gouged out the man's eyes, and coerced him into it. Why gouge out his eyes? A blind fortune teller can attract more business. He is doing a good deed. Tongzhu nodded, I see. In our eyes, this title is indeed commendable. However, you say it was given by a fortune teller. Then there is no issue. It is reasonable. He regarded Li 15 and continued, I must inform you that everything here, even this grove of human skin before us, is but an illusion. What you have just witnessed is merely a manifestation of your own obsessions. It appears your master's influence on your heart runs quite deep. The group continued their forward journey. Suddenly, Li 15 turned back, his pupils quivering. He seemed to see countless pieces of human skin hanging from the iron tree, swaying with the chilling wind, gradually transforming into the visage of Qian Yuan. Grinning maliciously at him, Li 15, Tong Zhu produced a copper bell and tossed it to hover 3 inches above Li 15's head, spinning incessantly. I have already stated that this place is peculiar. It will manifest the deepest obsessions of your heart before your very eyes. Many cultivators have ventured here and can attest to this. Yet, Li 15 silently retrieved the copper bell and returned it. I understand. However, I find it rather enjoyable. You cannot fathom the exhilaration of walking beneath a tree adorned with my master's human skin. My heart soars as if I am drinking from a sweet spring. Li 15's smile widened as he brandished his theatrical blade and strode forward. The others felt a shiver of unease within their hearts. An hour later, they traversed through the grove of human skin, followed by the hell of tongue-ripping, the mountain of blades, and the sea of flames. The legendary 18 layers of hell materialized before them, vividly and palpably, as if they were truly present within its depths. Throughout this journey, Li 15's smile never wavered. Do not inquire further. It is simply that witnessing his master endure such tortures brings him a sense of comfort. At long last, a grand altar, constructed from pitch black square stones, emerged before them. Atop the altar, there lay a bald-headed dwarf, scarcely half a man's height, dozing off in a languid manner. Perhaps sensing the approach of others, he slowly opened his eyes, stifled a yawn, and wore an expression of palpable annoyance. Go away, go away. I do not take lives. In fact, each time I capture someone, I personally release them, he declared. A woman among the mountain officials could not help but mutter, You are Spectre. How could you possibly refrain from taking lives? I do not believe it. Upon hearing this remark, the bald dwarf erupted into raucous laughter, slapping his knee in delight. Huh! Just because I do not take lives does not mean I do not bring harm, he exclaimed. If people believe in reincarnation, they become complacent, idling away their days in a futile wait for death, hoping for a better rebirth. If they believe in the 18 hells, when faced with humiliation, they do not seek retribution, but rather comfort themselves with the notion that their oppressors will face divine punishment. If those so-called immortals truly believed in reincarnation, TSK. In short, there are far too many such instances. Thus, you do not comprehend. I am the great demon, the one who inflicts the most harm, wielding the very concept of reincarnation as my weapon. Chapter 66. The so-called 6 realms. The black altar was modest in size, with a square base measuring approximately 10 zhang in length and width, and a height of around 3 zhang. At this moment, the bald little imp was descending the stone steps from the top of the altar, step by step. As he drew closer, everyone noticed that his entire body was covered with a layer of silver-gray, finely textured flesh-like scales. Above his head, there were even 9 ring scars, making him resemble a little monk. TSK, with that flat nose and gourd-like face, why do you speak so arrogantly? You, the most despicable of all demons? Luo Yang remarqued, arms crossed, with a tone of light mockery. Instantly, the bald little demon was enraged, hopping up and down, and shouted in a shrill voice, You all bully me. You all bully me. You're all fools, dimwits, and nitwits. Li 15, witnessing this scene, turned his gaze with a puzzled expression. The previous encounters with the specters, gambling demons, trickster demons, and faceless men, even the coffin elder, had all been exceedingly malevolent beings. Yet this demon, labeled as the reincarnation specter demon, appeared to be nothing short of a simpleton. He could not help but inquire, What you just mentioned about reincarnation, is that your method of causing harm? I still do not quite understand. Could you elaborate further? The bald little demon hopped closer upon hearing this. Elaborate further? But I don't quite understand either. It's just a feeling I have. Listening intently, Shiwu spoke up. Li 15, some esteemed predecessors have deduced that the emergence of specter demons does not occur without reason. It is possible that they reflect shadows of events that transpired in a bygone era. He pondered for a moment before continuing. For instance, the flower demon specter we encountered in the theater may have truly existed long ago. As for this so-called reincarnation that causes harm, perhaps it too has a similar past that once unfolded. Shiwu shook his head, adding, regrettably, from these specter demons, we are unable to deduce or comprehend the complete narrative of what transpired. Li 15 nodded in agreement, realizing that by she and the celestial officials of the sun, moon, and stars should have knowledge of this. But unfortunately, their memories had faded. At that moment, a series of rippling sounds resonated clearly in everyone's ears, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that brushed against their faces. Li 15 turned his gaze toward the sound and beheld, at a distance of about 100 meters, the grayish earth unexpectedly rippling, with the folds growing larger and accompanied by surging waves. It became evident that this was an endless expanse of a gray ocean. Do you not recognize it? Luo Yang, the fire cult member, remarked with a hint of amusement. I would like to know more, Li 15 replied, his expression unchanged. Luo Yang smiled. Do not underestimate this bald little creature. Though it is ugly and boastful, it has crafted this realm of reincarnation with considerable finesse, akin to the hellish places we traversed before, creating a truly immersive experience. As for that gray ocean, it is referred to as the River of Forgetfulness. Indeed, it is said that once one has crossed the River of Forgetfulness, all worldly connections are severed. This is precisely the River of Forgetfulness. No sooner had Luo Yang finished speaking than a black stone bridge emerged from the depths of the River of Forgetfulness, extending towards the shore. On either side of the stone bridge, dim lanterns flickered, their light a hazy yellow, as if shrouded in mist. Li Shiwu remarked, "Understand. This must be the Naya Bridge." The bald little demon tilted its head. "Naya Bridge? I prefer to call it the Bridge of No Return, signifying that once one crosses it, the ties of this life are severed, with no hope of return. However, your name is quite splendid. Perhaps I shall construct another bridge and name it Naya Bridge." As the bald little demon spoke, a multitude of figures became discernible on the Bridge of No Return, gradually approaching the group. Upon closer inspection, it revealed 3,000 ordinary mortals, a mix of men, women, and children, each bearing an expression of profound enlightenment. Suddenly, they knelt before the bald little demon, performing an elaborate act of prostration. An elderly man rose, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Divine being, I have attained understanding, truly understood. Indeed, there exists a hell in this world, and the cycle of reincarnation is real." A woman, similarly overcome with emotion, cried out, "Divine being, about 20 years ago, a wealthy lord abducted my daughter, subjecting her to unspeakable humiliation before her untimely death. It was a tragedy. That old man managed to live to 88. But the laws of karmic retribution are inexorable. I witnessed him suffer in the depths of hell, enduring a fate of 1,000 cuts." Fong Tang nudged Li Shiwu's arm, whispering, "Brother Li, this woman, like you, is perceiving the illusions created by her own obsessions." At this moment, the bald little demon adopted a tone of feigned profundity. "Everyone, rise. To witness reincarnation is your opportunity. Once you depart, remember to embrace goodness and avoid wrongdoing." With that, it performed an unknown maneuver, and the 3,000 individuals vanished before them. "Quickly, quickly," the bald little demon urged. "I must hasten to return them to the mortal realm. Otherwise, if they disappear for too long, their friends and family will be worried." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu raised an eyebrow, realizing he was increasingly perplexed by this little creature. He inquired, "Is this how you have always conducted your affairs?" "Indeed, this demon has always acted thus, gathering a batch of mortals to wander through reincarnation before sending them on their way." At this moment, Ting Zhu spoke candidly, "Reincarnation demon, I am a practitioner of divination, and I have come for the cursed treasure that resides within you." "Cursed treasure? You always pester me for that trinket. How vexing," the little demon retorted, turning towards the Bridge of No Return with hands clasped behind its back. "Follow me, you understand. That cursed treasure cannot be taken by force. It must be willingly bestowed by me." Upon witnessing this, Ting Zhu and the other practitioners followed without hesitation. Li Shiwu and the mountain officials pondered briefly, then joined in their pursuit. The Bridge of No Return spanned approximately 5 zhang in width, constructed from heavy slabs of blue stone. Its surface appeared smooth. Yet upon closer examination, countless marks of blades, spears, and the scars of lightning and fire were evident. As they traversed the path, the chilling sensation coursed through them, sending shivers down their spines, prompting Li Shiwu to exclaim, "The vastness of the world is indeed filled with wonders." A mere demon had orchestrated this reincarnation with remarkable precision. The group continued onward, the turbulent waters of the River of Forgetfulness roiling beneath the bridge, occasionally echoing with the cries of serpents and scorpions, and the mournful wails of spirits. After approximately an hour, they arrived at a stone platform, roughly 100 meters in diameter, which presented itself in a perfect circular form. This place marked the terminus of the Bridge of No Return. Li Shiwu gazed upward, where 6 dark and profound apertures were lined up in midair, resembling gaping black holes. Though they appeared similar, the auras emanating from them were distinctly different. Some exuded a sense of peace and sanctity, while others radiated an ominous energy. One particular opening echoed with the sounds of livestock, grunts and bellows of pigs and cattle. The bald little demon bellowed, "Do not stare too long." Those 6 apertures represent the so-called 6 paths of reincarnation: the path of heaven, the path of humanity, the path of hell, and the path of hungry ghosts. The diminutive demon pouted, "If you seek the treasures of the demons, you may, but you must adhere to my rules." Chapter 67. The Scale of Good and Evil. Listening Candle nodded, saying, "Our divination sect has had predecessors visit, so we are naturally aware of your customs." The setting sun urged, "Hurry up, move swiftly." The bald-headed little demon cast a disdainful glance, and then waved his hand, presenting a large scale before everyone. This scale, nearly 10 meters in length, displayed an ancient bronze hue and consisted of 3 parts: the pan, the beam, and the weights, resembling those used by mundane merchants. The bald-headed little demon swayed his head, stating, "Good is represented by white, while evil is denoted by black." Good can also be interpreted as merit and blessings. Evil, however, can be extended to denote karmic retribution and transgressions. The scale before you is called the scale of good and evil. It can manifest your virtues and vices in an overt manner, presenting them clearly through weight. Upon witnessing this, Li 15 inquired of Listening Candle, "Is it for this scale of good and evil that you have all come to Tang City?" Listening Candle shook his head, replying, "Not at all. The reincarnation demon possesses 2 treasures, and this is merely one. We seek the other." At this moment, the bald-headed little demon suspended the scale in midair, calmly saying, "Come forth one by one, and let me see your good and evil, your merits or sins." A mountain official asked, "What happens after we step on the scale?" The bald-headed little demon pointed to the 6 mysterious black holes above, saying, "Once your good and evil are distinguished, you shall naturally enter the 6 realms of reincarnation." Upon hearing this, the mountain officials were immediately filled with dread. The little demon continued to explain, "Fear not, for all here is but an illusion. When you enter the 6 realms of reincarnation, it is not a true rebirth, but rather a dream akin to reincarnation." In an instant, the assembled cultivators collectively sighed in relief. The bald-headed little demon urged, "Hurry, who will come first?" "I'm quite busy." The setting sun, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Let them go first. I have committed too many sins and fear that stepping on your scale might break it." "You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant." The little demon bared its teeth, clearly displeased. A timid female mountain official softly suggested, "Perhaps we should go first?" "Very well, step up quickly," the little demon urged once more. "All right." As a gentle breeze swirled beneath the woman's feet, she gracefully landed on the scale's pan. Remarkably, the bronze-colored beam began to exhibit a pale white hue. The hanging rope on the weight adjusted its position along the scale's markings, evidently measuring her weight. Pale white indicated goodness, with a merit weight of 1 tael. She could enter the human realm and be reborn as a human. The bald-headed little demon glanced at the beam and bluntly declared, waving his hand to summon a small bowl of murky water from the river of forgetfulness. The water appeared turbid with a grayish-yellow tint. "Drink this, and soon you shall have a dream," he instructed. The woman accepted the bowl, her eyes glimmering with delight. She murmured softly, "I have also taken lives, yet still possess merit. I suppose it is for protecting the people and participating in the extermination of evil creatures." After pondering for a moment, she discreetly pointed at the others and tentatively asked, "Little demon, may I wait to drink this river of forgetfulness water? I wish to see their good and evil. You may be unaware, but among my colleagues lies a treacherous backstabber of rather frightening presence." Upon hearing this, Shiwu raised his head slightly, his expression resolute. He had vanquished the malevolent Qian Yuanzi and cunningly eliminated the theatrical demon and gambling fiend. Although he had acted rather recklessly at the time, ultimately, he had saved nearly 20,000 souls in Jewel Town. I am keen to observe who possesses my benevolence and who bears my merits today. A kind heart can commune with the divine, and lofty virtue can subdue malevolent spirits. How could you wicked individuals ever comprehend the profound meaning of the saying? A house filled with goodness shall surely have abundant blessings. Li Shiwu spoke each word with striking clarity, his face reflecting an air of lofty indifference. This game, he was certain he would win. What are you staring at? The wicked one is indeed you. Li Shiwu, facing the setting sun, glared fiercely. At this moment, the eye embedded in his left thumb clearly discerned the more than 100 twisted, ghostly figures lurking behind his adversary, their eyes blood-red and sinister in appearance. Humph. You may be impressive and aloof. With a sweep of his robe's flowing sleeves, he turned his gaze away, preferring not to see such malevolence. Then, it was the turn of the mountain officials to step upon the weighing scale. Colorless, the balance of good and evil, fortune and karma, could enter the human realm. To be reborn as a person. One by one, the mountain officials ascended the scale without partaking of the waters of forgetfulness, eagerly observing the spectacle. Such an occasion was unlikely to occur again in this lifetime, and they did not wish to miss it. Light white, minor good, weighing 2 taels of fortune, could enter the human realm and dwell in a prosperous and virtuous household. Light black, minor evil, weighing 2 taels of karma, could enter the realm of Azuras, yet abandon wickedness for goodness and reform. Medium black, great evil, weighing 1 gene of karma, could enter the realm of beasts, paying for past transgressions. Deep white utmost goodness, weighing 10 gene of fortune, could enter the human realm and enjoy blessings in a household of renown and abundance. Upon hearing this assessment, Fong Tang hastily bowed to the crowd, his face beaming with a smile. Ah, my fortune is but a modest 10 jin, all thanks to the splendid company of my esteemed colleagues. Please forgive me. Li Shiwu raised his thumb in approval. Indeed, you bring honor to our mountain officials. At that moment, the basket-carrying woman, a shepherdess, stepped onto the scale. The voice of the bald little demon resonated at the right moment. Light white, minor good, weighing 3 qian, could enter the human realm. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu was momentarily taken aback. What is this? She is actually virtuous? On what grounds? The woman with the basket covered her mouth in laughter and said, Dear Taoist Li, you may not be aware, but every time I commit a wrongdoing, I transfer the karma consequences, shifting the blame onto others. Perhaps this scale of good and evil only recognizes karmic ties. Therefore, am I not virtuous? The crowd pondered this revelation. Their wariness towards the shepherdess and the entire 10 aspects sect heightened significantly. Gradually, all the mountain officials took their turns. The most distinguished among them was none other than Fong Tang, who boasted a remarkable 10 jin of fortune, with the others not far behind. Li Shiwu asserted confidently, Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. I believe I shall surely be deemed of utmost goodness. If there truly exists a cycle of reincarnation, in the next life, I shall be honored as a marquis. Therefore, it is only fitting that I take the final turn. At that moment, the plump figure from the Huaran sect stepped forward. Dear friends, allow me to go first. Li 15 nodded. This corpulent fellow displays commendable courage. The hefty man, with an unusual expression, replied, My surname is Fat, given name Fat Infancy, not Fei. Huh? Is it not embroidered with the character Fei on the cuffs of your robe? That is merely my fondness for the character Fei. In who in our sect, we only bear the surname Fat. Please do not be mistaken. Moreover, my esteemed friend Li has once procured a 5-fingered horse from the hands of Fat Dahuai. He is indeed my uncle. Li 15, smiling awkwardly, said, It seems to be a misunderstanding. I apologize. His eyes then sparkled with recognition. Since you are uncle and nephew, I would trouble you to convey my gratitude to the esteemed Dahuai for the horse he sold me, as it has proved to be of great utility. Fat Infancy nodded, then donned a tall red hat, adorned in white robes and a red hat, as is customary in the Huinrn sect. Subsequently, he leaped atop the weighing scale. Inky black, a millennium of malevolence, karmic retribution weighing 500 pounds, destined to enter the realm of beasts, enduring the torment of being slaughtered for flesh. Chapter 68. Severance. The individuals who have ventured in this time possess some peculiarities. The bald little demon shook his head and sighed. 500 pounds of karmic retribution. One must ponder how much malevolence that entails. It is indeed difficult to fathom and evaluate. Even if reincarnation were a reality, encountering such a nefarious being might occur only once in a millennium. Upon hearing these words, the assembly of mountain officials took a collective step back, their gazes evasive as they distanced themselves from the plump infant, for he was a manifestation of a millennium's worth of great evil, and one must not become entangled with him. Li 15 regarded the scene with an assessing gaze. This rotund figure concealed his depths well. "Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon," the plump infant remarked as he stepped down from the scale, his demeanor utterly unconcerned, as if this were an entirely mundane affair. At that moment, Luoyang ascended the weighing platform. A profound darkness enveloped him. 5,000 years of malevolence, bearing a karmic weight of 800 pounds, could lead him to the realm of the damned. "Young man, no wonder you exhibit such arrogance. Yet, to think you could shatter my scale. It seems you lack sufficient strength." Once Luoyang descended, he shook his head. "Ah, a karmic weight of 800 pounds, somewhat mediocre, I suppose. Not tarnishing the reputation of my arson sect." Li 15, however, was not taken aback by this outcome. What intrigued him was the multitude of contorted shadows lurking behind Luoyang. What would they possibly be? "I shall partake as well." Upon uttering these 3 words, Ting Zhu confidently stepped onto the weighing platform. Creak, creak, suddenly, a sound reminiscent of imminent fracture resonated clearly in the ears of the onlookers. The 10-meter scale visibly bent the moment Ting Zhu set foot upon it, and the hue darkened to an extent that it seemed to engulf the spirits of those present. Black, a manifestation of 50,000 years of great evil, bearing a karmic weight of 5,000 pounds, descending into the abyss. At this moment, the bald little demon encircled Ting Zhu, scrutinizing him with utmost gravity. "Young man, 5,000 pounds is the utmost limit of my scale. Just how many lives have you extinguished? How much malevolence have you committed to amass such a level of karmic debt?" Ting Zhu maintained a steadfast gaze. "I cannot recall. In any case, my sect engages in divination daily, and there are always individuals whose fates do not align with ours. So, if you inquire of me, whom should I ask?" Such a response sent a shiver through the hearts of the assembled practitioners, and the mountain officials lowered their heads, hesitant to scrutinize one they had shared experiences with. Yet Li 15 found himself rather astonished. 5,000 pounds of karmic debt, attributed to Ting Zhu? Could this truly be? "Bald little demon, is there an issue with your scale? How could it be so exaggerated?" he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The bald little demon replied, "Absolutely not. My cursed treasure, while lacking in other abilities, is infallible in discerning good from evil. Look at this fellow, Ting Zhu. He does not even deny it." Seeing this, no one dared to speak further. However, the girl in the floral white dress, Huang Shiwu, paused her scribbling and stepped forward. "Hey, let me give it a try." As she ascended the scale, creaking sounds began to emanate, and the bending of the scale intensified. "My dear aunt, you must hurry down. This treasure scale is on the verge of breaking under your weight. Allow me to fetch another scale, and we shall reassess." The bald little demon cried out in panic, fearing for the preservation of his prized possession. "All right then," Huang Shi replied softly. Continuing, the little demon swiftly replaced the 20-meter-long ancient bronze balance beam and increased the weight on the scale. "You this cursed treasure, it appears to be a complete set," Li Shiwu remarked, finding the situation rather intriguing. "Miss, please step onto the scale," commanded the little demon. Huang Shiyu complied and stepped onto the weighing pan. Just as the bald-headed little demon was about to speak, he noticed a glimmer of ethereal light emanating from Huang Shiyu's hand, silencing his voice. She stepped off the scale, her brows arched in a gentle smile. "Let us keep this between us. I shall be the only one to know." As for Li Shiwu and the others, they were oblivious to the intricate calculations of the scale's markings, which were exceedingly complex, only comprehensible to the little demon. The crowd fell silent, a profound sense of taboo enveloping the air. "Well then, it's my turn to take the stage," Li Shiwu declared resolutely, undeterred by the malevolence he had witnessed. After all, he had inadvertently accumulated a considerable amount of merit and blessings. "Li brother, it's all in your hands now." Fong Tang nodded in encouragement, seemingly optimistic about Li Shiwu's prospects. "Rest assured, I am confident Li Shiwu replied with a raised brow, exuding an air of calm assurance. The little demon, however, grew impatient. Enough of the delays. Just step on the scale already. Everyone, open your eyes wide and pay attention, Li Shiwu called out as he confidently stepped onto the weighing pan. In the next instant, the gathered cultivators were left in stunned silence. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the 20-meter-long balance beam shattered, failing to withstand even a moment's weight. The cultivators looked down in disbelief, witnessing the beam transform from its ancient bronze hue to an impenetrable black, the depth of its color defying description. The cultivators were left bewildered. How dare you, mere reincarnation demon, use this broken artifact to challenge me? Li Shiwu exclaimed in fury. By she conveyed to me that the Yao Emperor knows my name and the Yao Empress has inquired about me. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have stirred? Fong Tang added, Reincarnation demon. How could the scale break the moment Li brother stepped on it? This defies reason. He had only been cultivating for a few months. Zhu also shook his head, declaring, There is something wrong with your scale. Luoyang interjected, Replace the beam and start anew. I now have reason to suspect my karmic weight far exceeds 800 gene. Meanwhile, the bald-headed little demon was equally perplexed, unable to believe that Li Shiwu could snap its 20-meter balance beam. Perhaps my treasure truly has some issues. It muttered to itself, and after a few moments, replaced it with a new 30-meter beam. All right, now let us proceed. However, Luoyang jumped onto the scale first. An abyssal black, karmic weight of 800 gene. The little demon nodded, continuing, Indeed, this time it should be fine. As Luoyang stepped down, Li Shiwu ascended onto the scale. Crack! The same piercing sound resonated once more in the ears of the onlookers. The balance beam was again severed in two, plummeting to the ground, its dark hue symbolizing evil identical to before. Ah, the hemp rope invariably snaps at its most fragile points, and the malevolent demon schemes solely against me. Li fifthans kuntansa darkanat, damun. What is your true intention? Meanwhile, the bald little demon's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. My treasure. Yet, it too was engulfed in confusion. This situation defied all logic. Wait, I shall exchange it for you. It procured a 40-meter measuring rod and beckoned, Step on. However, as Li 15 descended into the scales pan, a crisp crack resonated. As anticipated, you return again? Li 15's chest heaved, a surge of the urge to draw his blade welling within him. Just a moment, I shall switch it again. The bald little demon, steeling itself, directly replaced it with a 50-meter rod. With a creaking sound, it shattered once more. Do not rush. I still have more. Crack. Wait, I possess a 70-meter measuring rod. Snap. This cannot be. Let's try an 80-meter one. Crack. Those present, initially incredulous, had become numb to the spectacle. Ultimately, the little demon slumped to the ground, tears unyielding, as though it had been rendered utterly foolish. Li 15, wielding his floral blade, stood on the brink of eruption. Finally, a mountain official could no longer contain himself, burying his head and murmuring softly, Li 15, have you ever considered that the scale itself bears no fault? The true issue lies with you. Chapter 69. Entering the six realms in the vast expanse of the void. The six black holes representing the cycle of the six realms continued to emanate an enigmatic aura, evoking an irresistible curiosity. Below, fragments of a scale lay haphazardly scattered, resembling a child's careless game, absurd and laughable. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the profound meaning concealed within instilled a chilling sense of dread in every cultivator present. What is my reason? Murmured Li 15, his gaze momentarily vacant, causing the flower-patterned blade in his hand to fall apart with a resounding crash. What is my reason? No, that cannot be right. I vanquish evil, slay demons, and protect the common folk. If there truly exists a cycle of rebirth, I am destined to be a blessed individual in my next life. Even if I cannot be born into nobility, I shall enjoy a life of wealth and prosperity. But now, no, this is absolutely wrong. As Li 15 lowered his head, his eyes fell upon a celestial vision only he could perceive, and he was once again engulfed in a trance. Could it be that? His eyes deepened with contemplation, thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind. Could it be that this celestial vision itself is a treasure of great significance, bearing weight so immense that it shattered the balance of good and evil? Or perhaps the entanglement of immense karmic consequences or past grave sins led to the breaking of the scale? Regardless of which scenario it was, Leaf 15 found both equally plausible. Yet, what if neither was true? What if the true embodiment of malevolence, or one ensnared by karma, was, in fact, himself? The mere thought sent a spine-chilling sensation surging from all directions, infiltrating his very being. Li Fiftan called out Ting Zhu loudly, noticing Li 15's lack of response. He stepped forward, crouching down to gaze at the bald little demon slumped on the ground. Reincarnation demon, I have a question for you. Your last ancient bronze scale stretches 100 meters long. If good and evil were to be measured in terms of weight, what is the maximum it could possibly weigh? The little demon regained its senses, replying, "The maximum weight? I do not know. It is impossible for anyone to bear such immense karmic retribution or blessings." Ting Zhu pressed on, "Then allow me to ask you another question. If I alone were to slaughter millions of your kind, would my malevolence be sufficient to break that scale?" That should not be possible. At this revelation, the cultivators present collectively gasped, their expressions laden with intrigue. The extermination of an entire race was a sin beyond measure, and thus, if that were the case. Fong Tang turned to the bald little demon and continued, "I believe it is quite possible that there is an issue with your precious artifact. After all, the cycle of reincarnation here is merely an illusion. The scale of good and evil in your possession is not the legendary treasure capable of truly determining good and evil, at best. It is merely a cursed artifact with similar powers." Luoyang concurred. "Indeed, there is merit to this assertion. As a member of the fire cult, my karmic burden is but a trifling 800 pounds. How could Li 15 have shattered 9 scales? Is he jesting?" In a moment, the officials of the mountains began to voice their opinions. Originally, they were filled with dread, believing that Li 15 was perhaps possessed by some malevolent entity. However, upon hearing that the annihilation of the great Yao human race did not incur such sins, they felt reassured that it was indeed impossible. At this moment, listening to the buzzing sound in his ears, the bald little demon gazed at the pitch-black scales scattered across the ground, hesitating. For, in its understanding, such an occurrence was equally improbable. Meanwhile, Huang Shiyu concealed herself behind the other cultivators. With one hand wielding a writing brush and the other holding a blank sheet of paper, she began to inscribe, within the boundaries of Binzhou pertaining to Tang City. There exists a reincarnation demon that plunders the common folk, arbitrarily determining right and wrong, and through the cycle of 6 realms, it deceives the masses, often flaying and dismembering them with unparalleled cruelty. Such actions have stirred the wrath of both mortals and deities. Only the 15th Path Sovereign, possessing great compassion, has devised a clever scheme to sever 9 of the demon scales. Once the matter is resolved, he departs without a trace, his garments untainted. Huang Shiyu meticulously wrote these words, merely summarizing her account for this venture into reincarnation. Later, she would need to elaborate on the details, likely composing several tens of thousands of words. The bald little demon, bewildered, interjected, "Miss, though I claim to be a great demon, I have never engaged in the deeds you describe." "Oh, it's nothing. Consider it a temporary role reversal," Huang Shiyu replied without turning her head. As for the other mountain officials, most were already accustomed to such exchanges. In contrast, Li 15, despite his deep reluctance, could only force a wry smile. Ever since he learned that the other party had a significant grasp of the writing brush, he dared not refer to her as a demoness in person. At that moment, Ting Zhu spoke up. "The definitions of good and evil have been established. It is time for the next step." At this juncture, each cultivator held a bowl of the waters from the river of forgetfulness. The bald little demon rose from the ground, wiped the tears from his eyes, and stated, "Drink the waters of forgetfulness, and according to the good and evil you have just determined, proceed to the corresponding reincarnation passage." As his words fell, Ting Zhu drank from a bowl and leaped into the air. At that moment, his eyes appeared somewhat dazed, as though he had forgotten everything. Subsequently, he was drawn into the hell realm among the 6 paths, vanishing from sight. Luoyang, the plump infant, Huang Shiyu, and others similarly drank the waters of forgetfulness, entering their respective reincarnation passages. The mountain officials, however, exchanged glances, hesitating. The bald little demon reassured them, "Fear not, this is not true reincarnation. It is merely a forgetful dream." Yet, this dream felt remarkably real, as if starting anew, experiencing another life. Moreover, it would greatly benefit your cultivation. In no time, the cultivators ceased their hesitations, and after drinking the waters of forgetfulness, they each descended into reincarnation. Li 15, too, acted in a similar manner, but just as the waters were brought to his lips, he unhesitatingly overturned the entire bowl onto the ground. At that moment, the waters of forgetfulness surged tumultuously, waves crashing violently. Only he remained here, confronting the reincarnation demon. "Do you truly believe you Haven T intentionally harmed me?" Li 15 brandished his sword, his expression unfriendly, standing defiantly against it. "Kid, are you saying that the broken scales have nothing to do with you? Answer me." The little demon bared its teeth, equally enraged. In an instant, both parties fell into silence. After a stick of incense had burned down, Li Shiwu finally let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "For the moment, I find it difficult to discern who among us is the true victim. Indeed, your scale is broken, but I fear that I too shall be haunted by nightmares in the days to come. Each recollection of today's events sends shivers down my spine. So, what do you propose we do?" On the other side, the bald little demon hung his head low and sighed as well. "Alas, I am left with merely the shortest 10-meter scale. Truth be told, I am quite accommodating. Perhaps, when you are capable in the future, you could procure a better scale for me?" For a moment, Li Shiwu appeared rather taken aback. He nodded emphatically and replied, "Very well, I agree." Then, as if struck by another thought, he continued, "How about I introduce you to a companion spirit? It goes by the name of Faceless Man. It possesses the ability to change many faces and is quite skilled in singing and dancing. It has remarkable talents." Chapter 70. The Dual Mastery of the Playful Blade. Unmatched in the world enough. I am a great demon, and that faceless man you speak of is hardly worthy of mention, the bald little demon scoffed. Li 15, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. After all, the faceless man might not even wish to engage. In the next moment, he noticed a shift in the demon's demeanor as he held a scroll in his hand, which he unfurled to reveal a vividly depicted, crooked-mouthed, small-eyed, old Taoist priest. "Little demon, I pose a question to you. It is said that you can capture wandering souls and spirits. Have you ever encountered him?" The bald little demon gazed at the image and shook his head. "I can indeed capture wandering souls and spirits, but they have all been cast into the river of oblivion. After all, the true river of oblivion is teeming with ghosts and other malevolent beings. As for this vile priest or any spirits associated with him, I have not seen them." Li 15 pressed further. "Are you certain?" "Of course. I am a master here, and I know everything that transpires within these realms." The little demon pondered for a moment and added, "Do you not journey into the cycle of reincarnation? Even a dream can be beneficial for cultivation." "I do not," Li 15 replied. "I have come here solely for the figure depicted in this painting, nothing else." A thought struck him. "By the way, have you heard of the Zhongshan Temple?" "No, what is that for?" "Ah, it is nothing of consequence." Then, observing Li 15 pick up a broken scale beam from the ground, he tied a red thread of causality to one end and removed the old coffin master from his earlobe, using it as bait. Quietly, he approached the edge and cast it into the river of oblivion. The rod, line, and bait were all readily available, and he couldn't help but shake his head. He then formed a hand seal and chanted, "Nine nether mystical evil, heed my command, let the river of oblivion surge forth, and the souls return to their rightful place." His training had not spanned long, and he had focused on incantations, particularly those for summoning souls. At this moment, perhaps out of concern that the bald little demon had erred, he preferred to use the coffin master, once a personal belonging of Qianyuanzi, to summon souls rather than entering the six paths to enhance his own cultivation. Seeing Li 15 in action, the bald little demon stood by, mimicking his gestures, and chuckled. "I often enjoy fishing in the river of oblivion. Those captured spirits are like the fish I keep in my pond. Li 15 glanced over and casually inquired, "Do you believe in the existence of reincarnation?" "No, and do not be gullible. I have told you it brings harm," the little demon replied earnestly. "Focus on this life and do not yearn for the next." "Do you know why reincarnation brings harm?" Li 15. "It ultimately leads one to accept fate." Li 15 furrowed his brow. "Accept fate?" "Yes, accept fate." The little demon looked up at the 6 dark voids above. "You see, I have weighed their good and evil, and they entered different paths accordingly, to be reborn as humans or beasts. If you believe in reincarnation, would you not also think that the pain endured in this life is a repayment for the sins of past life?" The little demon pondered for a moment and then remarked, "It is akin to a beast of burden, toiling endlessly. If someone were to inform it that its current suffering is merely a repayment of past transgressions, would that not imply a tacit acceptance of fate? Li 15. If one day you find yourself ensnared in a similar predicament, I ask you, would you accept your fate?" The little demon inhaled deeply and shook its head, exclaiming, "That is why I assert that reincarnation is a curse, though you remain skeptical. Its greatest detriment lies in compelling individuals to accept their destiny. The acceptance of fate by one person may not be alarming, but what if an entire community or even a world were to succumb to such resignation? The thought is chilling, indeed." Beside them, Li 15 remained silent for a long while. Eventually, he spoke solemnly. "I understand. Thank you." The bald little demon scratched its head. "Ah, today my mind feels particularly sharp. By the way, where's that blade you had earlier? I wish to see it." Li 15 hesitated momentarily before drawing the flower dam blade and handing it over. The little demon received it with both hands, treating it with great reverence. Fixating on the vividly portrayed face of the flower dan, momentarily entranced. After an indeterminate period, it suddenly exclaimed, "This young lad is extraordinary. The duality of his art is unparalleled in the world." Then, both the little demon and Li 15 were momentarily taken aback. "How curious. Why did I utter that?" Li 15 quickly inquired. "Are you referring to this flower dan, renowned for its theatrical prowess and swordsmanship, as unparalleled in the world?" Observing the little demon's silence, Li 15 gradually regained his composure. He began to believe that the words of the candle holder might hold some truth. These malevolent spirits might indeed reflect a bygone era. At that moment, the candle holder, clothed in garments as white as snow, emerged from the portal of reincarnation, standing in midair. He then partook of a bowl of the waters of oblivion and was once again drawn into the path of hell. "What does this signify?" Li 15 bundarat plaksha. The bald little demon explained, "They will cycle through 10 lives, as per my understanding. However, given that young one's karmic retribution, he is likely to endure 9 consecutive lives in the path of hell, suffering immensely. Following this, the setting sun revealed itself. After drinking the waters of oblivion, he then fell into the realm of beasts. This young lad is similarly destined, likely to endure 9 lives as a beast, suffering the torment of being skinned and consumed, with the final life perhaps allowing him to be human. Even in dreams, the experience remains identical. It is far from pleasant." Li 15 comprehended this and withdrew his gaze. Reciting his soul-calling incantation repeatedly, time flowed slowly. The practitioners emerged from the 6 realms of reincarnation, only to re-enter, perpetually repeating the cycle. Just as the little demon had indicated, the candle holder had consecutively entered the path of hell 9 times. At this moment, he emerged once more. "Look, this is the 10th time. In this life, he shall finally be human," the little demon pointed out. Li 15 looked up to see the candle holder, draped in a snow-white robe, standing in midair, about to drink another bowl of the waters of oblivion. As his eyes glazed over, the black hole representing humanity suddenly erupted with radiance, attempting to draw him in. Just then, Li 15 soared into the sky, onward. With a mere kick, the candle was once again thrust into the depths of the infernal realm. Subsequently, I descended and dusted off my hands. "You, young rascal, take delight in casting curses upon me. Yet, it seems you have also spoken on my behalf in the past. Thus, this debt must certainly be repaid. As for this individual, he too shall face his due consequences. After speaking, Li Shiwu turned to the bald little demon. The little demon remarked that in this 10th life, he was meant to be a humble farmer, toiling with a hoe throughout his existence. However, now that he has entered the infernal realm, it is likely that he will transform into that very hoe, wielded by another for a lifetime. Li Shiwu. Chapter 71. Fongtang has a wife. The waters of the river of forgetfulness flow endlessly, as if they were a part of one's very essence. Li Shiwu, wielding a balance beam, wore a countenance that radiated sheer contentment. Indeed, it was truly remarkable, transforming into a hoe, wielded throughout a lifetime. Ha! It was at this moment that Luoyang emerged from the path of beasts, having traversed 9 lifetimes as such. This was his 10th. As he drank from the waters of forgetfulness, preparing to enter the realm of humanity, Li Shiwu appeared once more. "Give it to me, over here." With a swift sweep of his leg, Luoyang found himself uncontrollably plunging into the realm of hell. TSK. These waters of forgetfulness are splendid. In the fleeting moment of their confusion, they are undeniably effective. This lad, I suspect, must have used incendiary methods to harm me. Li Shiwu descended from the air, adding, "If I am mistaken, then it is his misfortune. By the way, what has Luoyang transformed into in this 10th life?" The bald little demon closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to the conditions of the hellish realm. After a few breaths, it declared, in this 10th life, he was destined to become a resentful man, living in solitude until death. Yet now, you have thrust him into the realm of hell. Let me see. At this moment in the dream, he has become a temple dedicated to seeking marital connections with its doors. Li Shiwu furrowed his brow. A doorkeeper? One who opens and closes the temple doors daily, welcoming and bidding farewell to the worshippers? The little demon shook its head. Incorrect. He has become a threshold within that temple, trodden upon daily by visitors. Li Shiwu exclaimed. Remarkable, truly remarkable. My footwork holds some merit. Just then, Huang Shiyu emerged from the cycle of reincarnation, also drinking from the bowl of forgetfulness. Li Shiwu recited incantations, fixating on the waters of forgetfulness before him, seemingly oblivious to everything else. "Why don't you kick her?" The bald little demon casually inquired as Huang Shiyu re-entered the cycle of reincarnation. "I'm a man, destined to harmonize with the dust of the earth and walk the path of the Tao. How could I engage in trivial disputes with a woman?" "Really?" Li Shiwu lowered his head, his expression one of resignation. "Falsehood. This woman I would avoid at all costs. How could I dare to provoke her?" Gradually, figures began to re-emerge after enduring 10 cycles of reincarnation. The atmosphere grew lively, no longer desolate, but increasingly boisterous. "Brother Li, you cannot fathom the splendor of 10 lifetimes as a human. Although it is a dream, it feels as if it truly transpired." Fongtang beamed, adding, "Moreover, I believe this stabilization of the spirit will greatly benefit my future cultivation." For the first time, Li Shiwu scrutinized the young man before him. Clad in a gray Taoist robe, his countenance was unremarkable, perpetually adorned with a smile. He gave the impression of an amiable neighbor found in any street corner. "Brother Fong, your 10-fold blessings place you unequivocally at the forefront among us," Li Shiwu genuinely complimented. "Brother Li, you flatter me." "I find it quite surprising as well," Fongtang responded, seemingly modest. Li Shiwu then inquired, "I observe that your dealings with others are quite considerate. Your social connections must be strong. Why then have you become this mountain official?" "To be candid, I was quite taken aback at first when the elder selected me. Naturally, it was difficult to refuse, and thus I found myself, rather muddled, assuming the role of a mountain official." "Such is the case." Li 15 inquired further, "Brother Fong, when we encountered the gambling demon, it was the 5 of us mountain officials who entered. Some entered in hopes of seizing an opportunity, while I was forcibly drawn in by the old gambling demon." "And you?" Fongtang scratched his head, recalling, "I did not ponder too deeply. I simply felt compelled to rescue the nearly 200,000 citizens ensnared by the fiend. So I rushed in. Little did I know, I became a burden instead. Fortunately, in the end, it was you, Brother Li, who turned the tide." Upon hearing this, Li 15 fell into a moment of silence. Perhaps influenced by his time with Qianyuanzi, He felt an urge to mock Fong Tang, yet the words lingered on his lips. Unspoken, he merely remarked, "Tenfold fortune, Brother Fong, you truly deserve it." Fong Tang chuckled. "Once this matter concludes, brotherly, you might consider visiting my home. My wife's culinary skills are divine." This revelation took Li 15 by surprise. "You have a partner? I had not heard you mention her." "Indeed. We made a lifelong pact even before I took on the position of mountain official." Li 15 nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "In that case, I must prepare a generous gift to grace your doorstep." After a brief interval, nearly all had emerged from the cycle of reincarnation, save for two individuals, Luoyang and Tingzhu. How peculiar! Was it not Tingzhu who entered first? Why had he not yet appeared? Uncertain, the cultist Luoyang was also nowhere to be found. Amidst the murmurs, the gathered cultivators could only exercise patience, waiting for an indefinite duration. Yet this wait stretched into 1 hour, then another, seemingly endless. Reincarnation demon, why does Luoyang remain hidden? The basket-carrying woman, her face etched with anxiety, could no longer restrain her inquiries. The bald little demon hesitated, torn between words, yet remained loyal to his comrades. Cough. Perhaps they have committed too many misdeeds and are destined to suffer in the cycle of reincarnation. Li 15 offered, his demeanor unflinching. Just as he finished speaking, Tingzhu stepped forth from the path of hell, suspended in mid-air, his robe fluttering without wind, a visage of fury upon his countenance. "Reincarnation demon, in this my 10th life, why have I transformed into a hoe? The farmer wielded me for decades, passing me down to his son, then to his grandson. Even now, upon awakening, I am still dizzy, as though I remain a hoe, ready to be thrust into the earth. The reincarnation demon, do you not owe me an explanation?" The bald little demon, upon witnessing this, averted his gaze. At that moment, Luoyang, clad in a deep blue robe, also emerged from the path of hell, his eyes like spinning dice, swirling incessantly. What is this? In my 10th life, I have become merely a threshold within the matrimonial path. Who knows how many tread upon me daily? He took a deep breath, his voice seething with anger as he continued. Just a century, 2 centuries, 3 centuries, until the dynasties of the mortal realm have changed and the temple is buried beneath the dust. That is when one may finally awaken. Luo Xiang, supporting himself with a hand on his waist, gritted his teeth and said, "Even now, I feel as though my waist might be crushed. Reincarnation demon, tell me, what on earth is happening?" Upon hearing the plight of the two, the gathered cultivators were left in stunned silence, their faces expressing disbelief. A single hoe and a threshold? By all that is holy, is this truly possible? How absurd! At that very moment, Huang Shiwu stood behind the crowd of cultivators, holding a mystical brush, writing and reciting aloud. The divination sect listens to the candle, igniting the setting sun. The great evils of this world are too numerous to enumerate. Only the 15th Tao Lord, with his grand spirit connecting heaven and earth, devises clever schemes to punish the two, shaking off all worldly dust. Chapter 72. The Destiny Chessboard. The murmurs of Huang Shiwu resonated clearly among the assembled cultivators. Li Shiwu abruptly turned his gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. This enchantress, time and again, employed her eloquent quill to embellish his outrageous deeds, in essence, altering the narrative while leaving the outcome unchanged. Yet this time, although her words were slightly exaggerated, they held a kernel of truth, devoid of distortion. Still, what could her intentions be? Li Shiwu remained perplexed. Ahem. I am but an unaccomplished individual, merely feeling that the retribution you both face is excessively severe. To endure such suffering in this lifetime. He paused, unable to concoct a proper explanation, and defiantly lifted his chin, asserting, "Yes, it is I." So what? As for the assembly of mountain officials present, they could only stifle their laughter, struggling to contain the corners of their lips that threatened to break into smiles. One had transformed into a hoe, wielded by unknown hands for generations, while another had become a threshold, trampled upon for centuries. Such circumstances were simply too amusing. Understood, came the calm voice of the candle, descending slowly from the air. The future is long. I possess many incantations yet to be revealed. We shall see how this unfolds. Beside him, Luoyang cast a more menacing glance. Li Shiwu, you better watch out. Were it not for this critical juncture of reincarnation, I assure you, my methods would make you suffer. Then, a few individuals from various sects shifted their focus, their expressions grave, locking their gazes upon the bald little demon. The plump infant of the Hu-Inar insect declared, Reincarnation demon, we have adhered to your rules and completed the 10 cycles of reincarnation. Is it not time for you to present that cursed treasure? Luoyang's voice was sharp and assertive. That treasure is essential for our sect. Witnessing their intensity, Li Shiwu could not help but grow more serious. He too was curious about this treasure that could compel the 4 major sects to invest such effort. Seeing the tension, the bald little demon took 2 steps back, cautioning, I warn you, do not attempt to seize it. I'm willing to give it to you, but only if you ask nicely. Otherwise, I shall vanish into the river of forgetfulness, and no matter how powerful your cultivators may be, you will not find me. The candle replied, we are well aware of your capabilities. Thus, this gathering is composed solely of our younger generation. Rest assured, no one will resort to coercion. The bald little demon nodded. In that case, you seem to be adhering to the rules. With a flash of light, it revealed a chessboard in its hand. Upon witnessing this, Li Shiwu's eyes narrowed as he began to scrutinize it. The board was a perfectly square shape, radiating a lustrous white akin to jade, approximately 4 times the size of a conventional chessboard. Additionally, the enigmatic aura emanating from it left the gathered cultivators momentarily spellbound, lost in reverie. Ahem! Why are you all in daze? The bald little demon exclaimed. Li Shiwu, with an odd expression, chuckled lightly. Is this truly that cursed treasure? Or have you merely produced a chessboard, seeking us to engage in a game? The little demon tilted its head. A game? It seems I have not played in quite some time. How about you join me for a few rounds? As he spoke, he placed the chessboard on the ground and turned around to retrieve a pitch-black general's helmet, donning it upon his large head. How could one play chess without a helmet? He appeared quite pleased with himself, muttering softly. The crowd was taken aback. Li 15, however, wore a look of intrigue. Sensing that this little imp possessed something special, preparing a helmet in advance for a game of chess was nothing short of kindred spirit behavior. Clearing his throat, he asked, Little demon, do you have any spare helmets? I notice you possess something of value. I wish to trade for one. Otherwise, if anyone invites me to play chess, lacking a helmet atop my head, I truly lack the courage to sit at the chess table. The bald little demon's eyes lit up, excitedly exclaiming, Li 15, you two are the same ilk? That is splendid. I happen to have an extra one, so I won't require anything in return. I shall simply gift it to you. With that, he indeed produced a black helmet without hesitation and tossed it over. Li 15 hurriedly caught it, feeling its considerable weight. The craftsmanship was exquisite, adorned with intricate engravings of mountains and ferocious beasts, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon attempting to wear it, only his pair of eyes were visible. This is a fine item. The little demon chuckled, placing his hands on his hips, and added, You're wearing incorrectly. It should sit a bit lower. If someone were to strike you with the chessboard, it would absorb more of the force that way. Li 15 nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, your considerations are quite thorough. However, with this helmet, should one choose not to strike with a chessboard but rather with a blade, I believe having a full suit of armor would be even better. After all, as the old saying goes, a player who does not upend the chessboard cannot be deemed a great player. The little demon pondered, that is something I hadn't considered. The onlookers were left speechless, witnessing the peculiar exchange of a man and a demon engrossed in the proper way to wear a helmet and whether armor was necessary for a game of chess. Listening in were Zhu, Luoyang, and the chubby infant, unable to restrain their clenched fists, dark clouds of frustration rising upon their faces. Finally, Luoyang exclaimed in anger, Enough! You two have strayed far from the purpose at hand. We have come to contend for the ownership of that chessboard, not to observe your antics in playing chess. Meanwhile, Li 15 cradled the helmet, wiping it with his robe and breathing upon it with reverence, considering it an invaluable treasure to be stored within the coffin of his elder. Little demon, I reside in Tang City, Jewel Town. If you find yourself bored, feel free to seek me out. This helmet, I promise to repay you for. At last, The gathered practitioners refocused their minds back to the mysterious chessboard. The bald little demon remarked, "You all have come for this item, so you ought to understand its significance." Luoyang scoffed lightly. "The destiny board. It reveals the fate of individuals, the fortune of nations, and the grand trends of heaven and earth. My fire cult must possess it." His voice resonated with authority as he continued, "The foolishness of the upper and lower trigrams is evident. They do not know that only my fire cult can break the ice." Li 15 furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean by breaking the ice?" "I do not know that either," the little demon replied. "Then why do you speak with such grandiosity?" "The elders spoke in such a manner, and I mimicked their tone. Is there a problem with that?" At this moment, the bald little demon leaped onto the chessboard, facing the assembly of cultivators. "If that is the case, let us use this chessboard to observe your fates. Let us see whose fortune prevails, and I shall bestow the chessboard upon them." Li 15 and the others were taken aback, bewildered by this turn of events. "Cough, little demon, how can fate be so casually assigned?" The bald little demon shrugged. "Well, this has always been my rule. As for this fateful chessboard, to be honest, it holds little significance for me. However, as the saying goes, treasures are bestowed upon those who are destined for them. Since they desire it, as long as they meet my requirements, I have no qualms in giving it away." Chapter 73. A life between 10 deaths and 100 deaths above the river of forgetfulness. A fierce wind began to rise, stirring the waters into tumultuous waves. The officials of the mountains exchanged glances, their robes rustling in the breeze. Adjusting the stray strands of hair from his forehead, Li Shiwu chuckled and shook his head. "It seems this chessboard can foresee fate. Rather intriguing indeed. Since that is the case, feel free to compete for it. I hold no interest." The bald little demon remarked, "Those who have undergone 10 cycles of reincarnation each have had their chance to attempt this, with the opportunity to obtain this treasure." Upon hearing this, Fong Tang retreated a few steps and added, "To observe fate? No, I possess no lofty ambitions, thus I do not wish to know my destiny. Whatever may come in the future, I shall leave it to the will of heaven." In that moment, each practitioner pondered quietly, weighing their choices, none daring to take further action. At last, one official stepped forward, bowing deeply to the assembly. With a solemn tone, he spoke, "I have been without parents since childhood, fortunate enough to harbor malice within my body, and have been taken in as a disciple by an immortal sect. I have tread cautiously to reach this day. As for why I became this official, I prefer not to elaborate. Therefore, I wish to glimpse my fate." The bald little demon replied, "It is simple. Take a drop of your own blood and let it fall upon the chessboard." He continued, "Green symbolizes life and also represents a path of survival. Red signifies death, indicating a road of no return. You may try now, and I shall interpret your fate for you." The official nodded. Without hesitation, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the chessboard. Then, the onlookers beheld as the droplet coalesced in a corner of the board, rolling slowly along the intersecting lines in one direction. Remarkably, the blood glimmered with a green light. The bald little demon explained, "The green hue signifies that you are alive. As it rolls forward, each intersection it encounters represents a minor tribulation." Just as he finished speaking, after the blood droplet had rolled approximately 3 spaces, the green light faded, replaced by a crimson glow. "This indicates you have perished, having failed to overcome this tribulation," the little demon noted with a glance. Died. The official staggered backward, his eyes suddenly filled with bewilderment. The bald little demon quickly reassured him, "Do not panic. Although this fate-seeing chessboard is said to predict one's destiny, it is not infallible. Why not try shedding another drop of blood?" Heeding the suggestion, the official let another drop of blood fall onto the chessboard. This time, the trajectory of the rolling blood mirrored the previous attempt. However, upon reaching the intersection, it did not emanate a red light, instead safely passing through. The bald little demon commented, "You have attempted twice, once signaling life and once death. This suggests you will face a calamity in the future, with life and death hanging in the balance, and it will not be an easy trial. Proceed with utmost diligence and caution." The official bowed deeply. "I am grateful for your guidance." Subsequently, a group of mountain officials gradually released drops of their essence. hoping to glimpse their future destinies and prepare accordingly. As for the outcomes, they elicited a mix of joy and sorrow among the onlookers. However, the majority wore expressions shrouded in gloom, their heads bowed in silence. The bald little demon pouted, remarking that, in his view, everyone's fate was rather similar, neither particularly fortunate nor severely unfortunate. Meanwhile, the chubby disciple of the Hu Inar insect dropped a drop of blood onto the divination chessboard. Instantly, the spectators witnessed a green light meandering across the board, which abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson hue. How intriguing! The chubby infant, adorned with a red hat, grinned. This indicates that I shall also encounter a deadly tribulation in the future. Upon witnessing this, Luoyang scoffed lightly. And you claim to be a disciple of the national religion? Your fate appears rather unremarkable. The chubby infant paid no heed to the comment, and instead released another drop of essence. Yet, the result mirrored the first. The green light morphed into red, transitioning from life to death. I am a cultivator of the Hu Inar insect, blessed from a young age, advancing my cultivation at an astonishing pace. How could I possibly face a deadly tribulation? With a calm demeanor beginning to fade, he shouted in frustration before launching a third drop of blood from his fingertip. Alas, the result remained unchanged. No, I refuse to believe this. He proceeded to release a fourth drop, still failing to overcome the deadly tribulation. Chubby infant, it appears you are doomed, Luoyang remarked with a hint of amusement, having always held a disdain for the two national religions. The chubby infant continued his attempts, releasing a sixth, seventh, and eighth drop, until the 11th drop of blood finally traversed the intersection on the chessboard and continued onward. The bald little demon declared, 10 deaths, 1 life. Goodness, you little chub, perhaps you should swap that red hat for a white one. Live life to the fullest, and while you're at it, find a suitable burial site. You may very well need it. After all, overcoming this deadly tribulation will be exceedingly difficult. Infuriated, the chubby infant's flesh quivered with rage, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, yet he ultimately turned his head away with a huff. At that moment, Luoyang yawned and approached the chessboard with an air of nonchalance. When it comes to fortune, who can rival me? Born with a silver spoon. I survived a demon encounter at 3, and by 5, I was taken as a disciple by a prominent figure of the arson sect, gaining access to myriad techniques and legacies at my leisure. My esteemed status among the younger generation of the arson sect is unparalleled. As he spoke, he casually flicked a drop of blood onto the board. The gathered cultivators focused their gaze upon it, only to be met with disbelief. What? How is this possible? I too face a deadly tribulation? Staring at the blood drop emanating a crimson glow, Luoyang was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with incredulity. This makes no sense. He exhaled a deep breath and flicked another drop of blood. Yet again, there was no change. The chubby infant mocked him. 2 deaths. Keep going. Luoyang ignored him, persistently drawing blood from his fingertip. 3 deaths. 4 deaths. 5 deaths. 50 deaths. 100 deaths. Moments later, the portly infant laughed heartily towards the heavens. You vile cultist, how dare you bark before me? 100 deaths. Indeed, 100 deaths await you. Luoyang, were I in your position, I would find a wall and dash myself against it to end my misery. As for you, Luoyang, yet another drop of blood falls. At last, there is a shift in the tide. The bald little demon sighed and remarked, 100 deaths, a single life. Thus, one must not be overly arrogant. Remember, you once boasted of breaking my weighing scale. Youngster, once you escape this ordeal, hasten to find a wife and leave a legacy. This calamity you face is one you're unlikely to survive. As the little demon spoke, the candlelight flickered, and his robe billowed gently in the breeze as he stepped slowly toward the chessboard. Chapter 74. Belonging brotherly. This isn't a contest of who has the better fate. It feels more like a competition of who suffers more. Fong Tang couldn't help but mutter. 100 deaths for a single life. Li Fiftan murmurat. Is this the fate that lies ahead for Luoyang? He lightly moved his palm, and as his left thumb's eye opened, he beheld over 100 distorted figures behind Luoyang, still howling and brandishing their claws, an utterly chilling sight. Was his impending doom tied to these entities? Or was it something else? As Li 15 pondered, his gaze fell upon Ting Zhu. Aren't you from the divination sect? Can't you read the omens yourself? Perhaps you could have your esteemed predecessors divine for you instead. Why resort to that fateful chessboard? Ting Zhu turned back and shook his head. To divine for oneself is to invite certain doom. Moreover, my predecessors have always told me with a smile that my fate is exceptionally favorable, indeed the best among the divination sect. Today, I shall use this chessboard to verify whether their claims are exaggerated. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered practitioners, Ting Zhu pinched his fingertip, and a drop of blood fell. In an instant, a green light surged into the sky. On the chessboard, that drop of blood glimmered with a verdant radiance, resembling a deep-sea green pearl, dazzling and resplendent. Remarkable, the bald little demon exclaimed in surprise. Such intense green light. This fellow is quite fortunate, indeed. Some mountain officials sighed, adding, as the saying goes, life is inherently unfair. My earlier flicker of green light pales in comparison, like a firefly beside the stars. Simply incomparable. Fate, this is indeed fate. The bald little demon hurried to console him, saying, fate is ever-changing. Nothing is fixed. You need not belittle yourself. Upon the fateful chessboard, Ting Zhu's drop of blood continued to roll forward, the green light growing ever more radiant, imbued with the essence of burgeoning life, akin to a sapling gradually maturing into a towering tree. Yet, as the onlookers marveled, the green light suddenly vanished, replaced by a profound crimson glow steeped in a heavy aura of death, causing all present to lose their composure. Li Fiftan stuttered blankly. Little demon, what does this mean? Does Ting Zhu also face a death tribulation? The bald little demon was equally taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. It should be so, but why is his fate so peculiar? It seems to flow smoothly, as if destined, yet suddenly transforms into a death tribulation, with no path forward. Meanwhile, Ting Zhu, witnessing the scene on the chessboard, wore a dim expression that quickly returned to normal. He then dropped a second drop of blood. The result was the same as the first. The third, fourth, fifth. After a full 100 drops, the outcome on the chessboard remained unchanged. The plump infant remarked, "Are you certain your predecessors from the divination sect didn't deceive you? You've already faced death 100 times, catching up to the short-lived folk of the arson cult." The bald little demon also advised, "Perhaps you should stop trying. This continual demise is simply too distressing." But Ting Zhu paid no heed, resolutely continuing his attempts. As time passed, he had already tried a full 500 times. "Listen, it's truly futile," Fong Tang sighed, advising similarly. Yet a mountain official couldn't help but murmur softly. This divination sect, so fond of proclaiming, "I have a fortune that does not align with your destiny," indiscriminately condemns lives. Could it be that this is divine retribution? Thus, one's fate is abruptly severed. Ting Zhu turned slightly, casting a glance. Under normal circumstances, he would not dismiss such words lightly. However, today, he lacked the inclination to seek retribution. A droplet of blood was expelled once more. On the other side, Li 15 pondered idly, stroking his chin. He felt that whether faced with 10 deaths or 100, the semblance of a glimmer of hope belied the grim reality of their situation. "Ah, well, at least we've met. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall pour a cup of wine upon your graves." Such words did not sit well with Luo Yang, who retorted angrily, "Li 15, whom do you curse? Well, my fire teachings. 100 deaths? I possess the confidence to find a path to survival." The rotund infant chimed in, "Cultivation, after all, is akin to walking on the precipice. Facing 10 deaths is quite normal. There is no need for you to react so peculiarly, Tao-friendly." Yet in the next moment, the assembled cultivators heard Li 15 exclaim, "It's doomed! It's doomed! You, Li 15." Luo Yang pointed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to act at this moment?" Tao-friendly, while speaking, "Do not let your words be venomous, nor be overly decisive." The rotund infant responded with a stoic expression. Li 15, meanwhile, wore a look of vexation, for that statement was not his own, but rather echoed from the silent crow, perched upon a beam of the celestial observatory. "Apologies, esteemed sirs. Li 15 raised his gaze and earnestly offered his apologies. My earlier slip of the tongue was unintentional. I wish you both continued survival and a smooth journey ahead, free of obstacles. Upon witnessing this, the two did not dwell on the matter, but instead turned their attention to the fate chessboard. Meanwhile, doubts began to brew within Li 15. He was unaware of the crow's origins, yet its words seemed imbued with a supernatural clarity that he had witnessed before. Now, gazing at Luo Yang and the plump infant from the Huanren sect, he inhaled deeply, his expression growing increasingly profound. On another front, the bald little demon kept tallying. 999 times death, 1,000 times death, 1,001 times life, survived. The little demon exclaimed with excitement, 1,000 deaths, 1 life. Thankfully, there remains hope. The path ahead is not utterly devoid of light. What good fortune. Hearing this, Tingzhu's face broke into a smile. 1,000 deaths for 1 life. That's not too bad, is it? Li 15 remarked. You can still laugh at this? Truly remarkable. Tingzhu responded casually. You all do not comprehend. I'm not like you. The bald little demon surveyed the cultivators around. TSK, I am in search of a faithful soul with good fortune to bestow this treasure upon. Why is it that each of your fates seems to be more wretched than the last? That young lady, would you care to try? It turned its gaze toward Huang Shiyu. No, thank you, Huang Shiyu smiled, declining. Li 15, will you truly not give it a try? The little demon inquired once more. Li 15 hesitated, initially reluctant to partake in the trial. However, as he observed others stepping forward, he felt as if the ethereal presence of the immortal cultivation view enveloped him. Well, perhaps I shall give it a try. In a moment of resolve, he flicked a drop of crimson blood onto the fateful chessboard. Yet in the next instant, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. A verdant light surged skyward, its brilliance so overwhelming that it bathed the entire realm of oblivion in shades of green. The onlookers gasped in awe as they beheld the chessboard, where the horizontal and vertical lines transformed entirely into a vibrant green, with that drop of blood rolling freely upon it, unhindered by any force. What does this signify? The cycle demon? Luoyang inquired hastily. This signifies that henceforth, regardless of the choices he makes or the paths he treads, Li 15 shall encounter no obstacles, no calamities, and no worries on his journey ahead. The little demon was so invigorated that it began to leap about. Li 15, it turns out your fate is the most favorable. This chessboard is now yours. Do not hesitate to take it. Li 15, somewhat bewildered, accepted the chessboard, his mind swirling with thoughts. Was it truly possible for such an immortal cultivation view to cultivate immortals? Put it away, lest it be snatched by others. The little demon warned, casting wary glances at the crowd and urging him onward. Li 15 nudda, scrutinizing the chessboard for a moment before placing it within the coffin of the elder. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at the very instant the chessboard was stowed away, the previously green lines morphed into a sinister red, a hue so alarming that it sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 75, Loyalty and Honor. Li 15. Take good care of this talisman. The bald little demon stood to the side, its eyes brimming with caution. It bared its teeth and continued. I've already given this item to someone, so you'd best refrain from snatching it. As for Li 15, his brows furrowed in disbelief. Little demon, is your divination board truly that precise? It foretold that my fate is quite favorable. The little demon pondered for a moment before flatly stating, not accurate. Fate is akin to viewing flowers in a fog or the moon in water. Who can claim to understand it fully? However, dismissing its accuracy entirely would be unwise, as one can glean certain omens from it. In summary, belief or skepticism depends entirely on the individual. Li 15 nodded in understanding. Observing this, Luoyang mumbled, fate is indeed remarkable. Subsequently, the pair of dice-like eyes whirled a few times, and the little demon adopted a serious demeanor. Li 15, might I request that you entrust me with that divination board? Feel free to make any demands. My sect will strive to fulfill them. I previously mentioned that this divination board observes the fortunes of nations and the grand trends of the universe. Yet, as a solitary individual wielding this board, you are merely allowing a precious gem to gather dust, squandering its potential. Hearing this, Shiwu stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke calmly. Li 15. If you grant me this board, I can assure you that my sect will divine 3 fortunes for you. Li 15 raised an eyebrow, responding, what will you divine for me? Choose 3 individuals, and my sect will determine their compatibility with your destiny. Li 15, with a pursed lip, retorted in circles and loops. You merely mean for your sect to eliminate 3 people for me, yet you insist on framing it as divination. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Li 15 froze, mumbling to himself, cannot take it, cannot have it. It would only invite laughter before the gates of the underworld. Life severed, myriad ghosts clamoring. This life finds it difficult to seek the path of light. It seemed as if he could not restrain himself, repeating the phrases in front of all present. Luoyang let out a light chuckle, shaking his head. Li 15, you cannot guard this treasure. There is no need to feign madness here. Only Shiwu observed the scene, his expression dark and contemplative. He understood that the crow's beak he had fished up earlier was now attached to Li 15. Moreover, he himself was the first victim of the beak's emergence into the world. What are you doing? The bald little demon tugged at the robe around Li 15's waist. After a few moments, amidst the growing perplexity of the crowd, Li 15 finally paused, exhaling deeply. With an unflinching demeanor, he replied, nothing of consequence, merely fabricating a whimsical rhyme to amuse everyone. Fong Tang, with a furrowed brow, remarked, Brother Li, though everything here may be illusory, it still constitutes a cycle. What you just did was rather uncanny. Li 15 chuckled lightly, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the crow's beak perched on the beam, his eyes narrowing in thought. Those earlier words were undoubtedly spoken through him by that beak. Did they perhaps serve as a warning that this so-called divination board should not be possessed? Little demon, it seems other malevolent spirits possess but a single talisman. Why do you have 2? He inquired, maintaining a facade of calm. Since the moment of my inception, it seems I have encountered 2 matters. What is the issue? The bald little demon stroked his head. Oh, it's nothing, Luoyang hurriedly replied. Li 15, you truly are of no use with the chessboard. Furthermore, as the 3rd elder of the arson sect, I am stationed outside. Do you genuinely believe we can take it away? The plump infant of the Huaran sect, equally anxious, added, Li 15, you are indeed on the face of the grand official. In other words, we are allies. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a figure clad in a sky-blue Taoist robe, appearing to be nearly 30, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, and with a demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze, made his entrance. This individual was none other than Bai Shi. We pay our respects to the Lord of the Stars, we all acknowledged. In that moment, aside from Huang Shiwu, who was engrossed in writing, the remaining cultivators bowed in unison. Bai Shi, with a smile gracing his face and a tone laced with amusement, inquired, as for this divination chessboard of the arson sect, do you truly think you can take it away? Lord of the Stars. Luoyang lowered his head, then somewhat defiantly continued, but I was precisely placed within the mountain officials by you, and you even conferred with the 3rd elder about it. Thus, you cannot go back on your word. Bai Shi, upon hearing this, chose to disregard it. Instead, he faced the mountain officials and spoke gently. Your positions as mountain officials are inherently precarious. The emergence of this reincarnation demon, coupled with the presence of 10 cycles of reincarnation here, offers you a rare opportunity to stabilize your souls and enhance your cultivation potential. Upon hearing this, the mountain officials promptly bowed in gratitude. At that moment, the bald little demon approached with a skip, chin in hand, circling around Bai Shi. In a rather impudent manner, he lifted the Taoist robe to sniff this and that. With a puzzled expression, he queried, I feel as though I have seen you before. Have you seen me? Also, do you know what we demons are? And how we came into existence? Witnessing this scene, Li 15 pondered deeply. Bai Shi was a being who had existed since the time when spiritual energy still thrived, having reached the pinnacle of celestial comprehension. Conversely, the bald little demon corresponded to certain events that may have genuinely transpired in bygone eras. Thus, it could be said that the 2 may indeed share some connection. Unfortunately, one possessed a fractured memory, while the other remained muddled, unable to articulate even his own essence or origin. I have no recollection. Bai Shi replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Very well, let it be. The bald little demon retreated a few steps, suddenly on high alert. You just mentioned taking the chessboard, which implies you are here to seize Leaf 15's treasure. I am a demon of honor. I voluntarily offered this item to him, not to embroil him in trouble. With that, the remaining 10-meter ancient bronze scale rod in his possession shrank, transforming into a hefty club held firmly in his grasp. What is your name? Come, let us have a duel. A comical figure, barely half a person's height, with an odd appearance and a bald head, brandished the large stick defiantly, declaring war against the celestial official. Yet, not a soul dared to mock him. The cultivators gazed in astonishment as they beheld that the waters of the Wangchuan had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into an endless sea suspended beneath the heavens. The pervasive aura of death, accompanied by the haunting cries of countless restless spirits, sent shivers down the spines of the cultivators, instilling a sense of despair within their hearts. Yet, despite the diminutive stature of the little demon, it appeared to loom larger than the vast expanse of the earth and soar higher than the heavens in the eyes of the onlookers. Halt! Bai Shi's gaze remained calm as he merely pointed a finger. In that moment, within the cycle of reincarnation, everything, whether it be the inverted river of oblivion or any other entity, fell into a state of stillness. He sighed softly. Little demon, you cannot defeat me. Chapter 76. Return, are you incapable of defeating me? The bald little demon roared, a fierce light flashing in its eyes. Who do you think you are? I will not be bested by you. Let me tell you, I am loyal to my kind. This treasure shall not be taken by anyone. With that, it brandished a hefty stick and slammed it forcefully into the ground. The realm of reincarnation, momentarily frozen by Bai Shi, erupted with a cacophony akin to the shattering of icebergs, resounding deafeningly. In an instant, everything resumed its motion. Above, the suspended river of forgetfulness roared violently, and colossal waterspouts spiraled upward, resembling yellow dragons howling incessantly at Bai Shi. Come, feel the might of my blow. The little demon leaped into the air, harnessing the tumultuous power of the river of forgetfulness, and swung its stick down fiercely toward Bai Shi's head. However, to its surprise, a predictable yet astonishing scene unfolded. Bai Shi, with a nonchalant demeanor, effortlessly pinched the stick, crafted from a weighing rod, between two fingers, causing the entire expanse of the river of forgetfulness to cascade down, sending sprays of water soaring into the air. Maintaining his calm, his voice remained gentle as he replied, You are but a mere specter, unable to even articulate your own existence. Perhaps once, you were something of significance. But tell me, are you truly the same as you once were? Even with your formidable cultivation, what can a mere specter like you accomplish? Witnessing this, the gathered cultivators were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief. This bald little demon was not merely posturing. It had genuinely dared to confront a celestial official who had lived for an unfathomable duration. My lord, please remain calm. Specters are inherently fierce. It is not unusual for them to act out in anger. Besides, this insignificant demon cannot possibly be your match, Shiwu interjected, wearing a forced smile, inadvertently stepping in front of the little demon. This situation had escalated beyond what he had anticipated, and he regretted accepting the fate board. Moreover, he had not foreseen that this little demon, while seemingly amiable, would turn aggressive without hesitation. However, Li was merely a person who had partially merged with the essence of a backstabbing canine. Shiwu gazed at the canine figure within his spiritual platform. He had already integrated about 20% of this essence, drawing nearer to becoming a true backstabbing canine. Do not be vexed. I bear no ill will, Bai Shi smiled. It is fortunate that this reincarnation demon does not engage in the same malevolence as other specters. Otherwise, had we, the celestial officials of sun, moon, and stars, not intervened, few would be capable of contending with it. Upon hearing this, the little demon, gripping its hefty stick, bared its teeth in frustration, hopping in anger. How dare you speak so? I am a most wicked demon among your kind. Do you understand reincarnation, you fool? Meanwhile, Shiwu hurriedly offered apologies. The plump infant from the Huaran sect, facing the setting sun, spoke with a hint of mockery. My lord, your entry into this reincarnation realm is merely an opportunity to seize treasure. Now that you are here in person, what of that elder who guards outside? Does he dare to act against you? At this moment, Baishi softly stated, the matter here is resolved. Follow me as we depart. Yes, my lord. Li Shiwu lowered his gaze, contemplating the little demon before him. This chessboard, are you truly offering it to me? Take it. I, the demon, am a creature of honor, and my word holds weight. However, it seems I might not be able to keep it. The bald little demon pondered for a moment, then asserted with confidence. I cannot keep it either. Your celestial officials are far more fearsome than this mere specter. What can be done? It is up to you to decide. Gift it or discard it. I have no objections. Li Shiwu Nudda then followed the group of cultivators back along the path across the bridge of no return. I'm off, he called without turning back, simply waving a hand in farewell. Li Shiwu, I expect to remain here for the next 100 years. Do come and challenge me to a game of chess. And remember to wear your headgear. Rest assured, I am well aware. As he crossed the bridge of no return and departed from the river of forgetfulness, he traversed through realms that resembled the depths of hell. Along the way, a smile remained on his lips, never faltering. The thought of witnessing his master endure the torturous punishment of skinning and dismemberment filled him with elation, as if he were drinking sweet spring water. In Tang City, within the star official's residence, the cultivators sat cross-legged in the hall, while Baishi sat alone at the front. My lord, that fateful chessboard rightfully belongs to our nation. The plump infant, with his large belly and tall red hat, spoke candidly, already envisioning it as his own possession. Yet Baishi replied, do not rush. Refrain from snatching it just yet. I must deliberate on whom this treasure should be bestowed. My lord, as the great Yaoxing official, what hesitation could there be regarding this treasure? The infant's voice hinted at anger. Are you questioning me? Baishi's gaze fell upon him. And no, I would not dare. Baishi waved his hand dismissively. Withdraw for now. Allow me time to consider. At this moment, the true owner, Li Shiwu, seemed inconsequential. However, he remained oblivious, deeply engrossed in thought, as the crow's voice incessantly urged him not to take it. What could be the reason? Exiting the star official's residence, the sky had already darkened. Li Shiwu fixed his gaze in a determined direction, performing a hand gesture, and in an instant, vanished without a trace. In Jewel Town, within a small temple, Li Shiwu returned as the full moon hung high, casting its serene glow. He wielded a flower-dan knife, unflinching, as he severed his excess limbs one by one. His extraordinary physique allowed the wounds to scab immediately, sparing him the need for bandaging. What a peculiar endeavor this is. Li Shiwu sat upon the mat, propping his chin with one hand. After a deep sigh, he began to reflect on his journey. Firstly, reincarnation brings harm due to the concept of accepting fate. Secondly, the flower-dan knife. Formed from the essence of his thumb's pupil, or perhaps the flower-dan itself, once truly existed and was even known as the dual master of the performance blade. Thirdly, his karmic retribution had inexplicably caused him to break 9 of the little demon's scales, the reason for which remained a mystery. Lastly, the little demon had proclaimed his good fortune and gifted him the chessboard, yet the crow's voice persistently warned him against accepting it. Damn it! Despite the apparent smoothness of this journey, why did he feel a chill creeping down his spine, unable to quell a sense of fear? Li Shiwu murmured softly, his brow furrowing ever deeper. This invisible terror, palpable yet unseen, increasingly unsettled him, making him feel as though everyone he encountered harbored malicious intentions. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the small temple swung open. A figure clad in a flowing white robe stood at the threshold, frowning as they remarked, "Your establishment resembles nothing more than a pigsty. Yet, given your grotesque appearance, it seems quite fitting." Li Shiwu lifted his gaze, rolling his eyes in disdain. "What right has one who has danced with death to bark at me? Listen well, Candle, your fate is far less fortunate than mine." Chapter 77. The ownership of the chessboard outside the small temple. The moonlight shimmered like water, reflecting the rippling surface of the great river. Li Shiwu casually kindled a bonfire and sat beside it. Not only were the candle listener, the falling sun, the plump infant, and the woman with the basket present. But they also settled down on the ground. The chessboard is right here. Feel free to take it, Li Shiwu remarked nonchalantly, gesturing towards a white jade chessboard beside him. I dare not. We are merely a little over 1,600 miles from Tang City. To the celestial officials, this is no different than being under their watchful eyes. Falling Sun replied, lowering his head. Observing the group, Li Shiwu scanned their faces before solemnly stating, You all shall meet your demise in the future. The atmosphere immediately stiffened, punctuated only by the sporadic sparks from the fire that flickered and vanished in an instant. Li, my friend, I have faced death numerous times already. Do not curse me, the plump infant retorted, his tone decidedly irritable. Indeed, merely 100 deaths and rebirths. There is no need to panic. It is but a commonplace occurrence. Falling Sun dismissed with a sneer. Li Shiwu shook his head, offering no further explanation, and turned his gaze towards the candle listener, asking, As one who has experienced 1,000 deaths and rebirths, what are your thoughts? Embrace fate. Remain unafraid, the candle listener replied, taking a deep breath before lifting his gaze to the night sky. Yet, the current state of the Great Yao is quite terrifying and grotesque. It appears tranquil on the surface, yet it seems as though deep-seated monstrous beings lurk from all directions, instilling a sense of dread. Hearing this, Li Shiwu suddenly inquired, You all are disciples of various sects, thus your knowledge must be vast. I wish to ask, what lies beyond the 36 states of the Great Yao? Does anyone know? The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. I do not know. Perhaps you should directly consult the celestial official by Shi, the candle listener suggested. However, it is said that the entire Great Yao is enveloped by a ghostly barrier, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. The plump infant from the Huaran sect interjected, candle listener. Do not speak so casually. My master has stated that beyond the Great Yao lies a vast expanse, provided one has the cultivation close to immortality. As the two continued their dispute, Li Shiwu shook his head, tending to the fire in silence. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, approaching their gathering. Upon closer inspection, the figure appeared slender, with long limbs and a somewhat disheveled appearance, reminiscent of a monkey. To his surprise, it was GMO, the adept in the monkey guise. Brother Li, your fate is remarkably resilient. Having served as a mountain official for so long without meeting your end, he greeted exuberantly. Li Shiwu remained silent, methodically extracting his flower knife from his eye socket as he stood and stepped forward. Come here. Let me have a few swings at you. Please. Not that. Brother Li, when I was eager to escape, you had nowhere to go. It was a mutual affair. Ji Montauk pleaded. Huh, I do not wish to hear it. Brother Li, my mother is with me. Grant me some mercy, I beg you. Li Shiwu paused, taken aback. You brought your mother along while venturing outside? In the next instant, a corpulent woman with dark spots on her face, thick lips, and a large frame appeared before them. Mother, over here. There's a bonfire. Come sit here to warm yourself. The chubby infant's cheeks jiggled, and GMO exclaimed, it's you? What a stroke of bad luck. It appeared that the two were acquainted from the past. Fat Master, this truly is my mother. I have brought her home to burn incense and pay respects to our ancestors, thus formally acknowledging her. This is no jest, GMO stated earnestly. Ahem, Fat Master. My mother is, after all, an elder. Shouldn't you show some courtesy on your first meeting? GMO raised his eyebrows, imploring for a bit of grace. The chubby infant's face darkened, yet he still tossed out a jade pendant, maintaining decorum. A warm jade for you, esteemed mother. GMO continued, these two friends, along with Brother Li, need not bring anything extravagant. Just a token of goodwill will suffice. The three exchanged glances, finding it inconsequential, and casually offered a small item each. Then, they beheld GMO patting the pouch at his waist, causing 11 distinct women to materialize before them. Mo, where are we? Little Mo, are you hungry? I have some cooked food. The crowd responded with silence. GMO remarked, Brothers, my mother comes in abundance. Please do not take offense. And I kindly ask for a bit more goodwill. Moments later, GMO, with utmost respect, led the multitude of women to the town of Jewel. Ladies, follow me. I shall show you where you may reside. Once the group had distanced themselves, The setting sun could no longer contain its curiosity. Leaf 15. What on earth is this? Where do they come from? The chubby infant replied, from the 10 Manifestation sect, a practitioner of the monkey manifestation. Do not be surprised. Those who cultivate the monkey manifestation each possess their peculiar quirks. I simply did not expect this fellow to prefer playing the role of a mother. Leaf 15 unsheathed his flower-patterned knife, muttering, "Damn it, what a calamity!" "What calamity?" asked Juju. Previously, GMO sought a woman to marry. But when he was dissatisfied with one he found, I casually remarked that if he couldn't have a wife, he might as well take her home as a mother. I never imagined it would evolve into this. Leaf 15's eyes twitched. I didn't foresee this transformation. Can you really blame me? The others chimed in unison. It is your fault. However, the chubby infant shook his head. Leaf 15, GMO situation, aside from your wild talk, is also related to the peculiarities of his monkey manifestation origin. In other words, it resembles a backlash. Otherwise, if one could merely merge with the origin, they would be able to perform various wondrous techniques. In this world, such fortune is rare. Just then, GMO returned, becoming familiar and seating himself. Everyone, my mother is rather numerous. Please do not disdain. Leaf 15 pondered for a moment before inquiring, GMO, I once encountered an old man with a bi character. Is there truly no way to separate them? By the way, the technique used was the monkey manifestation's lifelink technique. GMO shook his head. No. My monkey manifestation possesses only two techniques. 1. The life entangling technique, which I previously demonstrated to you and can be voluntarily undone. And 2. The life linking technique, which, if successful, leads to mutual destruction with no possibility of reversal. It is a desperate measure employed by us practitioners of the monkey manifestation. Leaf 15 nodded, but suddenly, the surrounding scenery rapidly shifted, and Juju and the others vanished one by one. As he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by an expanse of white, with only one figure present, Bai Shi. Your Excellency, the star official, you have arrived, he said, rising to pay his respects, aware that it was his consciousness that had been drawn into this peculiar realm by Shi. Li Shiwu, regarding the fateful chessboard. May I inquire your opinion on whether it should be granted to the arson sect? Bai Shi asked. The arson sect? Li Shiwu furrowed his brow. He had indeed not intended to retain that chessboard. He planned to heed the words of that raven-tongued individual for once. Your Excellency, why the arson sect? Bai Shi replied. Among the 4 major sects of the Great Xia, I perceive no distinction between righteousness and wickedness. As for the reason for considering the arson sect, it is simply because they are sufficiently insane, and I wish to give them a nudge to see what unfolds. Li Shiwu questioned with uncertainty. Sufficiently insane? Indeed, Bai Shi affirmed with a nod. They aspire to reopen the heavens of the Great Xia. Chapter 78. The reopening of humanity surrounding them was a vast expanse of white. Li Shiwu's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dancing with incredulity. And Master, the arson sect seeks to open the heavens? What does opening the heavens truly signify? Bai Shi smiled and replied. What do you think? Li Shiwu paused, scratching his head as he ventured. In my understanding, it means a fierce warrior wielding a great axe, cleaving downwards before him. And that would be about it. Bai Shi regarded him with an odd expression, shaking his head. Your interpretation of opening the heavens is quite amusing. However, the members of the arson sect do not intend it in that manner. His tone grew serious as he continued, though they have not explicitly stated it. We can infer from various subtle clues. Their ambition is to dethrone the Yao Emperor and Yao Empress, thereby establishing a new order. Bai Shi shook his head again. No, it is not that simple. They seem to aim at reopening the great Yao humanity. In other words, they aspire to lead the myriad great Yao people from one plane of existence into another. Li Shiwu, you may perceive it this way. The arson sect wishes to facilitate the metamorphosis of the great Yao people, transforming them from one race to an entirely new one. At this revelation, Li Shiwu froze, seemingly struck dumb by the magnitude of such astonishing words. And Master, the arson sect actually intends to lead the great Yao people, billions of citizens, through a transcendence of races. But is that truly a good idea? I believe being human is not without its merits. His chest heaving, he began to comprehend why the arson sect was deemed the greatest heretical sect of the great Yao. Not only did they wish to topple the emperor and empress from their divine pedestal, but they also sought to transform humanity into a new race. Should they succeed, what would the arson sect become? A creator deity or a divine architect? Li Shiwu opined that if he were the ruler of the great Yao, he would exhaust the full might of the two great national religions and the celestial officials of the sun, moon, and stars to eradicate the arson sect, casting them into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. The celestial officials, I believe, have been overly lenient towards the arson sect. Taking a deep breath, Li Shiwu asserted, with the power of the sun, moon, and stars, we could surely scatter them to the winds, rather than engaging in these trivial skirmishes as if it were a jest. Bai Shi, upon hearing this, merely clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled lightly. Li Shiwu, do not underestimate the arson sect. Their continued existence and their audacity to attempt reopening the great Yao and its humanity is a testament to their remarkable capabilities. Bai Shi sighed and added, you must understand, they are not jesting. For this purpose, they have plotted and prepared for countless years. Many followers have sacrificed their lives in their relentless pursuit, just as your fate chessboard can predict the currents of the world. They seek to obtain it to forecast pivotal aspects of their plan. As Bai Shi spoke, his gaze grew distant. These insights were gleaned from the visit of the arson sect's third elder, for which I unraveled the threads of their intentions. To speak candidly at that moment, I was equally filled with astonishment. Their ambitions were undeniably insane. It is worth noting that our prior understanding of the arson sect was merely that they sought to overthrow the Yao emperor and establish a new order under the great Yao. Yet who could have anticipated? Alas! Li 15 lowered his head in silence for a few breaths, then raised his gaze and asked, my lord, if you deem the arson sect so deranged, why do you still lend them your support? Bai Shi smiled and replied, Li 15, do you not wish to witness the outcome of their schemes? Should they succeed, what transformations might the great Yao or its human population undergo? Li 15's face contorted with concern as he shook his head. I merely believe that being human is quite sufficient. The notion of transcending species feels exceedingly awkward. Bai Shi inquired, you wish to be human? Certainly, but you are not human, are you? Bai Shi retorted with an enigmatic smile, adding, after all, who possesses 10 legs and thumbs with eyes? Li 15 felt a pang of embarrassment and lowered his head in resignation. It was indeed true. He seemed to fall short of being considered human. Even he himself remained uncertain of what he truly was. Bai Shi continued, the arson sect aims to resurrect the human race of the great Yao. However, as for the diviners or the two major national sects, their intentions remain elusive to me. Nevertheless, the arson sect's plans are the most outrageous and simultaneously. He paused momentarily before slowly uttering 2 words. Anticipated. He then turned his gaze back to Li 15. You have gifted the divination board to the arson sect. They will surely remember your kindness. To put it plainly, though your cultivation may be lacking, you have managed to navigate both the righteous and the nefarious. Furthermore, within the arson sect, there exists a lineage that transcends all paths. By befriending them, you may find opportunities to benefit. In summary, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Li 15 felt a stir within him, my lord. Does this mean transforming my pupils into a pair of dice? Indeed, Bai Shi nodded. Li 15 pondered for a moment before asking, my lord, having given the board to the arson sect, will the two major national sects cause me trouble? After all, that rotund infant and Huang Shiyu of the 10 manifestations sect seem equally interested in this board. Bai Shi replied casually, they will not. After all, you are but a minor official to them. What influence could you possibly wield? They will merely assume that it was I who voluntarily presented the board to the arson sect. This, of course, was indeed the truth. It would not be long before another lunar official would come to apprehend me and escort me to meet the Yao Emperor. Li 15's expression turned peculiar, my lord. Your tone suggests you seem rather expectant. Bai Shi responded, it matters little. I shall be returned shortly anyway. Of course, you may perceive me as somewhat different from before. Upon hearing this, Li 15's expression quivered. My lord, is the star official Bai Shi whom I first encountered truly the same person? Though they appear identical, for some reason. He always feels as if there is a distinction between the two. Bai Shi smiled, offering no reply. With a mere wave of his hand, the radiant white light before him gradually faded. Beneath the veil of night, the chirping of insects resonates like a boiling cauldron, while the river flows gently, its waters shimmering with a soft murmur. Not far off, in Jewel Town, the occasional flicker of lights resembles the twinkling of fireflies. By the bonfire, listeners gather as Luoyang, Lao Yan, and others fix their gaze intently upon Li Shiwu. Li Shiwu, what are you daydreaming about? Luoyang exclaimed, shaking him lightly. He continued, I just asked you if you would be willing to join my Firestarter sect. Do respond. Li Shiwu, coming back to reality, cleared his throat and replied earnestly. Do you understand why your Firestarter sect has been classified as a cult? What is its true purpose? The purpose? Only our sect can break the ice. Luoyang feigned calmness, reiterating his previous assertion. Indeed, you're correct, Li Shiwu said as he raised his eyes to the night sky, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 79. The Monkey's Contradictory Devouring Li Shiwu. Whom do you intend to give the chessboard to? Sunli Inque Ting Shu. Naturally, it is to. At that moment, the individuals present straightened their backs, their expressions serious, entirely devoid of the previous nonchalance. Needless to say, Li Shiwu is a prominent figure of the Dia, and with the esteemed star officer presiding, how could the chessboard fall into the hands of the divination sect and this heretical cult? The chubby infant's face gleamed with anticipation. To the arson cult. Upon uttering these words, Li Shiwu casually tossed the fateful chessboard into Luoyang's hands. Then, with a tone laden with earnestness, he added, cough. When you return, do remember to mention my name, Li Shiwu, before the cult leader and the elders. Gee, give it to me. Luoyang was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, he erupted with joy, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Li Shiwu, this is the first time I've seen you in such a pleasing light since our acquaintance. Thus, I, Luoyang, can be said to have accomplished a great deed for the cult. Excellent, splendid. Beside them, the chubby infant rose in fury, his rotund face trembling with rage, entirely stripping away his previous friendliness. Li Shiwu, do you dare to betray Dia and turn against us? Tingzhu, however, remained significantly calmer. It is the Star Officer's decree. It is indeed a gift to the arson cult. Luoyang carefully secured the chessboard. Was there any doubt? It seems the Star Officer is a man of his word. He had previously promised that if we could not acquire this chessboard, he would seek out that reincarnation demon himself. As for you, it appears you have no chance. No sooner had Luoyang finished speaking than a towering figure appeared before him, draped in a black cloak that concealed him thoroughly. Yet through the gaps, Li Shiwu discerned the multitude of twisted, grotesque figures lurking behind. Having encountered the third elder, he stood and offered a respectful greeting, his tone neither overly submissive nor arrogant. Kid, should you change your mind in the future and decide against becoming this mountain official, you are welcome to join my arson cult. The third elder's voice was gruff, yet carried an unusual tone, as if something were lodged within his throat. He continued, the arson cult is planning a breaking the ice initiative, and we require talents like you. Li Shiwu's expression remained unchanged, though he hesitantly replied, this, allow me to ponder it further. He felt deep down that this matter was rather dubious, and he was quite resistant to it, uncertain of the monumental consequences it might provoke in the end. Very well. Take care, young friend. With that, the third elder departed, taking Luoyang and the woman with the basket into the void, vanishing in an instant. This matter is far from over. The chubby infant snorted coldly, snapping his fingers, summoning a vividly colored beast adorned with 6 horns, which landed on his back before departing swiftly. Tisk, truly the extravagance of the Huaran sect, GMO remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Li Shiwu, do take care of yourself, Ting Zhu said, shaking his head slowly as he rose. I am unaware of the arson cult's intentions. But with such a rabble of lunatics gathered, what good could possibly come of it? They have been granted a chessboard capable of forecasting national trends and observing the changes of the heavens. This action bodes ill. As Ting Zhu prepared to leave, Li Shiwu hurriedly called out to him. A favor, if you will. What is it? I shall provide you with the birth chart of my master, You, the diviner, will cast the spell, as you well understand. Is your master not deceased? Yes, I merely wish to exercise caution. You are aware of the surreal and bizarre occurrences that abound in this world. After a moment of contemplation, Ting Zhu spoke. Proceed. Guihai imao jiwei bingyin. Li Shiwu gazed at the moonlight and continued. Once that old wretch always boasted of his birth chart, claiming that a fortune teller had foretold he was destined for wealth and nobility from birth. Bah, does he even deserve that? Ting Zhu nodded, understood. Then, with a swift ascent, he vanished into the heavens, borne by the wind. The fire pit continued to burn, while the crowd had dispersed. GMO, astonished, remarked, Brother Li, how is it that merely a few months have passed, and you have achieved such success? The celestial officials, the arsonist sect's elder, and even the esteemed member of the divination sect are now acquainted with you. Li Shiwu maintained a calm demeanor and simply replied, It is merely good fortune. Do not take offense. Are you aware of the scribe, Huang Shiyu? She possesses a book bound in white paper, each page inscribed with her grandfather's name. Upon hearing this, GMO's eyes briefly reflected shock. That ancestral figure, Brother Li, you truly are remarkable. The night deepened. Li Shiwu stood by the fire pit, his head resting between his knees, his gaze reflecting the flames, lost in thought. Suddenly, he posed a question. GMO, upon acquiring the so-called origin, does one automatically become a disciple of the 10 aspects? Not at all. GMO shook his head with a sigh. One must first successfully integrate, and then register their name within the 10 aspects. Brother Li, you too are destined to inherit. Which aspect will it be? I have always maintained my integrity. Do not speak recklessly. With a calm tone, Li Shiwu inquired further. Is the reason you seek so many mothers due to the monkey aspect's backlash? Perhaps. It could be construed as such. But why? Facing Li Shiwu's inquiry, GMO appeared somewhat bashful. After a deep breath, he began to explain. Brother Li, you must not laugh. You know that the monkey aspect is often likened to a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. Thus, we gradually develop an overwhelming sense of dependence, akin to a raging flood, utterly uncontrollable, only intensifying over time. Naturally, this object of dependence can be a person, an object, or anything at all. GMO lowered his head, his tone meek. Ahem, I, lacking in talent, have become reliant on mothers. Li Shiwu. Upon witnessing the disdain on Li Shiwu's face, GMO grew indignant and retorted, Brother Li, this is still your fault. Initially, I sought to find a wife to anchor my dependence. Who would have thought you would have me bring a woman back and label me a great fortune hunter? Look where that has led me. With no wife in sight, I have ended up with a multitude of mothers. Li Shiwu. The fire pit flickered steadily as GMO rambled on. Li Shiwu lightly tapped his fingers twice, casually sealing his ears. The flickering flames danced upon his handsome visage, and as the wind tousled his hair, he glanced down to see the fire's strength dwindling. With a yawn, he swept his long legs, sending a cloud of dust to bury the fire. Li 15, do you still have the audacity to disdain me? You are the root of this trouble. GMO continued to ramble, disregarding Li 15, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, his words faltered. He observed the other person abruptly rise, drawing a beautifully sinister long knife from the thumb's grip, inch by inch. The painted face of the flower performer seemed to come to life. The trajectory of the blade, a perfect fusion of strength and beguiling elegance, embodied a stunning collision of slaughter and awe. It was as if a flower performer were beside him, continuously singing in rhythm with the knife's movements. Li brother, I hold no grudge against you. G. Montag suddenly exclaimed, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 80. The Three by Shi. 3 days later, at the entrance of a small temple, Li Shiwu gazed upwards at the sky, observing the misty rain that enveloped the world in a veil of moisture. Casually, he opened an oil paper umbrella above his head. Brother Li, as cultivators, why would we resort to such mundane inconveniences? GMO remarked from the side. You do not understand, Li Shiwu sighed. My former master insisted that we must always have our feet on the ground and our heads towards the heavens, regardless of whether the rain poured like a deluge or hail fell like stones. We were never to seek shelter, nor to use an umbrella. He exhaled deeply, recalling several senior brothers who had succumbed to ailments and were ultimately dragged to their demise. Their bodies were dismembered and fed to wild wolves. Thus, I wish to use an umbrella now to shield myself from the storm. GMO pondered for a moment before inquiring, Brother Li, what is the matter with your blade? I seem to witness you strike your own leg and that eye. Li Shiwu's expression twisted, and he unsheathed the Huadan knife, his gaze fierce. If you utter another word, I shall strike you down. GMO fell silent, retreating to the small temple, where he welcomed forth his 10 or so mothers, their faces brimming with filial piety. Ladies, we have been here for 3 days. Let us take you for a stroll around Tang City. Imoer, you are so thoughtful. One of them responded, Xiaomo, I have made you a pair of insoles. Do try them on. Witnessing this scene, Li Shiwu turned away, covering his face, and stepped boldly into the water, holding his umbrella aloft. Tang City, brotherly, I shall accompany our mothers on their excursion, GMO declared. Do as you wish, Li Shiwu replied. After parting ways, he made his way directly to the residence of the star official. By now, he was quite familiar with the place, and along the way, no officials or attendants hindered his passage. In the study, he asked my Lord Star Official, what precisely is this Huadan knife? When I drew it and wielded it, I was unable to control it, dancing with the blade for 3 days and nights. As if possessed, Li Shiwu's eyes were clouded with concern, feeling that the Huadan knife bore an ominous nature. At that moment, she was seated at the table, sketching a landscape. I believe the issue lies with your eye, he stated. It has the ability to devour malevolent spirits. Do you not find that peculiar? It is indeed quite strange, yet I have no choice. I attempted to strike a few times, and, just like my legs, it can regenerate. Baishi shook his head, then chuckled lightly. Li Shiwu, I think your eye does not merely consume. It refines. Refines? Li Shiwu queried, his gaze filled with confusion. Yes, it refines. After your eye devours half of a malevolent spirit, it transforms it into a strand of rhythm, a strand of blade rhythm. Baishi paused in his drawing, continuing, you previously mentioned that in the mouth of the reincarnated spirits, these malevolent beings are referred to as the dual excellences of blade and performance. Now that you have acquired a strand of blade rhythm, is that not fortuitous? It is akin to gaining a wise mentor in this world, perpetually guiding you. Baishi glanced out the window, chuckling softly. Indeed, your eye is no ordinary one. You likely possess 9 more like it. Li Shiwu nudda. Realizing that the Huadan knife in his hand was not merely a weapon, but rather a strand of blade rhythm refined from the malevolent spirits by his eye. Esteemed one, may I inquire if it is possible to resign from the position of mountain official? Why? Do you wish to abandon your post? Not at all. I have other matters to attend to. Li Shiwu lowered his head, contemplating that he had gained a modicum of skill and thus felt compelled to investigate the origins of the celestial observatory. Otherwise, he would find no peace, either in sleep or in wakefulness. Additionally, he hoped to locate Hua Erling. That is not feasible, Baishi replied bluntly. Your name was recorded at that time. To depart is permissible only after fulfilling a tenure of 20 years, or in the event of your demise. Upon concluding his statement, Baishi gazed out the window into the distance. Ah, they have come to seize me. No sooner had he spoken than the world outside transformed into an abyss of darkness. A figure clad in white robes descended gracefully from the heavens, exuding an ancient aura, illuminating the void with his presence. In a detached manner, he intoned, By June, are you aware of your transgressions? In the next instant, this individual materialized within the study. Fixing his gaze upon Baishi, Li Shiwu recognized him as the moon official of Bingzhou, the same person who had previously come to apprehend Baishi. Transgressions? Baishi replied with a hint of amusement. The man continued, The Yao Emperor has decreed that we, the 3 officials, are beings of the past and must not interfere in the affairs of the present world. Yet you have audaciously employed sorcery to confine that reincarnated demon within the borders of Tang City and even took it upon yourself to deliver the fate chessboard to the arson sect. By June, do you intend to betray us and ally with that nefarious cult? What is the meaning of your actions? Sitting at the sandalwood table, Baishi merely smiled and responded casually. The arson sect approached me seeking assistance. It would have been impolite to refuse. Therefore, I offered my aid. The man, filled with indignation, retorted, "By June, is this the demeanor befitting a celestial official? When the arson sect appears, you ought to eliminate them directly. Enough. You may discuss your reasoning with the Yao Emperor and his Empress, as well as the two national masters." With that, both figures vanished simultaneously, leaving no trace behind. What now? Li Shiwu felt a sense of bewilderment. This was the second time Baishi had been taken by the water spirit in his presence. Oh, what business do I, a mere small fish, have in such matters? I am simply unworthy. With a long sigh, Li Shiwu departed. Exiting Tang City, he traveled westward for approximately 500 miles. At this moment, the rain continued to fall from the heavens. Standing in the air, harnessing the wind, Li Shiwu gazed at the scene before him, momentarily entranced. The waves of green and golden wheat stretched endlessly before him, as if reaching towards the horizon. Numerous cultivators were bustling about, employing various techniques, creating a scene of vibrant activity. "My friend, what spell are you employing?" Li Shiwu approached a foundational cultivator in the fields and inquired. "New here? Somewhat. Just a growth enhancement spell. With our malevolent energy and magical power, we channel and gather the wood element's force from the heavens and earth to accelerate plant growth." The cultivator sighed. In a vast city of millions, the daily consumption of food could easily deplete the resources of Mount Kong, not to mention the meat and various provisions. Without our assistance, should calamities arise and chaos ensue, who knows how many would perish from starvation? Regardless, we shall focus solely on cultivation, various allocations, and balance. Others will tend to the concerns. Li Shiwu, upon hearing this, respectfully acknowledged, "I am enlightened." He perceived that while the world was tumultuous, there existed an inherent order amidst the chaos. In contrast, the arsonist cult was utterly unhelpful, purely a malevolent sect. Days passed, and before long, 3 months had slipped away. In the small temple of Jewel Town, Li Shiwu was awakened by the resonance of the mountains and rivers. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took his leave. With the aid of stealth, he swiftly arrived at the star official's residence, where the other mountain officials had also gathered. At this moment, in the grand hall, Baishi sat cross-legged at the top, wielding a long sword while intently observing its blade. Li Shiwu exclaimed, "My lord, you were released so easily?" Baishi, his eyes narrowing into slits, pointed the sword diagonally and coldly replied, "Li Shiwu, refrain from excessive chatter." Li Shiwu was momentarily taken aback, a knot forming in his heart. Suddenly, he realized that the first Baishi, the second Baishi, and the one before him were not the same individual. They were, in fact, 3 distinct persons. Chapter 81 Departure. Within the hall, Baishi wielded a long sword, his fingertips lightly tapping the blade, producing a resonant clang. In an instant, a sharp aura permeated the entire chamber, rendering the mountain officials silent as they dared not raise their eyes. They had heard tales of how, 3 months prior, the entire Tang City had been engulfed in darkness, akin to the visitation of a lunar deity who had taken Baishi away. It was no wonder that the star official's temperament had soured. Only Li 15 remained in a state of contemplation, pondering the presence of 3 Baizais, identical yet seemingly distinct individuals. Were they mere doppelgangers or manifestations? Li 15 surmised that perhaps neither notion was accurate. The machinations he engaged in behind the scenes were far beyond his concern. With your meager talents, to be deemed worthy of my presence is already a stroke of divine favor, Baishi declared suddenly, his tone frigid. The mountain officials rose to pay their respects, replying, "As you command." They promptly retreated from the hall. Yet Baishi shook his head, murmuring with a hint of mockery, "These insignificant mountain officials are akin to wheat under the scythe, replaced time and again. How pitiful." Beside him, an official responded, "My lord, they are merely discarded children of various celestial sections. To have entered the ranks of the great Yao officials is already a stroke of fortune." Outside the star official's residence, Fong Tang sighed. The star official must have faced reprimand from his superiors, which has soured his disposition. Li 15 chuckled softly, "Perhaps so. By the way, where has this demon appeared?" A female mountain official replied, I know. After exiting Tang City, heading north for approximately 20,000 miles, there lies a town called Qingluo, with a population of around 100,000. I am aware of this because my jurisdiction borders Qingluo. Li 15 pondered for a moment before inquiring further. What kind of demon is it? The woman shook her head. I cannot say for certain. Regardless, the mountain officials of Qingluo have determined, through the established connections of mountains and rivers, that there are indeed traces of a demon present. Li 15 nodded, casting an eye over the gathered officials, realizing that, including himself, there were only 80. Indeed, one was missing. Everyone, please come forth. A young man clad in resplendent purple robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, suddenly spoke. With a flourish of his hand, a brown leather carpet levitated in the air, swiftly transforming to a size of 10 by 10 zhong. Esteemed friends, I am Ba Wan Chun, appointed as a mountain official 3 months ago, and I kindly ask for your guidance. Upon witnessing this, Fong Tang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, remarking, Friend, this flying treasure is, in my view, no less impressive than the beast mounts of the beast-taming sect. He jested further. It seems you are quite the affluent gentleman. Hearing this, Ba Wan Chun quickly offered a wry smile and shook his head. Please, do not jest. To be candid, my master offended an elder of the sect, and, coincidentally, there was a vacancy for a mountain official in Tang City. They employed some tricks to bring me here. As for this treasure, it may be a parting gift from my master, imbued with a sense of guilt for my safety. Please refrain from labeling me as wealthy. At these words, the gathered cultivators felt a shared resonance among them. They were cast here to serve as mountain officials, their circumstances hardly differing, all of them unloved by their fathers and mothers. Li 15 cast a glance at the young man, named Ba Wan Chun, whose cultivation was similarly only at the foundational stage. In a moment, the mountain officials began to move. Moments later, high above in the sky, Li 15 inquired, with a population of millions in Tang City, why must there be 81 towns scattered within its borders? It seems to me that consolidating them into one would be more reasonable. Beside him, Ba Wan Chun deftly formed hand seals to manipulate the carpet beneath them. His eyes brightened as he remarked, walking barefoot, with the coffin of the old lord hanging in the air. You must be Li 15. How fortunate I am to meet you in person. Li 15 was somewhat taken aback. Is my reputation that significant? The 10-legged toad, a gambler among rogues, the man-eating fiend, a disgrace to male cultivators. The crowd fell silent. Li 15's expression darkened, a frown forming on his face. Ah, so you label me the man-eating fiend? That letter of lament from a wife still rests with me. Would you care to see it? And no. Ba Wan Chun broke into a cold sweat. Li, my friend, I wish to pass these 20 years smoothly, return to find a partner, and raise a family. Li 15 pressed further. Am I truly a disgrace to male cultivators? Well, they say that when you performed with that actress, you displayed a lack of grace. Ba Wan Chun paused for a moment and then quickly added, however, the golden core cultivators of various sects have praised your actions, though a few younger cultivators harbor resentment and have tarnished your name. Upon hearing this, Li 15 gazed at the sea of clouds below, shaking his head. You do not understand. The beautiful lotus blooms pale, resembling a bloodied skull. The striking red attire conceals blades of murder. This is precisely what my master often said. Thus, when we encountered that young bride on our journey, he forced Zhao Si to consort with her before severing her head with a single stroke, and then he mutilated Zhao Si. The other cultivators, though they did not fully comprehend, felt a chill run down their spines. Fong Tang could not help but exclaim, Li brother, I have a partner. Please do not frighten me. Apologies, Fong brother. May you and your partner enjoy harmony and beauty, Li 15 replied with a smile, offering a respectful bow. Meanwhile, Ba Wan Chun began to elucidate. Li, regarding your earlier suggestion to consolidate the names of the towns within Tang City, I too was perplexed at first. However, my master later explained it to me. He stated that those 81 towns serve as bait. After all, in our understanding, malevolent spirits tend to harm people and only appear where there are inhabitants. By dispersing the population, we can prevent many malevolent spirits from appearing simultaneously in one place. Just like the gambling spirit you encountered, which could encompass an entire town, one would never know if that was its limit. By spreading out the population, we can mitigate the dangers posed by these malevolent spirits to some extent. Bao Wanchun sighed and added, I have always cherished the study of ancient texts. In an era when spiritual energy still flourished, the world was abundant with mystical beasts and ethereal flowers. Cultivators could concoct elixirs and command beasts. One can only imagine the magnificent scenes of that time. One mountain official proclaimed, we cultivate malevolent energy, incinerating the dragon veins within human spines, and we are no less formidable than they. I refuse to believe that a single foundational elixir consumed can rival our painstaking efforts in burning the dragon's bones and reshaping the dragon veins. The foundational elixir is merely an external substance. We rely solely on our own strength, inching forward with determination. Failure to do so means death. Another mountain official interjected, what significance do spiritual beasts hold? My true affection lies solely with the bond between humans and beasts. The crowd of cultivators responded with confusion. Chapter 82. The mysterious thunderstorm upon witnessing the peculiar expressions of the gathered cultivators. A certain mountain official wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and hurriedly began to explain. Esteemed guests, please do not misunderstand. This beast is not the same as the others. It is a creature transformed by the Huaran sect through the essence of humanity. Consider this. The so-called spirit beasts possess merely a modicum of intelligence, which pales in comparison to the innate wisdom of humankind. In an instant, the crowd nodded in agreement. Fong Tang remarked, after we have reshaped our corporeal dragon veins, our spines feel as though they are made of jade, and we can hear the ebb and flow of tides within our chests. Our physical bodies, our organs are constantly being nourished and refined. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, I cannot foresee the ultimate form of my cultivation, but in terms of the second realm of immortality, the foundation establishment stage, reshaping the spine's dragon veins should surpass the effects of the foundation establishment elixir. Alas, if only there were a practitioner of spiritual energy here, I would relish the opportunity to engage and spar with them. At this, the eyes of the gathered cultivators gleamed with fierce determination. Their pursuit of malevolent energy had always been a life-or-death endeavor, and they yearned to validate the worth of their cultivation and assert its supremacy. Beyond the great Yao, perhaps there truly existed spiritual energy and practitioners as well. Suddenly, a mountain official interjected, but no one responded, as these matters felt far removed from their reality. It was Shiwu, however, who chuckled and said, I am merely curious about the origin of this path of malevolent energy. And what of that cryptic phrase regarding the foundation establishment stage? To the immortal, dare you drink from the cup brimming with the ocean of sighs? Who uttered such words? But in the next instant he spoke in a dazed tone, thunder is coming. This is dire. Brotherly, the sky is clear. Where could the thunder be? Fantan Guaidit, Papa. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the heavens were engulfed in an inky darkness, as if an inkwell had been overturned. Strikes of lightning, resembling serpents, connected heaven and earth, cascading down with a ferocious rumble, leaving the cultivators momentarily blinded by silver brilliance. Everyone, quickly take cover. We are but cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. How can we withstand the might of the heavens? One bolt of lightning could obliterate a small mountain. A mountain official shouted urgently. Only Li Shiwu remained fixated on the ravenous beak above, wondering if it had suddenly opened to curse them. This is difficult to evade. This thunderstorm stretches for miles, and we find ourselves at its epicenter. We must traverse through it. Bao Wanchun exclaimed anxiously. Li Shiwu inala depoi. Bao Wanchun, hurry, activate your treasure, and do so with greater speed. Igriagis. Bao Wanchun nodded emphatically, pointing at his chest, then spitting forth a mouthful of blood onto the mat beneath him. The other cultivators watched in shared trepidation. They were not unwilling to disperse, but their escape speed was far inferior to that of Bao Wanchun's treasure. Bao Wanchun, where are you headed? The lightning is densest in that direction. A mountain official yelled in frustration. I apologize. My focus faltered. Fellow colleagues, quickly, gather around me to form a protective formation. Very well. Time passed slowly. After what felt like half a stick of incense, the cultivators finally broke free from the tempest. However, their faces were ashen and their expressions grave. Alas, it is my fault. Earlier, I maneuvered the leather carpet and, with a few spurts of heart's blood, my spirit trembled before I became distracted and wandered into the most densely concentrated area of thunder. Consequently, 2 companions lost their lives in vain. 80,000 springs, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and a pallor upon his face, spoke with difficulty before the assembly of cultivators. The bodies of the 2 mountain officials stood upright, their forms charred and blackened as though they were mere corpses, a sight most terrifying. Leaf 15. How did you know there would be thunder? One mountain official asked, his tone frigid and direct. Previously, during the incident at the Falling Treasure Galaxy, they had witnessed Leaf 15's incantations, each one coming to fruition. Given the sudden ferocity of this thunderstorm, it was difficult not to ponder further. What? Do you wish to take action? Leaf 15 inquired nonchalantly, his gaze unwavering. Enough, gentlemen, let this matter rest here, another mountain official interjected, seeking to smooth over tensions. It was a universally understood principle to avoid infighting before the situation was clear. For a moment, silence enveloped the group. Yet, this sudden upheaval undoubtedly cast a shadow over everyone, having lost 2 individuals before even reaching their destination. This journey, it seemed, would not bode well. Fong Tang shook his head, sighing, I had intended to bring my wife along after this mission. But before he could finish, Li 15 had ensnared his mouth with a thread of karmic red rope. Brother Fong, when one is abroad, it is prudent to speak less. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to tear your mouth apart. Li 15 remarked with a smile, his voice soft. At that moment, confronted by Li 15's indifferent gaze, Fong Tang felt a shiver run through him, realizing that perhaps this was the true nature concealed within the man before him. After a brief pause, Li 15 shook his head with a sigh, retracting the red rope. Brother Fong, you do not understand. Uttering phrases like after this task, I shall retire will surely invite trouble. Fong Tang, upon hearing this, managed a wry smile and replied, I stand corrected. As for Li 15, he lifted his gaze to the crow's beak above, his expression growing increasingly grim. What was the meaning of this? The previous thunderstorm had arrived so peculiarly. Could it truly have been summoned by it? Time trickled by, drop by drop. The cultivators had set forth at noon and, having encountered the might of thunder, only reached their destination of Qingluo town at dusk. At this moment, they stood against the backdrop of the setting sun, surveying the town before them. Its scale is not dissimilar to that of our jewel town, Li 15 mused thoughtfully. Colleagues, I observe the wisps of smoke rising from this town. The populace appears peaceful and stable, not at all resembling a place plagued by malevolent spirits, another mountain official voiced. His eyes filled with confusion. Fong Tang replied, however, the mountain officials here have indeed vanished, which indicates that something is amiss. Our primary purpose in coming here is merely to scout the situation. If the malevolent spirit proves troublesome, we shall promptly return to report. The cultivators exchanged words, none harboring a sense of contempt, for they were engaged in perilous endeavors. Yet, 80,000 springs felt a layer of sweat forming in his palms. With a respectful gesture, I addressed my esteemed colleagues. I hope you do not find my words amusing. In my previous tenure within the sect, I had only heard of the renowned spirit, but had never laid eyes upon it. This marks my first encounter with the spirit since assuming the role of the mountain official, and I humbly request your guidance when the time comes. Brother Li, wait for me. Fong Tang called out, hastily pursuing him. He observed Li 15, who, with his hands clasped behind his back, was striding purposefully towards Qingluo town. Before long, the mountain officials entered the town in succession. As the sun began to set, the streets were devoid of the daytime bustle. Instead, the air was filled with the mingling scents of various cooking fires and delectable dishes, which stirred an undeniable appetite. As Li 15 walked upon the flagstone pavement, he inhaled deeply and patted his stomach, declaring, Dear friends, I must find a place to procure some food. Please feel free to do as you wish. Chapter 83. A sense of unease. Qingluo town with a population nearing 20,000, is more aptly described as a small city despite being referred to as a town. Thus, it is home to various establishments, including taverns. Esteemed immortals, welcome. Outside a two-story tavern, a portly middle-aged innkeeper, his face alight with excitement, was energetically bowing and nodding to greet the guests. Oh, perceptive indeed. Lee 15 produced a piece of silver, pondered for a moment, and then broke off half of it before tossing it to the innkeeper. Without a change in countenance, he remarked, "Ahem, having endured hardships in the past. Please do not mock me." The stout innkeeper received the coin with both hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, bestowed by an immortal. How could a mere mortal like me dare to complain? He surmised their identities because, in these times, there were scarcely any visitors. The only ones who mingled were those like the mountain officials, considered immortals. Lee 15 inquired, "Innkeeper, has the mountain official you mentioned made an appearance recently?" "Alas, not at all. However, how often can one expect to see a mountain official who can traverse the clouds? I must ask you again, has anyone recently died in this Qingluo town?" The innkeeper pondered briefly before responding. "There have indeed been deaths, but merely of the elderly, who passed away due to old age or illness. This is quite commonplace." A nearby female mountain official interjected, her tone fiery. "Speak plainly. Have any strange occurrences transpired recently?" "Immortal. Esteemed one, there have been none," the innkeeper replied. In that moment, the assembly of cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a growing confusion. Had they truly made a fruitless journey? Friends, in the past, whenever malevolent spirits appeared, they invariably posed a threat to mortals committing heinous acts. Indeed, it seems odd that this town is presently at peace, yet the mountain official remains elusive. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Balwan Chun ventured, "Colleagues, could it be possible that no malevolent spirits have appeared at all, but rather something has befallen that mountain official?" A mountain official nodded in agreement. "What you suggest is indeed plausible. Regardless of the truth, the absence of malevolent spirits brought a collective sigh of relief among the cultivators, dissipating much of the oppressive atmosphere. Lee 15 remained silent, quietly seeking a spot by the window. He extended a finger to probe the thin layer of dust on the table before taking a seat. "Esteemed immortal, the strong winds have been blowing these days, carrying yellow sand. I worry it may soil your robe, so I shall clean it," the innkeeper said with a hint of helplessness, hastily approaching with a cloth. "No need. I am not particular," Lee 15 replied with a gentle smile. Though his left thumb inadvertently peeked out, its pad directed toward the window, he noticed something peculiar. Ever since approaching Qingluo town, the eye on his finger could not open, remaining in a state of closure. "Alas, have I developed some issue? Or is it that this place is indeed extraordinary?" Fong Tang approached with a smile. "Lee brother, what are you muttering to yourself about? The peace in Qingluo town is indeed a fortunate matter." Lee 15 lowered his head. "Let us hope so." He felt that Xian Yuanzai, that old trickster, was truly cunning, leading them through desolate mountains and wilds, avoiding any place where people gathered, and they had never encountered any misfortune. Gradually, more local officials entered the tavern, having just returned from their investigations elsewhere. They found everything in the town to be normal. Just moments ago, a young widow had even sent me flirtatious glances. "My fellow cultivators, your charm is indeed remarkable." As I passed by a household, I encountered a woman in labor, while her husband was frantically searching for a midwife. Dear friends, I visited the residence of the mountain officials, and everything was in its rightful place. Yet the people had mysteriously vanished. Before long, the two-story tavern was nearly filled with the officials. Perhaps the townsfolk had caught wind of the situation. There was no need for the plump innkeeper to orchestrate anything. Dishes and fine wines flowed in from every household, their enthusiasm overwhelming. Fong Tang downed a cup of wine, his face revealing bitterness. "The plight of humanity is akin to that of ants. We are their heavens. As the saying goes, one should empathize with others. Our contributions are visible to the common folk. Thus, I do not view the role of a mountain official as a bitter task, nor have I ever harbored resentment, only lamenting my insufficient cultivation, which often prevents me from aiding them." At the same table, Ba Wanchun raised his cup to drink, his gaze wavering. "Brother Fong, Alas, I feel ashamed. To be honest, I had prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble on my way here. Li Shiwu paid no mind to the two. Instead, gazing out the window, his eyes deep and contemplative. When he withdrew his gaze, he noticed a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, sitting at the staircase's entrance, her hair styled in 2 horn-like braids. In one hand, she held a stack of red paper, and in the other, a pair of scissors. Li Shiwu's interest was piqued as he approached to take a closer look. He discovered that the little girl was meticulously cutting the red paper into figures resembling them. Though her movements were slow, the little paper figures, illuminated by the dim candlelight, appeared vividly lifelike. The portly innkeeper approached, shaking his head and saying, "Do not laugh. Esteemed immortal, my little girl does not enjoy learning characters, yet she has a penchant for this paper-cutting craft. Oh, if only she took to counting beads instead. She might inherit my business and avoid marrying off too soon." Li Shiwu chuckled. "Your cutting skills are quite impressive." The girl had already fashioned 2 small paper figures of the female officials. With a skip, she joyfully exclaimed, "Sisters, you are so beautiful. These are for you." The 2 women exchanged glances, accepted the paper figures, ruffled the little girl's hair, and then resumed their previous activities. After several rounds of drinks, an elderly man with a wrinkled face and a hunched back respectfully welcomed the mountain officials to a few vacant courtyards, speaking in a tone befitting his age. "Esteemed immortals, if our hospitality is lacking, please forgive us. Dismiss yourself. We shall make ourselves comfortable," the officials replied. In that moment, each official sought out an empty room. Bao Wanchun hurried forward to call out to the 2 women, "Dear friends, do you not want these paper figures? You left them in the tavern." In his hand were the 2 small paper figures. What amusement could such mundane objects provide? "Just discard them," one of the women replied. "Very well," he said. 80,000 Spring shook his head and casually cast it aside. Not far away, Li Shiwu stood enveloped in the inky shadows, his expression obscured. His thumb twitched, yet his eyelids remained stubbornly shut. Ever since his arrival in Qingluo town, an unsettling sensation had gripped him, as if countless eyes were simultaneously fixated upon him. "Brother Li, please come inside," Fong Tang beckoned. "All right." As the night deepened, Qingluo town seemed to succumb to a profound slumber, exuding an eerie silence. Beyond the few courtyards where the mountain officials resided, an innumerable throng of figures began to converge soundlessly, without even a whisper of breath. Their faces were devoid of expression, their movements stiff, adorned with exaggerated rouge upon their cheeks, staring blankly into the courtyard. They resembled not real humans, but rather the paper effigies used in rituals. Chapter 84. The death of the paper figure in the early morning, during the onset of autumn. A gentle breeze carried a hint of chill, enveloping the entire Qingluo town in a thin mist. The creaking sound of an old wooden door echoed as it was pushed open. Li Shiwu stepped out of his dwelling, his brow furrowed deeply. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, his expression dramatically shifted. From the adjacent small house, Fong Tang emerged as well. "Li, Brother Li, what is this?" he stammered, equally taken aback. Before their doorsteps stood a paper effigy, reminiscent of those found in a spirit shop, adorned with a layer of paper, and with 2 rosy cheeks painted on its face. Its size was roughly equivalent to that of a living person. Even more bizarrely, the visage and attire of this paper figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the 2 men. "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" Bao Wanchun also stepped outside, where he too found a paper figure that mirrored his own likeness. As more cultivators emerged from their abodes, a cacophony of astonished and agitated voices filled the air, for each of their doorways hosted a similar paper effigy. Before long, the gathered cultivators convened in a central location. "Esteemed companions, something peculiar is afoot. These paper figures are undoubtedly ritualistic effigies, all crafted in our likeness. This is unsettling. I had originally intended to investigate under the cover of night, but I found myself in a deep slumber after merely sitting for a moment, completely unaware until dawn broke," Li Shiwu remarked, his brow still deeply knitted. He had been vigilant after returning home the previous night, determined not to close his eyes. Yet, as the night wore on, an inexplicable force seemed to have overwhelmed him. plunging him into a state of unconsciousness, rendering him oblivious to the outside world. Perhaps we should incinerate these paper figures. They are quite disturbing, proposed Ba Wanshan tentatively. After exchanging glances, the cultivators retreated to their courtyards, retrieving the paper figures before gathering them in an open space. As a spark ignited, flames erupted, consuming the paper figures one by one, reducing them to ashes. Li Shiwu stroked his chin, surveying the assembly of cultivators. Strange indeed, where are the other two Taoists? He noted the presence of only 76 individuals. Missing were the two female cultivators. Brother Li, I know where they reside, Ba Wanshan interjected hastily. In no time, the cultivators arrived at the neighboring courtyard, where two small houses stood with their doors firmly shut. There are no paper figures before their doors? Li Shiwu voiced his skepticism. At that moment, Ba Wanshan stepped forward and knocked on one of the doors twice. Fellow Taoist, are you there? Receiving no reply, he continued, if that is the case, I beg your pardon for my intrusion. With a resounding thud, he kicked the wooden door open. Peering inside, they found the room completely vacant, save for a paper figure standing beside a table, its face unmistakably that of the missing female cultivator. The other room mirrored this eerie scene. It too was devoid of life, with only a paper figure standing sentinel. Ba Wanshan carried the two paper figures into the courtyard, pondering aloud. Could it be that upon discovering the paper figures this morning, the two Taoists were so overcome with fear that they fled? Enough of this. These ominous creations are unsettling to behold. Let us incinerate them. He let out a sigh, and with a flick of his fingers, a flame ignited, landing upon the two paper figures. However, in the next moment, a chilling scene unfolded. As the paper figures caught fire, piercing shrieks of women echoed from them, as if they were not mere paper effigies, but two living souls. Stop! Li Shiwu shouted, his voice booming. Simultaneously, he waved his robe, conjuring a gust of wind that extinguished the flames. Alas, it was in vain. The paper figures ignited at the slightest touch of fire, despite his swift actions within moments. They were reduced to mere remnants, with only half a head remaining. Brother Li, what is happening? Fong Tang, suppressing his own horror, inquired urgently. Li Shiwu took a deep breath, his expression grave. I suspect these two paper figures may not be genuine. They are likely the two missing female cultivators who have been transformed into these effigies by some malevolent spirit. As a breeze swept through, the remaining heads of the paper figures rolled about on the ground, scattered and disarrayed. Ba Wanshan staggered back a few steps, his eyes wide with terror. Li, do you mean to say that the two missing companions might have been burned to death by my fire? I didn't mean to. I truly didn't foresee this. Suddenly, chaos erupted anew. Li Shiwu drew a flamboyant blade, tracing an unpredictable arc through the air, and delivered a decisive strike upon Ba Wanshan's cheek. Blood gushed forth in an instant, filling the air with a metallic scent. Looking at Ba Wanshan, the sight was grotesque. A deep gash marred his right cheek, nearly exposing the bone and almost peeling his entire face apart. This scene rendered the onlookers speechless. Li Shiwu, have you lost your mind? A woman among them demanded. I suspect he has been possessed by a malevolent spirit, or perhaps has been replaced by one. Leading to the burning of those two paper figures, Li Shiwu replied nonchalantly, then continued, however, it appears my conjecture may have been mistaken. With that, he retrieved a slender red thread and a curved needle from the depths of the coffin, approaching Ba Wanshan. Li, don't come any closer, Ba Wanshan exclaimed, desperately clutching his face, blood staining his hands and soaking his robe in crimson. His voice trembled as he retreated. Observing this, Li Shiwu clasped his hands and bowed earnestly. I apologize, but your earlier actions leave me no choice but to harbor suspicions. Furthermore, given the severity of your injury, allow me to assist in treating it. Bovonsun holtid, forcing osmanil. Li Taoist, you can treat wounds? I fear it may leave a scar on my face, which would hinder my quest for a partner. Li Shiwu patted his chest and assured him, rest assured, I have been stitching wounds for my brothers since childhood. My skills are truly exceptional. Very well, Ba Wanshan lowered his head, seeming resigned. Subsequently, the two settled upon a nearby step, and after a brief examination of the wound, they began to sew. I will first use mundane techniques to stitch you up, then you can use your own cultivation to aid in the healing process. It should mend swiftly. All right, I shall heed your words. Upon witnessing this, the mountain official could not help but shake his head. Li 15, your actions were rather impulsive. We have a paper effigy resembling ourselves at the entrance of our gate. After burning it, nothing untoward occurred. Another person chimed in, indeed. I never imagined that these two paper figures would actually transform into living beings. In this light, 80,000 Springs' reaction is somewhat understandable. After roughly the time it takes to drink half a bowl of tea, Li 15 rose and dusted off his hands. My friend, it is settled. Meanwhile, 80,000 Spring continued to gaze into the mirror incessantly. Li, you truly possess remarkable skills. On his cheek, the stitches performed by Li 15 were tightly woven, each stitch impeccably arranged. Alas, the length of the wound, coupled with the dried blood crust, rendered it as if a red centipede had taken residence upon his face. Chapter 85. The troublemaker Li, my friend, will there truly be no scars? 80,000 Spring expressed his concern. Rest assured, I guarantee there will be none. Li 15 replied with genuine sincerity. He continued, everyone, we have already lost 4 companions. Moreover, there might be a malevolent spirit in Qingluo town capable of turning people into paper figures. So, shall we stay or leave? 80,000 Spring pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow as he remarked, this malevolent spirit has only claimed the lives of 2 fellow cultivators in the dead of night. Perhaps its power is not as formidable as that of the gambling spirit or the trickster spirit we faced before. His expression turned bitter as he added, furthermore, we came to investigate the malevolent spirit, yet we have yet to see even a shadow of it. Returning empty-handed would make it difficult to explain our failure. Li 15 fell silent, merely making his way towards the tavern they had visited the previous night. He recalled that the chubby innkeeper's little daughter had cut 2 small paper figures and gifted them to the 2 female cultivators who had met with misfortune that morning. Brother Li, wait for me. Fong Tang hurriedly followed behind. Before long, they arrived at the tavern. There, they saw the little girl with the horn braids squatting at the entrance, playfully cutting red paper. Sir, do you need something? She asked, looking up with her big, dark eyes and speaking in a cheerful tone. I do. I suspect you might be the malevolent spirit, Li 15 said, a smile playing on his lips, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. Suddenly, he brandished a flower-patterned knife and swung it towards her. The blade moved with the force of a mountain, showing no signs of hesitation. Brother Liu. Fong Tang was taken aback by the scene, but in the next moment, another shock occurred. Li 15's knife seemed to be halted by an unseen force, suspended in the air. The little girl showed no fear in her eyes. Instead, she teased, you got quite a venomous heart, young man. To think you would attack a 5-year-old girl? Alas, I have been accustomed to such things since childhood, Li 15 replied, his tone calm as a still pond. He continued, moreover, this knife is not a real weapon. I can disperse it the moment it reaches your neck. Thus, it will be worth a try. Upon hearing this, the little girl's demeanor turned fierce. How dull. D. She hurled the brass scissors at Li 15 with great force. Li 15's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded. However, he was still caught off guard. The scissors, remarkably sharp, cleanly severed 2 of his fingers. Yet the momentum did not cease. They flew towards 80,000 Spring, who exclaimed in alarm and quickly retrieved his precious leather blanket, wrapping himself tightly within it. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The brass scissors, upon colliding with the leather blanket, suddenly veered off course and, by sheer coincidence, decapitated a nearby mountain official. Blood gushed forth, spraying up to 3 yards high. Young man, if you have the skill, do not flee. Let's play slowly. The little girl retrieved her scissors and, with a parting threat, vanished without a trace. Brother Li, your fingers. Fong Tang hurriedly approached. It's nothing. Li Shiwu wore a stoic expression as he bent down to retrieve the finger that lay on the ground, placing it within the coffin, and remarked, the root remains. It shall grow again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bao Wanshun trembled, his eyes flickering between guilt and rage. It is my fault. That malevolent spirit caused me to mistakenly burn 2 fellow practitioners to death, leading to the untimely demise of this companion. If I do not avenge this wrong, I shall not consider myself human. At this moment, dawn had barely broken. A few passers-by on the street, upon witnessing the scene, instinctively fled in terror. A mountain official spoke, Ba Wanshun, gather the remains from the ground. The most pressing matter now is to locate that malevolent spirit. Fong Tang, observing the situation, shook his head with a sigh. This fellow practitioner has only just surpassed the foundational stage. To be mistakenly killed is indeed unfortunate. Before long, the cultivators reconvened in the courtyard where they had spent the previous night. Brotherly, what do you think of the strength of that malevolent spirit? Can we handle it? Fong Tang inquired. Ba Wanshun interjected with conviction. We can. When that pair of scissors flew towards me, I distinctly perceived that its force was not far superior to our own. The most unsettling aspect is its bizarre ability to transform people into paper-like figures. I cannot fathom how it operates. Li Shiwu nodded in agreement. This spirit is not comparable to the gambling or trickster spirits. We should be able to contend with it. At that moment, a series of melodious laughter echoed. Am I so easily dealt with? Who do you underestimate? The mountain officials turned to the source of the voice and beheld a little girl with braided horns, perched atop the wall, her gaze filled with malice. Allow me to demonstrate. With a chilling laugh, she tossed several red paper figures before vanishing without a trace. Fellow practitioners, this spirit is elusive and cannot be pinned down. Just as a mountain official finished speaking, he noticed a small red paper figure perched upon his shoulder, thin and about the size of a palm. Not only him, but Li Shiwu and 3 other officials also found a small paper figure resting on their shoulders. Ignite! Li Shiwu remained unfazed, conjuring a flame at his fingertips, directing it toward the paper figure on his shoulder to incinerate it. The others followed suit, yet their efforts proved futile. The paper figures would not burn, nor could they be severed, as if they had taken root upon their shoulders, resisting all attempts to remove them. Everyone remained calm. Ba Wanshun furrowed his brow deeply and continued. I recall my master mentioning that there had once been instances of paper spirits. You should try remaining still. This red paper figure may perceive you as a corpse and fall from your shoulder of its own accord. Upon hearing this, one mountain official exhaled in relief. Bah, your reasoning holds merit. I shall give a try. He then sat down cross-legged, remaining utterly motionless. The others, entangled by the paper figures, watched anxiously. As for Li Shiwu, he contemplated whether he should simply sever his entire shoulder. Time passed gradually. After about an incense stick's burning time. What? What does this mean? I cannot comprehend. The cultivators observed that the mountain official sitting on the ground had the red paper figure on his shoulder, mimicking his posture, as it too began to sit in meditation. At first, the movements were exceedingly clumsy, twisting and turning awkwardly, yet gradually, astonishingly, a remarkable proficiency began to emerge, nearly in sync with that mountain official. It was at this moment that an unexpected event transpired. The diminutive red paper figure suddenly merged into the body of the mountain official, vanishing without a trace. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Li Shiwu caught a fleeting glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Within the depths of Ba Wanshun's gaze lay a barely perceptible glimmer of triumph. You wretched creature, it seems you indeed harbor secrets. In an instant, a glint of cold steel flashed as Li Shiwu's blade descended fiercely. However, this time, Ba Wanshun deftly sidestepped with effortless grace. You, surnamed Li, wish to strike at me again? He remarked, shaking his head, evidently displeased with the attempt. Who exactly are you? Li Shiwu demanded coldly. Ba Wanshun let out a soft chuckle. SK, I had intended to prolong the game, but since you inquire, listen closely. The Tenxiang sect. Ma Xiang, the bane of the herd. At that moment, the mountain official on the ground began to gradually transform, inch by inch, into a figure of paper, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a mere paper effigy. Ba Wanshun cast a glance, a smile gracing his lips. TSK, yet another life claimed. Chapter 86. The Harmful Beast and the Annihilation Artifact in the Courtyard. Ba Wanshun held a copper mirror, gazing at the grotesque scar on his cheek that resembled a centipede. Fierce light flickering in his eyes. Li 15, your previous strike was indeed ruthless. Have you decided how to repay it? Surrounding him, The officials of the mountain faced the sudden upheaval, instinctively closing ranks, preparing for confrontation. Leaf 15, wielding a flower-adorned blade, glanced at his shoulder, where a small red paper figure clumsily mimicked his swordplay. He pondered aloud. When we arrived, we encountered a tempest of thunder, presumably due to your influence. Ba wan tu not that? A mocking smile gracing his lips. Indeed, as the saying goes, those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. The more I indulge in harming others, the more I shall face self-harm in return. Thus, that thunderstorm was merely heaven's way of claiming my life. He tucked away the copper mirror, his gaze momentarily faltering. Alas, I regret involving you all in my misfortunes. He extended his palm, counting, 2 perished by lightning, 2 by fire, 1 was mistakenly killed, and 1 turned into a paper effigy. Not enough, not nearly enough. 6 lives lost is still too few. Upon hearing this, Leaf 15 looked up at the crow-like figure and let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that this entity was not cursing him, but merely issuing a warning. Indeed, it is quite a remarkable thing. A smile crept across his lips. Leaf 15, do you dare to call me good? Ba wan chun zitstet vementin. I am a harmful beast. Malevolence has long corrupted my soul. Beneath this exterior, there is not a shred of virtue, and you dare to say I am good? Noticing this, Leaf 15 chose to ignore him, merely rotating his blade, causing the flower figure to come alive, emitting a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air towards the person before him. Unexpectedly, Ba Wanshun dissipated like mist, merging into a mountain official's body. TSK, the so-called harmful beast. Once discovered, one is bound to be besieged. Therefore, we are quite adept at the spiritual possession technique. Want to kill me? Ha! Ba Wanchuan's triumphant laughter echoed from the mouth of the possessed mountain official. Spiritual possession. The Ma Xiang excels in this technique. Li 15 halted his blade, his brow furrowed deeply, realizing that this Ma Xiang's ability to possess was indeed troublesome. Yet, to his astonishment, another mountain official acted without hesitation, thrusting a sword through the chest of the possessed official in a moment of chaotic fear. In an instant, breath ceased and life ended. Simultaneously, Ba Wanchuan's figure emerged, gazing at the lifeless corpse on the ground, laughing heartily. TSK, yet another life claimed. Fong Tang glared at the perpetrator, exclaiming in anger, "Friend, why act so recklessly?" But Ba Wanshun interjected with a smile. "You do not understand. Do you know why we are referred to as the harmful beasts? Listen closely. After we successfully merge with the essence of the horse, the dark facets of those around us will magnify incessantly. Distrust, hatred, jealousy." Ba Wanshun paused momentarily, then continued. "Should I immerse myself in a certain celestial sect, it would not be long before the sect leader harbors suspicion towards the elders vying for his position. While the elders' ambitions swell, plotting to undermine their own leader, the disciples would turn against one another, consumed by jealousy and vengeance. Thus, tranquility would be forever lost." A smirk graced his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Li 15. "Before I became a mountain official, I was part of a minor clan, serving as an outsider disciple. You have not witnessed how that young master, for the sake of his stepmother, actually committed patricide. How intriguing. Alas, it is a pity. Ba Wan Jun Sai. I have only spent a day or 2 with you. Had we lingered a few more days, it would have been delightful to witness you mountain officials turn against each other in a frenzy. Li 15, it is your fault for exposing me so quickly. It truly lacks excitement." Meanwhile, a mountain official wielding a sword gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, devoid of any remorse. He simply stated, "Colleagues, I have long harbored a grudge against this fellow. He has just been possessed by the horse essence. I thought it best to settle the score and perhaps eliminate 2 at once." What is wrong with that? Upon hearing their exchange, the other mountain officials felt a chill permeate their hearts. A bane to the collective, indeed. So this is what it means to be a harmful horse. Li 15's eyes twisted with malice, for wherever he tread, families were shattered, nations crumbled, and peace vanished. What in the world is this cursed essence of the 10 horses? At that moment, 2 mountain officials adorned with red paper figures on their shoulders halted. Their bodies began to disintegrate, transforming inch by inch into lifelike paper effigies. Devoid of breath, In an instant, they were reduced to mere representations, lifeless. Bao Wanchun pointed and erupted in a laughter. Ah, yet another life claimed. Add two to the tally. You fools, did you truly believe I would explain the meaning of a harmful horse out of benevolence? After a cold snort, he added, I do not know how this little paper figure can transmute a person into paper, but I reckon as long as I drag you along, you shall not ponder how to resolve this. Look, two more have fallen. As for you, Li 15, haha, may you seek your own fortune. With that, Bao Wanchun's figure dissipated once more. He had not departed. It was merely uncertain upon whom he would next alight. In that instant, the mountain officials were engulfed in trepidation, casting wary glances at their companions, filled with suspicion. How fascinating, Li 15 muttered to himself. This harmful horse is indeed a tool for annihilation. Its mastery over possession, combined with that strange power stirring the darkness within hearts, is simply unfathomable. In the future, should I acquire an enemy, I could simply ensnare a horse essence and cast it upon them. Beside him, Fong Tang, listening to Li 15's musings, felt an inexplicable chill creep over him. Li, brotherly, do not speak such reckless words. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves, which is why Bao Wanchun faces divine retribution. Furthermore, that little red paper figure upon your shoulder. At this moment, aside from Li 15, 3 other mountain officials found themselves ensnared by the little paper figures. Li, my friend, do you have a solution? One among them inquired anxiously. Li Shiwu remained silent, merely fixated on the 3 paper effigies on the ground, his eyes reflecting the scenes that had unfolded before. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Observe closely, dear companions, the red paper figures. They are mimicking our movements. Initially clumsy, their imitation grows increasingly adept. While I do not comprehend the precise significance of this phenomenon, I can surmise that should they successfully replicate our actions, we shall inevitably be transformed into mere paper. Li Shiwu stepped forward, pointing at the first figure, a mountain official seated in meditation, now rendered as a paper effigy. Behold, he performed merely a sitting gesture, undoubtedly the simplest to imitate. Thus he was the first to be transfigured into paper. The remaining 2 companions, having mostly remained stationary, also fell victim to this fate. After his remarks, Li Shiwu fixed his gaze upon the paper figure on his shoulder, which